our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Set by Kelly and Pitt. And that ball is driven deep to right field. Home run, Jonah Heim. A line drive blast that sails over Margot and goes at least a half dozen rows up into the seats. 14th home run of the year for Jonah. And we've got some separation now. It's 5-0 Texas.
6 straight wins on your home for Rangers baseball. Still undefeated out of the All-Star break. This is the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ on your home for Rangers baseball. 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy. We got Jeffrey in for Peyton. And we got Ryan getting you live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. If that is the way that you are watching, 6-0 sweep of the Tampa Bay Rays, who are no longer in first place. You think we had a freak out and a panic around here with the Rangers start? What are they feeling, all 14 fans in Tampa?
Oh, yeah, all dozen of them. Well, I mean, first of all, they don't have internet there. They don't? Well, Tampa does, but the people who actually go to the Rays games, they don't use the internet. Their kids use the internet. Their grandkids, their great-grandkids use the internet.
Still faxing.
Yeah, the people who go to Rays games, they have great-grandkids. And that's the difference. Look, hey, Buck Showalter, when he was here, used to talk about tack-on runs. That's what he called them, tack-on runs. Obviously, the most important runs are the ones you take a lead on, but the tack-on run was the big one. That's the one that it really demoralized the other team. Rays were in this game in the bottom of the 8th. It was 2-0. They were in it.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, you get a hit by pitch on Adolis, and then all of a sudden, a high, bam, and now it's 5-0. It's like, okay, there's your ball game. And that's look. It's a 2-1 game in the 9th, or 2-0 game going in the 9th, and all of a sudden Tampa cuts it to 2-1. Hey, you run into one, and all of a sudden it's tied at 5-0.
They were talking about this on television. Basically, this series was pitchers duel through 5, and then you start scoring.
Yeah,
that's what happens in this series, and that's what happened yesterday. Leody Taveras was setting up to be the offensive hero. He was the one responsible for both runs batted in, just like Jankowski was the game before. But then you had Corey Seager with the nail in the coffin, and then yesterday it was Jonah Heim. That was a shot that he hit. Some of the Tolos told me that sounded loud on the radio. So Leody homers, and hopefully the Rangers dodged 2 bullets with John Gray and Adolis Garcia. John Gray knocked out of this game with the shin injury. He was up 1-0. That was 112 miles per hour off of his leg. And then Adolis Garcia gets beamed right in the Barry Bonds, shout out KMC, right in the Barry Bonds elbow pad.
Yeah, and I've watched a lot of baseball. I can't remember a guy getting hit on an elbow pad and getting taken out of the game still. Like, that must have caught him just right on, like, the funny bone or something. Or maybe there was a spot where it looked like it caught him, but the pad was there and it wasn't. That's odd. You don't usually see that, but you hope both are okay. And it looks like they are from the X-rays that were shown as negative. So that's great. So maybe they don't miss any time at all, or maybe they miss very, very limited time. It's just sore, but that's huge. Now your only thing that you look at now it's just about getting home field. That's it. You own the tiebreaker against Tampa. Okay, you have split the season series with Baltimore, who's now in first place. You don't have to worry about the Central. They're not going to catch you. The only concern you have now is getting home field. Like for these next, I'm trying to think what they're how many. I'm trying to do math here, and I can't do math. So however many games there are left. By the way, I think in order to figure this out, you just add up the number of wins to losses and then subtract from 162. I figured that out last night, Sean.
Nice.
There's
65 left.
So your only goal over the next 65, it's no longer about winning the division. You still got to worry about that. It's about getting home ice advantage.
Home ice.
Home ice, yeah. We just call everything home ice advantage now.
Oh, okay.
We're a hockey town, Sean.
Well, it's turned into a baseball town because there was 31,500 in attendance. Are you kidding me? A day game?
In the summertime. Hey, look, 75% of America starts their weekends on a Thursday in the summer.
Well, yesterday was Wednesday.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. You're spicy this morning.
Well, no. It's
You
like
got pep in your step.
when you start your weekend, it means the day before is already the weekend.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the day before.
Yeah, you have
So they're
day.
not starting on Thursday.
Yeah, early dismissal. You get an early dismissal from work.
You may have a little extra pep in your step because of the braces situation that you were dreading in your household over the past few months. The 5-digit bill you were looking at.
Yeah, not quite 5-digit.
Well, you said you were planning for 12.
I'm planning for 12 because I figure this: when you factor in the kids refuse to wear retainers,
Yeah.
and they have a dog at their house.
Oh, I thought you meant the dentist's office.
No. The dentist office is great. So my kids have a dog, and the dog eats their stepbrother's retainers. He's already eaten like 3 of them. So we're gonna get the permanent ones put in. You know those permanent ones? It's like a bracket that goes between the teeth and the back. But we went to the orthodontist yesterday for a little like a consultation, and it was just gonna be a consultation, and it turns out to be actual braces on yesterday. So we are going full head of steam, full steam ahead here. Full head of steam doesn't make any sense. We're full steam ahead. So we got the
Home ice.
we got the home ice. Yeah, we got the braces put on Luka yesterday. He went with the pink and the black colors on the brackets behind him.
Okay.
But it was it's right across from his school. That's where he wanted to go. Simple, easy. You could go during his lunch break, get him adjusted.
Is he think they look cool right now? They're not a nuisance. He's happy with them. Different look.
He's getting used to him. He hates him so far. It's like he's playing with them. His it's got like that thing. There's no pain really because they put the the super thin wire on. I guess I never had braces. But apparently the first wire was so thin that it doesn't really hurt yet. And it's just tops. They didn't put the bottoms on yet. So he's a top. And now he's got, but it's like, the thing where like his lips look like they're protruded a little bit because you're trying to keep him away. It's got that weird look to it. But look, had to get it done, I guess. So why not? Why not? And they're Tolos out there. So big ups.
Oh, that's okay. That's as far as we're going into it. The dentist said my son's a Tolo.
Yeah. Dr. Hashem said son's a Tolo. And I was like, oh, heck yeah, man. Heck yeah.
Well done. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. John Machota is going to join us from The Athletic at 8 o'clock. He is, I hate to say this, but I got to give props. He's the Twitter account to follow for Cowboys training camp. John Machota, The Athletic. This guy puts out the best and the most Cowboy video content. I don't know how he figures out where to be during certain times. I don't know how his cell phone stays charged. I don't know how he gets the videos posted so quickly, but the first steps of the Cowboy players walking out on the field, that's going to come from Machota.
Yeah, it is.
Any little update video-wise, play-by-play, he records every play, edits it right there on the field in Oxnard. That's going to come from Machota. He will join us at 8 o'clock to preview all the different storylines, talk about the Zach Martin drama as well. We have another Jake Paul, Nate Diaz ticket giveaway during the Expressway. So 7:20, commercial-free. We are going to hook you up with that. And the Rangers are off before the LA Dodgers tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tickets already sold out.
Yeah, yes.
Been sold out.
Yeah, it's an exciting series. The Dodgers don't come here every year, although they are, with the new unbalanced or balanced schedule. I guess they are gonna be here a little bit more frequently. All the NL teams are, but it's fun. It's fun. Yeah, you now play every team, every year, across the sport, basically, and the Dodgers, the Cubs, the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Giants. When these legendary franchises come to town, it's just cool to see. I can't wait to see what the crowd is going to look like from a invasion perspective.
Yeah.
I had some Dodger fans hit me up. Hey, can you give me tickets? And the Rangers are like, yeah, we got no comps for this game.
We got suites. We got suites available.
We got no comps for this game. No Dodger. We're not giving tickets to Dodger fans. The team isn't. It's good. Let's go.
And we got some extra pep in our set because I think we're going to have not one, but 2 live sporting events taking place during the morning show for the rest of the week. Yeah. The final golf major of the year. We got the British Open and the event that we dominate, The Women's World Cup is live in action as well. 2 live sporting events. Bobby Belt around the corner with a Zach Martin update. It's the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. Glad you're waking up with us. We're just getting started on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy coming at you live as always as we try to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible. And this show hopefully flows by even faster because we have 2 live major sporting events taking place on the top screen in here. The British Open and the Women's World Cup with the United States looking to defend tomorrow.
Yeah, they got going against Vietnam, as Forrest Gump would say. But yeah, it is the Open.
Peyton would have known that reference or not.
That's a good question. I don't know if he would. They're at Royal Liverpool for the Open Championship, so it got going today. Cam Smith is your defending champ, but so far it's Thomas Peters tied for the lead with an amateur, or amateur as they would say in the golfing world. So he is up at 4 under par, 2 shots clear of Patrick Reed and Scotty Scheffler.
Oh, they've already started.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. I mean, we've got guys that are already finished for the day. Matthew Jordan is already finished at 2 under. Thomas Peters through 15. He's on the 16th hole. Patrick Reed's on 17. So you've got a lot of guys that have already finished up their round. Spieth, even through 9. Koepka, Matsuyama, Fleetwood, The U.S. Open champ, Wyndham Clark, Cam Smith, they're also even. Ricky Fowler, Bryson DeChambeau, even par. They're all in the front nine.
Man, I need an interesting major, man. I feel like the majors this year have been boring. I feel like they've been a letdown. Yeah. Give me the recaps. Tell me who's won what.
All right, so Rahm won the Masters. Remember, he beat Koepka.
Okay.
Came back to beat Koepka. Then Koepka won the PGA.
Okay.
All right. He was up. It was him, Scheffler.
It was like a nice top 6 leaderboard,
Yep.
but we didn't get something dramatic down the stretch, right?
No, he had like a 3-shot lead. Then it got cut to 1. On the Masters, it was dramatic because on the back 9, Koepka was leading and Rahm took the lead and won. Phil and Koepka finished second.
Okay.
Like a shot or 2 back.
That's good.
The U.S. Open, that was Wyndham Clark won. He beat Rory by a stroke. He had to make he had 2 putts to win at the end, but it was a long putt. Rory just couldn't make anything. He couldn't get anything down the stretch.
Yeah.
So that was good, but it was Wyndham Clark. And then this. So I mean, you've had good names at the leaderboard. I mean, you had 2 big dogs winning the first 2. And then you had Rory in contention on the last one, but it was won by somebody that nobody'd really ever heard of until the Wells Fargo that year. And then, so it'd be nice. You're right. It'd be nice to get a legendary leaderboard, playoff, whatever.
Yeah, get something interesting in there. The Women's World Cup in Australia and New Zealand is kicking off. First time the tournament will have 32 nations competing for the world title. And the United States is looking to defend back-to-back. England coming off a Euros 2022 win. So that's where we stand with it. So we got 2 live tournaments taking place during the morning show.
Yep. The U.S. in the group stage, it gets going tomorrow with Philippines, Switzerland, Spain, Costa Rica, and Vietnam. That's the group stage that they're going to be in.
Will Bobby be interested
in either one?
In the Women's World Cup at all? Because this is drive-by patriotism. When they're playing, I'll be watching. Everyone's going to be celebrating. You're going to get World Cup fever. You're going to get watch parties. The women are better than the men. They are. So they do more winning. So will he be more interested in that or the British Open or just flat out neither?
Well, it depends. Is Alicia Lehmann in it?
Who's that?
She is the Switzerland star soccer player, and I think she is in this. She is the girl. She's known as the soccer booty girl.
Oh, she like the Olivia Dunn?
Yeah, she's the Olivia Dunn if Olivia had cake.
Oh, I see. I see.
Yeah, as they would say, as the kids say, she's double caked up.
Is that what they say?
That's what they say.
Double caked?
Double caked. Something like that. I don't know.
Aren't you interested, Jeffrey? I thought I saw a little bit in your Instagram. Are you a soccer guy?
Oh, yeah. Big time soccer guy.
Male and female?
Male and female.
So we can go to you for some World Cup knowledge?
Yeah, it's not, my knowledge of the women's game isn't as deep as the men's, being fully honest, but I do know it more than the average, I would say.
Okay.
Who's the second best team?
The second best team?
We should be, the U.S. probably the best, right?
Yeah, I mean, the U.S. is still the favorite. It would still be an upset if they don't win, but I mean, to three-peat in a row is still like a big accomplishment. Next best team, I'm gonna go.
You don't know, do you?
No, well, I would say England, but I think the best player in the world is Alexia Putellas, who plays for Spain. I'm gonna go either England or Spain.
And top 3 or top 2 players on the women's team that we should know?
Alex Morgan, obviously. The person who would be number 2 if she wasn't out injured would be Mallory Pugh. That's one of the biggest, or Mallory Swanson. Sorry, she's got married, but she's out injured. Well, so I would say probably Lindsey Horan. Maybe?
And England has the second best odds. So well done. The United States is the favorite, and then England.
Do you know Alicia Lehmann?
I do.
Yes, you do. That's right. Yeah,
one more golf note. Tiger's ex has dropped the $30 million lawsuit. So he dropped her at the airport and changed the locks on the house, apparently. And she has dropped the lawsuit, trying to go ahead and get the NDA thrown out so she could write her Tiger book.
Yeah, so the $30 million suit's dropped. I wonder, did he pay her? Did they come to a settlement? Like, what was the deal? What was the dollar figure?
Right.
I mean, my buddies were texted yesterday. My golf group chat. Boy, I got so many of these dang things now. What was the dollar figure? What was it? $5 million, $10 million. She wanted 30, but she was losing all these lawsuits. She was losing all these like temporary restraining orders and all that stuff. What was the payout? Because Tiger was like, hey, I'm kind of free and clear here. You're losing everything.
Yep.
Do I really need to pay you, or is it worth it for me just to give you a pittance just to get out of my hair?
Right.
And just to shut your mouth and get your NDA and go home.
Yes.
So I wonder what that was.
Now, what happened in tennis? I was trying to understand the story you sent over yesterday.
So, how familiar are you with the Hungarian Open?
Very. Jeffrey, you got us covered on that as well?
Obviously.
Yeah, there you go. All right.
Really not. Please don't ask me any questions about that.
All right. So, this is the Hungarian Open. There were a couple of players in this, Kiara Toth and Shui Zhang. I'm butchering that name, I'm sure. Well, what happened was Zhang faced off against the local, right? And it's a clay court tournament. They don't use that line technology.
Okay.
You know what I mean? They don't use that. So they had an umpire that was basically hopping out of the chair to see if this ball was in or out. Toth goes to wipe the mark despite Zhang shouting, wait, keep the mark.
Right.
All right.
Because on clay, you can see it's easier. You can see where the ball lands.
So, Zhang, the reaction.
I don't even think you have to get the girl's name.
She's all upset about it. And she calls over, basically, the on-court physician, medical expert. She's getting booed by the fans. She's getting, yelled at by the line judge or the umpire. And everyone's getting on her. And finally, she basically has a panic attack and retires from the match.
Oh.
So the other girl, and this is where the story kind of gets, a little bit different. The other girl raises her hands, Rocky style, like in victory, and starts like fist pumping. But it wasn't like jumping for joy, I just won Wimbledon.
Right.
It was just like a little bit of celebratory act. And everyone's getting on this other girl for celebrating, winning, because the other girl basically had a mental breakdown.
Right.
And,
now was the girl
continue.
like freaking out? Could you feel her freak out?
Yeah.
Or was it a scary situation and moment? Or was it, something internal you really couldn't see? She was having an internal panic attack, because that changes the celebration.
It does change celebration. They're pretty they're pretty close, right? On their sides. They're not like on the other side of the court, right? Typically
They sit next to each other.
Yeah. So you could see on her face, she had a facial expression almost like she was in tears, but it also could have been like a disbelief look. It's one of those things you really couldn't tell. So I don't think you could see just an absolute freak out. And I watched this video from a couple different angles, as many as they had. So I thought like it was, you could tell, but you really couldn't like be for sure. But even still, like, what is the protocol when you win because the other person withdraws? Like, is that like fist bump, I moved on?
Right.
Or is it like, okay, I'll just take my victory. I'll save my energy. I'll go home and I'll play again tomorrow.
That's a really good question. I don't know. I think you got to feel the pain. If you feel the pain of the girl and you see her like melting down, I think you got to be a little compassionate. If you're not totally completely aware, then maybe give the small little fist pump and then wait back in the locker room. I don't know.
Yeah, shake the hand of the official. Shake the hand of the girl and move on.
And what's the girl's name? One of them?
Shui Zhang. Shuai.
Okay.
Zhang. I'm butchering that, I'm sure.
Yeah. What's your ruling on it?
Just, I don't know. Like, to me, if somebody has to withdraw because of injury, you didn't really. I mean, you won, but you didn't win. Like, you know, your greatest ability that day was availability. Like, that's, you know what I mean? That's kind of how I see it.
Let's get a Zach Martin update from our Cowboys insider. The Cowboys are not pulling off this trade with someone they were supposedly interested in, and an update on the Rangers still undefeated out of the All-Star break and who else they may be looking at with the trade deadline. Bobby Bell joins us for the 6 a.m. Club next on Sean and RJ.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. 6 a.m. Club shout out for Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt coming at you live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Truckwreck.com text line is wide open as well at 877-881-1053. Zach Martin having some fun with his possible training camp holdout story, as yesterday the news broke from Adam Schefter that Zach is feeling underpaid. He wants a new deal. The Cowboys magically start selling his jersey in the pro shop. He's pimping it out on social media, saying, hey, go ahead and buy a jersey. That's very un-Zach Martin-like. And then he has a new profile picture on his socials as part of the 99 Club on Madden. So, Bobby Belt, where do you think we stand with all of this?
Yeah, you say he's having some fun. I don't think the Cowboys think it's very fun right now, just because they would prefer for their Hall of Fame right guard to be there with him. I think that this is, I saw a lot of questions yesterday, or a lot of comments on Twitter, on the truckwreck.com fan text, saying that, well, okay, this means that all the retirement speculation is over, right? Like we can stop worrying about that. Well, no, nobody was saying he was going to retire before the season. The discussion has been that as early as the end of this season, or within the next 2 years or so, it's a good shot that he's hanging it up. And so I think this is actually sort of reinforces what we've talked about and the timetable we're looking at. He's looking at getting his last payday. That's what he wants. And he has been criminally underpaid for a lot of his contract. When he initially got it, he was near the top of the market, but
he wants a send-off, more of a send-off deal. Why didn't he do this last year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when the numbers show that he's making $7 million less than the others? Don't do it towards the end in the twilight.
I think because this is I think coming to grips with where he's at in terms of his career, where he's at in terms of retirement, is a relatively new thing for him. I think that that's something that probably was occurring near the end of last year, that he's like, hey, this isn't going to last forever. When am I going to, be out of here? His contract has this year and next year left. It's just 2 years. And then he's got some void years on the back end. But he just has these 2 years left. And I think it's probably assessing where he's at, recognizing where it is, and that, okay, this came on faster than I thought. I'm probably not hitting the open market again in my career.
Yeah.
I'm probably not going to, at the end of this contract, I don't think I'm going to go out there and shop for a deal or have a chance to negotiate with the Cowboys. So this is about, let me see if I can get this pay raise. And Jory Epstein at Yahoo had a really interesting tweet yesterday. She says, whether or not Zach Martin ultimately misses camp / gets a new deal from the Cowboys, two reasons of the timing of the request is apt. One, Mike McCarthy has stressed that the shift in Cowboys protection plan is key to stabilize passing game, reduce interceptions. Zach can make or break that success. And two, while some positions, running backs, saw market depression this offseason, interior offensive line were coveted and compensated. You can see Falcons' Chris Lindstrom, Broncos signing Mike McGlinchey. So it's a good point that he's probably looking at it and saying, this is the time to capitalize. I'm getting near the end. I need to get my last payday here.
Do they have the money to pay him?
They do. They have the money to pay him and get done every other deal that they wanted to? Maybe not. I mean, this is probably in large part why, or a good reference point for why Todd Archer talked about this is probably the end of Tony Pollard. That Pollard will play on the franchise tag and be done. They don't really want to commit resources to that right now, given all the other things that they have coming up. Zach Martin was not one I don't believe they figured into their equation when the offseason started. I'm sure this is something that's been bubbling and they had an awareness of in the last month or so it's affected some of their negotiations. But this was not the first time they heard of it, was when Schefter reported it.
Plus, he didn't want to go to camp.
Sit down with us? He doesn't want to sit down with us again?
He's a guard, man. He don't want to go to camp. He's like, bro, I'm going to get out there. I'm going to pull. I'm going to block. Like I don't need to go to this. I'm not good. I'm in shape. Let me use what limited bullets I have left for the actual games, because I'm an older guy. I don't want to go to camp. I've been doing this, right? I mean, no veteran, nobody 33 years old wants to go to camp.
I think it matters that he goes to camp.
Oh, I think it matters.
And
for sure. I'm saying I don't think he wants to.
Oh, well, I mean, I think he wants to in the sense of that it's for his best and it's for the team's best, but this is his leverage play.
Yeah.
That he knows, look, last year, regardless of who it was, last year when it was Tyron Smith on that right side, you saw things didn't gel together so quickly. Let's say it's Tyron Smith that he's playing next to again, or Terrence Steele isn't going to be ready and it's Josh Ball. They need them out there getting those reps together and getting that chemistry down. They don't need him showing up at the end of training camp with a new deal, not having gotten any reps in, and then they're trying to figure it out the first few weeks. So this is definitely a leverage point for them, I think they get something done. Like this is a guy that they want to take care of. They'll figure out the books to make it happen. But I'm a little surprised it got to this point where he feels the need to get it out there that he's going to be missing camp potentially.
Josina Anderson put it out there that the Jets were trying to give away Denzel Mims. He's a second-round receiver from the 2020 draft.
He's been given away.
He has been given away, but Josina was trying to put it out there that the Jets had exploratory talks with the Cowboys to talk about possible interest. They were going to give him away to someone or just outright cut him. Well, a team has stepped in. Denzel Mims, at least in the immediate future, will not be a Dallas Cowboy.
No, he will not. He will be a Detroit Lion.
The Detroit Lions.
They are loading up there. We have no defense. We know that, and we are just going to go out there and try to outscore you. I mean, they've got everybody now.
Anything on Mims, Bobby, that you knew coming out, or current interest that doesn't matter anymore?
So the Cowboys really liked him when he was coming out, and this is not forever ago. This was 2020. This was the CD Lamb draft, and so if they would not have ended up with Lamb, that could have been somebody that if he was around their range in the second round, he got picked a little bit ahead of him, then they would have been interested in. And so they thought highly of him. He has been an absolute bust in New York so far. Yeah. It's not worked out. And I think, what's interesting is the fact that you've had an off season here or a partial off season with Aaron Rodgers in the building, and Aaron Rodgers will
elevate you.
And not just but he'll communicate to the team exactly which guys do what he wants. And which guys are, this guy I can trust, this guy I can trust. So that means maybe he didn't say get him out, but that means he definitely didn't get Aaron Rodgers' trust approval.
Wait, doesn't Rodgers keep it secret? He doesn't tell you the audibles. He keeps everything secret.
Right.
I'll tell you this. Week 7, isn't that when Jameson Williams comes back? Week 7. I mean, that's a nasty with him. Mims.
Yeah, as long as he's not tempted by a parlay or something. Yeah.
St. Brown and they get that Laporta.
There's a lot of investment there for sure, like in terms of draft capital and things like that. But I mean, look at you talk about 3 years that he's been in the league, 42 receptions, 676 yards, 0 touchdowns, and he doesn't play special teams.
All right, Saquon Barkley with the NFL audio of the day, talking to the Money Matters podcast after the New York Giants did not give Saquon his extension.
I can say F you to the Giants. I can say F you to my teammates and be like, you want me to show you my worth? You want to show you how valuable I am to the team? I won't show up. I won't play it down. That's a play I can use. Anybody knows me, knows that's not something I want to do. But it's something that crossed my mind. It's I never thought I would ever do that. But now I'm in a point where it's Jesus, I might have to take it to this level. And am I willing, am I prepared to take it to the level? I don't know. That's something I got to sit down and I got to talk to my family. I got to sit down and talk to my team. Got to really, strategize about this. Can't just go off of emotions.
So this was recorded apparently. So this is Thursday. This was recorded a week ago, Tuesday. But this is something that didn't get released until after they didn't get a deal done. He was talking about holding out, but this feels so late. Like we talk about how late in the game is it for Zach Martin to be fighting for a contract. This feels so late in the game for this position to be trying to make this into a big fight. But he's delusional if he thinks, oh, you want to feel my power, you want to feel my leverage.
Right.
I'll sit out, and you'll have to go with the next closest value at running back.
Yeah.
So last year they had Matt Breida or whatever.
Yep.
Who averaged? I'm looking at this. 0.3 yards per carry less. That's 12 inches, man.
Yeah.
12 inches matters.
It does. But are you really going to sit there and say, oh, man, you can't quantify my worth? Yeah, we can. A foot at a time. It's not that much of a big difference. But that was the difference last year.
Bobby said it. These guys are delusional. Their own sense of self-worth has been so inflated. Yeah. And again, you don't have that much of an argument to stand on with your own stats. This guy's acting like he's, Otis Anderson out there. 34 yards was his season in 2020 and then 593 in 2021. And then last year he bounced back, had a really nice season at 13-12. You had one good season in the past 3. He ran for 1,000 yards in 2019. That's nothing special in today's National Football League. The only thing Saquon brings that's different from everyone else on the roster, and yes, it is a big difference, is home run ability. But he had been criticized before last year of dancing too much around the line of scrimmage and not just making the quick decision and going. But, dude, you've run for 2,000 yards over the last 3 seasons.
Yep.
And you're banging the table. Josh Jacobs has much more. Way more of a resume to pound. This kid in Baltimore who's talking and yapping about his money. Is it J.K. Dobbins?
Yeah.
Jake, why are you talking? You haven't done anything. You've done nothing. Why are you talking? Tony Pollard took the right approach here. Tony Pollard is like, I've been a career backup. This year I'm going to be the starter, and then I'll make my noise if I start and have a fantastic season. But Tony Pollard coming in here banging the table that he deserves this and deserves that, you haven't done anything. Do something.
It's like, I mean, what is Saquon going to do when the aggregate of who they replace him with basically matches a very, 85% of what he did last year?
It's
What's he going to say then?
It is the risk that Ezekiel Elliott's camp always wanted to avoid in 2019. That they were willing to play all this hardball and do what they were going to do. That was when Tony Pollard was a rookie. But I think they knew, we don't want to give this a chance to be seen on the field during the regular season. To see if, you want to see how important I am? I'll sit out. Okay, well, we don't want that to actually come to fruition and see if I'm maybe not as important as I thought. Right. I think Barkley's in the same spot. Zero chance. He could hold this up as late as the first week of September or whatever. Zero chance you want to get into games and have them show, all right, let's see if you are that valuable.
Yeah, we had a fear around here with Zeke missing for what that would do to the Cowboys as a contender that year. I don't think the Giants and no one else has that fear.
But, I mean, that line was so good. Look, I think people forget. 2015, Darren McFadden averaged 4.6 a carry.
Yeah.
And they went and spent the 4th overall pick on somebody who was going to get them half a yard more per carry. Not even. It was literally half a yard more. You're gonna waste that for 18 inches? Okay.
I'm not buying the Detroit Lions hype, but I do have a favorite player on that team now. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, the former Philadelphia Eagle, was playing video games, and I guess you can pay players on video games like you can during YouTube broadcasts. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, someone paid CJ $5 to ask him his best and his least favorite thing about playing in Filthy.
All right, my least favorite thing is the people. It's obnoxious, standard. Favorite thing, I say the weather was a dub. I with the weather. It was cold, but I with it though.
Not many people saying, yeah, that weather, that was my favorite thing. That was the best thing in Philly. But the thing that's going viral, the thing I hate, the people. They're effing obnoxious. I can't stand the blanks. So that was CJ playing his driving video game, crapping on all the Eagle fans. That was pretty funny.
I've always said, Philadelphia would be great if it wasn't for all the people there.
Man, and look, he's right. There's a lot of nasty fans there in Philly. Nasty, as RJ Chap would say.
Very nasty fan. Very nasty.
The thing with C.J. Gardner-Johnson the entire time, though, has been the reason why he's kind of bounced around the league a little bit, and probably partially why Philadelphia decided not to pay him or to bring him back, is because he is a very difficult personality. He was, I remember hearing a lot of chatter that when he came in for his pre-draft visit for the Cowboys back in 2018 or whatever year that was, that there was a impression here in Dallas well, that's the last guy we'd want in here. He's a very difficult personality. So it doesn't surprise me that he would not get along with the difficult personalities in the Philadelphia stands.
Yes. So there's CJG crapping all over the Eagles fans. That will always have a spot here on this radio show in terms of the audio. And Saquon Barkley saying, I might have to screw everyone. I'll screw over my teammates. I'm going to have to screw over everybody to go ahead and prove this point. 877-881-1053 is the TruckRack.com text line. And we also have 2 notes on uniforms. The Cleveland Browns.
Oh, yeah.
Being sponsored by Dude Wipes. Brilliant Dude Wipes, even though they're kind of catching some heat, saying we're used to cleaning up crap.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, Well, that's a smart thing to say about the team you're representing. And the Seattle Seahawks. RJ Choppy, you love jerseys.
I love jerseys. I like both these. The Seahawks are going to bring back their kind of 80s, 90s lighter blue uniforms for a throwback game this year. The more silver helmet, the more traditional Seahawk, not when they went all kind of,
turquoise
Aquaman.
Steve Largent as hell, basically.
Steve Largent as hell, man. Right, absolutely. Is it Dave Craig?
Yeah,
something like that.
Chris Warren.
Yeah, I thought those are such underrated uniforms. Not as good as the Chargers ones from the 80s, but I these are I like these much better than the current Seattle ones where they got a little fluorescent.
Boy, and the Seahawks made a genius marketing move with that 90s website that they had up yesterday.
I didn't see it.
So what they did is, because it's the 90s uniforms, let me see if it'll change real quick. They've got where you go to purchase it. They've got the website structure to look like the 1990s. And so
that doesn't even look different to me.
No. So you go back up here.
It looks better than Florio's.
They've got the, dial-up Seahawks throwbacks. And then you click it. And then you've got the Microsoft Start. And then it does the AOL connection.
Oh, that's clever. That's
brilliant.
very... See, that's Seattle, man. That's what happens when you got computers around you.
But the Browns uniforms are sweet.
They really are. The white helmets, the white look.
And RJ's always loved them. Not me, but the white thrown in looks good.
Yeah, it really does. Like I love that. I like that they don't have a logo. I like that. You get a little throwback. You get like your Ohio States and your Notre Dames and your Penn States and even Michigan's got like a stripe, but it's not really like a logo. I love those uniforms. I really do. I love the Browns ones. But these are fantastic. They need to switch to these immediately.
Rangers remain undefeated. Do we have a race with Houston, not for the division, but are Astros going to beat us when it comes to the trade deadline? And is anyone interested in bringing back this old Ranger for a little second half punch? That's next on your home of Rangers baseball with Sean and RJ on The Fan. But first, let me go ahead and get you hooked up with Trajan Wealth. Are you interested in wealth management?
Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
One out, full count. Payoff pitch. Margot goes. Swing and a miss. The throw to second. The tag. They got him! Strike him out. Throw him out. Double play. Welcome to the big leagues, Alex Speeds. How about that?
Another story to love on your Texas Rangers as they complete the sweep of the second place Tampa Bay Rays. Good morning, DFW. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Thanks for listening to Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on your home for Rangers baseball. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. So they complete the sweep, even though John Gray gets knocked out of this game. Adolis Garcia gets beamed as well. But this is Alex Spees making his major league debut in the seventh inning. 1 on, 1 out. What a lot of trust from Bochy right there. 1 on, 1 out. Gets the strikeout, throw out, double play. 1, 2, 3 in the eighth, striking everyone out. And it was capped off by Randy Arozarena with the bat slipping out of his hands, fooling Arozarena. And here is Spees making his big league debut. Yep. Could not have gone any better.
No, this is just it's textbook. I mean, you get somebody up, you put them right in. You know, you don't want these guys to come on up and then sit the bench for 3 days. Keep them in a rhythm.
You put them in a 5-0 game. You know, it's a 7-0 game. Trying to sweep.
I mean, generally they have a plan going in that, you know, like if it's an offensive player, they call a guy up, they'll throw him right in the lineup. Maybe get him a pinch hit. They don't want guys to sit. You don't want to come up here and sit. You know, it's tough. You know, look, they show the chart in every game, like how many innings each guy's pitched, and they'll flash it somewhere in like the 7th or 8th inning of most games, and you know what's the bullpen chart look like, and you know who's pitched two out of the last 3 days or whatever. So you want to get guys in, and you know it is confidence to put them in a close game.
Here's Spee's story. Stepped away. First off, he had Tommy John in 2018. Then stepped away from baseball for the 2022 season after dealing with control issues and injuries. He spent the year coaching kids and rediscovered his love with improved mental health. And there he is making his debut, striking out 3 straight All-Stars and going 1 and 2/3 perfect innings pitched. That background story from Jared Sandler.
Yeah, he was really good yesterday, and he had been named, the Rangers named him their reliever of the month in their farm system for the month of June. He had thrown 12 innings, didn't give up a single run, struck out 20. So, I mean, he had earned the opportunity doing that the way he had. And look, there's going to be opportunities for guys like Alex Spees to come up. There's probably going to be an opportunity later in this year for somebody like Mark Church to come up. We've already seen. Church will he will not, because he's terrible at music and baseball, I would imagine.
Really?
Yeah, like awful. Drink a little drink, smoke a little smoke. Awful music. Alex Spees, though, I mean, we've already seen Grant Anderson get opportunities. Mark Church probably will. Spees gets this chance. And putting him in when they did, there is a little bit of the Grant Anderson effect. Like, there is a bit of a positive of these hitters don't have a scouting report on you yet. So there's a little bit of a benefit there.
Well, man, he looks like he has better stuff than Anderson.
Yes, yeah. But I mean, we also felt like that first time we saw Anderson that he looked really good. But like, Spees is definitely really encouraging so far. It was a great debut, great performance. The Rays and their struggles now are, I saw this note on ESPN yesterday that when they were 3-10 in the month of July, they're now 3-11. They are on track for the worst month in the history of the Rays, because the last time they had a month this bad was 2003, and they were still the Devil Rays.
Wow. 29-7 was the start to run away with the East. 29-7. Since then, 31-32. They lost their 4th straight game and 19th in their last 31. And all of a sudden, they're behind the Orioles. And they're the 8th team. The Orioles, by the way, the 8th team to not be swept in 70 consecutive series. So the Orioles story continues with their magical rebuild. And Bruce Bochy did say that Adolis Garcia and John Gray both had the X-rays come back negative, both dealing with bruises.
Yeah, that's huge. That's huge. You know things are going right for you when you get a couple of guys that leave the game and they're all good. You know, you get a guy with a comebacker, you get a guy with a ball off the elbow, even though he had the Evo Shield guard there. You'll see, Yeah. By the way, I was surprised that he came out of the game, Adolis, because you don't see that often. You don't
wasn't moving his left arm.
I know it was. I was like, wait a second, he had an elbow guard there. I mean, those.
Now he was pointing initially to
like the funny, like
a part of the elbow. Yeah, right. It wasn't the elbow guard. He was like pointing to the side of it. Had to be a funny bone thing.
It had to be, because like that elbow guard covers quite a bit. You know, it really encapsulates both sides, and you'll even get some of the under part. I was like, you don't see it often where somebody gets hit in the elbow guard or any kind of guard and still comes out of the game.
Astros win. So the lead is 4.5, but the national story in the American League West this morning is the Yankees and the Angels with what Carlos Rodon did in the dugout.
Yeah, so he's coming up the field yesterday. He got
Bobby, did you watch this video?
Yeah, the one of him, the kiss or whatever.
Yeah. So he got blowed up again. So he's had like 3 starts this year. He had a back injury. He's coming off the field, and there's a lot of Yankee fans that were in attendance, and he blows a kiss to the crowd as they were booing him for the start. He blows a kiss, and then the New York papers this morning with a photo. Mind you, the Jets opened training camp yesterday, and the New York papers not kiss ass
front page
with the SS were dollar signs. It's very, very clever,
Brilliant,
very, very clever. And you know they're also freaking out because earlier in the game, I guess there was 2 players who were laughing in the dugout when they've lost 9 of 11. And they were down like 4-0. Yeah, guys, somebody probably farted. Okay, you're allowed to laugh in a game that you're losing.
Very Derek Holland type behavior.
Yeah, you know why because toots are funny. If somebody breaks wind and I'm having a bad day, it's gonna make me chuckle. I'm sorry, especially if it stinks.
This is what I was, and I mean, obviously it's 3 starts in. He's coming off of the injury, whatever else. But this is why when Rodon's name came up this offseason, I was like, I'm a little leery of the guy who figures it out at 31 or whatever it is. Like the guy who all of a sudden he just puts it together 7-8 years into his career. It always gives me some pause and makes me a little concerned. And, you know, this is, he doesn't look built for New York so far. He doesn't look like he's prepared for that.
Aaron Boone's going to get fired.
Probably.
This does not have a good feel. They've lost 4 in a row. Now, they're still 3 games over, but now they're 9 games back after they got swept by the Angels, who are 9 games back of us.
They've had like 8 straight series against teams under 500. And I think they've lost like all but one of them.
Jeez.
Like
no Judge, though. No Judge.
No Judge. Aaron
yeah.
Judge is going to come back and all of a sudden fix every cure. I mean, it seems that way when he's playing. He did, but it's just like one player. The Angels have had one player for like a decade. They can't fix all the cures.
Meanwhile, what is going on in the Seattle Mariners team store? We had the report that they weren't selling any Rangers jerseys during All-Star Weekend, and now Mariners fans are freaking out again.
Yeah, so the Mariners team store, they had the Blue Jays coming in for like a weekend series. So the Mariners team store had a bunch of Blue Jays gear. Now, the Blue Jays are a huge draw in Seattle.
Really?
Seattle's not very far from Canada. If you live in Vancouver, it's like, are you a Blue Jays fan because you're Canada's team?
Yeah, did Peyton get a Blue Jays jersey?
Let's ask Peyton. I'll text Peyton right now.
He's texting back very fast these days.
He is. He texts back faster on vacation than when he's working. So, J.P. Crawford had a problem. Like damn, man, shaking my head. He's all upset. Why are the Mariners having...
Don't text that man. Leave him be.
No, I'm going to text him. He deserves this. He
And
didn't
so-
post Love of the Star in time, so.
Our boy Softy that we know up in...
I don't like him.
Oh, you like Softy? Okay, Softy.
No, he's entertaining as a guest.
He's very, very entertaining. So he posts Mariners team store 4 hours ago versus 5 minutes ago. Somebody got to them because all the merchandise was gone. You had all the Blue Jays gear, and then they changed it to Mariners gear. Enough Mariner fans are upset. And I'm thinking to myself, man, it's a business.
Not home field. Gotta preserve home field.
Like,
would we be mad if it was a Ranger playoff game and there were Minnesota jerseys in the team store, and then we saw Minnesota jerseys sprinkled throughout, or Yankee jerseys sprinkled throughout the stadium.
I think the difference is, and yes, we would, but I think the difference is that you have a much greater chance of having an infiltration during a regular season game than a playoff, because you can't play. Everybody who's going to buy a playoff ticket's a Ranger fan. Like, if you're like, say, a Yankee fan, you can't say, oh, we're going to play the Rangers, so I'm going to buy Ranger tickets for a playoff game. For a regular season game, you do. And it's about making money. When you go to the ballpark, you're going to see Yankees gear in the team store. You are. I've seen it.
Yeah, look, I mean, and that's
okay.
Somewhat of a recent development, because I know I went earlier this year and there was different stuff in the store, and I was like, it's a little odd. Because I remember when Chuck Greenberg had the team for 3 days or whatever when he owned the team. Chuck's first thing that he did was, if you bring in the hat of another team, we will give you half off a Rangers hat. Like, that was one of the promo pieces they did that was really successful and really good. This one is interesting because, like you say the fans got to understand this, or the fans would. It's interesting because, as you know, Hazel May had reported, she said after a couple of Mariners players voiced their displeasure, the merch was pulled. And so, because there were 3 or 4 Mariners players who tweeted about it and were like, this is stupid. Why is this in our pro shop? So when players start chirping about it, then the team probably felt like, well, we got to take this out if the players don't like it.
Like, do they really? So these Blue Jay fans are coming to the game anyway. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you really think they're going to buy a Mariners jersey when they're at the game? No, they're already a Blue Jays fan. So make some money off them while they're there.
Okay, but you also, if the Vlad jersey is in there and some kid just saw in their ballpark Vlad win the home run derby, and that kid is at a Mariners game the following weekend, and he's always been a Mariners fan, he goes, oh, I liked Vladimir Guerrero, that was fun, let me buy a jersey. That's the kind of thing you don't want, is you don't want to like get younger fans or neutral fans who are getting into the game of baseball. You're pulling in new fans to baseball to go, oh, this is the guy who just homered a bunch in our stadium last week. Let me buy his jersey.
I bet the Ranger fans on the text would say, keep the opposing jersey out.
I wouldn't sell it in an off game. Like, I wouldn't sell I wouldn't sell a Red Sox t-shirt today. But when the Red Sox are here, when they're here in town, I would absolutely sell it, because you're going to have Red Sox fans who you're not going to shift them. You're not going to change them, so make some cash off them while they're here.
Just super disappointing of you. Just no.
Corey Majors rolling in his grave.
Conviction. None.
Rolling in his grave, Corey Majors. So there's Seattle again with some more Jersey drama. They don't have any baseball drama on the field, so they got a whine and cry in the team store. Okay, we may know where Shannon Sharpe is ending up. Draymond Green makes an absolute ass of himself, and somebody, we have not checked the numbers, has won the Powerball. Let's all check the numbers together, because someone is now a billionaire. We'll do it next on Sean and RJ.
Well, right
Headlines at 7 o'clock and another Jake Paul, Nate Diaz ticket giveaway during the Expressway when we are commercial free, starting at 7:20 here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. 105.3 The Fan. I drove by the sign this morning, and I saw the 20. Down to 20 million. That means somebody won the $1 billion Powerball. Now, okay, I'm already judging by your face. It's not us.
No, I'm just saying, like, so if we didn't win,
you must be an awful poker player.
If we didn't win,
do you play poker?
No.
Okay.
If we didn't win, my thing is that now we're gonna have to settle for $720 million for Mega Millions. That's not as good as $1 billion.
So did we play last night?
We did play. We took some of our winnings, reinvested it.
$16?
$16 worth, reinvested that.
Okay.
Played 15 tickets last night, and the winning numbers were...
Now, before you read them,
Mm-hmm.
we were having the debate on whether you should pick your own numbers or whether you should let the machine pick them. I always used to, oh, it's fun, pick your own numbers, my favorite player's jersey, and birth dates. But the experts, and we had a lotto expert on once, said, no, because you're not going to think of your favorite numbers past 30.
Yeah, it's basically any months, days of the year, age.
Yeah.
Or 69.
And we messed up if we went with the auto strategy for this. Messed up big time. Because whoever went with their favorite players or birth dates is probably a billionaire in California.
California. Finally, somebody with money out there.
Here are the numbers. 7.
Oh, Mickey Mantle.
7.
That's my dad's number. I would have picked that one.
Elway, I would have picked that.
Loser.
All right.
10.
10. I wouldn't have picked that one.
We're out.
I think.
We had 2 tickets with 7 on them, and now we're out.
7, 10, 11.
Dad had picked that one.
13.
No, I never would have.
24. And Red Powerball 24 for the 7th highest jackpot in history. Not one number over 24. Not one.
No. Wow.
7, 10, 11, 13, 24. Red Powerball 24.
Yeah, and see, I had always thought that... So I thought the suggestion was if you play it consistently to always pick your numbers, because they say if you can pick the same ones every time, you're eventually, okay, it's more likely that series of numbers will be picked because it hadn't been, whereas with the quick pick, you're resetting every time. But that does make sense that most people are not going to pick the back half of the numbers,
Yeah,
and so
who's
that
gonna say
ruins
63?
it. Now, whenever...
Joe Larry Rodriguez, camera guy.
Do you know the story, Bobby?
The what? Of
Well,
Larry
Bob,
Rodriguez getting shoved by Kenny Rogers or something else?
No, there's an old media story. Like I've heard this a million times. I hope it's true.
Right.
I think it is.
I mean, we don't hope it's true. It's pretty devastating.
It's
a great story.
But he would play the same numbers it was like a pick 3 or whatever.
And this guy's who?
He's the camera guy. He's the camera guy that got shoved by Kenny Rogers.
Yeah.
Okay.
The gambler.
Yeah. So he would play the same numbers for him and his mom like every day or however time. And he was running late. He had to get to a high school football game or something, and he didn't play on that night, and those numbers hit that night.
I would vomit.
And he was playing the same numbers like every day.
I'd jump.
I would
vomit.
Now, I don't think it was like 70 million. It was probably like the...
No, pick 3, it's probably like $750,000 or something.
Yeah, whatever it is. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it is. $750,000. I'd be... sign me up. I'll take it.
Yeah,
and he didn't play it.
That's pretty devastating. Whenever the numbers come out, the very first thing I do is I go look at the Powerball. I'm like, did I just match the Powerball on any of these? That's what I scan down and look, and I saw we didn't have 24 on any of these.
So what do we owe you? I need to Venmo you.
Well, he already Venmo'd me.
What is it?
It's $10. That's all. Are we going to turn it back into Mega Millions now?
Yeah. Let it ride, baby.
I mean, it's a little defeating to only win $750 million instead of $1 billion, though.
You know what? It's not even worth it.
Like,
I can't even pay my bills.
That's basically being poor.
So then buy the mega ones and then tell me, and then I'll pay the 10 with that. I'll combine it.
Okay.
So someone in California, Kevin Hagelin was right. Buy the lotto ticket out there. That's what he does for some reason. When he goes out there, he bought a lotto ticket.
Man, I did that one year. I don't like the way the ticket looks.
I know, it's a lot.
Well, it's not even that. It's just like, these are yellow. They've got like a brownish tint to their ticket. I just don't care for it.
Yeah. What was Spittle texting about the boss? Just to let you know, I guess the other guys. I try not to stay up at 11:40. That's just me.
I was up.
Bobby.
Yeah, I was
why
up
you
too.
say it all?
I was up too.
I was ate a couple bowls of cereal.
Yeah.
You too?
I ate one this morning.
Good for you.
That's why I was a little late coming in here, so I was speeding in here.
11:40 with the text messages from
Complex
Spittle.
carbs.
Fine, just text RJ and Bobby. Keep me off of this.
So anyway, this is from Mamba Trading 248 on Twitter.
Sounds like a real person.
I bought 5 tickets and picked all the winning Powerball numbers as Powerballs. A $1 billion mistake to not make a ticket with these numbers. I usually always do 24 in honor of Kobe. This one stings bad. And he's got a picture of like half his tickets. He's got a 24 on the Powerball, like on the Powerball line. So he picked a 24, 10, 13, 11, and 7. He didn't pick them in the same number, in the same row. They were just, those were his Powerball numbers.
Well, and how often do people pick a number in their 5 that then repeats in the Powerball, though? That's the other thing, is that he would have had to have picked 24 twice.
Correct.
So, Front Office Sports reporting that Shannon Sharpe has talked to ESPN about a high-profile contributor position. It would enable him to join the rotating cast of First Take and Stephen A. Smith. FanDuel also reportedly talked to him about replacing Pat McAfee, and then you got Shannon flirting with Stephen A. on Twitter over the past 24 hours. You know, I'm free for some time if you need me to come on the podcast, and they're all flirting back and forth. So it sounds like Shannon Sharpe. I hope this ain't to replace Mike on Mondays, but it sounds like Shannon Sharpe may be recruited by Stephen A.
Yeah, I mean, look, and ESPN has had a big shift. They've had a really, really big shift in terms of
importance, not being important.
Well, that and also with obviously personnel, both on camera and off camera, where they've let go of hundreds of people this year already. And, it's just a lot of people are kind of been upset. Hey, look, you're going to get rid of all these people. You're paying Stephen A. all this money. He's brought Pat McAfee in for $80 million or whatever. And now all of a sudden you're going to bring Shannon Sharpe. It's a lot.
Bad look.
It is a little bit of a bad look. There's no doubt about it.
Bad optics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, and like when we hear how devastated Skip is, if I just want Stephen A. and I just want Shannon, how awful would that be if then he's got to see them sitting on a show together? Yeah. Like, not just they're both not with him, but they're both together. That'd be like if you were engaged twice and they walked away from you, and then somehow those two ended up as a couple, and then you just had to watch it from afar. Yeah, right. Poor Skip.
And I think Shannon will go over there and help out Stephen A. even more. He already wins. So let's see if Richard Sherman and Lil Wayne, or whatever Skip has planned up his sleeve, can make a difference. Okay, my favorite story, though. Did you see Draymond Green look like a stupid moron yesterday?
Was the fake tweet?
Yes.
Yeah.
Draymond Green fell for, there was a real tweet and then there was a fake tweet. Jordan Poole's father basically calling out Draymond Green, and he was putting him on blast. Calling him a lot of names, a lot of nasty names. And Draymond wrote back, "That's so cute. It's impossible." And Draymond's dad was saying, or Jordan Poole's dad was also saying, yeah, he was avoiding me in the arena. He wouldn't apologize to myself or Jordan's mom. And he's basically a punk and a B and an A. And Draymond said, "That's so cute. It's impossible to avoid you in an arena for a year, champ. I got to go get my family from that family room every game, and stop using those words. They usually don't go over well amongst men."
Well,
so that was Draymond answering back to Jordan Poole's father. And then there was a fake account like Ballsack Sports. They put out a fake tweet or quote from Kevin Garnett, basically calling out Draymond.
Yeah, I mean, like Kevin Garnett, it even says this is a fake tweet. NBA Central, and Draymond said, "I tried to tell you when you was a rookie, KG," and going on and on and on. Started talking to yourself, wasn't talking to you. Like, you've got to double check everything nowadays. And this is what had Elon screw this up.
Yeah, he did right. The fake quote was from the NBA Centel. Instead of NBA
that's
Central,
yes.
which is also just an aggregator account. But the quote they had from Kevin Garnett was, he calls out Draymond Green on Showtime Basketball. Draymond punching Jordan Poole is like a senior punching a freshman who's half his size, and then walks around talking himself up as if he's like that. Come try me, Dre. To which Draymond Green quote tweeted, tagged Kevin Garnett, and said, I tried you when I was a rookie, KG, and you started talking to yourself like I wasn't talking to you. What's that like? The freshman picking on a senior citizen that's double his size. And now, I guess, out of Draymond's rage for looking like a fool, Twitter has suspended this account. So
This was the issue. This was the issue. Like when they went away from the blue check mark and they started charging you for it. Anybody can get one, and nobody know. Like I'm sorry, like I don't really look for the full name of Adam Schefter on his Twitter account.
Yeah.
I just see his photo. I look at the name. I used to look for the check mark. That's the problem now. They got to go back to the old way with this, I think.
Yeah, because these fake accounts like NBA Centel, Ballsack Sports, Ari Myrov, like you have to be able to crack down on those. And the blue check has now allowed them to do that.
So that is Draymond going at Jordan Poole's father, who called him, a lot of nasty words, and then Draymond falling for a fake Kevin Garnett before getting that account suspended. All right, I wanted Bobby to be in here for your Jimmy Butler Shakira statement that you made. Very hot take, as rumors are that Jimmy Butler is dating Shakira.
Yeah, there are these rumors. The summer of Jimmy continues. NBA star and Shakira, according to Us Weekly, they've been spotted together on multiple occasions.
Okay.
Leaving fans buzzing with excitement.
Give your hot take.
Early stages, but we'll see.
Listen up,
I
Bobby.
don't know that this is hot take. She is one of the most internationally recognized sex symbols of all time. She is conversation of Mount Rushmore hot. Of celebrity sex symbols.
I told you.
What? What did I say?
Mount Rushmore?
You want me to write it again?
Please, for the record.
Of like celebrity sex symbol.
Uh-huh.
She's in the conversation.
We literally did the Mount Rushmore of sex symbols a while back.
Yeah.
And I don't think in the 1,000 texts we got in 20 minutes, I don't think one person said Shakira.
That's fine.
And I can't believe you said it. She's not a brunette. You only recognize brunettes as attractive.
Yeah,
and
but she's Shakira. She's a little bit different.
This is
Mount Rushmore celebrity
She's
hot.
in the convo.
This is
Wow.
This is let's pay a running back $60 million is what you just said
What?
to me. That's what you just said. You said like that's just as absurd as what you said.
How?
Because she's okay. She's
okay.
Like let's not even get to Mount Rushmore.
Who are we going like female singers? Are we going Hollywood? Are we going actors?
I just did celebrity.
A celebrity sex symbol. Okay. Oh, is like Beyonce in this category?
She would be a celebrity.
I'm taking Beyonce over her.
Absolutely not.
Beyonce is like absolutely drop dead gorgeous.
She's super attractive.
So there's a difference.
J-Lo?
J-Lo's a bigger sex symbol to me by far.
J-Lo?
She's a bigger sex symbol. Yes,
She's more attractive.
That's what the category is.
Well, I think Shakira's hotter.
Well, okay, so there, and that's the thing.
I mean, you can take J-Lo.
Although J-Lo's age, they both aged tremendously.
Oh, 214 RJ, I'm Hispanic. She's not even in the top 10 of our hot Latina celebrities.
Oh!
Okay, you know what? Then you lose your Hispanic card then.
Whoa!
You need to prove it to me. You need to prove it to me that you're Hispanic.
Micho Kana Choppy here.
Look, she's absolutely attractive. She's incredibly hot. But it doesn't, it's like saying,
Bro,
yeah,
she's almost 50. And she looks like that.
I know, but like it's like saying
if she's 26, I'm not saying this. She's almost 50.
I know.
J-Lo's got to count then up there.
Yes, absolutely.
But this is like,
but there's also 4, so you can have J-Lo and Beyonce on there. And you still got room for Shakira.
No, I know, but I mean this is
Madonna?
Not even close.
So okay.
Shakira takes Madonna over her knee and spanks her like a baby.
I wish. No, if you look at body of evidence, that'll tell you. But no, this is she's attractive. But you just said that Ed McCaffrey is on the Mount Rushmore of receivers, is what you just said.
That is not remotely what I said.
Headlines coming up for a Thursday. Your radio sports page. The Rangers are still undefeated. Do we have to worry about the Astros topping us in the trade market? We have the U.S. Open and the Women's World Cup taking place as we speak. And apparently the sale is finally happening today in the NFC East. Headlines and our Jake Paul, Nate Diaz ticket giveaway is next. But first, let me get you that legal representation. If you ever need it, it comes.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And the opener's first pitch to Tavares is sent out to right. That one is not coming back. Way out of here. And Leody Tavares, who has been struggling of late, to solo home run to lead off the bottom of the third. And the Rangers are on the board. They lead 1-0.
Leody looked like he was going to be the offensive hero, but he got the nail in the coffin from Jonah Heim. And the Texas Rangers, after that 3-run shot from Jonah, sweep the Tampa Bay Rays to start off the All-Star break 6-0. So it's their highest winning streak of the entire season. The first time that has happened since 2019. And their record through 97 games, tied for the best in franchise history. The 2012 team also did it. The Texas Rangers are 4.5 games up on the armpit, who finally won.
Yeah, they finally won. Good job there, boys. It's now about getting home field. That's what it is right now. They have closed the gap on Tampa and Baltimore. They've split. They won the season series with Tampa, so they've got the tiebreaker. They split with Baltimore. It's about getting a better record now. They are rolling. Absolutely
Six straight wins for the first time. We talked about that being surprised for this year with how good they are and all the All-Stars, but 6 straight wins for the first time since 2019.
Well, I honestly think, you could get a team out there that's got 10, 11, 12, 13 straight wins. I think a mark of a great team is not the one necessarily wins a ton of games in a row. It's the one that just doesn't lose a bunch in a row. They consistently win series. They may not win 10, 11 games in a row, but they're always winning 3 or 4.
Like what was the Athletics' longest winning streak this year?
The A's. Did they win
They had like a 4, I think, at some point, maybe a little longer than that. But yeah, you run into these streaks, whether they're wins or losses. This right now, 6 games. I mean, not only is that the longest of the season for the Rangers, it's the longest in baseball right now. They're the only team in the second half who has yet to lose a game in Major League Baseball. Outside of, I believe it's the Braves. Yeah, it's the Braves lead. Outside of the Braves, the Rangers have the largest division lead in baseball right now, between them and second place.
It's only 4.5. That's the biggest.
Yeah.
But you can feel the breathing room.
Yeah.
We were getting strangled before the All-Star break with what happened against Boston and Washington. Mm-hmm. And now you can feel that breathing room.
They needed the break. They were stumbling. They needed those couple days off.
7 in a row, by the way. So they have not matched the longest winning streak of the season for the Oakland Athletics, who won 7 in a row in June.
I knew it was more than 4. And now Tampa's sitting there in second place. But you had some injury concerns. John Gray got hit by 112 miles per hour on the shin. He was knocked out in the 5th when they were up 1-0. And then Adolis Garcia was not moving his left arm after getting drilled.
Yeah, he got drilled. And look, this is, you got to have a little good fortune to be successful. Look at let's just say that ball was a few inches to the other, to the left, and it hit him in the hand, and he breaks his hand. Okay, and he's out. How different is the lineup Nate Lowe is in the 3 hole. Adolis is right behind him. Okay, there's a little bit of protection there. You want to pitch to Seager, Lowe, and then Adolis right there. Okay, so if you're Nate Lowe, you're getting great pitches to hit. Nobody wants to pitch to Seager.
Yeah.
And, Adolis has got this massive home run capability, all-star starter this year. So Nate's going to get a lot of good pitches to hit. Well, how does that lineup change? How do the pitches change that he sees if it's Josh Young behind him? It changes things up a little bit. This is a depth issue for the lineup, and that's really good fortune that he was hit on that elbow guard and only had to come out X-rays negative.
Jankowski extends his streak to 9 games. He had a stolen base, and then Taveras knocked in the second round of the game with that RBI single with Travis scoring. The Rangers are off today, and then the LA Dodgers in town tomorrow. You're going to hear all of it right here on your home for Rangers baseball, 105.3 The Fan. Do we have to worry about the Astros in the trade market more so than in the standings?
Well, there was this report yesterday that the Astros were primed to make a move. Some rumor mills hitting that the Astros and White Sox were kind of going through the parameters of a Lewis Robert Dylan Cease trade. Now, you'll see conflicting reports because there are people in Chicago saying that they're not trading Cease. You've really got to entice them. And they're not trading Robert. They want Cease and Robert to be the core of the future. And the other issue is, who does Houston really have? The White Sox really want to trade Tim Anderson if they could. But, who does Houston really have to offer? Their minor league system is not major league ready. They're going to want, and this is according to the report, if they were to trade Cease and Robert, they want either current big league guys or major league ready guys. Who's the Astros going to trade Pena? Okay, and would that even do it?
Look, if we're talking about going after, if there's going to be a package available for Cease and Robert and they want major league ready, well, okay, then I'm calling. Even if the Astros can't get it done, I would call here in Texas.
Oh, for sure.
And try and make something happen. So if that's the case, maybe that's where the Rangers turn their attention.
Yep.
Maybe that's where they look to make one of these deals. Maybe it's less about Shohei and it's more about something like this.
Well, this also, I think, is, Shohei's. That's still pipe dream, right? The realistic trade options are Giolito or Joe Kelly or basically the White Sox. Mm-hmm. That's your realistic trade options.
Well, Sandler was really pointing at Pittsburgh yesterday in all the text messages after the show. He wants that controllable talent over there.
Yeah, and David Bednar, Mitch Keller, those are 2 really good players. You could make an argument that Keller is better than Cease. It's close. I wouldn't fight you either way if you made an argument for either guy. But you could make an argument that Keller is better than Cease. He's 27. He has a year and a half of control. Bednar has been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
And he's somebody that, he's got control again for a year and a half, maybe 2.5 years. I'm looking at these teams that may be looking to purge, like Pittsburgh, who have a starter and a reliever. Or like we've talked about San Diego. If San Diego says, all right, let's blow it up a little. Let's move Snell. Let's move, Hader. See if we can package this somewhere. Soto. Those are the types of deals I'm hunting for right now. Yes, Soto. Yeah, you had your shot at Soto last year.
Also reports that Rob Manfred is going to stick around as commissioner. He's going to get reelected. Are we surprised by that?
Not with how the changes have been received and the fact that the gate is younger. The gate is they're pulling more money at the gate this year. Ratings are up. They've had such success with it. I think it makes sense. Fortunate timing for him.
Expected to be reelected as commissioner, according to Ken Rosenthal.
Rob has his detractors, and there's a lot of speculation that he doesn't really love baseball. I think Rob's fine. I don't have a major problem with Rob Manfred. I think all these commissioners have their faults. I think the changes he made this year to the game were good. There's still major issues because, look, nobody wants to sit around for 162 of these. And even cutting it down to 154. That's going to save you a week?
Nothing.
That does nothing. It's nothing.
Adam Schefter says one of the most significant days in the history of Washington's football team has arrived. Owners today are expected to approve the sale from Dan and Tanya Snyder to Josh Harris. So I want to see the helicopter coverage of the parades being thrown in the DMV, the District of Columbia, as the Commanders are finally out of the evil, wretched hands of Daniel Snyder according to Adam Schefter today.
I would refuse to believe it if I was a Washington fan until it happens.
Yep.
Like if I'm a Washington fan, I'm jaded to all of this at this point, and I'm sitting here telling myself, nope, he's gonna pull it out. He's gonna you know what I'm saying? He's gonna be able to retain the team. This is all gonna blow up in our face. I'm not getting my hopes up. Even once the sale's allegedly final, I don't know that I'm buying it until week 1 and I see somebody else sitting in the owner's box because he has caused so much PTSD for what was honestly one of the best fan bases in football. As much as that's a rival and you don't want to see somebody in your division play well, I feel bad for that fan base. They need a victory like this. It's been 20 years of suffering.
Meanwhile, Saquon on the Money Matters podcast, he's issuing some threats.
I could say F you to the Giants. I could say F you to my teammates and be like, you want me to show you my worth? You want to show you how valuable I am to the team? I won't show up. I won't play it down. That's a play I can use. Anybody knows me, knows that's not something I want to do. But like, it's something that crossed my mind. It's like I never thought I would ever do that. But like now I'm in a point where it's like, Jesus, like I might have to take it to this level. And like, am I willing? Am I prepared to take it to the level? I don't know. That's something I got to sit down and like I got to talk to my family. I got to sit down and talk to my team. Got to really strategize about this. Can't just like go off of emotion.
It sounds like you're going off of emotion, to be honest. Can't go off of emotion. Well, that's exactly what you're doing because this is such a risky play for the running backs. The NFL is telling you are not as valuable as you think. And running backs are saying, we absolutely are, and no one has called the bluff in either direction at this point.
What's the solution? What's the answer?
I was just telling Tolo Christovar texted me yesterday. He was just throwing some things out there. And I was like, this is actually not a terrible idea. You could jump off from this. But, like, maybe you have roster restrictions on the running back. You got to have a minimum amount of money. You have to have a running back floor on your roster of salaries. You can only have, you got to cap it. You can only have, 3 rookies over a 5-year span on your roster at the running back. You know what I mean? They got to get creative. This is on the PA.
But, yes. But the centers in the NBA have the same exact argument? And why not?
Well, I think there's a difference is that, and you can't really do this at
They're being phased out.
They are, but
we haven't heard anything from them.
Centers have the positions evolved to where, if you're a center who could shoot, you know what I mean? Now you're like elite.
Yeah,
there's not really that thing a running back can do. He gets to receive, catch.
It's a little different because of that aspect right there. The traditional center is being phased out, but I mean, like the 2 guys that were jockeying for MVP this year were centers in Embiid and Jokic. It's just the position evolved and what they do. That's where running backs are stuck. I just had to look it up. I was double checking. The CBA expires in March of 2030. They're 7 years away from being able to negotiate this. And so that's why I think they realize that they're stuck. And so they're just sitting here going, all right, got to fight it as best we can in public, got to hold out. We got to do these different things. The time to fight this was at the last CBA. But again, it's really difficult who does this really impact? The 15 running backs total, the top tier of the running back group. It's hard to get an entire league with a lot of minimum salary guys to miss out on paychecks striking for 15 running backs.
The British Open is taking place. We have RJ Choppy, golf expert, to provide you with the play-by-play and the coverage today and tomorrow. What are we looking at in terms of the leaderboard? I have the favorites in Vegas.
All right, so the leaderboard really, the top leaderboard is Christo Lampert. He's an amateur. He's 5 under. Good day for him. He's finished his round. He shot a 66. Stuart Sink is second, 3 under. He finished as well. You got Jordan Spieth and Adam Scott, Tommy Fleetwood, and then Wyndham Clark, who won the U.S. Open. They're all 3 strokes back at 2 under par. Then you got Patrick Reed, Gary Woodland, 1 under through 2. Matsuyama, Koepka, Cantlay, Scheffler, Schauffele, Fowler, Shane Lowry, all even par. Those guys are all in the back 9.
Would you like to guess who Vegas has as the favorites?
Rahm?
No.
Vijay Singh?
No.
Rory.
Rory is the favorite, even though he has not won a major since 2014. So he's 15-2. Scheffler 8-1. Rahm 14-1. Then in order: Cameron Smith, Koepka, Hovland, Fowler, Fleetwood, Cantlay, Schauffele, Morikawa, Shane Lowry. What's happened to Dustin Johnson? What happened to
He's old.
Old in golf is, I mean, how old is he? How old do you think?
I think he's like 38. He's late 30s.
He's 39.
39.
I mean, is that old in golf?
No, it's not old in golf necessarily.
Like we were having conversations 2 years ago about Dustin Johnson being the best in the sport. Dustin Johnson and Spieth are both at 35-1.
By the way, this is Rory's the favorite. He won.
Keeps hurting his back with Paulina.
Yeah, he does. He won he won here in 2014, the same course. So he's got a history here. This is a tournament Rory should factor in, no doubt.
And then the Women's World Cup is underway, but the United States plays tomorrow.
Oh.
Interest level. You know what? I'm not even going to ask you.
Why?
Why do I set myself up
I'm
for
on
failure?
this show, too. You didn't ask.
I'm on the show.
You could ask me.
Nope.
My answer might surprise you.
It's not.
Headlines.
Alicia Lehman.
Headlines on a Thursday Women's World Cup tomorrow with the United States looking to defend back to back. Which one are you more interested in? You going to watch more British Open or Women's World Cup?
Probably Netflix.
I mean, you're going to watch the British Open in here. It's the Open Championship, by the way.
Does Zach Martin really have an argument? Does
It's on my shirt.
Yeah, that's probably from last night.
Was quite messy.
Bobby!
Does the National Football League agree with Zach Martin? And RJ thinks this Dallas Cowboy may be getting a little bit too much love. It is our final day of the NFL lists. We have our Jake Paul, Nate Diaz ticket giveaway and evil life hacks for RJ to get back at me, or actually Bobby to get back at me for the lotion and liquid on his shirt. It's all next during the Expressway. National Football League could have his own segment on ESPN as they have the topic, what would a Zach Martin holdout mean for Prescott and the Cowboys? When they were doing the intro to their show, they were like, Dallas drama? And I was like, what drama? What am I missing? And I was like, oh, they're going to focus on Zach Martin in their second segment of the entire show. So they got the entire panel focusing on that. So welcome to America's team with Cowboys training camp starting Wednesday morning when we're going to be in Oxnard, California here on DFW Sports Station. And Zach is considering holding out, not happy with his contract number. And that leads us into the final Jeremy Fowler lists from ESPN, my favorite football list of the year, where he talks to 80 coaches, executives, scouts, players, and comes up with a list of the best positions in the league. And at number one, as we mentioned yesterday, Zach Martin at his position. I think we were all pretty surprised over this. Lowest ranking was 5. Last year, 2, because we've been talking about a little bit of slippage for Zach Martin. Here's what they said. Last season marked a 6 first-team All-Pro for Martin, who at age 32 is among the most highly productive players at any position. He gave up 3 sacks on 96% pass block win rates, the 8th best clip in the league. His 74% run block win rate was also impressive. He did not run away with the voting, but he's still considered the best. NFL exec, quote, he's maybe declined physically a little bit due to age, but he's so smart and so instinctive that he makes up for any physical shortcomings. So Zach Martin coming in at number 1. Bobby, was there another guard who, clearly you thought should have been over Zach or would have been over Zach on this list?
I would have expected Quentin Nelson was going to be above him. That's who I would have guessed would have gone number 1. But I mean, Zach's still very good. I don't know that I'd put him above Quentin Nelson at this point.
Well, Quentin Nelson is not number 2.
Is this just guards or is it interior offensive line?
Interior offensive line.
Elton Jenkins.
No.
Jason Kelsey.
Nope.
No.
Joe Thuney.
Yeah. Joe Thuney, Kansas City. Lowest ranking, he was left off. He was left off. Highest ranking, number 1. Last year, he was number 4. 3 is Quentin Nelson. Lowest ranking, he was left off. That's where I'm the most interested to see the lowest ranking for some of these guys.
Yeah, and here's the thing with Quentin is that...
And he was 1 last year, and he got some 1 votes.
He got some 1 votes. They said the tape wasn't good. The whole line was bad, but they're also saying that, he could have been hurt and not... He played all the games, but he didn't play in, I guess it was the Pro Bowl, but they didn't really play in the Pro Bowl. It was a flag football game.
Yeah.
But they're saying that, he may have been hurt because that really came out of nowhere. Then again, so did Zach's, right? And he didn't have the greatest. He didn't have a normal Zach Martin year.
It was
came out of nowhere.
It's a tough standard to live up to. It wasn't his standard.
Yeah.
I think he'd tell you that was not his best season. But if that was the first time we'd ever seen Zach Martin here last year, we would have all talked about, wow, what a great guard he was last year. It's just it wasn't up to his normal standard.
And this I would use in my negotiations. I would not use the Madden ratings, 99. Heck, I guess what's it hurt? But I would say the league just voted me 1. Again, Jerry, Steven. So what do you guys have to say to that?
Put some respect on my name.
Jenkins from Green Bay is 4. Batonio from Cleveland is 5. Kelsey is 6. Chris Lindstrom, Atlanta, is 7. Creed Humphrey is 8. Brandon Sheriff, 9. Frank Ragnow, Detroit, is 10. Honorable mentions, Eric McCoy, Trey Smith, Landon Dickerson, Corey Lindsley, Wyatt Teller, and those are your list of interior offensive linemen. Now we move on to the tackles. Number 1.
Tyler Smith. Okay, seriously, Trent Williams.
Yes.
Yeah.
Highest ranking 1. Lowest ranking, someone put him 3. Last year, he was 1. And he's 34 years old. He had a 92% pass block win rate. Only 6 left tackles since the merger have earned multiple first-team All-Pros after age 30. Walter Jones, Munoz, Whitworth, Joe Thomas, Willie Rofe, and Trent. 80% of the voters still consider him the best. The quote from an NFC exec, he's an incredibly gifted player. He has lapses and relies on that talent too much at times. There's some wavering physicality with him, but when he turns it on, nearly impossible to stop.
Yeah, and it's funny. When you just said he's 34, right before you said, I was starting to think in my head, I was like, how old is Trent Williams now? Like 38, 39? Like, it feels like he's been in the league for 20 years at this point, but he's still absolutely incredible as a pass blocker, a run blocker. He is arguably the best tackle at both of those. So, I mean, it's easy to make him number one.
I mean, he's aging as good as any player in the league is. 34 years old, still at the top of his game, top of the list. It's fantastic.
Number 2.
Tristan Wirfs.
No.
Laramie Tunsil.
Yes. Lowest ranking off the list, highest ranking 1. Last year was number 6 when he became the highest paid offensive tackle in the National Football League this offseason, 3 for 75. He allowed 6 sacks and 10 penalties, and he's number 2 on here.
Because he's a beast. Everybody agrees he's a beast.
He's really good. He'll smoke you.
Sidebar here. Does this, coupled with DeAndre Hopkins' last couple years, does it kind of let Bill O'Brien off the hook for these 2 moves? Everybody killed him for the Tunsil trade, and they killed him for the Hopkins trade, but he kind of said, hey, Hopkins is about to fall off a cliff.
I mean, Hopkins was really good there for a little bit in Arizona, and you traded him for an overpaid running back. That's
and you got a fourth.
David Johnson, a fourth. That's really rough. And I mean, Tunsil's good.
But probably wasn't worth, 2 firsts?
Not what they gave up.
I mean, 2 firsts, you can make an argument. I don't know what else they gave up. I forgot.
I mean, at the time when you think he's coming in here to protect Deshaun Watson, your franchise quarterback, and everything else, yeah. But, I mean, given where they're at, it's like, well, you could have used that draft capital.
Yeah.
Tristan Wirfs is 3. Lowest ranking was 10. Lane Johnson. God, I wish Lane Johnson and freaking Kelsey would just get out of the league. Lowest ranking, and Lane Johnson's 33. Lowest ranking left off the list, highest ranking 2. He tied for the league lead in pass block win rate, 95%. AFC Scout, premier player, incredibly gifted athlete with force. One NFC exec believes he's overhyped and plays in a run-pass option offense that helps him limit sacks. Did Bobby Belt write this? Quote, he gets a lot of credit for being noisy and playing on a good team. Ooh, I like that.
Well, he also cheats.
How so?
He false starts at every play.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
they figured out 2 things: that damn QB sneak and
the leg kick,
and the leg kick,
sweep the leg.
It's a stupid technicality that makes it technically not false, but it's dumb.
The sweep the lane, Johnson.
Sweep the lane. I like it. Number 5 is, you want to guess it?
Andrew Thomas.
No.
Penei Sewell.
No.
Oh. Rashawn Slater.
No.
Voice like a bird.
Boy. Mailata?
Yep.
Oh, gosh.
Jordan Mailata. What do you think? He's overrated too?
Mailata's a good player. Mailata's not better than Andrew Thomas.
Boy, Andrew Thomas had a bad first year, but he came on well.
Andrew Thomas is really, really good.
Someone left Mailata off the list. Highest ranking 1.
Wow.
NFL official, quote, he's a man. He's kind of figured out the game of football. If you're a pass rusher, it's like, how do I get around or through this guy? 40 starts, the most by any player chosen in the 7th round of the 2018 draft. He was a 7th rounder rugby player. Someone said, quote, I get the hype. He's a talented athlete, but he gets beat a good amount. 6 is Penei Sewell. 7 is Andrew Thomas. 8 is Rashawn Slater. 9 is Darisaw out of Minnesota. 10, Colton Miller. Wasn't Colton Miller laughed at as a high draft pick, overdrafted by the Raiders?
Colton Miller was the most common comp you could find in terms of, not play style, but in terms of athletic ability, upside, but where his tape was at. The most common comp you could find for Tyler Smith was Colton Miller. The way people talked about Tyler Smith when he got picked is, oh, he's a 3rd-round pick and he doesn't know what he's doing, and how could they pick him here, is exactly what people said about Colton Miller when he was picked, and he's turned into a really good player.
And finally, honorable mentions from the tackles decided on by the league. Ryan Ramczyk, Teron Armstead, Bakhtiari is always on here and always hurt too. Brian O'Neill, the Minnesota Vikings. So that concludes. I don't think we had a kickers list. I don't think.
No, I did not see one.
It's Justin Tucker.
That's the list.
That's the list.
That concludes the better than any running backs out there, apparently,
Mm-hmm.
with Dez's tweet, Dez's meme. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. There's one more NFL story I want to get to. Man, Asante Samuel has it out for Bill Belichick. First, there's a report from Tom Curran, who I listened to out of Boston, and he's saying that Belichick is on the hot seat. Tom Curran is saying it, and Asante Samuel was asked by CBS, you played for him. Isn't Bill Belichick the GOAT?
Absolutely not. Are you crazy?
Why not?
Well, look at his record without Tom. You got to win without Tom.
So you telling me?
One thing I learned about being great, you got to be great in different situations. It was all Tom. I was there. I saw it. It was Tom. Everybody know it. Tom know it, but he ain't going to admit it because he want to be politically correct. That's why I'm here.
That's why
I'm going to tell the truth.
And you're not afraid.
And I never.
And you got experience to talk the truth.
Because I've been there. I seen it. I confronted him, and we've been through it, and that's how I do.
Woo!
Okay.
What?
He's bitter.
He is bitter.
Yeah, he is.
What's he bitter about, though?
I mean, a lot
move
of
on
stuff.
from them after like 4 years.
Yeah, he's bitter about getting moved out of New England, which I know that ended poorly. He's bitter about the chatter surrounding his career lately with Darrelle Revis taking shots and things like that. So
That's because Asante opened his mouth first.
He did.
Yep.
He did.
Saying that the New York players are overrated.
He effed around and he found out.
He did. I'm just stunned, and I guess I shouldn't be because they're doing the same thing with Saban. But this constant teardown of these great coaches where it's almost as if
people are bored.
People are like, you still have to prove your worth. Like saying Nick Saban has to go out there and re-show that he's the best coach in the world, or that Bill Belichick hasn't done enough. Like, yeah, it's really hard to win Super Bowls. What they did will never. So
but
they
this
did
sounds
something.
like something you would maybe say, 2 or 3 years ago about Belichick tearing him down and hating on New England.
Well, I mean, look, I think New England, like if you were to run back New England's last 20 years, they're not going to win 6 titles again.
Right.
They might win 10. They might win 2. But like they did something that was never done before and it'll never be done again. Like
in the salary cap era.
In a salary cap era, like, just accept it for what it is. Like it's like.
But he's saying it's all Tom. That's the age-old, forever fun bar discussion of Belichick or Brady.
I think the last clearly the last 10 years of that run was all Tom. Bill started screwing up drafts, everything. Those early Tom teams were freaking loaded, man. First of all, he had a lot of Parcells guys who was always a much better personnel man than he was.
They were loaded defensively.
Defensively, they were low, but they had no holes. Even though their offensive line didn't have any holes. I mean, they didn't have like they didn't have,
I don't remember a ton of offensive weapons on those teams.
No, their offensive line, like they dominated the trenches in all these games, and like their defense had there was a weak link. They had no weak links. Great corners, great pass rush, great interior defense back in a time when you needed it. Really good safety play, good linebacker play. I mean, they had
kicker.
Yeah,
he's one of the greatest of all time. Like there's no doubt about it when we're talking about Belichick, regardless of what Asante Samuel wants to say. The one question I have is that given the way you look at Belichick's coaching career before Tom, and you look at what's happened after Tom, is it enough? Is what we've seen enough to lower him below somebody like Walsh, though? Does it make it that he's no longer the clear cut? Because there was talk that he was the clear cut greatest coach of all time. Is what's happened in these, like before Tom and then post Tom, is that enough to ding him and say, all right, well, Walsh is probably better? Or maybe some people say, all right, Andy Reid maybe starts elevating up above Bill Belichick.
I mean, Walsh did it. What did he do without Joe Montana?
I mean, they were together like the whole time.
Well, I know.
Yeah,
but
went
like
to George Seifert with Steve.
Yeah, I mean, like, and then it goes to Steve. Yeah, it was.
Whose stars faded more between Belichick and Popovich?
Popovich is getting like the number one pick in the draft. Bill has been 3 years without Tom. He's still got a 500 record. He made the playoffs, and like we forget the year that they went 11-5 with Matt Castle. I mean, we're just forgetting these things.
Yeah. I agree. Very disrespectful. And Asante has done this stuff before, telling Lamar Jackson, you don't want to go play in New England. Trust me. He's just another coach. He said that in August of 2021. And The way he left, they put the franchise tag on him before the 2007 season. He held out for most of the preseason. They did not retain him, and instead he got that $56 million deal with the Eagles. So there's some of Asante's possible bitterness.
On Belichick versus Popovich, I will say that Popovich has struggled more outside of it. But I will say the difference is it doesn't look like San Antonio's been in any sort of hurry to get rid of Popovich.
Right.
Whereas what's happening in New England right now is things are getting tense between the owner who's been with him for 25 years and is now saying, I don't know that you have it.
Yeah,
so
I think
that's a little different.
Robert Kraft's patience, I mean, dude, wake up a little bit. I mean, we either need to raise our standard around here for the DFW teams, or Robert Kraft needs to pump the brakes. He's like, where are my playoff wins? Where am I? Where are they? What's happening? Man.
Well, the New England fans deserve that.
Yeah. And Belichick as the executive, to me, is...
That's the problem.
That's
He
the
needs a
problem.
GM. He needs to find himself a good GM. Like, he's a bad personnel guy. Again, look at those early teams that he had. I mean, how many of those guys were there with Carroll or Parcells?
Yeah, see, and that's the other thing that I kind of wonder, does it mess with his legacy at all compared to somebody like Walsh, is the fact that his coaching tree has historically gotten ripped for why do these guys leave and they can't coach?
Let me ask you something crazy real quick.
Okay.
The Patriots are last place in the East, which that's what Vegas thinks right now.
Mm-hmm.
The Cowboys come up short in the playoffs.
Oh, no.
You get Dan Quinn or Jerry pulls a Parcells 2.0. And Bill finishes like Parcells did here for the storybook. You get Dan Quinn.
Are you asking me if I'd rather have Dan Quinn or Bill Belichick as the coach?
You know what the answer is for this team right now? It is Dan Quinn.
You know what?
Do you know why? Do you know why?
You're going to make me curse on the radio,
Hold on.
Bobby.
Hold on. Look, it's a better take than your Shakira take. Look, here's the thing. If you look at, just think about this. In that locker room and in that organization, Dan Quinn has so much respect, and the players love Dan Quinn.
Yeah.
If
Bill's
they were,
got no respect in the league. You're right. I mean, nobody would respect Bill Belichick.
Wow.
If this team...
All right, to quote Sarah, can you let me finish? Okay, look, now listen. I had said...
Wow.
It's a joke.
Wow.
I had said the issue here is that Quinn, if he gets passed over, if he were to get passed over in favor of Belichick, there would be players who already are going to find that disrespectful to the guy that had earned the job. And then when Belichick comes in here and tries to run it with a heavy hand, that's going to make things go even more sideways. Nobody's going to be welcoming to the heavy-handed stuff, especially when they feel like you passed over the guy that we respected. So in that sense, in this team, Belichick would not do as good. It's the same question of, was Dak better than Romo in 2016? No. He was not a better player. But if you would have switched to Romo, that would have done so much to the chemistry and depleted a team that felt like this guy led us that it would have had a negative impact.
Right. Bill Belichick coming in to coach a team is not going to ruin the chemistry because there is enough built in. Oh, my God.
Yes. Phil Jackson to the Lakers. Like,
yeah.
Sit up straight.
I'm sure they like Del Harris.
Yes.
Right.
Kurt Rambis.
Kurt Reno, but like,
Del Harris.
It's like, guys, what are we doing here?
Yeah, and I know it's already going to happen. 105throughthefan.com is going to... Josh Clark, I'm talking to you directly, web guy. Do not put out this headline, would Bill Belichick be a good replacement for Mike McCarthy? Do not do that. No. All I'm saying is...
You're going to literally sit there and say the guy that lost the 28-3 game to the guy that would come in here, and you want the other guy?
Well, that was that quarterback.
All I'm saying is...
coordinator.
All I'm saying is Bill Belichick being available after this year and Mike McCarthy not being here after this year, those are realistic possibilities. Well, Belichick's never going to come here and work for Jerry, I don't think, but... Whew. I mean, it sounds like Robert Kraft's getting fed up. And if Mike McCarthy doesn't make it to the NFC Championship game, this is going to be Dan Quinn's team. So don't do me dirty on the fan headlines, web guy Josh Clark. Don't do that, but I just wanted to see who y'all would pick. And Bobby picking Dan and Choppy picking Bill. The answer, of course, is Bill. Life hacks.
Warning, the following life hacks are unethical and should not be performed. Sean and RJ do not condone these life hacks. Unethical life hacks may cause financial savings, make you cooler, more popular, increase sexual encounters, and provide an overall improvement in well-being at the expense of others. Please report any and all positive experiences testing unethical life hacks to 877-881-1053. Take it away, Bobby B.
Thank you, Chris Arnold.
It's a great intro.
Chris
It really
nailed
is.
it. And it covers us legally, too. That's the best part of it, is that if anybody does any of these, we can't be sued now. Okay, first one here. And I saw this. This one is not a total guarantee, but it is pretty smart, and I think somebody would have success with it. If you want your commercial to be seen by millions of people for free, put it on YouTube in February with the title, "The Commercial the Super Bowl Refused to Run." And then you will get a ton of traffic, because every time it's the banned Super Bowl commercial, people are driven to it. So if you put that in the algorithm, people start clicking on it. And then, you know what's funny is that comments will really boost the algorithm. So as people comment on it and go, this isn't a Super Bowl commercial, and are commenting to complain about it, it will get boosted even more in the algorithm.
I like it. You know, I don't know much about, what do they call it? Is it search engine optimization?
Yep, SEO.
I don't know much about that. And I don't know much about how to properly hashtag things to get your, because there's a way to, when you post YouTube videos, to get them more traction just by doing the right hashtags and stuff. I don't know anything about that, so I have no frame of reference here. This sounds like an amazing idea, though.
This one would take a little bit of work, I think, a little bit of research. But if you can find it, I think it's a brilliant idea. So, a way to get into a music festival for free.
I've also wondered, real quick, how hackers don't break into, like, television. They break into everything else. So, like, during the Super Bowl, how, like, a 5-second message is not put up on every television in the entire world, or a commercial, when hackers get into everything else.
You know, they did.
Because that's the dream. Like 105.3 The Fan, Sean and RJ, a 5-second blip that isn't supposed to air during the Super Bowl. I know that would get you thrown in jail. I'm just surprised hackers have not done that.
You know, they did do it once in Live Free or Die Hard, where they did a fire sale. They took over
the Max Headroom hack in Chicago.
Yeah.
That happened on TV in the 80s.
Absolutely.
So, no, it has happened. It's just, I'm guessing there's so much, it's like anything with the Super Bowl, there's probably so much money and oversight involved in it that they're going to make sure that gets taken care of if nothing else does. All right, if you want to get into a music festival for free, okay, and so this is something that, again, it would take a little bit of research on your part, but people swear by it on Reddit. Dress in a black shirt, black cargo pants, black shoes, boots, bring a backpack, hard hat, whatever, come in with a vest. You go up there, you figure out who the name of the production company is that's setting up the show, and you just walk up and tell them, I'm with blah, blah, blah company, and they will just let the stagehands through. And so then you just shed your stuff and you hang out at the music festival all day.
I mean, look, if you don't mind just losing some of that gear, go ahead.
I mean, what is it? A black shirt, black cargo pants, you got a hard hat on. That's not so bad. It's like the theory of, people have tried this out on social media, the idea of you carry a ladder in anywhere and you walk with purpose. Nobody stops you. So you go to the movie theater, you're just walking with a ladder. People are like, who would bring a ladder in here? Sure, come on through. You got to go to the theater, I guess.
You couldn't pay me to go to a music festival. Oh, what a nightmare.
I'm really disappointed because my favorite band.
Let me go lay down in a bunch of mud and beer and puke all over the place. It's like the St. Patty's Day parade here, except in a field of pee.
Yeah, there was a video circulating the other day of people just falling down, sliding down a amphitheater grass that was all muddy.
Oh,
nothing worse than that.
I am going to make a reckless decision, I think, because my favorite band, the 1975, is not coming to Dallas, which is upsetting to me.
The 1975?
The 1975. Matt Healy, the lead singer, he's the one who just broke up with Taylor Swift recently.
Oh, yeah.
So
wait, hang on a second.
I'm no longer boycotting them because they've broken up.
Didn't she break up with him because he said something?
That was his way of breaking up with her, is to then let her, he was going to say something bad that then she'd break up with him.
We have more Tay-Tay fights on this show than Dak Prescott arguments.
It's getting close. It's starting to
get... Which, by the way, Broadus told me last night how the Dak Hive came for him. Man.
When he had talked about it like last month or whatever,
like
yesterday.
A DNA thing. I'm not going to reenact it because I don't want to stir him back up, but there's a Dak Hive.
Dude, he did. He was worked up about that, and they got worked up. But the 1975 not coming to Dallas. They're in Austin, but it's ACL.
Yeah.
It's Austin City Limits. If I want to go see them, I would have to drive down to Austin and then drive back the next day to be able to fly to Los Angeles to go to the Chargers game. And that would be kind of a brutal weekend, but I think it might be worth it. So I think I'm going to do it, even though I hate Austin City Limits. So, all right, next one here. And this is a good one. We need to figure this out in
Just
some
go to
sort
the
of
concert, tell the station you got COVID. You can't go on the Cowboys charter.
That's perfect. That's a good
There's
idea. That's the hack from Sean Shreve. Girls' night out, and you want some free drinks? This one seems obvious to me. Make one of your friends wear a bride-to-be sash. You'll get free drinks like crazy. People buy you stuff all night. Yes. I was thinking about this in Oxnard. What if we just one night at the bar got Wolchuk, right? And we're just like telling everybody, hey, you just got engaged. And we're buying a round of shots. And then they just start buying shots for us at the bar.
Yeah.
We should try this one out in Oxnard, see how it plays.
I'm in. You think people are actually going to do that at the Rudder Room?
I didn't say the Rudder Room. We're talking Ventura.
Yeah,
okay?
you go to Ventura. Yeah.
A little bit of money. So that's what we need. We need somebody who's going to buy rounds.
I love how we say a little bit of money. The homes in Oxnard are like $3 million
right.
on the beach.
How would Wolchuk's girl respond to this? Would your girl let you do this? Like today, Bobby brought in his backup wedding rings for me since I lost mine, and none of them fit. My hands are too small. Shocker. But
it's more an indictment on my fat fingers, I think, than your small hands.
Man.
The rings?
Not one of them. We got.
I don't know where the rings are.
6 rubber rings that don't fit around.
They do.
They just don't. So I wonder if Wolchuk's girl would support this.
Man, I don't know, because remember so.
What type of attention are you looking for?
Yeah,
how many girls are you going to talk to that are buying you a drink when you're just trying to get some free shots?
So I think you guys knew this off the air, but it was announced on the air when he returned back. They are official. He is now calling her his girlfriend, so they are a couple now. Wow. He is off the market. And so the fact that was such an awkward thing there for a little bit about what do we call her? I don't think she'd love the idea of you're going to fake like you're engaged to me.
The moment a photo is posted on social media, the relationship's official, whether or not you've said that or not.
Who at the station is going to inherit his baby doll's appearances?
Oh, he was there yesterday. So, I mean, he's
I wonder
still
if that
doing
was
them.
the very beginning rule, the first rule he laid down, like, I have to keep going to baby dolls for work. You want some gifts? You want to go on these cruises? You want to be able to go ahead and enjoy these karaoke shows on the water? What?
I don't
know.
Maybe
she works.
I mean, I would assume she does.
Maybe she makes more than he does.
That's completely possible. Bought something that broke outside of the return period. Buy it again from a different company. Tell them it arrived defective, then return the first one in a box for a full refund. Brand new exchange for free.
You know, we've had to, we order so much off like Amazon or whatever. And lately we'll order something and like there's either a piece missing or, like it's defective. And you got to wind up ordering another one just to take parts out of the new one, just to return the old one. Like, that's what you wind up doing. We have duplicates of, like, everything in the house that now we have to return. It's a mess. It really is. But you're right. I mean, first of all, I love brick and mortar stores. I hate returning things online. It's such a pain.
Dude, so
reboxing.
Where do y'all come to, like, fall down on, just in general, the returns? Because Kristen will routinely buy things that it's not even defective. She's just like, I don't know if I'm going to want to keep it. And every day I'm getting an email notification of something she's returned, something she bought, and she decided she didn't want it after 2 days and she returned it. Or, I bought all these clothes, but don't worry, I see on the bank account all these credits that go in from stores. I hate it.
My wife is the exact same. I love her for it. If she's willing to do the reboxing, take it back, drop it off, all that crap, that is such
Amazon's easy.
That is such a nuisance. But
why buy it?
Well, because they're women.
Yeah, women.
That's why.
Wow.
Because they want to go ahead and buy everything. She leaves 3 hours before she's supposed to pick up Ollie. I said, where are you going? I'm going to Target. I said, okay, and then where? And she's like, nothing, just Target.
Yeah.
She walks the aisles like I do at Costco. They just want to walk the aisles of Target and Walmart and any freaking store where there's a possible purchase. So go ahead. Just don't buy a lot. I am watching to see how much you buy. You can walk all you want. But she's down to buy it, return it. As long as you return it, I don't care.
Sarah bought, I think, 4 bath mats the other day. They all arrived at one day. And she's just seeing which one matches the runner rug that she put the best, and then she's gonna return the other 3.
But they have pictures, right? So
you can't really tell. Like she literally laid them all down on the ground.
Now, see that I might get frustrated with, unless she's really good at returning.
Sometimes
I'm like, you have to buy 4 different colors.
We definitely have missed the return window on a few things. But yeah, because it's like a green, right? It was like a lime, like not lime green, but like
That's when you go to the store. Stop being Gen Z. Go to the store and pick it out with your eyeballs. You don't have to order 4 of them so you return 3. Go to the store, look at them in person, take it home.
Listen,
done.
I don't disagree with the go to the store aspect.
I don't even know what gen it is, but whatever.
I don't
internet
disagree,
ordering
but it's so
generation.
much easier, obviously, because with Amazon, it's easy to return. Anything else, it's a pain.
Yeah.
Okay, if there is a massive storm raging.
Life hacks every Thursday here on the Fan.
Unethical life hacks. These are not endorsements. If there's a massive storm raging, order a pizza with Domino's. They'll cancel the order, refund you if you paid online, and send you a voucher for a free pizza.
I don't know.
There were a lot of Domino's drivers in the comments on this one that said, yeah, this is true.
Really?
Yeah, if we're like, it's too stormy, we're not doing this, then they'll send you a voucher.
McDonald's screwed us the other day with Uber Eats the night I lost my wedding ring. As we're trying to order at 1 a.m., time it out, driving home from Red Oak, and it's taken an hour. This is McDonald's right down the street. And, they all say 25 minutes, 30 minutes. And so it's an hour, and I'm like, I'm not waiting up for this. I'm going to bed. I cancel it. Charge me. Got me.
Oh, no.
Got me. And I was like, but what's the punishment for you taking 35 more minutes than what you said? I'm not going to stay up all night. I'm just canceling this. And they got me $25 for food I didn't even get.
Man,
it pained me.
That's their unethical life hack.
Here's a life hack to get back at all them. If you usually say something in the order was wrong, they'll at least refund that. Some of that. They don't even check. They're not we're going to go look at, and check with the business. We're not going to call the manager. It's boom, instant refund.
I mean, legitimately, when something has been wrong with my order, I've never done it when there wasn't something wrong. When something was wrong with my order, like Chick-fil-A, they'll always put cookies in there or something. They always give you something extra on top of it. So
Life hacks every Thursday here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. The Chartwork.com text line is always open at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. He's the media king of Cowboys camp, and he joins us next to preview the biggest storylines. How messy could this Zach Martin thing get? John Machota from The Athletic after we send you to Jake Paul versus Nate Diaz.
All right, Tolos, there's only 2 more giveaways left this week, so you got to make sure and call in. Be caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 and win a pair of tickets to see Nate Diaz, the most badass fighter in combat sports, face off against worldwide celebrity Jake Paul. This fight will take place at American Airlines Center on Saturday, August 5th. Get tickets at Ticketmaster.com or be caller 10 right now at 877-881-1053. Again, that's caller 10 at
our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour. We will get back to the red-hot Texas Rangers at 8:20 this morning. We are your home for Rangers baseball and America's team. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. And, I mean, I really shouldn't be saying this for people outside of the building, but it's true. The absolute number one must follow for Cowboys training camp is the Twitter account or the Threads account. Thank God Threads is dying. I saw that yesterday. Someone sent it to me, 50% dying off. But John Machota from The Athletic, how do you keep the phone charged and how do you get the videos out so quickly when the rest of us are fighting for cell service on the sidelines?
Well, since Mike McCarthy's taken over, there's really the only one practice per day, so that hasn't been as much of an issue. With Jason Garrett, it was definitely an issue because there would be the morning walkthrough thing, and then there'd be an afternoon practice, and so, you just try and do your best with that there. I will say I debated on getting the latest updated iPhone for this trip, but I haven't done it, so if anybody notices my pictures might not be of the quality of maybe, let's say, like a Bobby Belt, then I apologize. But I've been using this phone now for the last year and a half, and everything's been good, so I hope I don't disappoint anybody.
What are your top three, most popular? Because you always get, that game day crowd rushing into the stadium that blows up. What are your top two or three? I promise I'm not going to steal them. I'm too lazy for it. What are your top two or three, moments you need to get out at Cowboys camp that – blow up on Twitter?
So nothing's even close to the if it's going to be a playoff game at AT&T Stadium, to get that shot when the crowd comes in. And so 2 years ago, when I was there before they played the Niners, that thing blew up, and probably a day or two later, someone from Amazon reached out to me because they wanted to buy it to use in all their commercials for how they were starting to get those games on Prime. And it ended up being this big thing where because technically I have the credential through The Athletic, they had to deal with their legal team and all this stuff. But it got to a level where I was like, is this really that important? It's a 10-second video or whatever.
Was it an impressive offer?
It was in the thousands of dollars, but
whoa!
But I wouldn't have gotten it. It would have went to my employer. Right, you know what I'm saying? Right. So that's why when it's like that, you're like, well, yeah. I mean, if you guys get the money, great. But it's not like it's going into my pocket. But the funny part is that. So yeah, it was in that level. But so I reached out to some friends of mine who are in the photography business, and they all said I should ask for more. If I can get the money, ask for more, because they're like, if you think about it, what other stadiums allow that that type of an entrance? And then the other thing is the fact of nobody else had the video at the time. So it's you're competing against yourself. Yeah. So, but yeah, I didn't end up getting it. But that one by far, that's by far the biggest deal. And it's been pretty good. Like I said, any playoff game that they've done, just because there isn't another place that opens the doors like that and has the standing room only seats like that. So if it's a regular season game, it's usually decent. But for a Cowboys playoff game, yeah, there's nothing that's even close to that level.
And what blows up at camp? What do the fans love the most?
So in the past, it's always been any big time Dez catch. But this year, I think it'll be any type of the one-on-one type things between the receivers and corners, just because of the fact that, this is the best the corners have been. Since I've covered the team, you go back to 2011, going to camps. I mean, to actually have Stephon Gilmore out there and Trayvon Diggs on the opposite side of CeeDee Lamb or Brandon Cooks and Michael Gallup. I mean, there were times, let's be honest, when Dez would make some great catch up one-on-one against some corner, and there'd be a part of me being like, yeah, I mean, Dez should make that. It's not a big name corner or whatever, but now I think those one-on-ones with some of those DBs will be the biggest, and then the other one will probably be anytime, you get a Zach Martin against Mozzie Smith type thing, as long as Zach's there, I guess.
We're talking with John Machota from The Athletic, and yeah, you just set it up for us. What is your thoughts on Zach Martin not showing up for training camp? And are you, or potentially not showing up for training camp, as Adam Schefter has reported, as he's looking for a new deal? And are you surprised it got to a point where the Cowboys and Zach Martin are in this sort of a standoff, it looks like?
I'm surprised by that for sure, just because how it is generally with the Cowboys and offensive linemen, there really haven't been any big-time holdouts or anything like that. And so, yeah, it surprised me that this came out. But then again, it's one of those things where, as you know, Bobby, covering the Cowboys, this is the time of year when you try and get your vacation time in right before everything ramps back up. And things were just a little too quiet for a little too long. And so I just knew something was about to happen. But I don't see him missing a lot of time. It just doesn't seem like Zach to do something like that. But it depends on how bad, the Cowboys are, how bad things are getting behind the scenes, which I can't see him looking for some new, 5-6 year deal. It seems add a couple years on what he's making now, but give him a pay raise. It's not like he doesn't deserve, top of the position money. He certainly does. Him averaging $14 million per year. The guys like Quentin Nelson averaging 20. I don't see how they can't get closer to that number, and he's certainly worth it. Not only because of him as a player, but just look at what that interior of the offensive line would be without him. You go into the season, you got like Farniak and Josh Ball and Chuma Edoga at your guards. I mean, that could be really bad. And so I think something will get worked out, but, I think the fine is $50,000 a day. I can maybe see him missing a little bit of time, but, once things start ramping up, I really expect Zach to be out there, but we'll see. Cause like I said, I was surprised that this came out, yesterday.
I know he was just voted number one. Did you think that he was on par with the rest of his career last year?
Yeah, I mean, I will say, I'm just being completely honest. Offensive line is certainly, for me, the toughest position to evaluate. Maybe it's because I've never in a million years could ever play on the offensive line, and it was never a position that I followed super close. But so for things like that, I lean more on just the people that know the game better than I do, and everyone seemed to say that that he still is playing at as high as level as he has. And you just look across the league, outside of, like I said, like Quentin Nelson, I can't think of many guards that people would say, oh, this guy's better than Zach, this guy's better. Now, maybe a guy might have had a better season than Zach, but the totality of it, and then the fact of that it's not like he's slowing down and all of a sudden he's hitting these injuries, I just find it hard to believe that the Cowboys wouldn't look at his value as being one of those guys that, like I said, is top of the market for his position.
John, as we head out to Oxnard next week and these practices get going, what are the positions you think as we enter camp that we don't have the answer yet as to who the starter is going to be? Like, obviously, we know Dak's the starter at quarterback. We know CeeDee Lamb's a starter at receiver. Where are the positions you think as we enter camp where it's like, hey, this is a competition, or we just don't have a lot of clarity about who exactly is going to be starting?
Yeah, left guard immediately jumps out to me just because, if you're putting your best five out there and everyone's healthy and Zach's at camp, then, I can see them putting Tyler Smith there. But I also see them working Tyler a lot at left tackle. That's where he obviously played last year. So if that's the case, then is it Chuma Edoga? Is it Josh Ball, Matt Farniak? Is it, somebody that we're not even talking about right now? And then the other part of it is, and another reason why I think the Zach Martin thing will get taken care of is because there's just too much riding on the season. See, that's another thing that has to factor in when Zeke got his contract. A lot of people question why would you give a running back that, but that was the way that team was built, and that was going. Jason Garrett's final year. They needed a big season there, and they were going to get that taken care of. So that's why I think they'll get it taken care of with Zach. There's just too much running on this season for so many people involved. The other part of it is if a left guard doesn't emerge, they want to keep Tyler at left tackle. I do think they would spend a little bit of money to maybe go get a veteran, whether it's a free agent or make a move for a veteran from another team, because I don't see them just being like, well, we don't really have anybody that can play left guard. No one's really filled that spot. We'll just do the best we can going into the season. I think that they would try and, like we've seen in the past, go, when they went and got Anthony Barr and things like that. If they have to fill, later in the season last year with Hilton going out and signing him to help at wide receiver, if left guard looks like a disaster, they're not just going to throw up their hands and like, hey, this is what we got. I could see them making a move there. So that would be number one for me. I know it's not as important, but obviously kicker, I'm not going to sit here and act like, oh, they got this new guy from, like he's going to come in and this is an answer to this situation that they have. They're entering training camp with a kicking situation that to me looks eerily similar to last year. And last year at this time, Brett Maher wasn't even on the roster. It's almost like they were like, no, we did that like that last year. That was fine. We can do that again. We'll figure it out. There'll be somebody out there. those two by far, because after that, like, all the starters seem pretty set for me in all the other spots, and because even if I was going to go to two deep, then I would say some of the depth at linebacker. But as far as starters, I think that even linebacker, Leighton Vander Esch, Damone Clark, as long as they're healthy, they're in a good spot there.
Talking with John Machota from The Athletic. John, have we overblown the changes to the offense? Is that as significant of a change as we've discussed this offseason? Or do you think we're going to head out there and say, look, this is ultimately going to look pretty similar?
I think it's going to look pretty similar just because you have so many pieces that have already been involved. I just don't see this all of a sudden we get out there and it's like, man, I've never even seen Dak do this before. I've never seen CD do this before. I just don't think that that's going to be the overall thing. I think we're going to see tweaks, and there'll be some things that'll be different. Maybe there are some times where, we see Dak getting the ball out of his hand quicker. Maybe they go more up tempo than they did in the past. But in terms of just the personnel is so similar, I don't know how you just make this complete change. And I really like going back to what Brian Schottenheimer said multiple times. It's not like this offense was completely broke and they needed, this complete overhaul. So because of that, it wouldn't make a ton of sense to just be like, hey, all offseason, all we're doing is changing this offense completely. Dak, you're going to be super uncomfortable, but hey, this is what we got to do. I don't think that makes sense for anyone. Dak's been in the league too long to all of a sudden change that out. If you're going to see massive changes with the Cowboys offense, it's probably not coming until they would have a different quarterback. As long as Dak's there, it's about making things as comfortable for Dak, and that's certainly what Kellen Moore was trying to do. So with Mike McCarthy's veteran experience and Brian Schottenheimer being a new voice in there, I can see some changes there. But I would be surprised if we got out to camp and we're just like, oh, yeah, look at how different all this stuff is, because I really didn't feel that way from anything that we saw during OTAs and minicamp.
Are you kind of, I don't want to say scared, but like, why are they actively trying to score less points is kind of like the big thing for me in this offseason.
Yeah, that is interesting if you go about it looking at it that way, for sure. The only thing that I will say about if looking at it from that perspective is you could have said something similar around this time or during training camp in 2014 when it was really a lot of talk about how they were going to run the football and take stuff off of Tony Romo's plate because you didn't want, the interception number. You didn't want him having to feel like he had to do everything. And they did scale some of that back. And obviously DeMarco Murray had that incredible year, and Tony Romo had one of the best years of his career because of it. And it ended up being a hugely successful season. And obviously they lost in Green Bay and didn't get to the NFC Championship game. But the season was a lot better than I anticipated it being at training camp. I did not think they would have that much success when they were changing things up and talking about how they were going to take stuff off of Tony's plate and lean more on the run game. So I look at this team and say, even if you're taking some off Dak's plate, if the turnovers come down, you're more efficient on offense, and you don't score quite as much, I still think that leads to a hugely successful season, because let's be honest, in 2014, that defense isn't even in the same breath as this defense, and this is the best defense I've covered, and clearly the best defense the Cowboys had in the last decade. So when you pair it with that, yeah, maybe the point total comes down a little bit, but maybe that also puts you in a better position to win in January.
What's the one non-football activity you have to get done at Oxnard?
For me, I'm not the big foodie. Like, I'm not trying to get to all the seafood restaurants like so many others are there. Like, there's some people that cover the team that, they eat seafood, I feel like, almost every other meal. So that's not a big one. Me, I'm trying to get, whenever I don't have any work going on, I'm trying to get to the beach as much as possible. I've been, to California, over 10 camps or whatever, and I still never get sick of the Pacific Coast Highway. I can drive
I agree.
that. It never gets old to me. It's kind of funny because I feel like I love California and visiting so much. I wonder if I'd enjoy it as much if I lived there, just because you'd be so used to it. When the Cowboys played that preseason game in Hawaii, I remember talking to an Uber driver about, how much do you go to the beach? And he was a native of Hawaii, and he was like, never. I never go to the beach. I'm there. I don't need to go there. So I never feel it. And maybe it's because I'm from Michigan and I'm used to, the Great Lakes and all that. But being in Texas, you just don't get to see that very often. So anytime I can get around the water, I'm pretty happy.
Thank you, Jonathan. We will not see you at dinner. We will see you on the sidelines with the cameras. We'll catch up with you in just a few days. Thank you.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
John Machota from The Athletic.
I could literally go to Oxnard and just eat seafood every day.
Well, Mickey was talking about buying a place there, getting
he was. And we'll find out if he did.
Is there any possible way you would welcome back this former Ranger, and RJ's excited for a possible all-time home run derby in Arlington? I'm not. We'll explain on the Home of the Rangers after this.
Wow, no fun.
3-3-3-3.
The set by Kelly and the pin. And that ball is driven deep to right field. Home run, Jonah Heim. A line drive blast that sails over Margot and goes at least a half dozen rows up into the seats. 14th home run of the year for Jonah. And we've got some separation now. It's 5-0 Texas.
Pitchers duel through 5 or 6 innings, then the bats can get going, and that's what happened again yesterday afternoon on your home for Rangers baseball, a sweep of the Tampa Bay Rays. They've won 6 straight, largest winning streak all year long. They win at 5-1. We think they're surviving the injuries to Adolis Garcia and John Gray. They're 4.5 up on the armpit and 58-39 as the record. The best through 97 games, tied for best, along with the 2012 Rangers. So right now, they're perfect, 6-0.
I don't think you could be better than 6-0. There hasn't been 7 days since the All-Star break ended.
7 days.
Could not do it. This will be day 7. Now maybe there'll be they're off today. Buy a little break. Get a little break. Yeah, they just had a break. You know a break already? But, man, it's been a great start.
Worn out with that schedule before the All-Star break.
Yeah.
That was brutal.
Yeah, it was. And they needed the All-Star break. They stumbled in. They really went the All-Star break stumbling, and they have come out just like they started the year last year, in the first half where they, sweep Philadelphia. But there was no second game letdown or second series letdown.
So I was just kind of perusing some of the stats, and I noticed the fact that they've got so many guys on the team right now who are knocking in runs. Like Corey Seager has 57 RBIs. He's 5th on the team. And I was like, that seems like a lot through 97 games. So I just went back and checked. The last time they had 5 guys with at least 55 RBIs, like they do right now through 97 games, last time they had that in a season was 2019. So they've already done something that they haven't done in the COVID era through 97 games that they haven't done in any season. And the last time they had at least 5 players with 55 RBIs or more through 97 games was 1999.
That's pretty good offense.
Derek Holland texted me and said, yes. He said, walking into a PT, who's the Ranger coming back? He was listening to the tease.
Rougned Odor, maybe. DFA'd.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. DFA'd by San Diego. And then there's of course, you got to ask, would you bring back, and I thought it was a great tease on your part, Sean.
Oh, thank you.
A second half punch for Rougned Odor. Would you even entertain bringing him back? There's a right answer here.
No.
And that's the right answer.
What do I want? Do I want somebody who's gonna help me win? No. Do I want a mascot, a hero in the state of Texas, a sports hero? Yeah, I want that. Look, he doesn't have to get any at-bats. Let him sit on the bench. I don't care. I just want to see Rougned Odor in a range. I'll tell you this. I would take Nelson Cruz over Rougned Odor today. I would still...
Cruz, Gallo, Odor.
Cruz.
I have to go see what Nelly's doing right now.
Well, he got DFA'd. But
like this year, what he was doing.
He's using a cane. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, the answer is Gallo if that's the case, just because he's...
Here are the numbers for Odor. 2016, 33 home runs, then 30, then 18, then 30. He had 30 home runs in 2019, and then he fell off the cliff at the age of 26. 10 homers, 15 homers, 13 homers, and this year with the Padres, 4 home runs, hitting 210. Man. He has not hit over 210 since 2018. The average has been 205, 167, 202, 207, 210. This is his highest average since 2018.
Wow. Yeah, the answer is Gallo for those 3. I mean, he's got an OPS plus that's higher than anybody by a wide margin. He's got 17 bombs this year. The answer would be Gallo, but no, there's no room for Roogie. Now, if you were to move...
We've moved past gimmicks. We're too good for gimmicks.
Yeah. If you move on from, like, Duran for like, in a deal at the deadline, and then you need, like, somebody, like a utility guy in the middle infield or whatever, okay, fine, but you got that. You already have those guys.
Yeah, I mean, you can call somebody up.
You can call somebody
Justin
else.
Foscue.
I'm not going to sit here and bring in Odor. Like, I don't... one of the great things about this lineup is that, like, they're not striking out at a high rate. Right? When you put the ball in play, you get guys over, you get guys in. You don't need somebody whose dream stat line is 1 for 5 with 4 strikeouts and a home run. That's Odor's favorite. Like, that's his dream stat line every game.
How many guys in the history of the league do you think have 3 30 home run seasons and yet have 6 seasons with an OPS under 700? How is that possible? Like, I mean, you have to just be you hit 30 home runs and then you get 5 other hits and no walks for the rest of the season. I mean, this is a guy who has these 3 seasons, has never had an OPS above 800. Every season has been under 800. It's wild that he has that pop, and even at his peak, he never could cross 800 on the OPS.
By the way, Pudge is going to be on today with KMC, part of the Rangers. What?
They think.
Part of the Rangers throwback series at 11:20. They kept the camera on Pudge the other night for like 3 straight minutes, and you could tell that someone was like, "Hey man, you're on TV. Look at the cameras here." And he just kept doing the awkward glance back, like, "Why am I still on? I'm still here watching this game on TV. Get the cameras off of me." So Pudge will be on with KMC at 11:20 today on your home for Rangers baseball. And then speaking of old school legends, what are they thinking about doing?
So there is talk of a Legends home run derby. This is according to Jason Stark of The Athletic. Not a lightweight. No, but
he spells his name with a Y. I don't like that.
It is odd. But so is Jason Worth, too, right?
Yeah I didn't like Jason Worth either.
A Legends home run derby could be coming to All-Star Week, according to The Athletic's Jason Stark. Next year's All-Star game, Sean, is where?
Here. SEC meet, as Pat Doney pointed out, SEC Media Days and Rangers All-Star during the dead week.
Yeah.
So we are not going to have a dead week next year at this time.
Wow, that's right. Yeah, because the media days will be then. They're probably then.
Save your vacation for training camp time.
So, how about this? Next year, right here in Arlington, you've got a home run derby of David Ortiz, Ken Griffey Jr., Barry Bonds.
Who's coming up with this? Where did this come? Stark?
Stark's got this. It's not like they're just throwing this idea.
Yeah.
It's like it's a little.
He's not reporting it.
No, he's not reported it. Jim Thome told The Athletic that he would like to do this.
Brett Boone.
Yeah. So but just imagine a home run derby. You got yourself Thome, Bonds, Pujols, A-Rod, Juan Gonzalez. You got David Ortiz.
Terrible idea.
Juan Gonzalez would never step foot back in that ballpark.
Terrible idea. No. An awful endorsement by you. See these old geezers gassed out there.
They're not running.
Did you watch the last derby?
Yeah.
They needed asthma pipes. They needed oxygen tanks.
They're not going to time these guys.
Mookie Betts was the only one who didn't need a timeout 90 seconds in. And you want to see these old farts out there. They're not going to hit these balls out of the park. You might get 1. You might get 2. You got to roll these old guys out there for nothing.
I think you'd be stunned. I think Barry Bonds could hit home runs.
Let's do a softball home run derby.
That's fine. You want to do softball? That's fine. I don't care.
A softball home run derby.
I don't have a problem with that.
Don't put them in the I don't have a problem
with
stadium.
That. Move the fences into a softball fence. Yes. I have no problem with that.
I would. Yeah,
I would love to see this though. I mean, just have these guys out there take a couple of man hacks and go.
Yeah. So all-time home run derby. We'll see if they can go ahead and put it together in Arlington for the All-Star festivities next year.
Question is, which one are we going to go to? The game or the derby next year?
Well, I'd like to get, I think I would probably prefer to go to the derby. Now, will the station, we should get the suite for that. All of us should have access to the Rangers suite for the week. For coverage.
Which would be more intriguing to broadcast from, though? Would you rather broadcast from the All-Star Game festivities or SEC Media Days?
Oh, I'd rather SEC Media.
I think SEC Media Days would be better.
And where are they going to be?
They're here. They're going to be here in Dallas.
But where?
It's one of the hotels around here. I don't remember.
Interesting.
We should get the suite though.
By the way, I was sitting here. I was Googling around. I was researching after I'd asked the question.
Unless one of my sponsors wants it, then I'll give it to you guys.
That's how kind of you. Yeah. Rougned Odor is the only player in Major League history to have a season of 30 home runs and an OPS plus under 80, and he's done it twice.
Wow.
All right,
that's absurd.
Let's go from meme to murder. and finish up this story that has been floating around over the past couple days. What was this meme that the entire world argued about?
All right, you remember this one, right? You remember this? This is the blue, black, gold, white dress.
It was gold, white.
Now, the dress was gold, white in the photo.
If you can find it, Ryan, throw it up on the fan cam, please.
And here, Sean, here's the dress for you to remember. Now, the dress was blue, black in real life, but the photo was white, gold.
It was split. Half of people would say, I see blue, black.
Half the people were trolling, and then the other half saw white, gold.
I see white, gold.
That dress is white, gold.
It's white and gold. In the photo, the viral photo, you cannot say it was blue, black. Now, the real dress is blue, black. 100%. Can't argue that one either. Can't argue that one. But anyway, this guy, this @ConStopMe, is in a, what?
Just that name.
Yeah. He's in a bit of trouble. So this was back in 2015. I thought it was earlier than that, but it was 2015 when this viral thing happened. Well, he has been arrested. Why has he been arrested, Sean? First of all, he's a Scottish man. He has been arrested.
Was he under suspicion for that first, for being Scottish?
No.
From Glasgow.
He's under suspicion for trying to murder his wife. Keir Johnston from the Isle of Colonsay appeared at the High Court in Glasgow on Monday to be charged with attempted murder of his wife, Grace Johnston. He had allegedly committed an 11-year campaign of domestic violence acts and coercive control against her, which allegedly led him to trying to kill her last March by pinning her to the ground and compressing her neck. He has denied the allegations, including that he repeatedly assaulted his wife. But other allegations from 2019 and 2022 say that he pushed her against a wall, shouted at her, throttled her, whatever that means. The attempted murder case will get a trial before in 2024. So there you go.
What a psycho.
What was the other thing that went viral? Was it the Laurel?
Yanni and
Laurel.
Which it was Laurel. It was not Yanni. It was Laurel.
Yeah, and there was also another one. It was Brain Freeze.
There it is. Ryan's got it up on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
Yeah, that was always white and gold.
It's always white and gold.
Kristen sees blue and
no,
black.
she doesn't.
Does she?
She says she does.
How is that possible?
I don't know. And the actual dress is blue and black, so they weren't totally trolling.
The actual dress is blue and black?
Yeah, the actual dress blue and black.
But that photo is white and gold.
But the way that photo is. Now, if you want to say you see a hint of something, like you could see a hint of a blue in the white, I could buy that. But there's 100% gold in that photo.
I don't even see a hint of blue. I see like white.
I've never taken another photo in life that comes out that much differently from the actual subject. Never.
Yeah, it has obviously has something to do with the lighting and the way the reflection hit, but
you can't see blue and black in that photo. But you're saying Kristen does.
A lot of people did. Now this is something
liars.
there's been. When this came out, like I saw an article about it a couple months ago, this led to a bunch of like scientific research on why people see it that way.
They could say they could see whatever they want to see, but that's a white and gold photo right there.
Forget who is winning each division. Which NFL teams are going to finish last in 2023? That's next in Below the Belt right here on the Fan.
Let's get you over to Kay.
Goodbye. I'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
Heck yeah, we'll see Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, and G-Bag Nation live from Cowboys training camp with coverage beginning July 25th on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
And we're we're back with Sean and RJ. This segment brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Why is Desmond Ritter taking shots at Sean Sharif and proving him wrong once again? More on that in just a second. Before we do that, CBS Sports is taking a little bit of a different approach to predicting the NFL season. We always like to project, okay, who are the teams that are going to be swapped in, who didn't make the playoffs last year, who are going to be the division winners. They're taking a different angle. It's July, and they're saying, let's figure out who sucks. And so they're predicting the last place team in each NFL division for the 2023 season. Where do you want to start or finish with the NFC East?
Let's start in the East.
Okay, NFC East. The last place finisher, according to CBS Sports, will be
the Washington Commanders.
The Washington Commanders, who finished last place last year, despite being 500. One of the last 500 teams that exists because of the 17-game schedule. They went 8-8-1. It says the Commanders have one of the best defensive lines in football with 3 Pro Bowlers along their front 4 in Deron Payne, Jonathan Allen, and Chase Young. But ultimately, it's just not enough to help them. They've got too many issues in the secondary, allowing 60 touchdown passes in the last 2 seasons. That's tied for most in the NFL. Questions about the quarterback position. We still don't know what Eric Bieniemy's going to do as a first-time play caller. That is one of the fascinating low-key storylines I'm looking forward to this year is what kind of difference does Eric Bieniemy make?
None.
And I don't think he will. And what kind of credit does he get?
Not with Sam Howell. And today the sale is finally supposed to go through. It's supposed to be the new owner of the Washington Commanders, or the new governor. Is it Josh Harris? Taking over from Snyder. The Snyders.
Governor?
The governor.
I think it's only governors in the NBA, right?
Okay.
I mean,
I don't know.
the NFL owners are like, no, we need to keep that.
We definitely own that.
Yeah.
NFC North. Last place?
Green Bay.
No.
Minnesota.
No.
Chicago?
The Chicago Bears. They're not buying the Justin Fields hype.
That's very strange. Very strange.
The Bears maximize the value of the 2023 draft's first overall pick, acquiring 2 first-round selections and 2 second-round picks from the rebuilding Panthers, in addition to DJ Moore, a legit number 1 wide receiver. However, Ryan Poles' free agent spending was questionable. They gave a lot of money to Tremaine Edmonds.
You don't have to read the whole write-up on the Bears.
All right. Anyway.
It's not that strange. I just thought CBS was going to be like everybody else. It's not strange because the Chicago Bears sucked last year. Are you okay with your arms over here? What's going on?
I just got goosebumps. I don't know.
Maybe it's from what you've been doing out of your rear end in the last 5 minutes.
I had a little bit of a cramp right now, and I think at the break we need to hurry up. Get this break. I'm just saying. I got some goosies going on right now.
Who would y'all pick last in the North?
Green Bay.
I would too.
Green Bay, probably.
The NFC North is going to be won by either Detroit or Chicago.
I mean, look, I don't
selling on the Vikes.
Yeah.
Not watching. This is what happens when you cancel your Netflix. Not loving Kirk Cousins.
Dude, I saw 2 separate posts from friends, not in media, yesterday, who were talking about I really like Kirk Cousins now. I did not like him before. I really like him after this.
Yep.
No, the thing with me is that just DJ Moore and how good he is, and the fact that Justin Fields is a threat to run the ball and all the other things that surround it, I do feel like there's just no way they're the worst team in that division. Like, Justin Fields is going to have some success with DJ Moore this year. In the NFC South,
they're probably going to say Tampa. It's not going to be Carolina. It's not going to be New Orleans. Is it Atlanta or Tampa, RJ?
I'm going to say Tampa.
Tampa, from first to worst.
This is literally the worst quarterback competition in league history.
No.
Kyle Trask.
Kyle Trask.
Trask.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Trask and Baker Mayfield.
Is that worse than what's going on in Atlanta, or it's not a controversy?
Is that worse than Chad Hutchinson? Is that worse than Chad Hutchinson and Quincy Carter? You lived through that. You know that was bad.
Fair.
Baker Mayfield was a number 1 pick.
Fair.
All right, so the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I actually think you mentioned Carolina there. How you say it's not going to be Carolina. I still like today. If I was going to make a pick, I'd say Carolina wins that division.
Okay.
NFC West.
Arizona.
Everybody's projecting Arizona to have the number 1 pick. And in fact, they would have the top 2 picks because Houston is projected to have the number 2 pick, and they traded that away to Arizona.
I know. Yeah, they did. Remember for the second
to go get up and get Will Anderson.
So if Houston and Arizona finish last, the Cardinals have both picks.
Cardinals have 1 and 2.
Yeah, and they should trade them both. I'm taking Arizona though on the over. It's only like 4.5.
Oh yeah, that's all I've been preaching all off season.
The Rams are going to finish last that division.
How available is Kyler Murray is the question, though.
How available is Stafford going to be?
Yeah, Stafford throwing lefty.
I mean, he was terrible before, so I mean, what's it make a difference?
There we go.
Jump over to the AFC West.
Do you hate Stafford because of Orlovsky?
No. I start trolling. You know who hates that bit is John Machota. Machota cannot stand when I go into the Stafford trolling. He hates it.
Oh, really? Michigan.
He's a Stafford guy.
AFC West. Ooh.
AFC West. I'm going to guess Vegas.
I'll guess the Raiders as well.
You guys are crushing it. The Las Vegas Raiders. I don't know.
Peyton didn't teach you where the right button was, Jeffrey?
You're just wanting it hit now because you're getting them right
Exactly.
this time. All the other times, you wouldn't one of all the buzzers you were getting. No, what's interesting to me is that I just don't know that overnight you can make Denver good. They were really bad last year.
Sean Payton? Greatest of Sean Payton?
I mean, look, they were, but, there'll be some positive regression with Russ just by default, and they're not going to lose so many games at the end. I mean, they how many games they lose that were one-score games that came down to poor clock management at the end that Sean Payton will probably fix?
None. That's your worst take of the offseason so far.
I mean, look, it's a fact Russ is going to have a better year than last year. Like, he couldn't be worse.
16 a game?
Yeah, but I mean, if they scored 16 a game, that's probably an extra 4 wins.
Their defense was very good,
from last
led
year
by Randy Gregory. AFC South.
How many games Randy played? 7? Did we get up to 7 this time?
I think he got exactly 7.
The AFC South.
Let me go look up how many
AFC
games Randy
South,
played.
Houston.
It is Houston.
And what a hideous. I almost threw up looking at this.
Yeah.
The South divisions right now in the NFL are just awful.
Yeah.
It's the Central divisions in baseball. It's just there's nobody very good at all. I mean, the AFC South
I gave him a game too much. Randy played 6 games. Sorry.
Well, you know what? That was kind of you, I guess. Very generous.
Yeah.
No, when you look at the AFC South right now, the only team that kind of interests me, if you look at the AFC and the NFC South, the only team that kind of interests me among those 8 is Jacksonville, sort of. And I just can't get over how much Jacksonville is a hellhole. And so I don't like it. The AFC North.
Ooh.
Very competitive division.
I know. Oh.
You can't pick Cleveland because you're buying the Deshaun Watson.
No. Are we making our picks?
Right.
Or are we making saying
But what they think.
So Tomlin's good for 8 wins.
He is.
Who do you think it's going to be?
I think they're going to say Cleveland. I would say Pittsburgh, but I think they're going to say Cleveland.
I'll say Pittsburgh.
Cleveland.
I'm with you. I think Cleveland is a good buy low candidate here.
Yep.
Cleveland, I don't know that there's any, maybe the Jets. The Jets and Cleveland, those two teams, their fortunes could swing wildly just on the basis of, is the quarterback still good or not?
Yeah, but everyone's buying the Jets. No one's buying Cleveland at all.
No, I just don't think anybody wants to align with, I'm a big Deshaun Watson believer.
Wow.
I think that's the thing.
Get over it.
The AFC East, final division here.
The Patriots.
New England.
And is that enough to run off Bill Belichick with the impatient Robert Kraft?
I forgot to ask John Machota, just shock him with 10 seconds of radio silence, asking him, Dan Quinn or Belichick?
If they finish last, like if they finish last, and the Jets win the division. If the Jets win, that might do it because that rivalry to Kraft may send him over the edge.
Where's another play? Where's a perfect final landing spot for Belichick? It's not the Giants with Dayball right now. Where's the perfect final spot?
I mean,
Tampa,
Cleveland.
Yes.
Oh, Cleveland. Yeah. Giants.
No, with Dayball.
Did you just listen to me?
But I'm just saying,
I'm
saying Giants, Raiders, just because of the history.
But Cleveland, he was there. He had something going, and then Modell ripped it out.
I like that Cleveland pick.
And then you remember he was with the Jets for 2 days, and then he left. Right? And
yeah, that's what caused.
Get back at Kraft.
Go
Final
to the
stop,
Jets.
Jets.
That's why Bill and Bill fell out. It was because of the Jets thing. All right, Desmond Ridder. Why is he going after Sean Sharif? I guess he's not technically. Sean, he's he's actually backing you up and saying that Bijan Robinson is not Barry Sanders.
Let that man
He's
start.
better.
He's better.
He's better. He didn't say that, but he did say he can play anywhere. Barry Sanders couldn't play anywhere.
Barry couldn't play
5'2" of him.
linebacker. He couldn't play corner.
Nope, couldn't do it. Desmond Ridder is saying, look, the big benefit of Bijan Robinson here, the explosiveness is insane out there on the practice field. And he says he has the ability to play anywhere and do anything. It's really huge for us. Can line up in the slot, can play out wide, can run the ball. Maybe he can throw it. Maybe Baltimore's in search of a quarterback. They can actually find one with Bijan Robinson. But there you go. Desmond Ridder, big believer in Bijan Robinson, despite all your doubt and your hatred, Sean.
After I get proven right about another Falcons super pick, like I have been with Kyle Pitts, I expect Brian Broaddus to beg me into the draft room to just correct him. Kick out Wolchuk. Kick out, I don't know, get Kyle Yeomans out of there. And I'll come in and say, what do you want? And he goes, is this guy Barry Sanders? And I'll say, no. And then I'll go back to smoking my brisket.
That's your whole.
Send me 4 minutes on YouTube, and I'll tell you if your comp is correct.
All right.
There you go.
I think that. Look, I think he's going to be the best back in football relatively quickly. That's what I think.
What I've learned about you is
People dig in.
I'm trying to think who's the least objective people at the station. Corey's a big homer. Broaddus is objective.
I'm objective.
I don't know about Chiafalo Wolchuk. Is Wolchuk a homer?
Wolchuk's a homer.
Can be, yeah.
Wolchuk's a homer. Mike is objective. He just goes back and forth.
Mike's polarizing. Polar.
No,
he's bipolar.
He's bipolar.
Sorry.
But Bobby is 1, 2, or 3 on the list of homers up here.
I'm completely objective.
He's a homer. He's also dug in. So like,
yep.
It depends. He could be not a homer, but he's dug in on it either way. Which you
respect.
I respect some stuff.
I am a Rangers homer. I will admit to being a Rangers homer. I don't think I'm a Mavs. So I love the Mavericks, but I don't think I'm a homer about them.
You watched Summer League. You're a Mavs homer.
I agree. You're not a Mavs homer.
And I don't think I'm a Cowboys homer.
No, of course you don't.
If
No homer thinks they're a homer.
If I was a Cowboys homer, I'd be saying like, oh, Mike McCarthy's going to go 17-0, make him coach of the year.
No, you're a Dak homer. That's why you're trying to run McCarthy off. 877-881, but not us, Coach. Don't worry. We won't let him speak to you 720 Fridays. 877-881-1053, Truck Wreck Doc, and we won't let him near you. It can't be there.
No, absolutely not.
When we sit down.
Stay away.
Absolutely not. RJ Choppy has agreed with Paul Feinbaum that Nick Saban is not the GOAT because of his dessert take. We got a little college football kegger. And who are the teams that would be willing to trade with the Rangers so we can keep going undefeated and win it all? Final hour, Thursday edition, after this.
DFW. From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
1 out, full count, payoff pitch. Margot goes, swing and a miss. The throw to second. The tag. They got him. Strike him out, throw him out, double play. Welcome to the big leagues, Alex Speeds. How about that?
Add another magical story to the Rangers season. Final hour fist pump time, Thursday edition. Here on Sean and RJ, your home for Rangers baseball is 105.3 The Fan. You okay?
Flying high, man. I was a little backed up for a couple of days. And then dinner last night.
What'd you eat?
Patagonian toothfish.
Shut up.
It's also known as Chilean sea bass.
Oh.
That's what it's really called, Patagonian toothfish.
Yeah, that's expensive fish.
It was at Costco.
Sea bass.
Sea bass, yeah. It's
Is
like,
it frozen?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sea bass still like the most expensive fish.
It's really cheap there. It's amazing. Like the halibut's way more expensive.
How much a bag?
I think it's like $24 a bag.
$24 a bag for sea bass.
And it's like you get like 8 of them. Like
Okay.
the salmon's more expensive.
Yeah.
Now they're
okay.
small, like they're thin.
Yeah.
But yeah, we love it.
Okay. So the Rangers come out of the break and make it 6-0 post All-Star. They're 4.5 games up on the Astros, and they are rolling. And Alex Spees, major league debut in the 7th inning, gets the strike him out, throw him out, double play, 1-2-3 in the 8th, making Randy Arozarena look stupid. Arozarena had a sick catch, by the way, at the wall, robbing Simeon. But 31,500 showing up yesterday afternoon to watch the Rangers sweep Tampa. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell with you. We are going to have Derek Holland during Crosstalk today. Rangers are off, and then the Dodgers tomorrow to start off that heavyweight series. Now, I was looking around the league and trying to figure out who would deal with us. Who's going to be a seller? And ESPN.com put together a little list. Minnesota, this was as of yesterday, 48-47, 81% chance to make the postseason. Verdict, they make a small addition. Cleveland, 46-48. Postseason odds, 16%. Verdict, stand pat. Angels, 47-48. Postseason odds, 3.5%. Verdict, deal away your veterans. When it comes to Ohtani, an executive saying the Eagles won't show their hand until the last minute. If not Ohtani or in addition to him, others will be moved. Quote, with Mike Trout out, it's made their decision easier. It would have been a lot tougher to trade Shohei if Trout was not hurt. We will see. Seattle, around 500. Verdict, they say they should add. Postseason odds, 9.5%. Needs, hitting, especially an offensive upgrade at second base. Detroit, 42-51. Verdict, stand pat. If you're looking at any Tigers talent, Mets. The Mets are, is this wrong? The Mets are 43-50?
That's correct.
You would have thought they were 33-50 with all the talk. I know how far back they are in the division. Their postseason odds are 13%?
Yeah, they're only 7 back of the wild card.
Wow.
Like, so if you look at the wild cards, Angels are only 4.5 back of a wild card. Yankees are only 3.5 back. Seattle's 5.5.
Man.
Like there's room. Any one of those teams could easily make the wild card. The Mets got about a half dozen teams that got to leap. That's going to be their problem. But still, I mean, it's there. It's in front of them.
13% chance to make the playoffs. Verdict here, deal away vets. Available, starting pitching. Sending out feelers for Scherzer and Verlander makes sense. An executive said, quote, they're not winning this year. I'm not sure if Steve Cohen can be convinced of it, but I am. Cubs, 43-50. Verdict, deal away vets. Marcus Stroman, Cody Bellinger. Padres, 44-50. Verdict, stand pat. So these are the possible partners that the Rangers could be dealing with or calling, and ESPN's opinion of what they should do.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's guys and most of these teams that are not going to make the decision today. A lot of these teams may make that decision. Let's see here. What's the date? The 20th? We got about a week and a half. I suspect a lot of these teams will be sitting here this time next week still wondering what they're going to do. There's enough teams. Like if the Angels are still 4.5 out or 3.5, I bet you they're going to go up to they're going to start making calls, but they won't actually decide on Shohei until the final hours.
The final major of the golf year is taking place right now, so we're going to have live coverage this final hour and tomorrow. Choppy, what's going on at the Open? Does it have to be the Open, not the British Open?
Yeah, they call it the Open. They were the first, whatever. I don't care. You got an amateur, as they would say in golf, among the leaders, along with Tommy Fleetwood, Christo Lamprecht. They are 5 under par. It's a really good leaderboard, though. Wyndham Clark won the U.S. Open. He's 3 under par. Spieth, Fowler, Abe Answer, those are 2 under par. Patrick Reed, Matsuyama, Brooks Koepka, Scheffler, Schauffele, all 1 under. Dustin Johnson, 1 under. Joaquin Niemann, 1 under. Tony Finau, 1 under. It's a good leaderboard so far at the Open.
You know, one more baseball note, and I've asked Bobby to verify this on Twitter to see if it's real. This Colorado Rockies scoreboard, no, it's not real, is it, Bobby?
Man, it was tweeted out by a reporter who covers the Rockies. Her name's Susie Hunter. She covers it for Denver Sports, and it's on the game notes from yesterday at Coors Field. And the game notes say
on the big scoreboard they put this up. Apparently,
it says using a stethoscope to listen to the heart, cardiologists can detect narrow valves, valve leakage, and/or abnormal rhythm. Don't bother asking him to check your heart, though, Becky. That crushed Titanic sub has more life inside it than that collapsed troll cave you call a chest cavity.
What?
What was that?
What is... First off...
Is that a hack?
A crushed Titanic sub reference, and then who is Becky? Who
Becky with the good hair.
Who are they talking about? No idea.
Now, there are other things on social media about the Rockies scoreboard.
Oh.
May of 2022. You can waste a lot of your mental and emotional energy agonizing over a decision. Just make a choice. Unless your decision is to take Zach Wheeler out at 78 pitches, no runs, no one on base, don't make that decision. Another one from September of 22. We often hear of the heat of the moment as a synonym for acting passionately or unthinkingly. But where are the other temperatures for moments? Nothing apparently remarkable about the chill of the moment. Nothing compelling about mid-breeze of the moment. Is In the Still of the Night the unknowing antithesis song to the heat of the moment? Am I still typing? So apparently this is like a running bit.
This is a step up, I feel like, though, like in terms of aggressiveness. So Newsweek has the story up, and they said they reached out to the Rockies for comment, and they have not heard back.
Okay, we got another uniform unveiling. We have Seattle. Number 1 is Cleveland with those whiteouts, in my opinion. Then you got the Seattle Seahawks going back to the Steve Largent days. Schefter just tweeted out. I retweeted it at 1053 SS. Colts unveil their new Indiana Knights alternate uniform that they'll wear at Lucas Oil against the Browns. They'll also wear the uniform for select games in future seasons. I feel like the Browns are facing Seattle and Seattle's doing their uniforms, and now the Colts and the Browns, all the new uniform teams, I feel like are being tied into each other. What do we think of this?
This is disgusting. What in the Microsoft Paint? That looks like the Rockies jersey swap
for Ohtani.
Those jerseys look like off-brand Detroit Lions jerseys.
Yes,
with helmets you'd see in a like Oliver Stone movie. Like that looks like the helmet somebody would create for a movie where it's like, let's kind of look like we're a football team. Those are ugly.
Yeah, I kind of could get down with the helmet, just the black background. I think I would rather the blue helmet with a white horseshoe instead of, you know what I mean, like as a change. But I could kind of get down with this, but it does. I don't know, the jersey just with the I don't know, it kind of looks a little plain.
Yeah, I don't like it. So there it is. Around the NFL and some Diamond Cavs here on Sean and RJ. Some college football notes. Nick Saban, you change your mind that he's no longer the GOAT after this?
I do change my mind. They were asking him this at SEC Media Days. He was making an analogy to preparing the quarterback position to baking cakes, and that led into a question about his favorite cake.
Favorite cake?
Yeah, well, carrot cake. That's
Easy.
Carrot cake. His favorite cake is carrot cake.
Okay.
That's a food foul. Paul Feinbaum is right. This is the end. This is the end for Nick Saban. You know, I'd like carrot cake. It's okay, but you can't say it's your favorite cake. It's a vegetable. That's not even Bugs Bunny's favorite cake.
Is that a reflection when he says carrot cake's his favorite? Is he talking about the icing? Like, I feel like whenever anybody says they love German chocolate cake, what they're telling you is they like that little coconut icing that goes on top.
Right.
So, and the cream cheese icing on a carrot cake is fantastic.
Very good.
So, like, I feel like that's less about the cake itself, more he's saying, I like the flavor of the cream cheese frosting.
Because he started out by saying, you know, Grandma Saban made the best cakes in the world, the best cakes ever. Grandma Saban put moonshine in these cakes. There's no way you could say a carrot cake is your favorite unless that thing was laced with something. All right, ice cream cake has to be up there. Red velvet, maybe. A good chocolate cake. If you want to do a vanilla cake with the chocolate frosting, I can get away with that.
Rum cake. Have you
Rum
ever
cake,
had rum
yeah,
cake?
rum cake's good.
My mom makes. That's the only thing she ever baked.
With the raisins?
No raisins.
The rum raisin cake?
No raisins. No raisins.
I mean, my son had an ice cream cake for the first time the other day. He goes, it's amazing. I'm like, yeah, it's ice cream.
It's ice
fantastic.
Ice cream cakes. The only problem with ice cream cakes is I feel like there's a little too much going on. Like it is a little bit of too much of a good thing. As a kid, look, I loved chocolate cake, German chocolate cake. As an adult, as I've grown as an individual,
too much chocolate.
I prefer just like the regular. Like, I like a good yellow cake or a white cake with chocolate frosting. That's the ticket.
Vols punishment and Georgia newspaper for college.
All right, let's go. Let's go with the Tennessee punishment here. My Volunteers are forced to vacate all 11 wins over a 2-year stretch, Sean, because Jeremy Pruitt was the former coach. Also pay an $8 million fine and vacate the wins from 2 years where they already didn't win any games really anyway. So you got us. You got us, NCAA. Now, it does do one thing. Drops us out of the top 10 all-time in wins.
Okay.
All right. We'll get back there in no time. Got Josh Hype. We're going to win 11 games a year.
I wonder sometimes if that's the thrust of removing the wins. Because you remember, like, everybody's like, who cares that you vacated the LSU wins? But then it was like, no, that actually digs into Les Miles. Now he doesn't qualify for the College Football Hall of Fame because he's below the 60% win threshold. Do they look at it and they go, let's vacate these wins this certain amount because now it drops Tennessee out of the top 10? I wonder if that's their...
Punish like the coach that was there?
Yeah.
Could be. Yeah, it could be. Because it does hurt. I mean, being in the top 10 all time, that puts you in legendary status, and now we're dropped out of there. Like, again, we'll be back there in no time, I'm sure. Because it was only 11 wins. Not like they vacated 22. They vacated 11 over a 2-year stretch.
By the way, an update 3 hours later from me texting Peyton Russell at 6 a.m. He says that people are wearing Blue Jay stuff in Vancouver, but it's not a lot. So
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Did the University of Georgia get a reporter fired? So they had they had a bunch of issues in off the field vehicle accidents, high speed street races.
Who made that joke about Kirby the other day, saying, "Wow, how ironic! Kirby's behind and late when his whole offseason has been about speed."
Yeah,
and I was like, "Ooh,
oh yeah,
it's a dig, man."
Yeah, I mean, like you had people killed in car crashes.
Yeah,
not cool.
Let's not make jokes.
So Kirby dismissed the critics who suggested he'd lost control of the program. And there was a report in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. And the Atlanta Journal-Constitution is basically, it's the Dallas Morning News. Okay? It's the major paper.
So no one reads that either?
Correct. Of a major city.
Stop.
All right? The major paper of a major city in the U.S. And, the AJC is a big-time paper.
They're aligned with the other radio station in town, too, and only prints and stuff they want?
Now that I don't know. That I don't know about the AJC.
Okay.
So, but they painted a very different picture.
They have a guy who, for some reason, gets the first question at Cowboys camp, and no one can figure out why.
Nobody can figure out why.
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
So the article was the work of a team of reporters that included veteran investigative journalist Alan Judd, who caused a stir towards the end of June.
Except for you, Gelkin. You're the only one.
In the form of a controversial expose that suggested Georgia had failed to take appropriate measures with players who were accused of domestic violence and sexual assault, including that of a 16-year-old girl. A 16-year-old high school recruit who was visiting the campus. It was a 16-year-old high school recruit who was visiting the campus. Many Georgia football fans took issue with the report. The university issued this rebuke. said it accused him of publishing a piece that claimed contained errors, unsubstantiated allegations, innuendo, yada, yada, yada.
Yes, yada, yada.
They wind up firing this reporter. Now, it's worth noting, they say, that the reporter had to resign from a job in 1988 after being called out for fabricating quotes, okay? The issue is, 1988 is like 35 years ago. This could have been a 22-year-old kid trying to make a name for himself with no ethics and no morals, who's now 60 and probably is much more reputable. So did the University of Georgia pressure the Atlanta Journal-Constitution into firing a reporter? This would be like the University of Texas pressuring someone of the Dallas Morning News. Like, I get it if it happens at the Austin Statesman, but it shouldn't happen at a major paper in a major city that isn't in a college town.
Dude, it's not talked about enough, I think, at times, how some of these college football programs, and I think it's probably just because there's not a public consciousness of it, there's some mafioso tendencies at times with these.
Yeah. What Vegas thinks Dak, oh, Bobby, we got stakes, baby. We got stakes everywhere. What Vegas thinks Dak and every other quarterback will do this upcoming season, next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct. Are you looking for that next engagement?
accidents happen. Franklin Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
We will crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece at 9:40. Pudge Rodriguez will be on with the fellas as part of their Throwback Rangers series. Everyone in the world fell for the fake Dak Prescott story from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. I got a phone call from Nick Eatman about this yesterday.
Whoa.
He was one of the guys who clarified that Dak did not guarantee that he would any interception total. What he said was the receivers know where the hell to be, why to be, and when they're getting looked at. That's going to be a big jump. We won't have those tipped interceptions this year. Not, I won't have 10 interceptions this year. But that doesn't mean you can't make money off of this because BetTexas.com.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. BetTexas.com sent this to me. Dak Prescott interception odds for the upcoming season with the over-under 9.5. What do you think is the favorite? You can bet on it.
9.5. I would say the over is the favorite.
It's a good line. Yeah, I'll say over is the favorite.
It is 60% chance that Dak throws 10 interceptions or more, minus 150. If you think he's going to be under that, plus 125. They also sent me the NFL fan bases who bet the most. Because I remember we were talking about this the other day, having to do with a certain team. I'm not going to give it away. What fan base bets the most?
Well, I mean, we talked about Detroit.
It's not Detroit. They don't have Detroit as a top 7 team betting.
No, yeah, this is This isn't a players list. This is the fans that bet.
Well, let's just say because they're there, Vegas.
No.
Giants.
It is the Giants. They lead the way, 13%. Next.
Jets.
No. Warm.
Patriots.
No.
Buffalo.
Buffalo, 11%. Then Arizona, 8%. Bears fans tied with Cowboys fans. Remember I said Chicago? Because all this, there's always a Chicago storyline. Or the Bears are up there on these over-unders and win totals. Bears and Cowboys, 6%. Carolina, Jets, and Falcons after that. Those are the fan bases that bet the most, according to BetTexas.com.
Okay. By the way, you can't bet in Texas. How is there a BetTexas.com? I'm interested about this one.
Great question.
I think it's a great idea to start that website because we'll get it here eventually. Sometime in the next 75 years, we'll have gambling.
And then you can
gotta have it on hold.
Sell it back to Ken Paxton or whoever.
Wherever it is, yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Still there?
So I got over-unders for all the quarterbacks.
Okay.
And I was like, let me take 3 of these. Let me take 6. And we're so obsessed with the NFL and quarterbacks. Look at the Netflix ratings for quarterback. I was like, I could almost read 3/4 of these. So we'll start off with number 4. Total passing yards. Let's see how many times Bobby takes the over here. Total passing yards for Dak Prescott. The over-under. You want to guess the number?
Yeah, I wanted to.
Okay.
3850.
Too low.
4100.
40-50.5 is Dak's over-under passing yardage total.
Okay.
4,050 yards.
Okay.
You taking the over or the under?
Over.
Okay.
And now remember, if he plays
after I've told you 19, do you know what he threw for last year?
36.
How many? He missed 5 games.
Yeah.
So he threw for, we'll say, 3,200.
So he threw for 2860 last year. Now the year before, 4450. He's thrown for 4,900 in his career, 4450. This over-under with Mike McCarthy running the ball, supposedly, is 40-50.5. Prescott's total touchdown passes over-under. Would you like to guess what that is?
29.
27.5.
26.5.
Okay.
For Dak's over-under touchdowns. Bet Online set his total picks over-under for 11.5 that you can bet on. So Bet Texas was 9.5. Total interceptions 11.5 from Bet
So
Online.
there you go. Just like the NFL.
Take the under.
Yeah, no. Just like with teams with win totals, Bet Texas is shorting Dak's interception numbers.
Okay.
I like it.
Whatever that means. Yeah. So now we move on to Jalen Hurts.
Oh, I can't wait for this.
What will the numbers be? It will also be helpful for you guys to be looking up what their numbers were last year on the computer. So Jalen Hurts, the odds of what he's going to do with the possible MVP campaign for Filthy. Total passing yards, over-under is 36.50.
Under.
Total touchdown passes, 21.5.
That's going to be tight.
Total interceptions, over-under is 8.5. And the rushing yards, 725.5. Jalen Hurts rushing touchdowns, over-under is 10.5. Those are the over-under numbers for Jalen.
That's why the 21.5 or whatever was on the touchdown passes, that makes sense to me because
he's going to run for
he's going to run a ton.
All right, Daniel Jones. Let's see if they're buying in. Daniel Jones, total passing yards, 33.50.5. The over-under. Now, remember, Daniel Jones is going to run as well. Touchdown passes, over-under is 18.5. Picks are 9.5. Rushing yards, 575.5. Rushing touchdowns, 4.5.
I'll take the under on the touchdown passes. He had 15 last year. And that was about his career year as he was going to have.
Yeah, he's got Waller now, though. Waller is a red zone target who he's going to throw to.
Let's move on to Aaron Rodgers.
Let's.
Passing yards, over, under.
2,300.
Are you being serious?
No, I'm kidding. 2,300. That would be
4,000. 4,000 and a half.
I'll take the under.
For Vegas and Rodgers. Touchdown passes, over, under 28.5. I want you to compare these to Dak as well. Interceptions, over, under is 8.5. He usually doesn't turn it over. Those are the numbers for Rodgers. 4,000, 28, and 8, basically.
I'll take the under in passing yards.
Under 4,000. That's 235 yards a game.
Yeah, but they got a defensive-minded coach. They're a Breece Hall wannabe running team.
I don't know that you give up what you did to get him to just run the football, though.
Yeah, but I mean,
maybe they see that he's faded a little bit, maybe a little bit old. What other quarterbacks are you interested in? Who else do you want to know about?
Do we have odds on any of the San Francisco quarterbacks?
Yeah.
Let's see. I do not have Trey Lance. Who else would it be?
Brock Purdy with his injury.
Brock Purdy with the injury. I do not have them
Tua.
either.
Is Tua on the board, or is he too much of an injury risk to have over-unders?
Tua Tagovailoa. Yes, I have him.
All right.
Tua, total passing yards, 3,900.5. And the total touchdowns, 25.5. Interceptions, 11.5. So the top 5 in passing yards, Mahomes' number is 4,750.
Wow, he had 52 last year.
Herbert is 4,450.5.
He had 47.
Burrow's 4,400.5.
That's what he had.
Allen 4,300 and Cousins 4,300. So top 5 in rushing yards. Fields.
Is it over 1,000?
It's 875.5.
I'll take the over.
Over.
Wow.
875.5 for Fields. Lamar's is 850.5.
No, I wouldn't touch that one because of the injuries. But Fields Fields had like 875 yards by like week 10.
Yeah, I mean, he was like in the top 5, I think, in rushing yards last year. Pretty close to it. He had almost 1,200 yards rushing.
Of the rookie class, Anthony Richardson, total passing yards, 2,700.5 over under. Bryce Young's is 3,350 and CJ Stroud is 3,300.
North for Bryce Young. I'm calling over on 3,300.
Yeah.
All right.
He's a good player, man.
So there you go. Those are some of the numbers with the quarterbacks coming out. If you want to bet on them, courtesy of Bet Online. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and Roberto Belt here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Any leftover stories that you've been dying to get to before we crosstalk with KMC? Speak now or forever. Go ahead, Bobby.
No, I was just going to say, I do actually want to give some credit to Matthew Stafford, which is a rare thing. So I want to make some people in Highland Park happy.
All right, what kind of troll job we got?
No, this is not a troll. This is not a troll job. The report out there this week is that the Rams came to Matthew Stafford this offseason and said, hey, we really need you to rework your deal. Need you to take a pay cut. And he said, jump in a lake. I'm not doing it, which I love because, look, these players make so many concessions so frequently to these teams. The teams have such the upper hand so frequently in the negotiations, everything else. Look at how the running backs are having their struggles right now. Absolutely. Do not ever renegotiate. That's their deal. That's their problem. So kudos to Matthew Stafford. I actually love that.
Amen. You were out during the first opportunity to talk about that backstabber, Sean McVay. When we heard that Mike Lombardi reported they were trying to trade him everywhere. And you called it. You did say McScapegoat would look for someone else.
That's right. It's only a matter of time.
Find the Jared Goff body.
That weasel, Sean McVay, ready to stab another number one pick quarterback right in the back. Sean McVay's a good coach. It's a fact. It's also a fact that he has scapegoated both of his quarterbacks. Stafford was good before McVay. Goff was good after McVay. It's not just Sean McVay, all right? But Sean wants everyone to think that he's the reason these guys were good at any point in their careers. He scapegoated one. He's the favorite to win his division. He's the one he scapegoated is the favorite to win his division. He's about to scapegoat another one whose arm got hurt. He uses them, and when he can't use them anymore, he scapegoats them. That's it. It's not on him. No, it's not on me, man. It's not the quarterback. But it is. Scapegoat.
The worst take at the station might be Zach Wolchuk's insistence that Sean McVay is 10 times the coach that Kyle Shanahan is.
10 times?
Like, he thinks Kyle Shanahan is a total fraud and that Sean McVay is nearing God status.
Why?
He will fight you over this one.
Why is he? What's he think the difference is?
He points to look at how many losing seasons Kyle Shanahan has. He's been a playoff underperformer. It's like, yeah, okay, he was building a team for a few years. That's why they sucked. And then they had 1 year where literally everyone got hurt and they were bad that year. Otherwise, they've been good.
And McVay's never not had a number one pick at quarterback.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, look.
Great point, Sean. You should tell it to Zach Wolchuk.
He usually texts me like 5 hours after he wakes up and listens to the show.
I think they're both overrated. I think Shanahan's probably better. He's done it with. I mean, he hasn't had the number one pick at quarterback.
I cannot believe that if they were both available and the Cowboys were looking for a head coach, that Wolchuk could genuinely say, no, I'd rather have McVay on the open market than Kyle Shanahan. That'd be nuts to me.
All right, this could be a bloody crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece over RJ Choppy's female Mount Rushmore. That's what Bobby's really been doing throughout the entire show, is preparing for this crosstalk battle next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we're live at the Dallas Boat Show.
brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Not enough time for this crosstalk. Mike Bassick and his vertical with his brand new shoes. We have hype man Derek Holland. We have
I'm so excited.
Shakira and Bobby's list.
Gosh, dude.
All right, Jeffrey. Derek wants you to get a little hype. He wants you
We
to
need
get,
some excitement.
He wants you to get one of these reads and bring it. I think you've done a nice job. You've picked up the pace.
You have.
But Derek wants to hear it exploding through the radio.
Can you like death growls? Have you ever done like death growls?
Art is kind of heavy, so I didn't want to like try to work the gas and the brake in these.
When did you start feeling the burn of them?
Right now.
Right now.
He was
How
doing
long-
sprints down the hallway.
That's true.
Could you ever dunk?
I could touch the rim. I could not dunk. Me and Trey Washington. Trey, if you're listening, sorry, buddy.
So did you get like those on a great sale, or are you trying to dunk, or you just want to build up your calves?
My dad got them for my sons to work on their vertical.
They got the same shoe size.
These, my 13-year-old does.
Dang.
But my 15-year-old is in a size 12, and I'm 13, but my 13-year-old is in a 13.
Very impressive. Corey Majors, what's coming up on the show?
Guys, at 11:20 today.
I like that you said very impressive on their shoe size.
I am, because like 12 and 13-year-olds have the same shoe size or bigger than I do. I got to give it up for them, which is a lot, apparently.
Pudge Rodriguez joins us today. He will be unveiling the All-Star logo today for the Texas Rangers.
Little they know it was unveiled during the All-Star game on accident.
Oh, well.
Derek, were you on the Rangers when Pudge came back and stole David Murphy's number? Okay.
Yes.
Do you ask him about that and use the word stole?
Yeah.
If you want me to.
Kinda.
I still think it's a little surprised that they even gave it away in the first place.
Yeah, that they just, like when he left to go to Florida, you're like, hey, let's give
just
this
hold
number
on to
away
this thing. It
because
was a little surprising.
we know that this number's going.
Yeah.
Here's the big announcement that Kevin Hagelin has given me the green light
Oh.
to use on our show. Corey, yes, I'm doing it.
I don't know what this is about.
You've been promoted to the head of radio.
Derek Holland is coming to training camp.
Yeah!
A new member
See, that's excitement.
of the Oxnard. Jeffrey, let's
Yeah,
celebrate
give us the
that.
announcement.
Hold on,
Give
I want
us the
him to announce it.
announcement.
I want you to announce me going to Oxnard with him. Give me some
Do
excitement.
it as if the Lord of the Rings came out with a new movie.
We've been looking at your Instagram.
Depends. Is it a good movie?
Yeah,
I
good.
don't know.
It's a great movie.
It's a great movie.
Yeah.
Sound excited.
Breaking news. It's Derek Holland coming to Oxnard.
He's going to interview Tyron Smith. They have something in common with that stupid elbow thing.
My God.
I'm not saying
you're
that to
wearing
him.
jump shoes.
I will not be saying that to him by any means.
Okay, so how did this develop? How did this come about?
Well, I've just been talking to Spittle about it. I wanted to learn more about the Cowboys stuff. So when these guys talk Cowboys, I actually have something that I can say.
Very nice. Are you
So I talked
excited
to
about
the
this edition,
Hefe.
Kevin Hagelin?
Heck yeah. Because if you couldn't talk about Cowboys, that'd send him over to the ticket. So, yeah, I mean, just don't start it if you can't
Yeah,
keep
Derek,
going.
our quarterback gets normal massages.
Yeah, I know. I'm very excited, and he wants to shadow Bobby and Broadus and everything, and like try to scoop up as much information as he can.
I want him. He's being way too professional about this. I was like, let's go party, let's do shots, and he's like, I'm not doing that. So he's not gonna go hard with me.
Will you take Bassick's place at the dinner?
Oh, you're not going?
It's crazy.
That's not what I was just asking if you're going.
That literally
I'm
means
leaning
it's just normal
towards no.
socializing.
I will go. I will
Okay.
gladly, as long as you invite me, I will go.
All right, Mike, you're out.
But hey,
Derek, you're
real
in.
quick, who's gonna have more picks this year? Since you guys were talking about earlier, Dak or Deshaun?
Bobby?
Come on, Robert.
Oh
I'm
my
just-
God!
I'm thinking how much trouble I could get in for a joke. I no joke. I'll just say
yeah.
it's probably Dak. I don't know. They'll be close. I would imagine they're going to throw around the same number.
Do you think they're even? And who's going to have the better year?
I would say right now, Dak is definitely better than Deshaun. I could easily say that. I think after this year, now I'm putting a lot into it. I think Deshaun is going to be a top 8 quarterback after this year.
Yeah.
To your point, in 2019, that's about where he was at, right?
Yeah.
Before the whole I don't want to play for Houston, and then the massage thing came out. Like Deshaun Watson,
I
yeah,
think
right?
he was top 5. that
Right, he
year.
was right in that category of I'd say
was
5 to
elite.
10.
He was elite. And I think he can get back to that. Is he going to? I don't know. We'll see.
All right, Bobby, take it home and explain why this music is playing.
Because
Mike moving the hips.
RJ Choppy, which we've been talking about this during the break all day today. I think RJ's changed the definition about 5 times. It's been very Orlovsky.
I think I've had to explain the definition to you about 5 times.
So RJ's contention is that he's not going to put her there.
This is
but he
because
says
of Jimmy Butler.
Shakira is in the conversation of the Mount Rushmore of hottest women of all time.
Celebrities.
Who said this?
Me.
Choppy.
Shakira. Top 4 because Jimmy Butler is apparently dating Shakira.
She's in the
good job.
conversation.
Yeah.
So I did come up with 100 names that were hotter than Shakira.
Let's hear it.
I succeeded.
And let's hear it. And how many of these have aged like an avocado?
Let's see.
Is that good or
No,
bad?
it's bad. And meanwhile, Shakira, who's dang near 50, looks as...
Is she?
Yeah, she's 46.
Wow.
Looks as hot as she ever did.
But what's the definition? What's the definition here?
Because you're not saying sex symbol. You're just saying attractiveness.
Not sex symbol, because sex symbols like Farrah Fawcett, like other girls, just...
Brittany Griner.
Sure.
Right.
Like, but your sex symbol and hotness is
you
different.
know, Mike. You know.
And like, I mean, you can do whatever you want. Like, is peak Brittany or Jessica Simpson?
Hold on,
hotter
which
than-
Brittany? We have to clarify
Right.
now
Griner.
based off that last comment.
Is peak Jessica Simpson hotter? Maybe.
Yes.
But if you take into the scope of their entire lives, it's not even
So this is
close.
career hotness, is what
Career
you're saying
hot.
here.
I mean,
okay.
you can make whatever you want. Like,
No, it's your take. So don't dodge and dip. What is the standard? What is the category?
I think it's. I mean,
you called her Mount Rushmore for what?
Yeah, for hotness, and I'm gonna say throughout my life.
Wow.
Throughout my life.
Here are just several.
Hottest singer of all time? Would you like if you were just taking all singers, take out actresses, take out models?
Yeah, actresses and
is she the
models.
hottest singer of all time?
Peak, no. I think lifetime, her or J-Lo are the hottest.
Okay.
Wow. Alexandra Daddario, Rosario Dawson,
Isn't that
Gal
wouldn't that
Gadot,
be
Scarlett
Daddario, not
Johansson,
Daddario?
Margot Robbie, Megan Fox, Kim Kardashian, Kate Upton, Cindy Crawford, Ariana Grande, Lizzo, Rihanna, Mila Kunis, Halle Berry, Cheryl Cole, Kaylee Cuoco, Keely Hazel, Olivia Wilde, Katy Perry, Jessica Alba, Adriana Lima, Alicia Cuthbert, Anna Kendrick, Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, Angelina Jolie, Hayden Panettiere, Keira Knightley, Ashley Judd, Tyra Banks, Vita Guerra, Eva Longoria, Beyonce, Jessica Simpson, Jennifer Love Hewitt, Tiffany Amber Thiessen, Gina Gershon, Elizabeth Berkley.
Did you put this
Anna
whole list
Kournikova,
together?
Charlize Theron,
And he's an
Doja
idiot.
Cat,
He's an
Jennifer
Gina
Aniston, Demi Moore, Demi Lovato, Selena Gomez, Michelle Pfeiffer, Cheryl
Ooh,
Tweedy,
Selena Gomez.
Brooke, Kate Upton, Sophia
that's a
Vergara,
good one.
Nicole
That's
Scherzinger,
a good one.
Foxes, Minka Kelly, Jamie Presley, Alyssa Milano, Rose Byrne, Iggy Azalea, Raquel Welch, Ellen Barkin, Natalie Portman,
Ellen Barkin?
Christina Hendricks, Megan Good, Kat Denning, Sarah Michelle Gellar, Katie Holmes, Pamela Anderson, Tara Reid, Catherine Zeta-Jones, Selma Hayek, Heidi Klum, Katherine
Tara
Heigl,
Reid, I
Penelope
don't
Cruz,
know.
Eliza Dushku, Isla Fisher, Alicia Keys, almost done, Jennifer Garner, Ali Larder, Heather Graham, Brittany Murphy, Stacey Keebler, Nev Campbell,
Ooh, Stacey
Elizabeth
Keebler,
Hurley,
yeah.
Carmen Electra, Blake Lively, Gigi Hadid,
Carmen Electra.
Emily Ratajkowski, Kendall Jenner, Chrissy Teigen, Rachel McAdams, Michelle Rodriguez, Jessica
not
Biel,
almost
Jennifer
over. This
Lawrence,
is
Amber
boring.
Heard, Juliana
Stop.
Hunt, Vanessa Hudgens,
This-
Sophia
you're
Bush,
an
Dakota
idiot.
Johnson, Kate Moss, Bella Hadid, and Kate Beckinsale.
Kate Beck, you're an
You
idiot.
forgot Helen Mirren.
That was 101 with Lizzo thrown in
made-
there that nobody
You
reacted
made
to.
Mike sit down and Corey get up for the list.
Yeah.
What do you think,
It's one of
Mike?
the worst things I've ever seen in my life.
I don't know.
Mike just thinks that was terrible radio.
100 women that were more attractive than
You named 100 people.
102 with Lizzo, and then what he said about Brittany.
Did you start out with 100 as a goal, or did you just keep finding
I
new
said
women?
I can find 100 women hotter. He said,
okay.
no, you can't. I
But
said,
you
okay,
can't.
I
Did
will.
you just say
did.
Lizzo?
And you did. And you don't believe any of that.
They'll take the
I'm
bait.
not.
They'll take it.
I'm not, but
Take the
wow.
bait. Take the
What
bait.
I was surprised with Choppy,
That's
I'll change
not.
the subject a little bit.
Thank you.
You don't think
is
she's beautiful, Dave?
I love carrot cake, and there's no carrot flavor to it. It's a spice cake.
How do
with
you get the carrot cake?
Carrot cake. The carrots just give it more moisture.
Yeah,
They're
like
using.
carrot cake, but it's not your
But
favorite.
do you think it's more chewy?
I love spice cake.
Yeah.
So obviously it's a type of spice cake with carrots in it, and I love the cream cheese frosting. So
Yeah,
I do put carrot cake up there.
Like
It
Nick
might
Saban.
be my favorite. I do a Paula Dean one that she used to do, or she probably still
dear.
does, but it's really good.
We wouldn't know. She's been canceled.
Corey Mages is requesting one. What name did you object to the most, or 3 on Bobby's
Lizzo.
list?
God. Sounded like Micro Machine.
Keira Knightley.
You shut your mouth.
I think she's extremely attractive, but she's not close. I mean, he named a million. Who's Ellen Barkin? I don't even know who that is.
Ellen Barkin.
She's
Sea of
a
Love,
comedian,
Big Easy.
and she has short hair.
You're thinking of Ellen DeGeneres.
Nobody named Ellen is hotter than somebody named Shakira. Period. And then
Go watch the Big Easy and Sea of Love. You tell me that.
And then did you say Sydney Sweeney? She's another one.
I did not put her on there, but she should be on there.
Oh, Margot. I'm sorry. Margot Robbie is not. She's hot. She's massively overrated. She's hot though.
Who's your celebrity
She's
crush?
not Shakira.
Jennifer Lawrence, I like her a lot.
We were just talking about
I don't even know if
Selena
I put her on
Gomez
there.
I would
was
love
on
to
there.
see you and Jennifer Lawrence have a conversation.
It'd be better than me and Tollison.
I think that would be tremendous.
I want to see how she puts on that blue costume in X-Men.
I do too.
Like, it's just paint, right? It's just like
That's why we
they
wanna
put
watch
on
it,
like
right?
stickies and then they paint her body, right?
Uh-huh.
We're back tomorrow morning.
Don't you want to watch that?
Did you want to bail on that?
No
Mike
more.
probably had more to say.
It probably takes a long time, and she probably does it obviously with just the few people that can see her body totally naked. But
Did you say naked?
I love how he says naked.
Just the few.
Naked.
Yeah.
Naked.
Usually it's one.
but that's an interesting. Like, that's just an instant. Like, that just
Generally
looks
it's
like
Not
it
thanks
looks
to
like
the
tough
cloud
to
link.
put on, and it's probably not like a get up. They're probably painting most of her.
Welcome to training camp, Dutch. Good to
We're
have
not
you.
there yet, so.
The KMC masterpiece
Wait till you see Oxnard.
is next,
Wait.
right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's great weather.
The KNC Masterpiece is on deck. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I don't know for better or worse. I get the sense today's show is going to be an all-timer. Keep in mind, by the end of the show, I didn't say an all-time great show.
All-timer?
I said it's going to be an all-timer. It could be an all-time horrible show.
Is it because of Mike's shoes? Is that the first reason?
I think this is a good drill for my shoes to dunk like Bill Lambier. Is you just sit right here and then right out of your seat, you jump as high as you can.
It's like jumping out of a pool, like jumping out of the water. It's a little different, though.
Yeah,
I like
working
it.
my calves today during the show.
Hey, should I put my hands out and you kind of like high knee into my hands?
Yes.
Ooh, that's a good one.
That's going to help out.
See?
Let's do it in between.
I feel like my point's already been proven.
Did you hear what Derek said, though? Derek said, let's do that in between segments.
Okay.
So that was good radio.
That was me being pro right there.
So you got me, Kevin Hageland.
Yeah.
You got Corey Majors. You got Jumpman Mike Bassick, who also has his coffee.
Wow, you guys
have
be Jumpman?
Derek.
I want a cool name like that.
I like that. I like that nickname.
You want me to call you Jumpman from now on?
It is Mike.
Yeah.
I want to be like Mike.
That is very, very true. And we have Rigo running the board for us today. Gentlemen.
You kidding me?
What? Because I called you gentlemen?
No, the Rangers.
Rangers, dude.
All right.
Yeah, how could you not be hype right now?
This is awesome.
I am absolutely hype right now.
About what?
About the sweep.
Okay. Wait. Two sweeps.
Yeah,
and
two
wait.
consecutive sweeps.
Knocked both of them out of first place.
In your face.
Did you know that?
Ooh, yeah, that's true because now the Orioles
They're tied
are
for
in
first.
place.
And they can do that to the Dodgers, too.
Oh, man, that would be awesome.
If they were to sweep the Dodgers, then Arizona could possibly take over first place.
And then keep the Astros out of first place while doing that in the next series,
my God,
too.
wouldn't that be cool?
This would be awesome. What? Hold on, Kevin, you're not talking to us. See, now here's the thing. When I ask why, when I ask what you're most excited about, there are lots of things from yesterday to be excited about. The thing for me is the conversation that we led up through that was the big story all day, and that's the fact that Alex Spieth steps in there and makes some very, very good hitters look very, very foolish.
And
what a debut.
Yes.
I was wrong. I thought that Boach yesterday, I was like, you're going to try to find a non-threatening situation to get him his first big league game. And it's like, nope,
hell I am.
Here it is, man. You're facing one of the best teams in the American League. We have a 1-run lead when he came in, right? Because it's 1-0 in the seventh. And then in the bottom of the seventh, the Rangers score. Did they score one in the bottom of seventh? And then they hit the home run with Jonah Heim pushing it? I can't remember exactly, but he came in a 1-0 game and was able to. Obviously, I'd love to play the highlight. If we have the highlight of Spieth, strike him out, throw him out situation.
Let's go to cut 5.
1 out, full count. Payoff pitch. Margot goes. Swing and a miss. The throw to second. The tag. They got him. Strike him out. Throw him out. Double play.
Cheers.
Welcome to the big leagues, Alex Spieth.
Great call, Jared.
Yeah, no, that actually, that absolutely was a great call right there. Now, I want to talk about the Rangers more as a whole, but how often do you have a show with 2 major league pitchers? I guess
every week.
Once a week.
Yeah.
But for like...
Sometimes twice.
And we'll have a former major league catcher on with us today, too, at 11:20.
So we're going to have 3.
So, yeah.
Pudge!
Yeah,
I'm going to go ahead and say the greatest Ranger of all time coming up at 11:20. Is I want to go to cut number 8 right here, because if there was any downers from the game is the concern about John Gray and then later Adolis Garcia. Let's go and fire off cut number 8 right here.
Oh, another bouncer up the middle that goes off a pitcher's foot. And Gray dropping that glove, I'm guessing in frustration as much as anything, because and I don't know, that reaction does not make me feel good. 112 miles per hour off the bat, of course. Golly. Rangers don't need that.
And so he would leave the game. And this might sound weird, Mike, but I don't want to go strictly results-based. If you were watching the game, I know he hadn't given up any runs, but maybe not his best start because he had to battle out of trouble.
Yeah.
In the second and third, and then again in the fourth after this. I know he left the game.
I like your question. I'm going to pass it to Derek after I make this comment here is, I don't know how many, let's just say you make 30 starts in a season, and you're a good pitcher. John Gray's a good pitcher. Derek Holland was a good starting pitcher. you're going to have maybe 10 might be too many, Derek, that you feel dominant, that you have pretty there's not much threat on the bases. You're having a lot of 1, 2, 3 innings. If a guy gets on base, they only get to first base. So I think that's the kind of showing of what a good pitcher can be is they're not dominating the other team, but at the end of the inning, it's still a 0 on the board.
And his team helped him out. You got the out at home plate in the second. You got the double play in the third. Like, his team was helping out.
Yeah, and the thing, too, I want to enforce what you were saying is you make 30 starts, 10 of them you have your best stuff, you have no issues. 10 after that you have that are okay, you kind of got to learn to pitch a little bit, and then the last 10, you have to like really figure out what you're made of. You don't have anything. You have to figure it out, get people out. But what Gray's doing, I mean, I think he's going to be fine. There's no need to panic about him, but he's going to get things going. But yeah, it's a frustrating thing is sometimes when you don't have your best stuff, and your team is battling for you.
I think the great news is obviously it was negative. They did X-ray.
And for Adolis as well.
Yeah.
And Bochy said day-to-day for both of them. And day-to-day for the pitcher hopefully is a little easier because that just means you can make your next start.
And I know we're going to go right back to getting hit here in a second, but Derek, when you got to the second half of the season, every season's different. I understand that, and how your arm feels is different from the age that you are, from the injury that maybe you're dealing with in the first half. Is how much would you relax on your bullpens? And what I mean by that is now you've already thrown 100+ innings. You're down to what they call the dog days of the season. I would just say sometimes when I got to this part of the year, instead of throwing, let's say, 45 or 50 pitches in my bullpen, I would maybe back it off to 30 pitches. Just because, hey, I still want to get in my good work. I still want to get in my cardio. I want to be as ready to go for my next start. But I don't want to force things that I know that my arm is in shape. I don't need to kind of maybe force 50 or 60 bullpen pitches.
Yeah, well, the other thing is recovery becomes very important. We changed your whole routine. For me, I learned from a lot of the veteran guys was a lot more cold tub time, a lot more, which we ended up getting cryotherapy later, getting more massages, getting myself back to normal so that way once I came back out every 5 days, I was good to go. With cardio and stuff, it kind of stayed the same. You kind of backed off maybe for like 2 weeks, and then you go back up, ramp it back up. So it's just more about maintaining everything than anything else.
Now, I don't know how well you can describe this, and you might be, it's as simple as nothing goes through my head.
Right.
I already know.
But I'm sure you've experienced plenty of comebackers at plenty of different levels of baseball. What, if anything, goes through your mind?
Man, it happens quick. I've been drilled so many times by comebackers, and I literally, great.
We can just take out the comebacker.
Yeah.
We're good to go.
But it's once it comes off the bat, you're trying to figure out like what to do. Like sometimes it's like a changeup coming back at you, but you're in full panic and it's coming really slow to you, and then you finally just like, oh, I got it, and then whatever. And then sometimes it just, as soon as it hits the bat, it's already hit you. Like I've been drilled.
Okay, where you say hit, because is it mostly in the legs? Because that's obviously impossible to protect.
Yeah, I'm so happy that I've never been hit in the head. I've come pretty close to getting drilled. I know Altuve hit one right back at me, and I put my hand up, and I ended up messing up my middle finger. There's like little springs, I guess you can call them, around your knuckle. Those were messed up.
The Kevin Brown injury.
I had to go back into the dugout and hold the ball.
You have springs in your finger.
Well, I do got this.
He does have a Winter Soldier arm.
He says right now.
I thought that was an excellent description.
I'm trying to help out.
When you do push-ups, you touch the rim after you push up, like your springs.
I mean, this is coming from the guy with calf shoes on right now.
He's trying to be an Avenger.
Got you there.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I know what you're saying. I'm just teasing you.
So it's hard to react and stop it. My whole thing is like, I know I was not a good fielding pitcher, so I would just body it. If anything was driving down the middle, I'm just gonna wear it, and then I'm gonna, go throw it out or throw them out at first. Like I would body everything up.
You're just trying to protect. They'll try to say protect the three vital things here. Okay. Your head, 1, your heart, 2, and your private area, 3.
Mm-hmm. Like did you wear a cup?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so not many pitchers do. I'm not gonna lie, I did.
Is that right?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, I would say it's down to 10%. Probably when I pitched, it was probably 33%.
Because you think, well, not y'all, but because
I'm
think it
protecting
messes
my
with their
I'm
emotion.
protecting my beanbag.
A lot of guys just when they lifted their leg, they just felt like it was uncomfortable or somehow it got in the way of their leg lift, and they just felt like I'm not going to try to field the ball anyways. A lot of guys just are like, I'm just getting out of the way, and then a lot of times now with shifts, even though you can't major shift, if you get out of the way, most likely a second baseman or a shortstop is right behind you. So sometimes getting the ones that are to the side of you, like a foot to the side of you, that are hit at 100 miles an hour, if you stick your glove out, a lot of coaches now say, try not to stick your glove out. I get your reaction of wanting to make a play, but if you don't stick your glove out, most likely I have a shortstop or a second baseman there to make the play, but you're just in fear protection mode. It happens in a blink of an eye. The ball's hit, and you're trying your best to get your glove up or your hand up, but usually your glove, to just try to protect your face.
And the hands for both of y'all, that seems like a natural human instinct
It
that can
is.
also be disastrous.
Well, because when you finish your throw, Derek, right, your hand, your throwing hand is the thing that can protect you the best. Your glove it shouldn't be behind you,
It's
but
usually
it is
down
on
to
the
your side.
back side of you. So when you finish, your throwing shoulder goes in front of your glove shoulder or your non-throwing shoulder. So when you're trying to maybe protect yourself and you're not at the perfect angle, you're not squared up like all the other fielders are, sometimes getting your hand up. I'm going to try to talk into the mic. You're like this, so sometimes getting your
up
hand
against
up.
your
Yeah, because your
face.
glove's
Yeah.
on the other side of you, so you got to get your glove somewhat across your body to try to protect you. But it's total fear because there's nothing you can do, and it goes by your face or by your body, and you're just like, thank God that didn't hit me.
You can hear it go by. Like, people don't realize how quick it gets on you. Like, if I throw 96 to home plate and they hit it square, that thing's coming back at least 100.
Well, you saw, 112 yesterday.
And so, like, it's a lot. And
Yeah.
from literally 60 feet, it's quick.
You're not even at 60 feet anymore, right? Because you have
you're
now-
already
you're about
you
at 54 feet.
Yeah.
because you've got your momentum
But
towards home.
The other thing too is like it's so hard to try to react. Like we're taught, don't ever put your hand up every time, but it's just instinct, like you said, and you can't do anything about it. It's there quicker than you realize.
In y'all's history, how did the batters respond in those moments? Did they always kind of have or were they like trying to still intimidate
after?
Because it always seems like most hitters are like very, oh crap, whenever something happens.
They know they can kill you. I mean, it's ended careers. I had a buddy in Buffalo who his career ended. He got hit, it cracked his skull.
Oh my God.
And he could never get over it. He tried to. He tried to pitch again. But
mentally, he
could not get
Holy
over.
crap.
And he was in the hospital for a good 2 to 3 weeks that he was on bed rest and everything because they were trying to protect his brain from it hitting you. So
The thing that's bad too is after, like, I've been hit multiple times, you flinch. So now,
when the
excuse me, I'm
off the end of the
throwing,
bat,
I
they're
throw
jamming
it,
them.
and then next thing I know, like, after I throw the pitch, I would flinch like this. If they swing, if they don't swing, I don't do anything. But as soon as they swing, it's like my hands immediately just kind of went up. It was automatic instinct.
You threw a lot harder than I did, but
Sure did.
I could tell. I know. I just said that. I
told you.
I just wanted to
I had a
reinforce it.
good feeling when after the release of the ball and you're finishing your pitch, even though it happens in like 0.3 seconds.
Yeah.
Like by the time you release the ball to the time that the guy makes contact, there's 0.3 seconds. But in those 0.3 seconds, there's without cussing, there's an oh no factor when the ball starts going to the middle, whether you've cut the ball by accident to the middle or you've ran the ball to the middle. And usually if you throw the ball down the middle, there's a good chance that they're going to hit it back at you. So if you're getting the ball inside, you see it going inside, there's not much fear because like this ball, if he hits it, I've jammed him. If I get the ball down and away, if he hits it, he can't smoke it at me. But those ones where you see it and you've made a mistake, that's when, like, as you're finishing, it's almost like, oh no, I'm in trouble here.
Yeah, that's true.
And you're kind of getting a little bit into protection mode. There's a hair of your brain turning on to go protect yourself. You've effed up.
It's crazy how quick it happens. Like when it comes back at you, you literally, I've caught a ball. Carlos Lee, I'll never forget that. It was in Houston. I just gave up a home run to Berkman, and I was basically done. It was my first major league start, and through the next pitch, I threw everything I had because I was so mad, and then he hit it right back at me, and I caught it with my stomach. Like, it hit me, and I collapsed forward, and I caught it. and then you get so mad and throw it down. I'm surprised people don't poo their pants out there.
Well,
I'm not kidding. That's how
I remember that. I was like,
nerve-wracking it is.
he probably has a lot of fat there on his gut, so luckily he's going to be okay.
Yeah, that's when Evan told me that I was fat.
Good God. I told you.
He's just trying to attack me.
It could be an all-time.
They say
Better
when
word.
you're fat and you get hit by a ball, it bruises even more. So did your whole belly turn
All
purple?
right, Mike.
It did. It was like
It's green at first, and
Yeah.
you think you're the Incredible Hulk, and then it purples up.
And
then
Evan was like,
I don't know any purple characters.
We're
I was like the gremlin.
masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to have some fun with this. The most hyped draft prospects ever in
get your
each
words
sport. A-Rod versus Strasburg, Magic versus Wemby. It's going to be a blast. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Nighttime on
to the rim
There we
and couldn't
go.
finish. Kai Jones, Wembanyama with good rim protection. And that's how he changes the equation, Doris.
Oh, my goodness. The length is going to take people by surprise. And how about that pass, Mark Jones?
Timing up his teammate, Dominic Barlow.
All right, so we played the Wemby clip because ESPN has this article out, and I wanted to see where y'all fall on it. The best draft prospect bracket. And this is in terms of hype. This is not in terms of how their career ended up or anything like that.
Height? Did you say height?
Hype.
Height. Is it height? Okay, hype.
Do you guys want to?
Gotta turn on my mic.
Yes. Yes, you do.
Mike.
I did a little, what's that dude's name? Flavor Flav.
Uh-huh. Do you guys want to go baseball, basketball, or football?
I thought it was combined. Like you were doing it all.
Yeah, it sounded like you were.
The way you teased it.
Well,
pick
everybody
one.
likes football the most, so let's do football first.
I'm trying to learn from
Just to
teasing.
respond to Derek, we got to go through each sport bracket before we determine the champion.
Yes,
all right.
sir. Sorry.
You want to go with football. All right. Here we go. This is Mel Kiper. He has put these together.
What?
Ronnie Lott in 1981
Great. None of us know his height.
versus Andrew Luck in 2012.
Well, I go with Andrew Luck because I was 3 years old when Ronnie Lott hit
Some
the
of these
scene.
are going to get tougher, Mike.
I think Ronnie Lott was better than Luck, though. So I think I don't know what
relevant to the conversation.
I don't know what the hype was for Ronnie Lott, Kevin. I wasn't alive.
Yeah,
feels like you
the other
should
thing
Yeah,
too
neither
is
was I.
like when we talk about, I'm guessing Magic Johnson and Larry Bird, we've heard a zillion stories. They've done documentary after documentary on those guys. I do not recall at all in my life. I'm guessing there's a Football Life on Ronnie Lott that I missed. I do not remember. Hey, we have now built up the hype of like history. Let's do the history of Ronnie Lott's hype. I feel like a quarterback his freshman year at Stanford being like, this is the next Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
This is the next Joe Montana. I feel like that hype was real, and I can't imagine Ronnie Lott living up to that hype.
And I'm going to use some of the, you talked about Football Life, I'm going to use some of the 30 for 30, some of the different documentaries that we've seen for this next one.
He cut off his finger in the middle of a football game.
Irrelevant. John Elway versus Calvin Johnson. Man, the hype for John Elway was insane.
Can I just ask one thing? Why wouldn't it be John Elway and Stafford? Or I mean,
I think we're trying to eliminate the position players pretty much and just
okay,
get
that's
to the
what I was trying
quarterbacks. They're going to like give the quarterback the higher seed. This is like John Elway is Duke, and this is the school that C.J. McCollum went to that kicked your butt, Lehigh Valley.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Elway.
I remember that thing.
Elway. So this is two former Colts quarterbacks that were that have won so far.
That's true.
I think Elway's the winner just because they still took him number one, even said he wouldn't sign, and then goes to the Yankees and starts playing minor league baseball just to prove his point so he can go to the Denver Broncos.
A lot of people didn't know like Calvin Johnson. Like they knew of him, they were watching highlights, but they didn't know what he was going to be.
Wasn't it weird the school that he went to because he's a Georgia Tech guy, right?
I thought it was Georgia.
No, it's Georgia Tech.
Georgia Tech.
Okay.
But they wouldn't pass the ball. I remember going, how do you know how good he is when they run the ball 42 times? Like, but he was that good. He just wasn't really like in a prolific passing offense in college.
Now, this next one I'm going to skip over and ask a different question. How many people know who Steve Emptman is?
Oh, man. Good old Steve.
Because it's Bruce Smith against Steve Emptman. I'm going to go ahead and put Bruce Smith in because I don't know if people even know who Steve Emptman is. Now, the last one, Bo Jackson versus Tony Mandrich. But do you remember?
This is tough.
I know I was a kid, but people were like, Tony Mandrich is going to change the way defense.
Even people thought you might be making a mistake by taking Troy Aikman over him.
Yes. It turned out that was just fine.
Yeah.
You made the right decision.
I will go with Bo Jackson just because of his 2-star persona at the time. Obviously, if you think of it, there's an old card. It's like a classic card where he's in his
got that at the Dallas Card Show. 'cause I
Auburn
wanted another
jersey
one. Yeah.
with a metal
Thanks for the
bat in
invite.
his hand to kind of show like he's a 2-star.
Yeah.
He's going to be this 2-star athlete. And so I would have to put like him, like if it would have been Bo Jackson versus Deion Sanders, that would have been an interesting one there because now you're putting the two baseball football guys together and they both had a lot of hype.
But now instead, you get Bo Jackson against Bruce Smith. Now, Bruce Smith, remember, had, I know it sounds silly now, but there was a minute where the USFL back in the 80s was taken seriously, and he was on a rampage.
Yeah, the hype machine of Bo Jackson is untouchable.
Okay.
I mean, I don't even know if the LeBron James hype machine is that close.
Oh, we will get to that. All right, so you say Bo.
Yeah.
And then
I lean Bo, too.
And then the other one, John Elway against Andrew Luck. I know Andrew Luck was hyped, but John Elway, he was so good, the franchise, that he said, I will not play for you. They're like, you know what? We're going to take you number one anyway and see if we can take our chances.
Like Kyler Murray.
And finally, he got
that is a tough one, though. I'm going to lean with you, and I'll go with you on John Elway, but I don't think that's an easy one because I would say this, he's not on this bracket, but like Trevor Lawrence recently, let's just say you're a younger person and weren't following at least Andrew Luck, let's say 2010, 2011 as he's at Stanford. It was very much like Trevor Lawrence. Now, Trevor Lawrence might even had a little bit more hype because he was already a national champion after his freshman year. So I'm interested on why Kuiper chose Andrew Luck over Trevor Lawrence in the hype train.
Yeah, I feel like Andrew Luck had more hype, but like just a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, so it's Bo against John Elway. Who's your football representative?
Bo.
I will go with
Bo.
John Elway, but I guess I got overruled.
You got outvoted.
I go John Elway as well.
All right, Rigo, who was born like 10 years ago.
Or you can take
Uncle
it to
Rigo
to the Twitch and the YouTube and the fan text.
All right, Twitch and YouTube and fan text, y'all can send your votes in.
All right, 877-881-1053.
Sorry, Rigo.
Bigger hyped prospect, John Elway or Bo Jackson. You guys want to go baseball?
All right, let's go. That's the second most popular sport in the United States of America.
Good point. Is Kylie McDaniel did this one.
Oh, good, because I was like, I don't know him.
Now, is the journalist who put
I know
this
who
part
Xavier
together.
McDaniel is. The
Ken
X-Man.
Griffey Jr.
Oh, man, this is going to be tough.
Versus Adley Rushman.
Yeah, Ken Griffey Jr.
Okay.
That's not even close.
All right.
Sorry, Adley.
Chipper Jones.
All right. Now, he had a good hype.
Versus Bryce Harper.
Bryce Harper. At
Okay.
16 years old, he's on Sports Illustrated.
Yeah.
Like it was crazy for
bombs
Bryce.
in Vegas.
So, yeah.
A-Rod
You know.
versus Steven Strasburg.
I will go A-Rod. Strasburg obviously got a lot of hype out of San Diego State, but that was he didn't have any hype because wasn't he a fat kid in high school?
I don't recall that
Yes, he was.
part.
Yes, he was.
Okay, well, there
Yeah,
you go.
I think he showed up like at 275 to San Diego State, and it's funny because I think Tony Gwynn, who obviously was a heavier player in his day, is like, hey, you can be unbelievable, but you can't do it at this weight.
I don't remember the hype on A-Rod. I just remember when he arrived. Like everybody was like, "This is the."
There was ton because he was in Florida. He was the #1 high school kid, and was
next Cal Ripken.
Yeah, he was. It was just kind of because he was Seattle a little bit that I think Ken Griffey Jr. overshadowed him a hair. But he was at 16, 17, 18 years old was super high.
Do you think having all the social media and all the activities that we have now kind of hurt those guys in the back, like back in that day? Because you think about like Bryce Harper and them, they got all kinds of attention because we could have all the social media and everything there for him, whereas A-Rod didn't have that.
That's an interesting point. You might be right. Allow me to present counter argument. I feel like the lore of these players built, because how many people after the first summer league game of Wemby were like, he's mid, versus you had to read about A-Rod in Sports Illustrated or whatever.
Right.
And
That's what I'm
you're like,
saying.
I think it might have appealed to like, oh, I don't know, I've heard this A-Rod kid. I haven't seen him, but he was in all these magazines and everything. Versus
That's why the hype was so high, is you didn't get to see it.
Yeah.
Whereas now it's like, oh,
I saw
Wemby
him.
is so
He's
great,
mid.
and it's like,
Yeah.
I'm not that impressed.
Last one, Joe Mauer against Josh Hamilton.
Gosh, I'll go with Josh because I remember being in spring training and I'm listening to like a broadcast and they're talking about this Tampa kid going, first of all, did he wear a size 18 shoe or something like crazy? Derek, do you remember how big Josh Hamilton's feet were? I remember that being a big deal when he was like, and then they're like, look, if he doesn't become a superstar outfielder, Tampa knows that they can put him on the mound and he can probably, I think he threw like 96 miles an hour.
He could throw gas.
So like they are like, if he doesn't
size 19.
Size 19. I knew that there was like a big deal about his feet. And then this was before, obviously, the drug situation happens at Tampa. This was early on in his career before the injuries and then what happened, outside of baseball is I remember just how big this kid was hyped and that he was also possibly going to be a dude who could go on the mound and throw 96 from the left side.
So we have four
tough.
huge ones right here. Ken Griffey Jr. versus Josh Hamilton for most hype prospect.
It's got to be Griffey, though.
I think so, too.
It's interesting. McDaniel went in a different direction, said there are people to this day who still say Hamilton is the best prospect they have ever seen.
No.
Okay.
I find it
You
hard
go
to believe.
Griffey? I mean, we're voting.
But think about
here.
it. Griffey didn't he go straight to the show?
I don't
No, he
think
had a
Wasn't he
little.
one
In
of
the, he had
the-
a
he did go
little in the minor
Very
leagues.
short period.
I thought he was one of
Yeah.
the only few guys that just went straight to the show, like
David
Mike
Glad,
Leake.
baby.
No, they gave him. I mean, he was 19, but he's probably spent about a year.
Oh, okay.
You vote Griffey or Hamilton?
Yeah, I'm gonna go Griffey.
All right.
The kid.
And then Bryce Harper versus Alex Rodriguez.
I'm still going Bryce on
I
that
think
one.
Bryce.
Okay. What's
At least we'll go a little bit more contemporary.
Yeah,
That's
Bryce.
only two. You say Bryce?
Yeah. Why were you going to go A-Rod?
Maybe I was.
If you do, I'll go A-Rod. And leave it up to the fans.
All right, you know what? I do vote A-Rod.
All right, let's go A-Rod.
All right, leave
Let's
it up to the fans. By the way, the fans.
Slight edge to Elway.
Yes.
Okay.
So I have to admit, I'm a little surprised by that.
See?
Yeah.
Get them involved.
Griffey, you know what? We'll three-way dance this thing.
Whoa.
Griffey versus A-Rod versus Bryce Harper for the most hyped prospect
I
ever.
just think Griffey, and in a weird way, I do think Upper Deck helped that.
Oh, for sure it did.
And the backwards
They
hat.
made him. It was the first time. It was this new product. Everybody was hyped about it, and they took his minor league picture and then put the Mariner hat, on it, and then everybody was chasing this new product and this new kid, and he was the kid, and his dad was in Seattle, and he was going to play with his dad in Seattle, and they made the awesome poster that I had in my house of him. He might have been in Cincinnati at the time, then moved to Seattle, Griffey Sr. But I would struggle with, maybe it's nostalgia as a kid, in 1989 being more hyped than Griffey Jr. was.
I'm going to go Griffey as well. For the record, people are, and feel free to send in your other hyped prospects. They're going Mark Pryor, Prince Fielder, David Clyde, all kinds of people like that. Griffey or no Griffey?
I'm going to go ahead and vote Bryce because that's the one dude that I'd never heard like anybody be hype about until then.
Derek?
I'm going with Griffey.
All right. So Griffey,
And that's what the
Elway.
Twitch is doing too, by the way.
They're going Griffey.
It's a lot of Griffies.
All right, we're going to
Not
have to
any
fast track this one. Basketball. Hakeem Olajuwon versus LeBron.
LeBron. I mean, he had a lot of hype. Hakeem, but too bad.
Patrick Ewing versus Tim Duncan.
Duncan.
Oh, I think it's Ewing.
I think
for
it's
sure.
Ewing too, because it was
see, I don't know.
the first ever lottery, and it was fixed so he could go to New York. And
I agree. I think Ewing.
I'm Ewing on that
Duncan
one.
won that championship at Wake.
He did not.
He should have won that.
It was a
championship
weird
at
thing with
Wake.
him because everybody
He
knew he'd
did
be the
not.
number one pick in '96, but he decided to stay for his senior year, which
Yeah.
at that point you'd stayed in college, but it's a little bit rare to stay for a senior. But I'd go with Ewing, even though Duncan, yes, had a better career than Ewing.
Sure.
Yep.
Ewing?
Duncan.
Who's the final?
Duncan? All right. Look.
Dang it.
All right. Monitor the Twitch. I'll look at the fan
I
text.
am.
Corey's being difficult. Ewing or Duncan? This one's a weird one. Anthony
was just trying
Davis
to put Duncan.
or Ralph Sampson?
Say it again.
Anthony Davis or Ralph Sampson?
Samsonite.
I
I'm
think
going Sampson too.
Yeah.
Although Anthony Davis was
Nope,
pretty
too
hype.
late. You voted.
Yeah.
I think it's also tough for some of these guys, besides LeBron, is they were just a 1-year college guy, where
Yeah.
Sampson was, I believe, 4 years too, because he didn't want to get drafted by the Clippers, so he stayed in the draft, or he stayed at Virginia 1 more year to not be a Clipper.
Magic Johnson versus Wemby.
Oh gosh, that's really tough.
I don't know what the hype was like for him, so I can't say.
Maybe it's because I've been
where's
watching
Wemby.
Winning Time, which I know is not is factually based, really. I'm going
way-
to say Magic Johnson. It was the highest rated college basketball game in history because of him,
Yeah.
Larry Bird.
I'll go with Magic,
All right.
There you go.
Magic it is. All right.
I'll go
but
Wemby.
that's tough. That was a very tough matchup right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Duncan's winning
Okay, Duncan is winning.
on the Twitch.
That
Duncan.
is an outrage.
He's dunking on everybody.
All right, Magic against Tim Duncan then.
Well, now it makes it really easy. Wemby versus Magic was really tougher. Magic Johnson by far.
Yeah, Magic.
Duncan.
I think this is where it gets tough because
Duncan.
people don't know. People aren't really. A lot of people listening weren't alive in the 80s, or they were just born in, let's say, the mid 80s or mid 90s, and so they don't understand the hype on Patrick Ewing. They're just going to his career.
And for people who are mad on the text, I voted Ewing. I agree it's not even close. They didn't rig the draft lottery for Tim Duncan.
Right.
They rigged it for Patrick Ewing.
Nope, Duncan.
Well, he just lost to Magic Johnson. So.
No, it was tied.
It's tied. So, Mike,
Yeah,
I
take
just
that,
want to know.
Mike.
I'm on your side for this. All right.
It's fine because I do think Magic would beat Ewing too.
Would they all lose to LeBron?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So it comes down to this. Elway, Griffey, or LeBron.
I'm putting this
The
on
most.
Twitter.
Look,
I think LeBron.
over Griffey.
I remember, and this is a little bit biased by me, I remember playing in 99 and 2000 in Akron, Ohio. I knew all about this freshman, sophomore kid at some private school in Akron, Ohio. Like, it was told to me, and maybe it's because I was living in that area for 5 months, that LeBron was super hyped to me 4 years before he was drafted. By 9th grade, everybody knew about this kid.
Okay, you go LeBron. I go LeBron as well. I've said this before. I think he might have had more hype on him than any human that I'm aware of, and somehow, some way, he lived up to, if not surpassed, all of the hype. Do you go ahead?
I can only do 4. So I need the other 2.
LeBron.
Okay, good. I was like, man,
saying
you
for the Twitch.
see.
For Twitter.
I wanted to go Duncan, but he was eliminated
Now,
somehow.
everybody knows how we got Rolls to be the champion of the Thanksgiving
Ranch.
bracket years ago. Because at one point, you just turn on the bracket. And that's what you guys did. So,
I think they tried to do other generations because that was a fun thing to do. But there are a couple people like, why wasn't Larry Bird in that? I guess because they decided Magic over Larry.
And you were pushing Rolls, dude. Don't forget during that, you were really pushing for Rolls, Mike. Don't you remember that? How you wanted Rolls to win?
Yeah, I did one with G-Bag back in the day where they voted gummy bears as the best candy ever.
I mean, it is pretty good.
And I was like, yeah, they're solid. There's that. I don't
they're
think.
gummy.
I think if
Yeah,
you
I was gonna
ask
say they're not
the
solid.
United States of America, I think gummy bears is going to finish in a solid like 5th place.
Tiger.
somebody did bring that up. And yes, I know we left out hockey. We just didn't have time for it. What about Tiger versus LeBron? I'm still going LeBron, but Tiger's
just
All right, I'm
maybe
putting him in
slightly,
there.
dude.
That's a tough one.
Okay.
That's a 50-50.
That is tough.
But if you had to tip it to 51,
I need a baseball guy.
Griffey's probably the most hyped
So
there.
put Griffey.
Griffey lost.
You lost.
Just to be different, I do think that it's a 50-50. I guess I would go Tiger, but it's close. Those are two of the most, if not the two most hyped in our generation.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they are.
So wait, let me ask this real quick. Who's the most hype? LeBron James, John Elway, Tiger Woods, or Ken Griffey Jr.?
Well, I mean, that's
We just did
what we were just talking about.
I know, I'm putting it out though.
And LeBron.
Oh, he's tweeting it.
Oh, okay. I
For
think it's
us.
got to be LeBron.
Great.
or
I got a
Tiger.
3-minute now baseball nuggets. What do you want me to
Yay.
talk about for 3 minutes?
Coming up
How
next.
awesome the Rangers are.
How much content can Mike smash into baseball nuggets right here on
Smash it.
105.3 The Fan?
Next, go to break.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new routes.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, and it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basak.
So I brought this up the other day, and I wanted to dive a little bit more into it with you guys. The first 2 months of the year, Josh Young wins Rookie of the Month and Rookie of the Month. He's a starting all-star for the American League, and you would think, and I think a lot of Ranger fans who are more concentrated on the Rangers, and I love that you are, by the way, 31,500 people for a Wednesday day game when it's 148 degrees outside. Now, I know you have the roof and everything, but for 31,000 plus to kind of take the day off.
It's pretty awesome,
and to get out there and to cheer on the Texas Rangers. Great job. Now, I believe all 3 games are sold out Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I mean, I'm sure there's kind of maybe a standing room or an individual ticket here and there, but pairs are gone. You're buying them on the secondary market. But what a fun series to go and see the Rangers play the Dodgers Friday, Saturday, Sunday. If you already have tickets, congratulations. If you really want to see it, you're just going to have to pay probably over face value to go to this series coming up. But I was thinking about Josh Young because I wanted to concentrate on a guy who I didn't know a lot about until the Rangers did play the Boston Red Sox the other day.
I know who it is.
And so Masataka Yoshida he's an outfielder for Boston, and he is, I would say, he's good competition for Josh Young, and I think there's another guy. I do think this is a real 3-player race with Gunnar Henderson. Now, I just wonder this. The Rangers are going to, it looks like this is a great start to the second half. It's giving me more and more confidence that they're going to make the playoffs. Boston is probably going to miss the playoffs. They have a chance, though. They do have a chance at like maybe the last wild card spot to make it. Baltimore looks like they're playing good enough baseball throughout at least most of this season that they will make the playoffs as a wild card team or possibly end up winning that division over there in the East. But let me give you the numbers of Josh Young, and not every number, but some of the numbers that people will be looking at. And then I will give you the numbers of Yoshida in Boston. And I think we have this, but you never know with voters, especially when it comes to Northeast. Josh Young this year is batting .272 with an .808 OPS. .272, .808 OPS. Yoshida is batting .317 with an .881 OPS. So just looking at those two numbers, we lose.
Yeah.
I'll throw Gunnar Henderson in there right now, just so you get kind of the guy who I think's in third right now, but has an outside chance to steal this at the end of the year. Gunnar Henderson's batting .247 with an .815 OPS. So both guys are ahead of Josh Young in OPS. That's not the end all be all, but that is something there. When it comes to home runs and RBIs, this is where our guy really wins. And I'll throw in runs too. Those are kind of your 3 big, how do you score? How do you get runs? You're scoring runs, and how do you knock in runs? Josh Young has 62 runs scored and 58 RBIs with 19 home runs. So this is going to win quite a bit. Yoshida has 51 runs. He has 50 RBIs. I was actually surprised that he was at 52. So he does have 50 to Josh Young's 58 and 11 home runs. So Josh Young has 8 more homers, 8 more RBIs, and 11 more runs scored. So there is the advantage, Josh Young. By the way, Gunnar Henderson, 49 runs scored, 41 RBIs with 15 home runs. So he's in third place somewhat on those two.
We need Josh Young to steal some bases. He's got 1. Yoshida has 7.
So I decided to look this up because of what you were saying. And so I found 4 spots that had live betting odds, essentially, on AL Rookie of the Year. One of them being BetMGM. Is Josh Young and Yoshida are tied at 1. And in the other 3, Josh Young is a narrow favorite. So kind of think plus 160 to plus 200 or plus 150 to plus 180. So
yeah,
not even, but pretty close and pretty consistently. Gunnar Henderson is about plus 350 to plus 400. So he's definitely in the conversation with a couple more months left in the season. But I think you're right. Young and Yoshida are the leaders, and then Henderson in third has still got a shot to take it.
I need to follow Yoshida a little bit more because this is an interesting stat to me. He has 328 at-bats, 84 games played. He's only struck out 41 times and walked 27. That's just rare in today's game that a guy is close to 1-to-1. Obviously, like a Luis Arraez or something comes to mind, but Josh Young has struck out 116 times in 94 games and 25 walks. So if you're wondering why is the OPS 80 points higher when a guy has that many more RBIs, that many more home runs, is that Yoshida is a guy who has walked a little bit more, not much, but rarely strikes out. So a little bit of a different hitter than Josh Young.
Did you ever face Japanese hitters?
I faced Ichiro.
Do you know, like, and the thing that makes Japanese hitters so good, they slap the ball. Like, they play... Best way to describe it, they play catch with the ball. That's what makes them so good, and I feel like that's why he doesn't strike out, because they put the ball in play somehow.
Right, they definitely have a little bit more of a what you'd call a two-strike approach, maybe an old school two-strike approach, where I think that I don't know. I'm obviously not in the room, but I do think that a lot of teams said, "Hey, with 2 strikes." I don't want you slowing down your bat. I don't want you trying to make contact. I want you giving a good swing. If you swing and miss, we'll live with the strikeout. I want you, if you're making contact, I want you making hard contact. And I understand both sides because, you know what? If you just put the ball in place, sometimes balls find holes.
Yes.
Sometimes you don't have to hit the ball hard.
They do.
And a ball will find a way to be a base hit, or a ball will find a way to bounce funky and get on first base. But at the same time, if I go up there and I just try to make contact with 2 strikes, what's the chances of the ball finding a hole? Let's try to drive the ball. So then, hey, when you do hit the ball, it actually has a better chance of being a hit.
I think you'll enjoy this. And Yoshida has, well, maybe not enjoy because we want Josh Young to win. Yoshida's been on fire in July. 12 games. In 9 of those games, he has multiple hits.
Yeah. So he looks like, am I crazy about this? I don't have this in front of me. Didn't he win Rookie of the Month for June?
I think
he did. And it looks like now with those numbers you're giving us.
He's on fire.
Now there's still 12, 13 days left here of July. There's a chance for Josh Young to catch up. But if you're giving me those numbers, he might win back-to-back months of Rookie of the Month. So then you'd have 2 guys who both have 2 Rookie of the Month.
His OPS for the month is 1.069.
Yeah.
So it's pretty tremendous.
I just wanted to point out, I think this is, a tie-in. They did just unveil the new logo for the All-Star game for 2024. Rob Manfred at the stadium with Ray Davis. Standing directly next to it, Pudge, Kenny Rogers, and Josh Young. Josh Young's up on the stage as that's all getting revealed. I think it's good publicity. I don't know if it's a big deal, but I think it's good.
And I know this is for another time, and let's see how this season keeps playing out. I wonder how much, as Josh Young's face is right behind you, Corey, I wonder how much Josh Young can become. It takes time. Become the next Pudge, Michael Young. I'm not saying,
face of the franchise.
Right, where we're in, what year does it become that you drafted him, you developed him, he came up with your team, he's hopefully being a somewhat multi-time all-star, that we look at Josh Young as like, hey, Seager, Simeon are great, and whoever else is here is great, but Josh Young is our Ryan Zimmerman when I was with Washington, or our Michael Young when you were with the Texas Rangers.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or did they flat out cheat during a tennis match?
Hey.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation, because it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know and get involved in the conversation. Corey, do you have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion?
No, but my buddy's an idiot. He's wearing shoes that he thinks are going to make him jump higher, and it's not going to work, Mike.
Show him off, Mike. I disagree.
You are at a point in your life where you've already passed your peak athleticism.
That's what you think.
You're never going to be. These shoes, they might. Here's what might happen. They might cause you to fall over and hit your head. Like, that's the thing I'm concerned about the most, Mike.
Because you said that, I forgot I was wearing them. So now I need to stand up during this segment to really activate my calves.
How are you going to is it going to work if you're sitting the whole show? You have to stand the whole show.
Derek's going to put his hands up right now, and I'm going
to share the mic.
Yeah, we'll do.
What is happening?
We'll do 20. No. We'll do 20 knees.
No, this is bad. That is bad radio. We should not do that.
Okay,
that is
but
not.
I thought they were going to do it at the mic. All right. Everybody enjoy that on the Twitch and on our fan cam. I thought he was going to do that at the mic. That is not.
That was 20.
Uh-huh.
Woo. I'll tell you what. Watch out, Bill Lambier.
Okay.
Watch out,
what? Most people have no clue who Bill Lambier is, who we're saying right now.
Yeah. So maybe Corey is the idiot for not believing in the jumping power of Mike.
I do not believe.
Okay.
You guys didn't know.
I'm going to dunk on that 9-foot goal at your house that you lowered to 8.5.
This is the one that was there. He was the one. My kid is here. He videoed it. I know, Kevin, we got to get to something else.
Sorry.
I really think we should have some sort of vertical leap chart. Let's have you jump, and we'll put a piece of tape up there for Mike's
jump. Give me a week, man. Let my jump man
take. But I want to do it today. And then in a week, you do it again to see how it went.
He did touch the ceiling this morning.
All right. So I want everybody.
Should I do it nude so my clothes don't
weigh
me down?
No. And
Absolutely.
if you do, let me know so I won't be here. Please don't. Everybody except for Derek, listen to this next part.
All
Derek, you probably want to plug your ears and say la la la.
Yes.
Is Carlos Rodon an idiot? Because he got blasted yesterday, as unfortunately has been the case for him all season in his 3 whole starts. And he gave up 4 runs in the first 2 innings and started blowing kisses to the fans because they were not pleased with the bad job that he was doing. Thus far this season, he's 0-3 with a robust 7.36 ERA.
That's not good.
It's not.
I will say this. I'm not giving up on Carlos Rodon. I'll tell you a guy that I kind of gave up on earlier in the year, but luckily I didn't release him off my fantasy team. Blake Snell was horrible the first 6 weeks of this season.
Now he's
been great the last 6 weeks of this season, maybe even a little bit longer than that. So I do think Rodon can bounce back, but it is not fun. It is the worst place to be, I think, in the whole wide world. Maybe Philadelphia's worse. To be bad or to start off bad in a city. It is tough.
Yeah.
And that's why I always feel for the New York Mets, I get it, man. They're intense. Those fans are intense. But you don't do your team any favors by booing them the first week of the season or when Carlos Rodon is now on your team. And yes, he dealt with injuries this year, and that's unfortunate. But then when he comes back and you start already being negative to him, it's not a good feeling as a player.
Sure.
You just want to leave. You're just like, I don't want to be here. I signed here. You gave me the most money. I've been here now for 5 starts or 3 starts or whatever. You're like, screw it. I don't want to be here anymore. And so you start hopefully he's not doing this, but you give your agent a call and be like, hey, it sucks here.
I wonder if the agent's ever like, well, dude, you just started your contract. I don't know what to tell you.
Really what an agent is supposed to do there is he's probably going to say something like to Carlos, not at the table, but then he says, hey, Carlos, he says,
not at the table.
Not at the table, Carlos, he says, hey, when you do well, and you're going to do well, I believe in you. I want you to believe in yourself. They are going to cheer you more than you've ever been cheered in your life. So I understand how bad it is right now, but you try to give them a positive of when you get this going, remember, you're coming off of an injury. You didn't have spring training. You missed the first half. You're going to get this. I believe in you. You're great. And when you start pitching great, and it could be that next start, they're going to start cheering you like you've never been cheered before.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's the thing, too, is like you signed up for this. You got paid for this. And I love you, Carlos, but you knew going in this was going to happen.
Yeah.
And like Mike just said, you didn't have spring training, nothing. You weren't going to come out and just be nails right away. So you have to take the bad with the good, you know? You can't just go out there and expect to be the greatest thing ever and think they're going to cheer for you.
Corey, this one I think you'll appreciate from the 817. My buddy's an idiot. He thinks Oreos are better than Nutter Butters.
Ugh.
Do you like Nutter Butters at least?
I'm all right. I'm indifferent to Nutter Butters. I hate the taste of Oreos and Big Red. But, like, I don't know. I just did a drive-by on Big Red, but I did.
Are you out of breath from that, Mike?
A little bit. Shut your mouth. You know what?
What?
Go back to North Carolina where you're from and drink that cherry wine crap they have there. This is Big Red country.
Are you from North?
Is it called cheer wine? Help me out here if you grew up in the East, because I remember
cherry wine?
It's like chair wine or cherry wine or something. There's like a Big Red type of deal
Genuine?
there. But they don't do Big Red, let's say, in the Carolinas.
I'm not familiar with that
Cheer
particular
wine. Yeah, it's
product.
called cheer wine.
Cheer wine. So you know what? You go there and start drinking your cheer wine. We got the Big Red here in Texas.
Yeah, and if you don't chew Big Red.
What?
It's soda.
That's a drink.
Oh.
Have you had Big Red before?
I was thinking of the gum.
Clearly not,
Yeah, no,
right?
I have not.
I'm going to go to 7-Eleven and get you
People
one.
say that it's great with tacos.
You know what? Go right now. If you go with those shoes,
Yeah.
I say go right
Jog-
now. Let's go
jog in the
to
elevator.
go buy some Big
We're going
Red.
to time you.
No, hold on. Carter wants to do a video of you in these.
Oh
I don't
my
know
God.
that he's done.
Carter, go with
Yeah,
him.
do a video of Mike jogging to the elevator, jogging on
I
the
can go get Big
elevator,
Red?
and
Yeah.
then go into the Exxon
He's not
next
going to
door.
like it. I think Big Red is something you grow up with, and you're an Ohio guy. You probably like some chili in it or
Well,
something
the
with
only
your
way
spaghetti.
we're going to find out,
We're getting
Mike,
video
is if
content.
you go get it done.
You're a content creator right now, Mike. You get after it, buddy.
I'm going to go and throw us in Forgiveness Friday for tomorrow because Carter's probably doing actual other
He's
stuff.
like, I'm
and he's
busy
like,
right now.
Hey, thanks
I
a
don't
lot,
know. His face
jerks.
lit up. He looked excited.
Okay, good.
We need that.
From the 254, my buddy's an idiot. He thinks that the trader C.J. Wilson was better than Prime Dutch. I'll take Derek Holland all day.
Well, I mean, I will give you this.
CJ's a friend, so I'm not talking smack about him.
I will talk smack about CJ,
All right,
but
you can do
he
that.
was
Yeah.
he was 1-2 in the rotation while you were 4 or 5, and then as he left, then you moved your way.
Well, he went
up.
to the bullpen.
Yeah,
Or wait, was he bullpen
he was
first? and
bullpen
then went
first.
to-
Yeah,
you
he
were
was,
on the team.
Yeah.
I know, I couldn't remember which one happened first.
He was the guy that we were like, oh man, come out of the bullpen. This is a great arm to have. And then he talked to Nolan, and Nolan was like, hey, look, if you want to be a starter, here's how. That's what we were told the story was. I don't know exactly how it went.
Well, I mean, he had like 56 pitches.
He did have
definitely
56
wanted to try
pitches.
to use those as a starter.
He also had a bigger.
You are going to throw.
That's the only thing I'm going to say.
He also
I
had a
love you,
bigger
CJ.
TV than all of us, and he also drove race cars. And
Oh my God! My
CJ, I
favorite
love you,
one
man.
though was he said his TV was bigger than his wingspan.
Yeah, he went
That
like it was like
yeah,
this big
his
or something.
wingspan. That's an all-time
do you think
great
he?
quote.
Do you think he knows the persona he put off, the vibe that he put off, or do you think he was just no? I'm just.
I
being
honestly
me.
don't think he. Yeah, I think he was just him, and I don't think he cared, which is good. That's
Yes,
that's what
agreed.
makes you who you are.
Yeah.
Now, I want to go to cut number 9. Corey showed this to me. It's amazing. So I'm going to set the scene because I don't know if you're going to be able to pick up everything from this. It's these two people, or these two ladies playing in a clay court tennis tournament. It looks like a ball has a questionable call, and the one gal goes over and swipes her foot across where the mark of the ball is while the other one is yelling for her to not do that. This is how it played out. So I don't know.
That was pretty good.
I don't know if that was her coach in the background, the other voice, but
The one going, ooh.
yeah, because first she goes, wait, keep the mark. And I think it's her coach in the background goes, see, you know, because she walked right up there and just was like, whoop,
Yeah,
and
dude.
just threw her foot across so the mark was
The
went
ball
away.
clearly left a mark on the line.
It is on the
And
line.
Kevin, that is.
It is. I mean, it should have been in.
All right, in baseball, that's a fair ball too. So like it's clearly there, and your opponent walks up and just smudges it so they can't tell anymore. I would have punched somebody in the face, dude. I would have been really thrown my racket right at them. Just been.
It is cool, like in baseball, to watch the chalk like every time it hits.
And I
Sorry,
feel like
had to add that.
the chair
That is true.
umpire should have seen that happen,
Yes.
assuming some chalk or clay would have come up. This was at the Hungarian Grand Prix. Luckily, it looked like there was about 14 people there, so you could clearly hear what everybody was saying because it was not a big crowd.
Can you get in trouble for it, like in baseball, if a batter is up there and, ball crosses, he calls it a strike, and then all of a sudden the batter marks, his line, like, this is where I had it going, and they usually get thrown out for doing that. Does anything happen like that in tennis? Because clearly they swept it with their foot.
Yeah, this particular player did not get in trouble. In fact, she won the match via medical. Like the other player had a medical issue, sat down,
Well, I
she
hope
was
they're
crying,
okay.
and they shook hands, and that was a wrap. So I do not believe there was any repercussions for this, at least not that I saw.
I never knew. I always thought Grand Prix meant racing.
That's what I thought, too.
Yeah, you said it was the Hungarian Grand Prix. And I just looked up the definition, and it says this. Any of a series of auto racing or motorcycling contests forming part of a world championship series held in various countries under international rules. That's what Grand Prix is. I might be an idiot here. There are other ones that say an international horse race for 3-year-olds founded in 1863, or an important sporting event in which participants compete for a major prize. I never knew that, like, we could have a baseball Grand Prix. We could have a highlight Grand Prix if we wanted to. I always thought it was racing specifically. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Highlight's still the most corrupt sports in the world.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay.
From the 469, my buddy's an idiot. He said the worst thing for an NFL franchise is to have a really good quarterback. That went on Facebook to defend it by adding, if you don't have an elite quarterback, nuke it every year until you find one. My buddy is RJ Choppy.
That is choppy?
I mean, that sounds like a choppy opinion.
How many non-great quarterbacks have won championships lately? Or even been to the championship lately? They're like Joe Burrow's pretty great quarterback, even though he might never win. Yeah.
You think Jalen Hurts is elite?
Man, listen.
If he does what he did last year,
then he'll become elite.
Then yes, he's elite.
I hear what you're saying.
I think he's like a top 10.
Oh, for sure. I think,
or maybe even a
10.
top. I'll give him top 7.
I would listen to top 5 argument if you wanted to have.
You know what the big concern about him, Kevin, was accuracy.
Sure.
For the most part, their offense last year said, well, okay, we'll take all that away from being important. We're just going to throw the ball up to these receivers that can get open. Put it in an area where they can get the ball. And downfield, he could chunk the downfield pass. And then they said, and then whenever we have short yard situations, use your butt and run right up the gut. So I think that they've utilized him perfectly for what I thought he could do. But I did have concerns. Like, he's not Aaron Rodgers. He's a completely different breed.
Now, this one is interesting, and I don't know if this is going to start a whole lot of problems.
Here comes Mike.
From the 903. My buddy's an idiot for saying Pizza Hut is better than Domino's.
Pizza Hut is better than Domino's.
Oh, I agree. I think I'm with you there.
He got Big Red and Big Blue.
All right. Turn your mic on. How did anybody look at you weird?
So how about this? I was just in the elevator with a lady. And I go, you ever seen shoes like this? She goes, yeah, my son plays basketball. He has some.
Oh,
you're so happy about that.
Yeah, but I'm a little bit fatigued right now.
You got Big Red and Big Blue?
I got Big Red and Big Blue. So he can have, I would say try Big Red first because that's the most popular brand. I don't know if I've ever had Big Blue. And if I did,
I have not.
I don't think I remember loving it too much, but I do love me a Big Red.
From the 469, thanks to Mike for defending Big Red. This is Texas.
I understand. It's not my flavor, dude. So
it's going to maybe be. Do you like bubble gum?
Well, yeah.
Isn't it supposed to be strawberry flavored soda or something?
I think so. It's just red. It kind of tastes
Smells really good though.
It's kind of a little bubble gummy
Some
to me,
people
but I
love it.
love it.
Some people love it. I'm not a huge fan at all. I never have been.
What is your first reaction?
What do you think of Big Red? Are you Texan or not?
He doesn't seem like he loves
It's got like an interesting first taste to it.
That's not good.
It's
I'm not really.
Don't drink Big Blue yet because we can go get you a couple cups so you guys can take a sip of Big Blue and tell me what you think of Big Blue.
So we're gonna do like a soda taste.
feel like
For
this
you
was
guys,
Okay.
I forget what
I've
Big
never
Blue
had Big
tastes
Blue
like.
before, so
I'm
I
not
don't
gonna
know.
lie, this was a big disappointment.
See?
Okay, Mike. Mike, stop,
Mr. Ohio.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Ohio over there. Once again, showing your true colors with your chili spaghetti. Why don't you four-way it?
What?
That's
I'm
what they say, I
marking
think, at the chili spaghetti place.
I can't tell you how funny it is. I don't think the sound comes across the mic, but when Mike stormed back,
You could hear his shoes.
They're like,
boom, 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 boom.
yeah, when he stormed back because he was.
It's awesome.
He was mad.
It's just got like a weird, like first taste.
Big Red was the gum. I totally forgot about that when you said if you don't. That was from Talladega Night.
That's what I thought you were
Stop
saying.
that, dude.
I had no idea that Big Red versus Big Blue was such a rivalry too.
Michigan.
Big Blue is better than Big Red. Big Red is garbage compared to Big Blue. They said that compared to Big Blue,
All right,
and so
I'll go get us some cups and we can Big Blue it during the break.
All right.
You want your money back for this?
So this is going to be a hard pivot because coming up next, 14-time All-Star, 13-time Gold Glove winner, Hall of Famer, and Texas Rangers legend Pudge Rodriguez. Do you think it's 100% that Mike will ask him some question about Big Red Soda?
I don't think it's 100%
I think my
he's
answer is yes. We'll do that
no.
next right here on The Fan.
100.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wreck in DFW. If you or a loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now on the line with us, 14-time All-Star, 13-time Gold Glove winner, Hall of Famer, Texas Rangers legend. It is Pudge Rodriguez. Good morning, sir.
How are you? Good to have you back.
Well,
everything great? I can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. And as an added bonus, we have Derek Holland with us on the show today to talk to you too.
Hi, Pudge.
How you doing, Derek?
I'm
How's
doing
everything?
Good, man. Good. I'll be seeing you soon.
When we're going to play golf?
Not till
He
November.
can't. He blew out his elbow.
Oh. What happened?
I was just throwing, and my arm fell off.
Oh, wow. Well, take care of that. Just be careful.
Yes, sir.
Pudge, what was it like catching Derek Holland? Do you have any memories of working with Derek Holland?
Well, do I, Derek?
Yeah, you caught me.
Yeah.
Sounds like a no.
Well, obviously, I got him very, very young. Obviously, a very power pitcher, hard thrower guy. Basically, guys like him, I always tried to be very simple in the beginning of his career, and basically he did a great job with me. Basically, I told him to come down, make sure you just keep the ball down and use the fastball. Obviously, I was a catcher that I believe a lot in the fastball, and I make pretty much all the pitches that I catch to use the fastball inside and out. And I think, if I remember, one of the things that I told him that I wanted to work with him is just pitch more inside with the fastball. And basically he was really good doing that, mixing the changeup and the curve in the fastball in, and he became a great pitcher. But it was great to work with him. Very good listener. He listened a lot, which is a good thing. Still listen to me, things that I told him when we see ourselves here at the ballpark. But it was great to catch him, and now he needs to take care of that elbow so he can pitch again.
And then you've also worked with Mike Bassick in TV capacity. What's it like working with Mike Bassick?
Oh my God! I was told him at the time that if you're gonna let me talk at one point.
I hear you on that, Pudge. I hear you on that one.
Awesome.
Pudge, I got a lot of things going on in my head, man.
On TV we have 30 seconds, 25, 30 seconds to say our comments, right? So no, it takes like a minute and a half. And I'm like, okay. So you take my 30 seconds, you took Mark McLemore's 30 seconds, so you don't work by yourself.
I love it.
That's a great Hey, Pudge. That's a great description of me. You're talking about Derek throwing inside, and yesterday Alex Spees makes his big league debut at the Texas Rangers, and in his 8th inning, now he pitched a little bit in the 7th inning, but in the 8th inning, his first pitch by accident was 98 miles an hour underneath the chin of Diaz, the all-star first baseman for Tampa Bay. Right. And I thought that set up his slider so great, or cutter, for the rest of that inning. Can you talk about maybe working with a guy, and I know the game has changed, but when you throw that first pitch, somewhat by accident, sometimes intentionally, up and in to that first hitter, what it can do to a hitter's mentality?
Well, I was here at the game. I was basically here at the owner's suite, and I was really close to that. I see that pitch, and basically, like you say, Mike, I mean, it changed totally the whole focus on the other guy's line. I mean, the other hitters. I mean, obviously, if you see Diaz, he didn't swing the bat basically into the last pitch 3 and 2. They threw that nasty cutter down away, and it was away like for a foot. I mean, 98. I don't know. If it wasn't purpose or not, I think I saw Noah that he went inside and put the glove a little high, like belt high. So probably the pitch was inside to show up for the quarter. But I think it was a pitch probably planted, not to be that close to his face, but the pitch supposed to go inside. But after that, I mean, you see that he's a bat not even close to his, you're talking about a guy that he's hitting 321, 322 for the year. And make him look that bad after that pitch, that tells you, the speed of the fastball, the close it was, and all that. But I think it happens in the game. That's what I always. I'm a big believer of pitching inside, because when you pitch inside, you open the outside part of the plate down away, and that's where you want to see a lot of ground balls in the infield. And to me, if you establish that pitch, not necessarily has to be for strike, you're gonna have a lot of outs.
Pudge, with the way Jonah Heim's back there calling the game and just controlling the catchers and stuff, you obviously being one of the greatest catchers of all time, do we have basically a Pudge 2.0 behind the plate? I mean, he's throwing guys out like you. Does he not compare?
Absolutely, he's really good. Absolutely, he's really good. He's having a great year. I'm very happy for him. He's doing a great job, both sides of the game, offensively and defensively. But I think the two important things that I see from him is not the hitting, is not the throwing, it's calling the game, and it's that he's there every day. That's the one thing that I see that he reminds me, that he plays, night games, day games, plays every day, don't like to take a day off. He loves to play every day. And when you have a catcher like that durable, that is behind the plate, makes the pitching staff easier, because you're gonna have your catcher behind the plate, and he knows how to work with all the pitchers.
You see how well, obviously, Bobby Wilson's doing with the catchers as well. Do you get to spend time with those guys too?
Yeah, absolutely. I know Bobby from a long time, and obviously he's doing a tremendous job in the blocking and the throwing and receiving, framing, pretty much all the aspect of the game behind the plate, because he was really good doing that when he was playing. So, having him in the dugout, giving the signs to the catchers during the game and work with them before the game is great to have him on the bench.
When you're talking about the framing that catchers do, I know we're still a couple of years away, but do you get sad when we hear all this talk about the future of robot umpires or robotic strike calls and everything like that, and kind of getting framing out of the game?
Well, we're going to see more stuff, more changing in the game, and basically that's what's going to happen. Obviously, we got to work with what's coming, especially the analytics and the trackmans and all this technology that is out there and is in the game today. I think if technology is going to be even more, I think the players are taking advantage of that in today's games. Now you see him hitting more home runs, more aggressive on the bases, stealing more bases. And I think the reason that they are stealing more bases is because obviously the analytics, the counts that they think they're good to run, all that stuff, and that all that information is here in the dugout. So I think with that, I think it's going to be more. I don't know about the robot strike in the game. I don't know if is that gonna happen. They've been talking about that, but I think that's probably the only thing that I will probably say. They should leave the umpire behind the plate, call balls and strikes.
Talk with Pudge right here on 105 through the Fan. Obviously, the Rangers have been on a tear to start the second half of the season. I was curious, for a player like you who was so frequently in the All-Star game, did you feel like you ever got to recharge or take a break during the All-Star break, or were you like, nah, because I was out there and I was playing and I didn't get a break?
No, not really. I mean, when you're in the All-Star game, it's special. It's only 25 or 30 players can go to the All-Star game. You know, American League side and the National League side, and when you are, you one of those 25, 30 is an honor. I mean, I have a great time in the 14 that I play in, and I spend great times with my kids, with my family, and basically I know we are playing baseball and we have to go to the park, but when you're in the park, it's like a different atmosphere. You know, the home run derby, the batting practice, the medias, the kids, in the outfield catching balls and batting practice, all that is cool to see. And basically the events and all the events that happens around the fan fest and all that stuff is great place. It's great to be in the summertime. So looking forward for next year. 2024 is going to be here in Arlington. I think this ballpark set up beautiful, perfect for it. 70-degree weather, game time, and inside of this building is going to be the weather that is right now, and plus all these brand new hotels that we're building around. And Ray Davis mentioned in the press conference early that pretty much all the events and all the events and everything that what's going to be happening, the All-Star game is going to happen here in the Arlington area, because obviously by next year the hotel is going to be done, the convention center is going to be done, so pretty much every event is going to be around here.
Pudge, you got to catch the greatest pitchers of an era because of being on so many all-star teams. Also Josh Beckett and Justin Verlander, young in their career, Nolan Ryan, Randy Johnson. From your perspective, I know some of those guys you only got to catch an inning or two in an all-star game. Who had the nastiest, crazy stuff that you ever caught?
Well, in all-star games, they're all nasty. They're all really good. I mean, that's because that's why you call the all-star game. I remember catching Pedro Martinez in Boston when he was playing with the Red Sox, and he struck out Maguire, Sosa, all those guys with all fastballs right in the middle of 99, 100 miles an hour. So to me, that's impressive to see, and especially me behind the plate, seeing all these pitches coming, but anyway, I've catch so many good ones. I mean, Randy Johnson, Roger Clemens, Andy Pettit, Mariano, all those guys in the All-Star game. They're all really good. They're all different. Their pitches move differently. Everyone there have their different types of movements in their pitches, but they're fun to catch.
Pudge, I did see the picture of the unveiling of the logo for the All-Star Game for 2024, and you're standing up there next to Kenny Rogers, and it kind of made me curious. Do you guys get together every July 28th and have a tequila to celebrate the perfect game?
I would love to see that more, but no, unfortunately, we don't see ourselves too often. It's been a while that I haven't seen him. He still look great. Actually, we're just talking about to see if we can plan to go to a golf trip one day. So we might probably gonna play in a tournament in December in Cabo San Lucas. The Wally Joyner does that event, and so probably maybe me and Kenny, we're gonna be the teammates. So hopefully that can be done so we can spend a couple of days together.
Last one for you, Pudge. A few weeks ago, we celebrated on Bally Sports your debut against the Chicago White Sox because the Rangers were in Chicago at that same time. Can you give us maybe a little story of getting called up, that series that maybe we don't know about your career?
Well, I got called up from Tulsa. Basically, we were expecting to play doubleheader there, and then Bobby Jones called me up to the office, and he told me then if I'm ready to go to the big leagues, and I say I'm ready anytime. And basically, they called me up. I went to Chicago. I didn't expect myself to be in the lineup, to be honest with you. Gino Petrali got hurt for 15 days, and that was the call. They are supposed to call me for 15 days, and then they bring me back to AA. But that never happens again. I just stay for 21 years. I stay in the big league after that. But it was a great moment. I didn't expect myself to be in the lineup, and then they put me right next to the board, and then I saw the lineup, and I saw myself hitting ninth, and Kevin Brown was the pitcher. And so Kevin Brown at the time, as we all know, he was really nasty thinker, 98, 99, with a lot of movement, and we ended up winning the ball game, and next day catching Nolan Ryan, 6-7 innings that night, and we winning the ball game. So it was a pretty good couple of days there in Chicago, and then it was a great time. We have a long road trip. From there, we play Anaheim and Oakland, and by the time I play my first game here in Arlington at the old ballpark, I'm already had like 15 hits already in the paper. So it was a good road trip.
Man, thank you so much for joining us. It was really cool to see the reveal of the All-Star logo as well. Excellent stuff, good sir.
Thank you for having me. It's great to be talking to you. Might come down at least 10 seconds per question. So I don't know if you guys realize that every question that Mike told me it takes like 40 seconds.
We've worked with them for a while, Pudge. We got it. Thanks, man.
Take care of that elbow, brother.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
I'll see you soon. I'll be up there.
Okay. Take care, guys. Thank you for having me.
Bye, Pudge.
There you go. Pudge Rodriguez, who I think is the greatest Texas Ranger of all time, right here on your home of the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're also the home of the Cowboys, so it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Why are Cowboys fans so superstitious?
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and RJ.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Drink a Big Red instead.
We will.
'Cause it's bad.
We will. Oh my gosh, we will get the results of that taste test as we go along. But why are Dallas Cowboys fans so superstitious? So casino.org, which that definitely sounds real, is
Like big weed.
Yeah,
Big casino.
Big casino tells us that the Dallas Cowboys are the most superstitious fan base of all the fan bases in the land.
How would they know that?
They're tied with the Lakers. So,
like based on our betting trends?
well, so they did they asked more than 3,000 sports fans about pregame rituals, superstitions they swear by, and everything like that to try to get the answers to all of this. So, for like some teams are stitious, but the Cowboys fans are superstitious.
I don't approve.
Yes, you do.
I do not
yes,
approve. Mike does.
You
Mike's shaking.
You say a little. Some teams are a little stitious, but we're superstitious.
Yeah. So 44%.
Michael Scott.
That's right. That's right.
Another Michael.
Yes. So we might need to have a discussion about your go-to superstition at some point, or you can just start throwing them out right here.
Whenever I was a kid, during Super Bowl times, Dad always had to eat a pickle if the Cowboys weren't winning. And once he ate a pickle, the Cowboys would go up. That's how he won 3 Super Bowls.
Wow.
Yeah. Should have been 4.
Tell your dad
Eating a
thanks.
pickle.
Yeah.
I would always step over the line with my right foot.
It had to be your right foot?
Yeah, on going to the mound and leaving the mound. And if baseball was bad to me, because as my wife would say, you love baseball, but baseball doesn't love you back, is I would kick the line sometimes if I had a bad inning. But that wasn't being superstitious. It was like, F you, line. Guys, I jumped over with my right foot and everything. What's your deal?
I mean, mine was never touch the line, and I always had to, when I ran out, I had to touch the center field numbers, the 3 numbers that are out there.
Interesting.
And then say a prayer.
Okay.
If I didn't do it, if I did not do it, I'm telling you, it would bother me. Like, it just lingers.
I think
so you would immediately go back and do it.
Evan recently said there was a
Did
player.
you do it on the night that you blew out your elbow?
My God,
Well, I
Mike.
was not starting. It's only when I was starting.
In your face.
Do you know about that? Do you know what it's like to start a baseball game?
Yeah, I do.
It was a really funny line. Evan said it was something along the lines of he asked a guy about something that he does, and he was like, "Are you superstitious?" And he was like, "No, but if I don't do it, I'm afraid my family might die." And I was like, "Oh my God, that's superstitious!"
I hate to break it to you, you are superstitious. All right, let's go from that to, I have to admit, I'm surprised this hasn't gotten more play. Is NFL Players Association President J.C. Tretter is essentially encouraging players to fake injuries if they don't get the contract that they want. He said you need to try to create as much leverage as you possibly can. And that's the tough thing with the franchise tag or being restricted. It decreases your leverage. But when you have to find creative ways to build leverage, now I don't think anyone would say they were fake injuries. And then he goes on to say,
I love it.
But we've seen players who didn't want to be where they currently are and have injuries that make them unable to practice and play. And he goes on, and he goes, I don't think I'm allowed to ever recommend that, at least publicly. But I think each player needs to find a way to build up leverage to get their fair deal.
Remember DeMarcus Lawrence?
Yeah.
He's like, I'm not doing this surgery. I'll wait until August to do this surgery. And this surgery takes 3 months to recover from. So guess what? I'm franchise tagged again because you guys won't give me a long-term contract. And I will be out September, October, and November. And maybe after the 3-month rehab on this injury, that after surgery, maybe I'll be able to play in December. But
unless you sign me sooner.
Right. And now if you sign me sooner, I will get the surgery done now. So I'll be ready to go in week 1. And the Cowboys were like, oh, crap, we're screwed here because we can't make them get surgery today.
And we don't have any
And
other
so if
good
he
pass
decides
rushers.
to do it in 2 to 3 months from now, then he does it. And then we know it's a 3-month rehab off of this surgery. So, yes, guys have used this before in multiple ways. And sometimes guys that want out of a team, out of a whatever. I mean, Fatso Harden did it in Houston in a way. Like, he's like, yeah, I'm hurt because I'm so fat. I'm so hurt.
Oh my God.
And then he got traded to Brooklyn.
I think the other thing, too, is like if your team doesn't have a good replacement for you, Like that's another huge leverage piece. So I guess the only thing you can do is walk into the locker room with a lead pipe and take out whoever running back 2's knee is.
Oh, I don't know if I would do that. Instead, Saquon Barkley, I know it got a lot of play where he was like, maybe I'll show him how valuable I am by sitting out. But he was also like $10 million is a lot of money.
Mhm.
So it led me to believe that he will not sit out. But then when you see stuff like this from the head of the Players Association, like I said, I'm kind of stunned that not more people have picked up on this and been like, whoa. That's pretty wild.
There is something to these dudes that perform at this level. They want to play. They want to be out there. They don't want to let their teams down. There's a lot to that. And once you're in season and staying in that mode and Kevin, hey, man, we're 10 games in and we look like we have a chance to be in the playoffs, go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I want to be part of that. And
Yeah.
so that becomes part of the thing that keeps them from doing it.
How cool do you think it would be if you got a letter from Jerry Jones in response to like one of your critiques?
Oh, my letter from Jerry Jones started with a F, I believe.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Poor Corey.
I think it would be pretty cool. Dude's he's a billionaire for a reason. Although my son did say that money doesn't make you famous because I don't know who Jerry Jones is. That's what he said this morning, and I was like, oh my god.
This son?
Yeah, the one that's sitting here.
He's smiling.
And I do really like him.
He also said Derek doesn't play a real sport, so that's another.
Holy moly.
They're going to fist fight in a little bit.
Coming
It's
up
going to be
next,
great.
Hot Avery Sports Opinions.
I'm going to choke slam him.
So a season ticket holder wrote John Mara.
What real sport is Avery playing?
Okay, we'll get to that off air.
Yeah, he's a video gamer.
So for John Mara, the co-owner of the Giants, got a letter from somebody who complained about all the night games. Decided to write a letter back. I have your letter, and I certainly understand your disdain for night games. I don't like them either. On the other hand, if your team is playing most of its games at 1 p.m., it usually means you're not doing very well. In any event, I hope we give you enough of a reason to want to attend our games in person, regardless of what time they're scheduled. I just think that's really cool that the billionaire owners, I'm just going to write you a letter back.
Well, I mean, remember the Rockies wrote the letter back and the email back at least. And
Yes.
was like, hey, probably not getting Ohtani. All right.
But we appreciate your efforts.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yes, I think that would be pretty cool. And I think it's cool when they, stay connected to fan bases that way.
And then the no good Cleveland Browns had to release Perrion Winfrey following a robbery incident. He is a suspect in an aggravated robbery incident. And so they had to let go of him because,
That's the right thing to
he
do.
doesn't throw the football.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That
He's got to go.
That too. Is
We don't
what I
put
meant.
up with that.
Yes. Now, if you throw the football, don't worry about it. We'll put up with some stuff.
Or catch it really well.
That's a good point, too. That, man, Derek looks so mad right now.
I mean,
Rush the passer really well.
Yeah.
I mean, like, Lawrence Taylor supposedly, like, yeah, you can do all the coke you want. Just keep getting to the quarterback.
It's true.
There's nothing I can say.
Oh, but look, Derek, I will help you out there when it comes to pass rushers.
We already have a bet.
It's not like the Cowboys haven't done that exact same thing. They're like, we don't really care. Can you get
there's
to the
certain,
quarterback?
if you can punt the ball 80 yards, it doesn't matter. You can kick it or punt it 140 yards. You will be released the immediate second that you find yourself in trouble.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, who is the best of the best in the last decade of the NFL? It's not Corey.
Is that a real sport, Avery? Fart knocker.
Next, right here on The Fan.
Hey, laughing too hard in the office? We are too. This is the KNC Masterpiece.
Looks like you've been missing a lot of work lately.
I wouldn't say I've been missing it. On 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Hey there, folks. Want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel & Frankel. Look, if you or somebody you know gets involved in an accident and it wasn't your fault, you don't need to let anybody try to shame you. You just need to call the Frankels at 214-333-3333.
The Frankels, they really care for you. They care about their clients. They understand what you're going through both mentally and physically. And they're going to do everything they can in their power to ease that burden for you. They'll guide you through the legal process, answer all your questions, and they're going to fight tirelessly for you. Now, Kevin has called me before after a wreck, and I've been like, what are you doing we call the Frankels immediately because
learned.
Yeah, because you don't want to let someone else's negligence go.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Who was the best of the best in the last decade of the NFL? So I think this is interesting because they're about to do the top 100 players as voted on by the players.
Are you saying 2010 through 2019? Or are you saying 2013 through 2022?
We're going to cheat the decade a little bit and start with 2011 because that's the first year that the players did their votes.
You know what I love about baseball, Kevin, is that baseball is played within the year. So I never have to guess on which year that sports championship was.
Yeah, because basketball and hockey?
It starts in February and then ends in like November.
Yeah.
But the Super Bowl's always in the next year.
Yeah, and I always hate that.
I've gotten into arguments with people.
Yeah, and I argue with Kevin about it all the time.
Do you know I get to play? I played in 3 decades.
It's you, buddy.
Yeah, that's close.
Oh,
Did you do that, Mike?
Wow.
You're like Aerosmith.
Did you do that, Mike? Bless you.
I didn't, Derek. You were way better than me.
That's all I wanted to hear. Thank you.
It's so weird because you guys get along so well, but sometimes it feels so tense.
Yes.
So Monday, they're going to start doing the top 100 players, 100 through 91. Yeah. It's going to continue until Monday, August the 7th, when you get to the top 10. So in this era, since the players have been voting on it, there's been 9 number 1 players. So we wanted to throw out these 9. We'll start at the worst and count up to the best. Here are the 9 that have won, and I did this in chronological order. Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Adrian Peterson, Peyton Manning.
I would have never guessed Peterson was number 1.
Yeah. J.J. Watt, Cam Newton, Aaron Donald, Lamar Jackson, and Patrick Mahomes. Now, Brady did win multiple times, but otherwise that is in chronological order.
Out of that list, help me, I'm not remembering everybody perfectly. Cam Newton sounds like the only guy who was considered number 1 who won't make the Hall of Fame. Obviously, there's a lot more to Lamar Jackson's career, but out of those guys, sounds like most of them will be Hall of Famers, except for Cam Newton.
I'd go with that.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
That's why I think he's last on the list.
Yeah. Okay.
Everybody, Cam Newton, number 9?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Which, again, goes back to fantastic rookie year, and then every other year was good. So, Kevin, what year was it? Was it 16?
2016.
That was coming off of a good year, for sure. That was one of his best
MVP,
years. Yeah.
They went 15-1. They made it to the Super Bowl. Still, one of the...
He was an unstoppable force for every other year.
I still think that's one of the bigger Super Bowl upsets in modern history. At least it felt like to me. I thought Carolina was going to put a hurting on
they were a beast,
Denver.
man.
Yeah, and they did not. All right. From there, do you go Lamar then? Since he's
probably so. I mean, there's a lot more to Lamar's career. I think he has another 10 years in his career. Now, maybe not. Maybe because he runs so much. All it's going to take is one bad hit that hurts his hip or his knee that then he'd have to change his game, and that could really hurt his game. So he might not have as long of a career as most quarterbacks do.
How long was Michael Vick playing for? Because he was a mobile quarterback, so I'm trying to compare. And I'm not comparing him to stat-wise. How long did he stay mobile?
And that's the thing is Michael Vick, the tough thing about, I'm not trying to avoid your question, but the tough thing about Michael Vick is he had that,
dog incident.
Yeah, which gave him...
That was during while he was playing? I thought it was after. Okay.
Yeah,
for some reason I thought it was after.
Recovery time
in
the midst of it. And, obviously you would hope you would avoid that. I would argue into year 2 or 3 with Philly, which was coming off a good 6 years with Atlanta, he could still move.
Who would be a more mobile quarterback then to compare? Actually, let's not even worry about it. Let's continue.
Yeah, I guess I have to go back and look at Randall Cunningham. I'll tell you this, Mike. I'll give you projection for Lamar Jackson's career. I still think maybe he ends up at number 8.
I'm with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
After that, is it the person that you made the noise for? And if anybody disagrees on any of these, you seem surprised by Adrian Peterson. This is going back to 2013.
Yeah, I just never would have thought
2,000 yards.
I would have just never thought with Aaron Rodgers and Peyton Manning and Drew Brees, and you just go through all the quarterbacks of that time, that he would have been number 1. I was just surprised that a running back would have been number 1 in the last decade, let's say. of football. But he's a for sure Hall of Famer. He was the best runner of his time. Like, he kind of took LaDainian Tomlinson's torch, right? He was the best running back, I think, from about 02-ish to 2010. And then you saw that then the whatever flame was picked up by Adrian Peterson, and he carried it.
I think the big deal of this was because he got it in 13, was the year he was number 1.
Yeah.
And that 12 campaign, he's coming off the 2,000-yard season and all that stuff. Like, that's the big factor.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think that's whenever everybody decided that this dude, because it was 9 months, you said? The recovery, like, that's when everybody was like, this dude's made of Wolverine. Like, that was everybody in the entire NFL started thinking this dude heals like nobody else.
And somebody texted in, Cam Newton will be in the Hall of Fame. I don't see it.
No, he's not.
And like, I don't think
They don't. It's just a younger person who doesn't
either.
follow Hall of Fame stuff and how tough it is to get in.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. All right, so we go Adrian Peterson then, which takes us down to 6. And the 6 you have left are J.J. Watt, Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Donald, Peyton Manning, and Tom Brady.
Well, I mean, the last 2 that you named, Tom Brady is considered the greatest quarterback of all time. Peyton Manning's considered a top 5 quarterback of all time. Aaron Donald's considered arguably the greatest defensive player of all time, with kind of Reggie White and Lawrence Taylor. He's in that category. So those 3 I would put way up at the top.
Is J.J. Watt next up?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say is J.J. Watt's got to be the guy.
Okay.
With all the guys that you named, to me, he's the one.
Yeah.
And Patrick Mahomes looks like he's going to trend towards that category of, is he in the Joe Montana, Tom Brady category?
Patrick Mahomes is tricky because you're still ranking him right now. And right now, he's still really, really freaking good.
Yeah, that's why, if it's me, I'm putting J.J. Watt, then Mahomes, just because there's still more time left with him.
Okay.
And you're getting to see more from him, since these guys are kind of on their, well, some of them are already done. Aaron Rodgers is still going, so it's like he's still kind of building his resume up too.
Yeah, I do think in time, though, I bet Patrick Mahomes passes Aaron Rodgers for sure. Will he pass Peyton Manning? Will he pass Tom Brady? That's going to be very tough.
I say he passes Peyton Manning, not Tom Brady.
Okay.
I'm also interested with the, like, because you said Aaron Donald's in this mix.
He's got to be up there.
I think he is very high up.
But I still have him behind Mahomes at this point in any of these Yeah, I do. Absolutely do.
Why do you disagree?
I just think because he's one of the, I had it written down, like he's by far the best. I mean, he's had the highest single season pass rush grades for a while, like since he was in the league. So, I mean, he's been dominant. To me, Mahomes is still going. That's the only reason why I won't let him pass Donald up. Donald's still technically going. Or no, he's retired now.
No, he's still
going. Okay, so it's just he's more on the way out, whereas Mahomes is still going.
Yeah, I guess my thing there is, and I have
no wrong
so
answer.
much respect for Aaron Donald and what he did. I wanted him. We got Zach Martin, who's a holdout, obviously.
He's not officially a holdout yet. They said he might
alleged holdout.
be a holdout.
We'll go talk to him when we get there.
But even still, in all of this time, I know Donald can't control the game as much as Mahomes does. But that's the factor is Mahomes has the 2 championships to go with it. Donald has the 1. And I think we've seen out of Mahomes more things where we're like, well, we've never seen something like this, and we might not see it for quite some time. Whereas Donald, you're like wrecking ball, wrecks a game. But there are guys that do that. But it's
both
a
game
great
changers.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to know where Aaron Donald
Okay,
is.
let me go quarterback to quarterback here then for all of y'all. Right now, Aaron Rodgers or Patrick Mahomes. On this list, I'm not saying who you would take for your team in 2023.
Right.
I'm saying in this list of accomplishments.
Right now, I would say Aaron Rodgers is a hair more accomplished. Now, obviously, Patrick Mahomes has 2 Super Bowl trophies.
Yep.
But I would lean, like, if they both retired today, if today we got news Patrick Mahomes quits football and so does Aaron Rodgers, I would be like, well, when I'm ranking them, Patrick Mahomes gets into, in a weird way, maybe a little bit of a Sandy Koufax category where you're like, God, that was an amazing run, but it was a short run where most of the great quarterbacks, when you talk of Brady and Manning and Montana and Elway, and you would throw Aaron Rodgers, maybe not into those guys I just named, but you'd be like, Aaron Rodgers had a good, 17-year career, and usually the great quarterbacks of all time quarterback for 15 years or more. I know our guy Roger Staubach didn't, but That was a little bit of a unique case because I think he's the most decorated athlete of all time in his life.
I think
slight edge for me for Rodgers simply because like in the era where Mahomes has been dominant, Rodgers still has 2 MVPs in that time. You know, like I know Mahomes has 2 to go with it, but I mean Mahomes does have those Super Bowl MVPs to go along with the fact that he was MVPs in season. So
see, I think you make a good point. I'll go slight edge to Rodgers as well, but this one is super close to me. So I'm going Rodgers 5 and Mahomes 4, which means Brady, Manning, and Aaron Donald, to your point, are all in my top 3.
I take Rodgers, like everybody else has said, by the slight edge, just because of he was a guy that is feared so much when it comes down to the last 2 minutes. You wanted to always make sure we don't give him enough time on the clock to win a game, and yet he would still find a way.
Oh, yeah. That's my nightmare.
Now, don't get me wrong. Mahomes is doing so much right now. If he goes out and has another great year this year, which he plans to do, and I think he will, he passes him.
Yes, I agree that this year he could.
This is the year he passes.
It sounds like we're all on the same page that eventually
it's just so close.
We think Mahomes will pass Aaron Rodgers. So in the NFL, so some people are like, hey, I'm surprised this player, like Big Ben, or I'm surprised this player. This is in the NFL players voting era. So this goes back to 2011. And so these are the only 9 people that they voted number 1, and that's about to get fired back up.
I bet Ben wasn't ever top 3. I know you don't have that list. And I'm not Big Ben, great career, but I don't know if Ben was ever considered in his career the best quarterback of a year, top 2 quarterback of a year. Like, he's good. I'm sure he made top 10 lists, but I don't even know if he would have made a top 3 list in his career.
Yeah.
He's a Hall of Famer, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, he'll make the Hall of Fame.
But I'm saying he played, unfortunately, maybe for him, is he played with Brady and Manning pretty much in his conference too.
Yeah.
And so you look at then Breeze and Rodgers and stuff. So it was really tough for Ben Roethlisberger to stand out as the best quarterback in a year of his career.
Rookie of the year. And then other than that, he won comeback player of the year twice. So
really?
Yeah.
That's pretty weird.
Yeah. I think that's what it is. Yeah. So, but he never was even top 5 for MVP.
And that's the thing.
Did he win comeback player of the year after the bathroom incident?
It was the 2007 season. CPOY is comeback player of the year, right? Yeah.
I don't remember what year
I don't know, but I mean, I only remember one
vote.
I only remember one injury.
I'd be like, I'm not voting you comeback player of the year because your own dumbass thing that you got off the hook because of a Steelers fan. So my top 3 in this top player era is I'm going Aaron Donald number 3, Peyton 2, and Brady 1. As much as I hate myself.
Oh man, don't hate yourself, Kevin.
For some reason, I got Donald 2.
Look, I'm not hating
and
on
then
that.
Manning 3.
Look, Aaron Donald is already a 7-time first-team All-Pro player. That's remarkable. I believe this is his 10th season, and he's already been first team 7 times. He's won Defensive Player of the Year 3 times. You know who's won it more than that? Nobody. And he's won a Super Bowl. I think LT and JJ Watt are the other 2 that have won it 3 times, and that's a heck of a group to be with.
How does he compare with Reggie White?
Similar.
Yeah, I think he's similar.
Reggie's got better numbers, right?
He does. Well, also the nature of their position is different.
Okay.
And Reggie just right now has more longevity, and he was awesome in 2 different spots.
How many years did
he play?
He was about 85 to 96-ish would be my guess.
It was longer. He played till 2000.
Oh my gosh.
And just to show, 97 and 98, 11 sacks. 98, 16 sacks. So,
he still was good even when I forgot. Yeah.
Manning.
That's incredible.
Kevin, just if you can look at see what year Manning was number 1 on that list, but he was top 5 in MVP voting. 2014. He was top 5, which is stupid. I guess he did have an MVP the year before, but he was top 5 in MVP voting 10 times out of his 17-year career.
It's amazing.
Was it 5 MVPs to go on top of that? And then only once was he 5. All the other ones were either 2 or 3 for MVP. And in the NFL, they don't do it like baseball where they're like, hey, we got 2 MVPs. Like, no, we have 1.
Yeah, in baseball, I think this is going to sound like a weird analogy. In baseball, I think Peyton Manning would be maybe thrust ahead of Tom Brady. Because in baseball, I know championships are important, but that does not seem like as much of a metric that greatness gets judged by as football.
Ken Griffey Jr. never played in a World Series.
Yeah. And
we just talked about him, right?
I mean, Mike Trout, we've been talking about, he never even
guys that make
unless I'm wrong, Frank Thomas was considered right there with Ken Griffey Jr. of our era, and I don't remember him ever playing in a World Series.
Yeah, and so I think if this was baseball, then I think people would default to Peyton. He's like, he won more MVPs, he had better stats.
Well,
blah,
and he
blah,
would,
blah.
there's 2 MVPs in baseball, which is weird.
Man, look at you going after baseball.
You were kind of the MVP.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Mike, I think you're going to like this.
Okay.
In honor of the Commander sale, horns down, and so many other things, what sports stories are you absolutely sick of and never want to hear about again? Looking at you, James Harden. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
All right. Hey, with expert care and individual.
signature team. Here comes Harden. White will trail him. Shot clock down to 6. The first offering from a 33-year-old Harden is in.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I can already tell we're going to get quite a bit of feedback on this. 877-881-1053. If you want to text in, want to hear from the Twitch and the YouTubers, what is the sports story you are absolutely sick of? Now, Mike, this is in honor of you because I saw yet again that I believe it's today, if not, it's going to be tomorrow, that the Commander sale will be pushed through. And I know you're absolutely out on that. But then I saw one that's the same thing for me. It was like, oh, what's the new SEC policy for horns down? And I was like, are you kidding me? Why is this even a discussion? It's not an obscene gesture. It just hurts their delicate feelings. It should not be a penalty. And that's essentially what the SEC came out with, is horns down will not automatically be a penalty. It will depend on a variety of things. But any discussion of horns down is what I'm just like, I don't care. I'm
with you on that. I don't care about that. I think it's silly. It's not a bad gesture at all. It's not a middle finger. It's not the slashing of a throat. Yeah. It's nothing. It's not like taking, let's just say Texas Tech has the guns up. It's not like using a gun in any negative way. You're just doing like, hey, it's horns down. It's not a big deal. I don't know who got so upset 20 years ago. It was Vince Young.
Well, I just know that it was at the strip club or whatever that he got in a fight, right?
Over horns down?
Yeah. I think that is correct.
Weak.
And
That's
so
very weak.
That is soft.
Horns down.
That one, I'm so tired of hearing it. For Carter, it was not
I just
your
wouldn't do it
Carter,
anyway.
Our Carter.
Okay.
It was discussions about Pac-12 media rights because every story that comes out now is, hey, it's not done yet, but soon. I even saw a story the other day that said Pac-12 media rights will not be announced. I was like, what? How's that a story?
That won't be announced?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. No, that's not a
giving you
story
a
at all.
heads up.
Mine, Kevin, is anybody that's holding out.
Oh my God,
Like
yes.
okay, you're holding out. Let's give up on that and move on. Like when you're ready to be back, then we'll revisit this. But in sports or stuff, it's just anybody that's holding out just drives me nuts.
Yeah, and then they do podcasts or whatever.
Talk about their team.
Yeah, I'm just like, then don't play.
Yeah, exactly. And again, some of those things can be kept, secret. You don't have to be all showy about it. Just negotiate it the way you want to with the people you're working with and try and get the best deal. I get it though.
Yeah.
Because here's what's happening. I do know a lot of times, Kevin, the owners are out there putting the information out there to make you look bad. So you got to get out there in front of them to make them look bad too.
Yeah, and I know it's tough just for some people, and they're like Saquon or whoever's like, oh, they don't value me, and people are like, aren't they going to pay you $10 million this year? So I know that is always a disconnector.
I want $10 million.
Right. It was so funny when Latrell Sprewell was holding out and he's like, I can't feed my family on this contract. And it was a 3-year, $21 million deal.
You don't know how big his family is?
And everybody was just like, dude, I get that you want like $30 million over 3 years or you want a longer contract, but please don't tell all of us, 99.9% of us that watch this sport and this, that we do not make $7 million or even $700,000 a year. So this is not resonating. I get it. I get what you're trying to say, but don't say you can't feed your family on $7 million a year.
Unless your kids are like mine and they're like, I will only eat sushi grade tuna or Wagyu. And then you're like,
and you still can do that on a $7 million a year salary.
That's true. Not on your salary.
Not my salary.
But on a $7 million
I'm a little short of that $7 million
salary. I get that.
Because you live in Plano. Should have raised Oak Cliff kids.
That's true.
No, he lived in Dallas before, so
that was for a short period of time.
You guys, we got to get to Plano.
Where
the HEBs and Central
we know
Markets.
You're mad about that, Mike. I know. I've seen multiple people text in about this. If it's about James Harden, I think I'm out. I don't care if it's where he wants to go, what his contract status is. Daryl Morey is like, oh, we got to have blibbity blabbity. Don't care. I think if it's about James Harden, I'm just done with it. I just don't care.
I actually haven't really cared about James Harden in a while.
Yeah.
Just because I was like, okay, that's a dude that I'm not ever expecting him to win a championship because I just don't think he has the heart for it.
He's going to be, now I know people that aren't my age won't remember this, or maybe if they were my age and just weren't really following basketball that closely. James Harden's going to go into the category of where like Adrian Dantley and Alex English kind of were for, I think, a lot of people now. Like, it's like, who are you talking about? Adrian Dantley? And they'd be like, oh, was that, like, maybe if you're a Mavericks fan, you're like, oh, was that who we got for Mark Aguirre or whatever? Adrian Dantley was a perennial all-star, a dude who scored tons of points for the Utah Jazz and Detroit Pistons. And Alex English was a very good player for a long time with the Denver Nuggets, but it's like they're irrelevant when you talk about the 80s. It's like, but they were making the All-Star team every year for the most part. And I feel like that's who James Harden's going to be 15 years from now. It's like, dude, he made tons of All-Stars and even somewhat better than them. He did win an MVP.
Set it apart?
But it's like he's going to be a nobody when it comes to this era of basketball, yet he demands all of these things so he can just do all the strippers that he possibly can. In his career.
From the 817, I'm tired of hearing about Megan Rapinoe. I was kind of curious how in on the Women's World Cup, like, just folks are in general, because it started, there was an upset this morning. I think the United States plays tomorrow, but the hype machine is on. I was just curious, are people in because of that? Or maybe they're just in because the United States is awesome, or any other number of reasons.
Kevin, I'll be very honest. Our friend Brandy Chastain, who hopped on with the No Shirt 9 once.
Yes.
I've kind of just forgotten about the Women's World Cup situation.
They did do a lot of commercials for the All-Star game, so now I'm remembering that they did that a zillion times, because obviously Fox must have the rights to the World Cup, because they definitely
Fox named that its top World Cup moment ever.
And I'm sure for like Gavin Dawson, there's nothing bigger in his life than Women's World Cup. Like, that's something that his daughter plays soccer. He coaches soccer. He's done it now for a long time, as in he grew up loving soccer. Then he had a baby girl, which then pushed him more towards girls soccer than boys soccer a little bit. So I totally get, there are a lot of people listening that have a daughter or they played soccer and they play soccer and they are like, this is the number one thing in sports for the next 2 to 3 years. But I think for Corey and for me, I don't care at all. Whether they win, whether they lose, good for them. Awesome.
Win.
But I don't care. I'm not going to watch this. Maybe I'll watch the championship game. Like, maybe. But I know it starts. Is today the 20th?
Yes.
Yeah, it is
so
all
it
day.
starts today.
I already said that.
I don't care.
When does it start, though, Kevin?
Oh, my God.
Whatever. Play whoever you're playing.
Tomorrow.
Beat them by 20.
What's crazy about
and
Alex,
give political comments about something that didn't even do with the game and move on.
Like Alex Morgan was, she really did like capture an audience for a while. Alex Morgan did initially, and then people were like, "I'll watch this game to watch her."
I'm not trying to cause problems. I'm seriously, but like, was at least part of that? I know she's really good, but at least was part of that. Are you saying because she was pretty too?
It led with looks.
Okay.
No, yeah, absolutely it was. And then they were like, well, hold on, she's actually badass at what she does.
Yeah.
And so it did capture an audience for a period of time. And I do wonder if in this one, there's going to be a new face or a new player that you're like, wow, this one's even better than Alex Morgan.
Yeah.
That people are like interested in keeping an eye on.
From the 682, this is a combo right here. I get it. Sports stories are absolutely sick of. Does Dak deserve a new contract, and is he a top 10 quarterback? I hope after what has happened this week, we've put that second one to bed. Yes, he's right on the cusp, but he's in the top 10. If you want to put him 8 to 12, we can vary the numbers a little bit if you want. But yes, and the contract thing, I hear you, man. He's still under contract for 2 more years, but probably you need to get the deal done now. And it's just going to go on and on and on after we already did that a couple of years ago and the year before that. I am 100% with you about all things Dak Prescott not on the field.
Yeah. I was happy last year when everybody was going through it. I've been happy kind of this year as we've been just, all right, look, got to deal with it. But it was nice to not have it around. 2 years ago, it was his injury and if he would ever play again. Because that was what we were dealing with. But now, not dealing with the contract was a definite fun thing over the off seasons.
From the 214, Draymond Green. Man, because I thought he was just doing his podcast and everything was okay. But then he threw out hey, I don't just throw a punch for no reason. And then that drew back out Jordan Poole, who's posting lyrics on Instagram. And I think it was Draymond or Jordan Poole's dad got involved in the fray. And I am really tired about all things Draymond Green and Jordan Poole. You're not on the same team anymore. Let's all just move on with our life.
From the 817, Shohei trade talks is exhausting right now.
I hear ya.
I would agree with that.
Is that yours, or is there another one?
I don't really I didn't have one, but I just figured that would be a good one to say because it's it's so much. And I look at it for the Rangers side of it, that would be awesome if we got him.
Yeah.
But you're giving up so much. We can't strike a deal hey, we're going to trade for you as long as we can sign you long term. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to talk to players on another team like that. So that's the only thing that gets annoying is hearing we got to give up a crap load of guys just to get him for 3 months or 2 months and hope to God that we can sign him long term after that, knowing that the chances are probably not going to happen of signing here long term.
I think that's a great point because on the flip side, let's say he didn't re-sign and you had to give him a crap ton, but it led to winning the World Series. It would feel like the biggest thing in the world and we would all think it's worth it. But just speculating about something that probably won't happen, I understand why that agitates people.
But okay, even with that being said, let's say we do get him and we win the World Series. That's going to probably want him to stay hey, they won this year. We have a great chance of doing it again because that same group of guys is here. That would be the good thing that can persuade him to stay here. But at the end of the day, I hope to God we get him. I really do. That would be awesome. But it's a lot to give up for possibly not having him.
I get this one, Corey, from the 214. If Kyrie wasn't on the Mavs, I'd definitely say him.
What about Mavs? Would you be I'm out on Mavs discussions even with without Kyrie? Or would that be different? Because they were on
I do think a lot of people, not a lot, I do think there are people that we've kind of heard from that are really tired of the Mavericks, and they're going to have a lot to prove next year.
I mean, just think about it, Mike. There were a couple of years here with the Rangers where it was oh my gosh,
True.
people weren't interested. And last year, that the way that they tumbled, you're just dude, but you see what happens when they're winning. And I'm not saying, hey, Dallas DFW's a front-running area. But
we are.
When you are winning, fan bases are more excited. That's plain and simple.
Yeah, and I think to your point and my point here, obviously you'll have the Cowboys, who I think are going to get off to a good start. I think they're going to have a good record. I think they're going to make the playoffs again. What they do in the playoffs, I don't know. I mean, I'm hoping that they have a nice run. But I think through that, the Mavericks in their first 30 games are going to need to win close to 20 games for this Metroplex to really care. I think there's a lot of disinterest in the Mavericks right now, as in hey, they disappointed so much that it's almost if they get off to a 15-15 start, I think they're going to struggle to get the attention that
was why it was so huge that the Rangers got off to the start they did, man, because everybody was still kind of teetering on whether or not they were for real, and they came out and said we have no other option.
And see, they got Bochy, right? So there was a little bit there. They obviously got DeGrom, and that unfortunately fizzled out because of injury. But now you're having over 30,000 people for a Wednesday day game in July.
Awesome.
It is. They have picked up tremendous momentum, and it usually doesn't happen this quick.
I just want to point out for all these texts, by the way, Kevin is he's going to print out the text so that he knows to mark off certain things. When he's oh, should we talk about this? He'll be nope, the fans hate that topic.
Do I get that dot matrix printer where you got to pull off the sides of it and everything?
Absolutely.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
This is just a random sports update for you because there's a hell of a game going on. Bottom of the 6th, Atlanta and Arizona are tied 0-0. Zach Gallen is throwing a no-hitter, and Spencer Strider has 13 strikeouts through 6 innings.
That's awesome.
Dang. Is that on MLB Network right now?
So
we're going to get 20 strikeouts and a no-hitter.
I mean, yeah, you get 20 strikeouts and lose. You'd be like, well, what the crap in hell do you want me to do?
I yell at my offense.
By the way, Kevin, I've been told, thanks to our Tolo Red Army hooligan,
I like
that
him.
Trinity Rodman is the one to keep an eye on for soccer. That's awesome. And that is Dennis Rodman's
It is.
daughter.
Yes. Actually,
So that's the person to watch.
for the 903, I have terrible news for you if you live in the Metroplex.
Uh-oh.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but they said anything involving the Paul brothers. I hear you on that.
Unfortunately.
I
they're
just
gonna
have
make their way.
my terrible news is in a few weeks it's gonna be Diaz versus Paul. Is it the 5th or the 6th of August at the American Airlines Center? The hype machine is gonna be going. It's only gonna get bigger, and this place will get taken over that weekend by people who are interested in that fight or media interested in covering that fight. I totally hear what you're saying.
Are tickets on sale for that yet?
I believe they are. Or you can pre-sale them, but you could win them by listening to Sean RJ.
No
and Bobby.
way!
It's true.
No way!
I've been listening all week. And then they
And
said
you still
can't,
haven't won.
Well, they said I can't win because I work here.
Uh-huh.
That hurt my feelings, but I get it.
I've had a lot of trust issues with Sean and RJ lately, so there's kind of that.
That's a very fair
maybe they're
point.
not giving out tickets. They're fake tickets.
No, they're real. They're real.
That would be terrible. From the 469, Zion. Oh man, that's a good one.
I agree. Until I see you play a season, bro, I'm done. Like, I know the trade concept keeps popping up, and I'm like, why? Why would I have any interest in that at all? I don't even want to put myself through it. Very similar to Mike telling me, look, I don't want to get my hopes up too much for Ohtani. Like that. That's very. I don't even want to think about it because I love the idea of Zion with Luka. That would be so much fun, but I can't even imagine.
And that'll happen for 20 games. There'll be an issue, and then we'll be like, I knew it.
And then Zion or Luka will be ticked off at Zion for not showing up. And he's like, you're just another KP.
Yeah, like, could you imagine one of our teams going after a frequently injured player, and then they came here, and then they got hurt really quick at the beginning of a brand new contract?
Are you talking about KP?
Nope.
Oh, you're talking about Kyrie?
JD.
Nope.
You're talking about
John Daniels?
Jacob DeGrom.
Oh.
What are you talking? Dude, he's fine. Everything's okay.
Oh,
He'll be
all
back
right.
next year.
No, he will not.
Let's
It's time
transition.
for Mike Likes It.
Guys, I've said this before and I'm going to say it again. I am enjoying this Ranger season so much. Just to give you an idea, this morning when I woke up, I turned on Bally's because I knew that they usually play a replay of the game in the morning, and I turned it on and I wanted to watch the 7th and the 8th inning. And so I watched Spees pitch kind of again just to watch him pitch. And we were having this discussion a little bit off the air, Derek. So I want to bring it on the air, and then I'm going to move forward with baseball conversations. But I was watching Spees, and it's like, how good can he be? And it was really fun to watch him in that first game. Here's what I wonder, and I think you're wondering the same thing, is he did throw quite a few balls that were chased for swings and misses. And when you see that from a young guy, it's awesome. Can he keep throwing the ball out of the zone and get guys to chase that pitch?
Yeah, you can get him to chase, but at the same time, this is kind of the same thing we talked about with Jack Leiter. At this level, they're going to make the adjustment. You keep pitching up in the zone, out of the zone, they're not going to chase. So you have to learn to make the adjustment and learn to command, which to me, I mean, it's great what he's doing right now, but he has an effectively wild fastball. He has a good cutter, very good.
You're scared because you don't know what it could do, so it's effective.
That's why I mean he could throw one pitch at your head, and then the next one he dots it down and away, and it's like, well, I can't do that.
Yeah.
Like,
in a weird way, I think for him to be effective most games, he needs to either accidentally peg the crap out of somebody with 100 or throw it behind a guy or really close to like their chin. To
put the fear in?
Yes, because when you're that young, like when a guy's that young without a lot of experience and dudes are wild with their fastball, most guys are like, is this at bat worth me getting hit in the head with 100 miles an hour?
and here's the only issue. I love what you're saying. I like that. But at the end of the day, you're going to end up getting one of our guys hit because they're going to protect. If he goes out there and he hits,
Especially
whatever
when
a
teams
guy
are out of the playoff race.
Yeah, you get a team that's out. Say we're facing Oakland. They got guys that are out and we're throwing at them. Like that's what it's cool to send the message. Nobody's comfortable now. We've eliminated that now. So your at bat's uncomfortable, but then you start hitting them. Now it's like, all right, Garcia, you're getting hit. or Young, you're getting hit. One of our bigger dudes is going to get hit, and then we have to retaliate again, which technically we probably can't because of how the game is now. You can't retaliate.
Can I ask a question about Boch's use of him yesterday?
That was fantastic.
And he had to. Did you guys chat? I didn't know this going into the game, but he did not want to pitch Chapman. He's like, he didn't.
Or Will.
No matter. And then Will Smith was down, so he was very limited on his options.
What do you guys feel Bochy thinks about having seen him in 2 innings or seen him go, out for one, get the 2 outs, and then come back and have another quality inning? Does he have instant trust? Was he like, man, the kid showed up? Like, what's the feeling on?
Well, like Boch said, he's here for a reason.
Yeah.
And the other thing, too, is now, granted, Bochy wanted to save him and give him a situation where he's getting into the game. It's like, we got a comfortable lead. That way he can get his true big league debut. That's usually what you do with guys that have never done it. You don't want to put them in those tight situations. But unfortunately, like, we had no other option. And Boch said, too, he's here for a reason. I'm going to show him I have confidence in him. And he's going to believe, like, hey, man, they're putting me in this. Now I believe. And then he goes out and does what he did. Now his confidence is going through the roof. And the guys are there and they're like, okay, this guy can pitch in these big situations for us.
It's very simple. He raised the confidence of Bruce Bochy. Bochy's like, I got no choice.
Yeah.
I'm putting him in. If you ask Boch like before the game, he'd be like, well, I'm limited, so there's a good chance he's pitching in this game, especially if John Gray doesn't go deep. And if the score is we're winning 1-0, it's 1-0. If we're losing 3-0, we're losing 3-0. He's probably going to pitch today. But then when you do that, I mean, common sense, right? You're going to probably go, dude, he got out of that situation. He handled that one pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
If a situation arises tomorrow against the Dodgers, I'm not saying he's immediately going to him, but he's going to have confidence that he proved to me that he was able to do it. If he'd have gone out there and given up 4 runs and lost the game, well, then I probably can't use him the next time there's a big situation because that one got to him a little bit.
And the other thing, too, that stands out is the way that Jonah, once the inning was over, and Mike Maddox, they all went and talked to him. You can't let him check out of the game. Because usually in that situation, you're done. You did what you needed to do. We got to go to somebody else because I don't want to ruin your hype. I want to keep you on that high note. But then what they did, they went and talked to him. All right, I need you to stay locked in. You're going back out. If you watch, Maddox had the iPad in front of him, was showing him, hey, here's what we need to do to this guy. Just basically going over the game plan. Keep him dialed in. Keep him locked into the situation. Don't let him see what's going on outside.
It's a little bit
right
of
now.
Don't think meat, just throw.
Yes.
Like I know it's Bull Durham, but the other thing too is we've had a situation where a dude didn't lock in.
Yeah.
Owen White went out there and had great 2 outs, struck out, I believe, the first 2 guys he faced. Then he blew a kiss to either his wife or his family, and that's checking out. I cannot look at my family in between innings and be like, thanks for coming, man. This is so awesome. And it's like, all right, man, you get a 5-minute break and you got to go out and finish off the 7th or the 8th inning. You got to go back out there. So Owen White, young guy, he checked out. To Derek's point, like we've seen it already this season where it's like, nope, you can't do that because these guys are way too good, and it just takes a little bit of lack of focus. Andrew Heaney, for example, when he pitched in Washington and his wife had twins, right? That was very tough for him to focus on that game. And we saw a veteran guy who's getting paid a lot of money when all of a sudden your focus is away, and understandably so. You can see what even a maybe not great lineup can do to you at a major league level.
Kevin, I think I've been so impressed. As much as Bochy has done for everybody, I've just been so impressed with the young players, his confidence in them, giving them the opportunities. I mean, Duran, I know Heim, he earned it. Like, he's done that. But, like, Duran, Taveras, all these young, hey, you're our starting third baseman this year. We have no other people that we want. We want you to do it. All these younger players, he's like, no, I want them to get their chances, and they're delivering, and it's fun to watch.
And hopefully, especially since how much Mike talks about, like, the guys that we brought in and not being a young team, is hopefully this you're succeeding in the present, but also laying some foundation for the future.
In a little bit, the other side of this, Derek, is, look, if you don't do well, that's it. And I hate, because look, love Taylor Hearn. Taylor Hearn's a great guy. I think Taylor Hearn's going to pitch in the big leagues again for another organization. I think he's good enough, has good enough stuff that he will be in the major leagues again with another team, as he got designated for assignment yesterday. But they didn't have time to be like, let's figure this out. Hey, we gave you your innings. It didn't work out, and we're moving on and we're moving forward. And that's very Nolan Ryan, too. I mean, I think one of the things that Nolan Ryan brought here, as much as people want to, discount him at times, and John Daniels was in charge. John Daniels was the guy. I'm not taking anything away from John Daniels, but to say Nolan Ryan had nothing to do with 2009 through 2015, obviously Derek was there. It wasn't Nolan doing a lot, but he was doing enough to be like, hey, enough is enough. This guy isn't performing at a major league level. We have to move on with it. An example of that is, I think, Chris Davis, who ended up being great with the Baltimore Orioles for a few years, is like, they're like, man, enough is enough. We've given them enough at bats, enough time. It's not working here. We have to move on. And they moved to Mitch Moreland.
Sometimes new scenery is good for you. Sometimes that's what you need.
So this is a new scenery, and I think this is going to be a trade that people don't care about right now, but I think is going to work out. Yeah. So the Baltimore Orioles traded with the Oakland Athletics this morning and it might have been last night, but I saw it this morning, for Shintaro Fujinami. And I remember seeing him pitch against the Rangers, and he had no control at all. And I was just like, my God. This guy's stuff is amazing. He has no clue what he's doing, though. Now, his numbers for the year, he's 5-8 with an 8.57 ERA. So you'd say, come on, Mike, don't be stupid. This guy's horrible. And I am telling you, this guy has dominating stuff. He has no clue what he's doing. And I think Oakland is probably a really bad organization to be in right now if you're a younger guy trying to figure out how to pitch. I don't think they're giving much help to guys that need help.
Okay, I think you probably just answered my question. But my question was, how do you get that high in baseball if you don't know what you're doing?
Stuff.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just keep getting moved.
Pure raw stuff. You're just like, and so now this guy comes over from Japan. He had a 10-year good career. He's 29 years old from Japan. His last 15 games, he's now mostly out of the pen. He's 3-2 with a 2.7 ERA. In his 16 2/3, he has 18 strikeouts and 4 walks, which is huge for him because he was walking the world to start off his big league career. So I think Baltimore looked at Fujinami the way I saw him and go, hey, he's improving a little bit. And this guy's stuff is top 10% stuff in Major League Baseball. He just has no clue how to use it. He's not consistent with his mechanics. He doesn't know when to throw what pitch. And I don't think he's getting any help in Oakland. We can help him. So these are guys that I was like, when I saw his name yesterday, possibly getting traded, I was honestly hoping the Rangers would trade for him if they believed that they could fix him and fix him. I don't know how much mentally, and a little bit mentally, but really fix how do I pitch at a major league level? Because your stuff, 8.57, doesn't make sense with the fastball and breaking ball that you have. Okay, so now next Mike likes it, and maybe I should get into this tomorrow. Maybe I'm forcing this too much here. A free agent next year that I was looking at is Julio Urias of the LA Dodgers. He's not having a good year. He's 7-6 with a 5.02 ERA. And you go, whoa, that doesn't sound like a guy I want. Let me give you what he did last year. He was 17-7 with a 2.16 ERA, a whip of 0.96. The year before, he was 20-3 with a 2.96 ERA, a whip of 1.02. This is one of the best lefty starting pitchers in baseball. And I don't know what has happened this year. I looked at his baseball savant. His fastball is about the same speed. Like his speeds are about the same. Now you need to start looking at breaks and everything, and you'd have to really study him. But I'm wondering, I've heard the Dodgers are maybe not that interested in giving him a big contract. I don't know where the Rangers are going to be this offseason with finances, as in how much more money do they want to add to this team? And he's not pitching in this series coming up. At least he's not scheduled to be a starter in this. But I've always loved Urias from afar. And he was great in their World Series in 2020. One of the main reasons, not the only reason, but he was a huge contributor in the 2020 playoff run. I just gave you his numbers, 20-3 and 17-7 with an ERA right around 2. He's not having a good year this year, and he's 27 years old. He's 26 years old. He'll be 27 years old next year. So you would be getting a guy that you know has a good 5 years left in him. I don't know what his market's going to be, but I'm interested in him.
One of the things I was looking at is he has a career high fly ball percentage this year, and then second lowest ground ball percentage. So it feels like that flip
changed a lot.
has been a huge part of the issue. So you'd have to work on that.
I hope, and I know I'm kind of veering out towards the pitching side of it, but I really do, because the Astros are in on this, and that's what scares me the most is going after Dylan Cease.
I saw that, yeah.
And the Rangers, me personally, go get him and Graveman, and or Kelly, one of the two. But you got to go get him. You got to spend. You're going to have them for a little bit of time, but you cannot let the Astros get them or get him.
Yeah, and I know I'm talking too much about the future, but the Dodgers are coming in, and there's a Dodger that I would really love the Rangers to maybe go after in the offseason. I just don't know the finances of the Rangers for the offseason.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Guys, what do you want to win a Guinness record in? Do you think that it could be crying? Next on The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I know we cut Baseball Nuggets short this morning because we were having a very good conversation,
Didn't
but
feel like it, though.
It seems like we're cutting the C Block a little too short.
God, you
My
guys.
understanding was that it was the highest rated
divas
segment on the
today.
show, so I'm just kind of
God.
saying. Tolos, thanks for listening to the C Block and making it such a dominant force. The entire show, by the way, is a dominant force in midday radio here. Go tell your friends. Tell all of your friends.
Welcome
Listen.
to new listeners.
Yeah. If you're new to the station, new to the show, I'm
Welcome.
Corey.
In your face.
That's Kevin. That's Mike Bassick over there that said in your face, and Derek Holland.
Hi, guys.
Joining us as well.
Welcome to the show.
On Thursday. And it sounds like Dutch is going to be hanging out with us in Oxnard for a majority of the time. I know he's got to have a talk with the boss and kind of figure some things out today. But it sounds like he's going to be hanging out. He wants to observe Broadus. Yeah.
He gave me a cup of coffee, so I think we're on a good side of things here.
Mike, correct me if I'm wrong. Did Spittle not bring Dawson coffee for a long time while he was working with you guys?
And he's his favorite.
Because
Yeah.
Dawson's his favorite? Yeah. Oh, that's an
in your
absolute fact,
face,
yeah.
Mike. I'm the favorite.
Yeah, so now Derek's the favorite here. So, or maybe it's just this conversation he's buttering him
You're
up.
the G-Bag's at the Dallas Boat Show today, so
I didn't know
he
that.
can't bring him coffee as easily.
Well,
I'll
and
send the
look,
replacement.
Derek is the new puppy. Everybody loves the puppy
That's
better
right.
than the old
Yeah,
dog.
look at
But
me.
just wait till the puppy keeps urinating on the carpet.
I already did it. Right over there by the door.
He did throw a
Right
big
by
red
the
on
door.
the carpet.
Let's see.
over there.
All of a sudden, that puppy's not so cute when they're not potty trained.
So you're predicting less than optimum things for Derek.
Well, I mean, right now he's the cute puppy.
I am adorable, ain't I, Mike?
Yeah.
He's like Bruce. All right. But does Bruce have his own like TikTok or Instagram or anything?
Bruce
No,
Gilbert?
I don't do that.
No, his dog
I'm not.
Bruce.
Oh.
I just post him on mine. I don't need to
Okay.
make one for him.
He needs his own. All right.
You can make it.
I'm busy. The Chiefs always in the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, I
Mike?
got to remember to pack my Chiefs gear for training camp.
Does that concern you, Kevin?
Yes, it
What
does.
What's the worst that will happen to us?
Is that he's 100% going to do that.
Uh-huh.
Is the first thing.
What about your
And?
Trevor Lawrence jersey? I'll have that with me.
Really?
Yeah, it shows up on Monday.
All right. I got a little T-Law happening in Oxnard, too.
Why are you
the
concerned
hell are
about
you
that?
talking
What
about,
what
Derek?
will happen? Do you think
He's got
that
a jersey.
It's a motivation. Jacksonville's not as big of a motivation. Wearing Chiefs gear is a motivation for the Cowboys to be like, look,
Is it?
see how I have all my Super Bowl gear on?
Mm-hmm.
This is the motivation. Next year, I'll be wearing Cowboys gear as long as you make it to the
just-
Super Bowl.
Every one of our interviews with whoever is going to see him looking like freaking Chiefs billboard. And now Mary, our other co-host, is
The
going to be
puppy.
decked out in Trevor Lawrence gear. And they're going to be like, you're from Texas? And our
Yeah,
interview's going to be out
so's
there.
Patrick Mahomes.
Don't you think that's a bad look, though, when you go to like any sporting event and you wear the completely wrong jersey?
Yes,
So there's
I
Mike.
do.
So Mike's that guy.
I saw somebody show up in a Pirates jersey yesterday.
Isn't
to
it
the game,
weird?
and I was like, why?
All the
They're not
time
even
at Ranger
playing.
games, I'll see people wearing it's not even the visiting team. They're just, yesterday you'd be like, I'll see somebody wearing a Cardinals jersey at a Rays Rangers game. You're like, I don't get this. Like you're wearing, they're not playing here.
Yeah.
Is it acceptable to wear another Dallas sports team?
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not on that one.
Yeah, just cut the sleeves off. As long as the sleeves are off, it's okay. By the way, to add to Mike's conversation there, his motivation, Micah did post yesterday, this year really a MF statement. Tired of discussion.
Love it.
Dude, I have no doubt in my mind
Okay.
that dude is locked in whenever it's game time.
Just better hope that happens. or
That
else-
dude's a fan of every basketball team too.
He loves greatness. He loves athletes.
Is he the
He loves
Drake
sports.
of
He loves
football?
sports, dude.
Yeah.
He's a sports fan.
You think we'll get to talk to him?
Yeah.
Cool.
It's going to be more likely. I don't know. Last year was it G-Bag that got him? So it's just, it's more. Yeah, we did have him for Peaceathon too.
Should I be like a who was it, Chiafalo or Wolchuk, and just wear a Cowboys jersey?
What's best to do your first time there is get a Cowboys helmet.
I got one.
And have everybody autograph it. Just like go around and try to get autographs when they're walking around the
Should I do
tennis
that?
courts.
Did somebody really do that?
Do not do that.
Why not?
Because listen,
Sean
Derek,
would kill me. Out of everybody here, Sean would be the one that would.
You're gonna be part of media, all right? And it's like our.
So I should carry the helmet.
It's our hypocritic
ask a question,
oath,
and then have them sign the helmet.
Right in our hypocritic oath to not.
You had it closer the first time.
We're not supposed to ask for autographs. That's the
awesome. So I'm going to.
The only reason to do that is for charity. Like
I got a foundation.
Charity. There you go. So we'll see.
Yeah, that's why I didn't ask you.
But
for
then
your
say this
autograph when
one's
we got
for
here.
me, and then have them sign two things. Say this one's for me. This one's for eBay.
No, I'll say this one's for me, and then just like usual, I'll be like this one's for Bassick.
Yeah.
But I'll have like 60 different cards.
That's not working.
This one's
out
for
so
me.
far.
Can
I
you
think
make
I
it
might
out
need
to
to meet
Kevin?
with Spittle before you do today.
But yeah, the reason I brought up the Chiefs is because Patrick Mahomes on the show Quarterback, which you guys have not gotten in on. You're still out on it.
It's on the list. I haven't watched it yet.
I quit Netflix till September.
Right, and Derek, you've been busy. You know Patrick Mahomes, so that's.
I don't have to watch it.
But he said I got a crib. He was talking to Jalen Hurts on Super Bowl opening night, and then he said he booked an Airbnb in Arizona 3 months in advance of the Super Bowl.
Smart.
He said I got a crib like 6 minutes from our hotel, so fam's gonna stay there. And Hurts said, "You bought a house?" And he said, "No, I just Airbnb'd it. In 3 months, it's gonna be outrageous. The prices are gonna blast up." And I just think the confidence of Patrick Mahomes to say, well, I can't say exactly what he said because there's some wordage. The confidence of him to be like, I'm going to the Super Bowl. I'm going to go ahead and book an Airbnb because I'm going to be in the Super Bowl.
How much do you like, too, that the price was a factor in this?
For a
He
dude who
sounded
has
like
a $400 million contract.
$50 million contract. He's like,
hey, times are tough.
in 3 months, man, that's going to be expensive.
Dude,
That's
I
smart.
wonder what those prices are. Like, I'm sure he's experienced this before. I mean, he's gone to 3 Super Bowls now, so I'm sure that he was like, "Nah, I know how to do this now." And I wonder who gave him that advice in that time. So
It's a savvy move by him.
you guys ever had that much confidence that you were like, "I'm making sure that I get that Airbnb for a champion"?
Zero confidence.
Okay.
When I was in 2003 in spring training, my wife's like planning on living in New York and where we're going to. And I'm like, I don't know, Sue. Like, not having that good of a spring training. They signed David Cohn. Like, we might want to just think about going week to week and guess what? I got sent down after the first series.
Derek bought a house in Arizona, and was it in Surprise? Yeah, he was like,
So I found out too, because the Super Bowl, whenever it was out there, I could have rented it out, and I would have made some nice cash.
See, that's what we need to do. I guess, except for Texas, like isn't there a ban on Airbnb?
Oh, I'll definitely rent my house out.
That's
for that.
just in Dallas County, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
Yeah, you
don't
can.
live in Dallas County.
Yeah, and you're Plano.
Who's running down
where the Wagyu never runs dry.
Mike, we also have a Whole Foods,
Yeah.
and a Sprouts.
That's because
and
all of
Trader
those
Joe's.
companies, I do think Sprouts sees the Trinity River as not like the barrier of we can never go past the Trinity River. So congratulations, Sprouts.
Yeah.
But I had to go to Trader Joe's yesterday. Where did I go to Trader Joe's? North.
What an elitist statement that was, too. I had to go to Trader Joe's, so I had to go a different direction than I'd prefer.
All right.
There's plenty of space down there for you, Trader Joe.
If you were going to attempt to get a Guinness World Record, 877-881-1053, what would you attempt to get your Guinness World Record in? A Nigerian man temporarily went blind while he was trying to cry his eyes out for 7 straight days.
What? I thought you were going to say hours.
What? Yeah.
What's the record? 7? I guess 6.5.
Wait, how do you?
93 hours and 11 minutes at a Lagos restaurant, according to BBC. He was one of many Nigerians seeking to set world records in May. And he did that, and he went blind for 45 minutes.
I will always remember this as a kid and thinking, oh my gosh, they had a picture of this person who had the longest fingernails and toenails in the history of
curled.
it was the most disgusting thing ever. And I just thought, Oh my gosh, I'm sure I just can't remember because, they write like how long they've had these nails or grown or whatever. But I just remember that is the most disgusting thing ever.
Done?
You can't. They just sat there and go, you know what? I want to have the longest nails ever. And I can't move very much. I can't really use my hands too much. But they just decided I'm going to disgustingly grow out my fingernails and toenails. And that's the one I don't want, but I'll always remember that disgusting picture.
Is that what you want to do then? You want to grow your nails out?
No, I made the Guinness Book of World Records. 2 lefties in the booth at one time.
That is not in the Guinness Book of World
Records. 2
Records.
left-handed pitchers doing a Major League Baseball game without any righties, without anybody leading us. That's the first time in the history of baseball.
How come you didn't have a Guinness representative there?
I forgot to call them up. But
Can we make it 3?
Well, I don't know. Derek, probably not.
Oh my God.
You have to get hired by them to do it.
Listen to Mike. He doesn't even want to help. And he goes, you know what, Derek? Probably not.
I will tell you what,
You don't
Derek,
care
if
about
we're
me.
not in the Guinness Book of World Records, which I think we are, if
You're
they're like,
not.
no, there's been 2 guys to do it before, then we will get a 3rd, and you are a left-handed pitcher.
Okay, just for the record, I don't dispute that you're the first ones. You're not in the Guinness Book of World Records. You didn't have a Guinness person out there.
True.
From the 469, the
It kind of
Guinness,
stinks you have to find a Guinness person.
they're walking around drinking
Very
their beer.
thick beer.
From the
Yeah.
469, the
Kenobi.
Guinness World Record for most consecutive terrible golf swings in 1 minute. So that's what they would like because they think they can accomplish that. I always
that's a
thought
good
that I
one.
could hit a ping pong ball on a paddle for however long I needed to. I always was like, I think I could do this all day long. I don't know what the world record
I'm
is.
sure it's days though. That's the tough thing is somebody did this where they practice it and then they call up Guinness and like, I can do this for, let's just say the record is 4 days. I don't know. I guess they have a porta potty or something there where they're going to the bathroom while still doing it. But
they have a bounces in a minute and a dude bounced the ping pong ball 534 times.
In a minute?
In 1 minute, he was able to bounce it 534 times. I don't have the world record on on length of time, so I'm looking that up right now.
You just said it was a minute.
Well, no, Derek, no.
He's got you there.
Well, I mean, but
zing.
Kevin, do you have one?
I haven't followed y'all's advice, or I guess Noah hasn't let me follow your advice.
On sleeping?
Might get a Guinness Book of World Record for most time with your kid's hand in your mouth
Oh my
because I know what y'all said about germs and illness and stuff, but he is obsessed right now with teeth and tongues.
Yeah.
And
is
so
he teething?
Oh yeah,
that's
He's
miserable.
like, let me see what's in that mouth.
Yeah,
What's in
and
the teeth?
he's like, what's that mouth do?
Yeah.
And he wants to touch your teeth and your tongue and everything, and he's so cute. I just can't tell him no.
Derek, you've performed at a high level of athleticism. Do you have you ever wanted to attain?
Mike!
Hey, it's okay. It was sooner than his.
Oh my god!
And longer than his.
You were better than me. How many times do you want me to say that, Derek?
I'm
You
going
were way
to keep
better
reminding
than me.
you every single time I'm here.
You were at the old ballpark. You were part of the best pitchers ever at that ballpark. There were better, but you were on that list.
I know. You weren't one of them.
All right, you know what?
Oh my God.
Before we have to go here, Tom Pelissero reports Jerry Jones, upon arriving at the special NFL meeting to approve the Commanders sale, Jerry Jones, quote, I think it's going to be a great day for the NFL.
So they all have to approve?
Because they get money.
Three quarters.
They'll get millions of dollars for a new owner to enter into their fraternity.
From the 940, Kevin needs to go for how many spins with a pen using its top you can do in 1 minute.
How many times you move a microphone for no reason?
That is yesterday. Corey saw in my face. I was so sad. Is I flipped the pen down to the floor. I scooped it up. As soon as I picked it back up, I flipped it over the desk, and I was so sad about that.
From the 817, is there a record for sitting in my truck sipping beer while I wait for my wife to shop? If so, I win. I'm sure we've all had those moments.
But that's why they started putting the benches near the dressing room and stuff, because they're like, hey, you know you're not going anywhere. I know you're not going anywhere. Sit down.
I don't go shopping with her. I don't remember. Like early in the relationship, I probably was drugged to a mall a couple times.
You were courting her?
Huh?
When you were
She drugged you to go to the mall?
She did not drug me. I was
that's
taken.
cool.
I was pulled to the mall. Is that better, Mike?
Did you tell your kids about the time where she needed to get you back and make
Oh
the brownies?
my God, Mike, be careful.
My son, no, I have not. My son is
She just
out there
wanted
right
to do it
now.
in an apron, but you had a roommate there.
Man, Mike.
I think he has both earbuds in.
Nope,
He's
he
playing
does not.
Minecraft right
Are
now.
you going to play gamble talk right
He's
now?
definitely
Mike?
listening right now.
Yeah,
and
he
he's-
hasn't made any
he's
face
just
yet.
ignoring you.
Yeah, he
Mike
knows.
will, of course, be like, hey, Avery. He's just going to walk out over
He's the
there.
one that told
He's
my
being a
other son,
sponge.
my Carter, not our Carter, to tell his mom he's sexy. Or she's sexy. He was like,
sexy.
hey, don't forget
Don't
to tell
say,
your mom.
hey,
she's
mom, he's sexy.
Yeah, hey, Mom, Mike Bassing.
Yeah.
I'm not going to complete that sentence. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here.
I'm glad I got my time back.
I want to thank you guys so much for listening. Lord knows we challenge you at times and maybe not always in the best ways, but y'all have been rocking with us for a really long time. The ratings have been awesome, whether you've been listening to us since the weekend, since nighttime, you're new to this show, maybe you're brand new to the show. Appreciate y'all rolling with us. Coming up next, Power Ranking, the MLB Power Rankings. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Well, Kevin, speaking of
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Soda and Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. If you or a loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
He's up in the count here at 1-2. And a swing and a miss. The split-fingered pitch gets him there.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where if you were wondering, was Mike attempting to sing Semi-Charmed Life in The Return? Yes. Yes, he was.
Don't know any of the lyrics except doot, doot, doot.
That highlight was of Nathan Evaldi, and we're going to combo it up here because I also want to go through power ranking. The power rankings is, Corey, you sent this over, the discussion of, is Nathan Evaldi the best acquisition or best move of the offseason? And he definitely looks like, I don't know about all the other teams in terms of like every move that I would compare it to, but this feels like it has to be one of the best moves of the offseason.
Yes, I think, I mean, clearly the decision to move forward with Chris Young as the GM last year was, I mean, it's made so much impact. It's a balls to the wall feel, right?
Yeah.
Like this dude is like, hey, I'm going for it. Every chance I get, I'm challenging. And you love that from your general manager. And if it works, great. If it goes up in a flame, he can always say, hey, I went for it, right?
Yeah.
Like instead of being like, well, I was timid the whole time.
I agree.
The other thing, too, though, is, we all know Bochy's addition. I'm going on the field more than anything. And Evaldi, Mike, because of what happened to DeGrom, if DeGrom was pitching the whole season, we'd probably be sitting here going, great acquisition.
Yeah.
The fact that Evaldi's stepped into the ace role for you and is doing what he's doing is that's the strong one.
And
it's been awesome to have him.
And when you look at it, I know I've just brought up Urias a few segments ago on somebody I'd like to get in the offseason is last year he was 6-3 in 20 starts with a 3.87 ERA. There wasn't anything to suggest that this was going to be a guy. Even the year before when he made the All-Star team, he had a 3.75 ERA in 32 starts. So that meant he was healthy all year, 11-9. In this year, 11-3 with a 2.69 ERA. There wasn't a lot to suggest that he was going to be this good. It was more like, hey, he's going to have an ERA below 4. He's going to give you a chance to win the majority of his starts. You have to hope that he's going to be healthy. He hasn't had a lot of healthy seasons over his last 5 seasons where he's made all of his starts. So this has been tremendous and very much needed, obviously, after you ended April and DeGrom's season ended.
It is a weird dynamic and we've discussed this before, I feel like you could end up having the best and worst move of the offseason. And that is very bizarre.
Your worst one, again, I'm sorry. Your worst move is
it's DeGrom.
DeGrom?
Obviously. But, I mean, that looks catastrophic at the moment. I hope it's not.
Yeah, I get
but
that.
At this moment, it looks pretty bad.
And I don't know. I've asked other people to confirm this, and I don't have it 100% confirmed, is that contract's not insured at all.
Yeah.
That is correct.
And so that's
the premiums to insure it were too high is what we were
Well,
told.
I asked somebody and they're like, I'm not sure about that, if that's 100% correct. So I'm just not at 100%, but I am close to
breaking news here on 105. Oh.
Well, obviously, it's not like Ray Davis is going to answer that question or Chris Young's going to answer that question. But I asked around, but I'm pretty sure it's not. I'm pretty sure that report is correct. But that's what makes that tough is that for the next 2 years, you're going to pay that much money to somebody who's probably not going to contribute to the team. So I'm with you, Kevin. That's a really tough one. It might have led to a few guys signing here or being more interested.
Sure.
So that helps. But at the same time, you didn't pay for that just to give you interest from other free agents. You paid to get arguably the best pitcher in the game over that 5-year contract.
Do you think Evaldi and Heaney, maybe they showed up because they knew DeGrom was on the staff?
Not necessarily. They showed up here for the most money.
Okay.
Just like Julio Urias and Jack Flaherty and whoever are going to show up for the most money when they hit free agency. But it does help that you're looking like a more competitive team.
Now, are you guys ready for some power rankings?
Well, let me just throw this out there too real quick with the surprise. To me, I think something that's not getting talked about enough is Travis Jankowski. I think he deserves a lot too. To get him, he's a sneaky pickup. Been great for us off the bench. Been a key guy for pinch running or whatever he gets that opportunity. Well,
Go ahead,
Mike. Let him talk.
Okay, all right, go.
I could see what Pudge was saying earlier.
He just wants it to be the Mike show. That's it. Go ahead. It's ruined. You ruined it, Mike.
It sounds like power. No, you're right.
No, you ruined it. You just be quiet.
I said that yesterday.
God, dude. You shush your face.
If you'd work here every day in every show, then you could join the conversation of
maybe
what
that's
we were
what I'm
talking
working
about
on, Mike. Maybe I might be. Then I'm going to come and take your spot.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh!
Here we go.
Let's see if that happens.
I knew it was going in that direction. I knew it was going in that direction.
I work for a lot cheaper than you could ever imagine.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Holy crap! All right,
Can we just entertain? Are y'all entertained? That's my first question.
Yeah, we're gonna bring back verses and stuff. It's gonna be just these two.
We're getting
against
sock and
each other.
boppers in here.
Oh yeah! All right, let's
More
go with
fun
the
than
worst.
a pillow fight.
We'll go with the worst first. So this is off of the new power rankings released by ESPN today.
Yeah.
Who is the worst team in all of baseball?
I assume it's Oakland, even though Kansas City's like, hey, you shut your mouth. It's between those two teams.
Yes. Colorado's so glad those teams exist.
What'd you do, Mr. Big Red?
Snot bubble came out from laughing at you.
Yeah, I'll go with Oakland.
Oakland or Kansas City?
Right,
Worst team.
Oakland.
Just
It's
real
not.
quick,
I'm not even
hold
going to
on,
mess with
hold
this.
on,
It's
just
not
real quick. Here's how it's going to work.
Is
all
there
right?
booger hanging out?
There's 4 of us in the room. I have the list in front of me.
I already know. I'm
Mike
with you.
gave his answer. Corey gave his answer.
Don't
that
get-
means it's your turn. for
Don't
an
get like
answer.
him, please. We like each other.
That's true. So you're gonna say
Oakland.
Okay, good job.
I
That's
already
very
did.
good.
I said it earlier.
All right, who is the number 1 team in all of the?
We got it
leagues?
right, correct?
Yes, you did.
I think it's Atlanta, and I don't think there's competition for number 1.
Yep, I agree.
I also think it's Atlanta, and I hate that.
Why?
Why? Wash is there.
All right. I did think about this yesterday.
They had
Y'all
8
know what's about to
All-Stars.
happen, right? It's going to be Rangers Braves in the World Series, and we're going to have to root against Wash. And I've never wanted to do that.
He already has a
Yeah,
champion.
he's
I
got a ring
understand.
already.
I get it. I don't like.
He would be
rooting
very.
against him.
I mean, he would not be happy because obviously they would
He'd be like, "Go Rangers, come on!"
I'm so proud of him.
He's sitting there waving around.
I held him up. Did you see me hold him up? The ball was still in the Dulles didn't even pick up the ball yet, and he was holding up whoever it was, Ozzy Albies there.
Shut up, Mike.
What? All right. Who do you put second then? Because the Braves are.
Let's let Derek go
number
first.
1. All right.
Baltimore Orioles past Tampa.
I think so too. They're 8-2 in their last 10, and they are percentage points better than Tampa right now. And this came out yesterday.
It came out today.
Today, then it's Baltimore.
I'll say Tampa's still there.
Corey
Is wrong.
is correct.
He looked at it. That's why.
How do you
looked
know?
at it.
That's
Yeah.
not a. It would have been different if somehow Kansas City was second. Then I've been like,
I just don't think they're willing to make that quick of a move like on the power rankings.
I
What's
do
that?
agree that I would put Baltimore second, but
You know, it's
ESPN's got Tampa second.
amazing, and I can understand this. The difference, Tampa percentage points, like worse, they're 60 and 39 to 58 and 37. So technically it's right there. Is Tampa's plus 145 in run differential and Baltimore's plus 47. It's almost 100 points difference.
That is wild.
Yet they have approximately the same record.
record.
Yeah.
Wow, that was cool. You guys said it at the same time.
Man.
Pinch poke, you owe me a big red.
You'd have to
Because
keep
you
that.
It's
threw
on
that
the
one
floor.
on the floor earlier, Derek.
All right.
Go lick it up, Mike.
Knowing that Tampa, get it together, guys. Knowing that Tampa is second,
We just kicked their asses.
then do you go Baltimore since y'all thought Baltimore should have been second?
If that,
All right.
yeah, that has to be.
You want to be Mr.
We
Contrarian
just
again?
kicked their. We swept them.
No. I'm saying now
Yeah,
that
your pick.
Tampa's down there.
Your pick, Corey.
We just swept Tampa.
Yeah, but
I know.
you said they're number 2, and you were right.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Oh,
saying.
so you're saying
The
Texas
Rangers
is number
are
2.
The
gotta
Rangers
be there.
should have been
They had
in front
two
of
sweeps
Tampa.
right out of the gate, baby. So I'm putting them at 3, not Baltimore. Baltimore can suck it.
All right.
Whoa.
Baltimore Orioles are number 4 because your
He looked at it.
Texas
We're back, baby.
Rangers
Cheated.
Cheated.
are
I'm with you,
golly
Mike. Cheater.
are number 3.
Does he have it up on his computer right now? Who's number 4 through 14?
Well, I just told you number 4
Well,
is
Baltimore's
Baltimore.
number 4.
Okay.
I'm betting the Dodgers are 5.
That is correct.
Okay, who's
Yep.
number 6? This is going to be amazing. Who's
bet they're
number
out
6?
west.
Royals.
No.
I don't know.
Diamondbacks?
It's a
I don't know. I
Diamondbacks.
didn't scroll that far down.
Kevin, who's number 6?
Who's number
Number
6?
6 is the Houston Astros.
What?
He knew not to say Diamondbacks. He knew it.
The
This is like
Diamondbacks.
me in 9th grade with Spanish.
What does that mean? What does that mean,
I
Mike?
cheated.
in Spanish,
Yeah, in 9th grade, I got caught.
What?
See.
How did you cheat?
I cheated off a person who moved from Mexico, and they knew how to speak perfect Spanish, and I didn't know that, and so I cheated off of a person who should have never been in Spanish 1.
Does that mean you got 100?
Oh yeah, I killed it. They're like, we haven't even gone over these tenses, and I'm like, well, I knew it was like vamo. I just didn't know like where to put. I just didn't know all the. And they're like, oh yeah, right.
So you got 100.
You're a
And they were
cheater.
like, no
yeah,
way. In
I got
hell.
like a perfect 100 where I was knowing things we hadn't even gone over in Spanish.
And then he got to Spanish too, and it just
Hold on.
Went downhill.
How did that conversation go?
lied.
Did the teacher pull you to
Mr.
this?
Kreitzberg was our
Kreitzberg.
principal, and he was like in the room with Senora Wetzel, which Wetzel's not a Spanish name, but we had to, Senora, and I lied for like 1 minute, and they looked at me, and I'm like, "You're right, I cheated."
Oh my god.
Michael Bassett, que vergüenza.
What does that mean?
Very bad.
Yeah, shameful. Shame on you.
Maybe you did deserve that 100. All right, so there's Evaldi to
Malo.
power rankings to cheating accusations to Mike in 9th grade Spanish.
I never cheated again, though.
That's good. And you never will?
Well, I should say I never
Oh my
cheated in like classes. I've never cheated on my wife either. If like,
What did you cheat on?
I'm sure I've cheated before. Like I can't.
Mark that.
Mike, when you cheat,
But
you
I
only
didn't cheat in
yourself.
class. Like I learned my lesson. Say that again.
You only cheat yourself whenever you're cheating.
That's true.
Yeah.
Cheater.
But then in baseball, they say if you're not cheating, you're not trying, and that's
Facts.
what led to the steroid era.
Isn't that racing?
No, that's
That's Ricky Bobby.
Racing and rubbing or something.
Rubbing is racing.
Whew, that was a lot. We're the KNC masterpiece right here.
What's the rest of
on-
the list? We didn't do the rest of it.
It's
Kevin.
fine. We got
I'm
enough.
not
We
going
did
over
good.
the
Rangers
rest
are number
list.
3.
You already know
It's
the
gonna
list.
be 248 before we get to crosstalk if we do.
With
Coming
the
up
fellas
next,
of the G-Bag Nation.
You heard him next right here on the Fan.
Coming up Friday morning.
On the Odyssey app and everywhere podcasts are found. Pull back the curtain opinions with former Rangers pitchers Mike Bassick and Derek Holland on the KNC Masterpiece. And of course, we are your proud home of the Rangers with post-game shows after every game. Let's enjoy this Rangers ride together right here on The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference in finding roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Got a couple of things to bring your attention to. One more positive than the other. The negative, first-round draft pick Jordan Addison, he was cited for reckless driving. He was going 140 miles an hour at 3 in the morning on a 55. So that's probably not what you want. But on the positive, if you make your way...
So sorry, on that front, Kevin, like, has nothing been learned from what happened with Henry Ruggs? When we talk about the, hey, the gambling thing with football, like y'all didn't learn anything?
Yeah, no first round draft pick could possibly have their life ruined, especially not a receiver. And he's like,
it'll never happen to me.
Either way. On the positive, though, if you check out 105.3 The Fan's Instagram or Twitter account,
this is glorious.
There is now a video up of Mike Bassick in his Jumpman shoes doing exercises, running to get Big Red, and just shenanigans galore.
Yeah, so I can dunk again, which I never could. So I guess I can dunk
for the very first time.
Yeah, there's no chance of me doing that, but these are fun to wear.
And I heard that video is very fun to watch.
Oh, it is.
Oh, it's awesome.
It's fantastic.
Now, also fantastic right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is ya? And you're at the boat show today, is that correct?
Yes, we are at Dallas Market Hall. It's going to be going on all weekend long, and we're here already, just inside the west entrance.
Gavin, I have a question for you. You worked with Mike for do you know how many years you worked with Mike?
7, maybe?
It's about 7 years, 7 or 8
Yeah,
years.
I think so.
Were you always entertained at work whenever Mike got on his bag?
Yeah, when Mike was in his bag, I was always entertained for sure.
Yeah. It just seems like every day I'm surprised by what this guy brings to the table.
I'm watching the video right now. It's freaking fantastic.
Today's been a hilarious show.
I'm watching it on mute, so I can't even hear all of the gold. But the visual gold is fantastic. Your lateral mobility and
it looks like Luka.
Generally,
like Luka. Yeah. I would say very comparable to Luka.
Yeah, we move about the same pace, unfortunately.
Yeah. I'd say my favorite was the Taco Charlton reenactment of practice at the beach house in Oxnard. That was exceptional.
And
I
I
can't
tell you
believe
what,
Elf beat you that one time, man.
I would have never guessed he would have been that bad. Taco Charlton. Like, I knew he was bad. I didn't know he was going to be that bad.
That was shocking.
wow, you got on the single leg too here, Mike. This is impressive, dude.
You got to
This
see
morning,
this video.
we walked in at the same time, and Mike is carrying these Jumpman shoes, and I just thought, this should be an interesting day. And then you throw in Derek Holland, and I said at the beginning of the show it would be an all-timer one way or another. I couldn't promise it would be a good all-timer, but it'd be an all-timer, and hopefully we have reached that bar.
Turned out to be a great one, and you're doing all of this while double fisting the Big Red and Big Blue.
I was just disappointed you didn't get some McNuggets, man, when you walked through that McDonald's.
Oh, we wanted to.
Yeah, did you want to stop? And
I wasn't hungry at that time, but I am hungry
Plus,
now.
the show was still going at that moment. This was not in a commercial break. This was in the middle
During the show.
of a segment because Derek said he'd never tried Big Red. And Mike's like, I'll get you some Big Red. We're like, why don't you put on those shoes and go do it? And it all happened in the middle of a segment. Carter ran off with him. And
people want to see it on the camera, by the way. If you haven't seen the shoes, Mike, lift that foot up. Get that leg up there. Really show these shoes off just a little bit.
Did you just take the shoe off and show
He's
it?
not nimble. There you go. He got it
Who
off.
throws this Stretching the hammy right there.
Honestly,
Yeah.
who does that?
Oh, my God.
I'll tell you what, though, back to Big Red. Since Derek didn't like it, I don't know if I've met a person who likes Big Red who didn't grow up on Big Red.
Okay.
I don't think
The
Gavin
drink or the
Dawson, I
gum?
think I've done this
The
with
drink.
Dawson before. I don't think Dawson likes Big Red, right?
No, I only had a couple as a kid.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, disgusting.
And
what flavor is it even?
I don't like it.
It's red.
It's like
it's red cream
Even though
soda.
blue,
Red cream
blue
soda.
tastes the same as
Yeah, they do
red.
taste the same.
It has a little cinnamon flavor, kind of.
Yeah.
It
Cinnamon?
burns a little bit. Yeah, I don't know.
It ain't right.
So it's like Fruit Loops where even though they're all different colors, they all taste the same?
At least the blue and the red taste the same to me. All I did is I looked at the ingredients and they threw more sugar in the blue.
Nice.
It's promising.
That's why it's better.
What Broadus grew up here? Is Broadus
Yeah,
here?
yeah, I'm here.
Are
Yeah,
you a Big Red guy?
No, I was not a Big Red guy at all. And so, but, you know, it was like the only red drink I would ever kind of gravitate
Kool-Aid.
towards was a Slurpee.
Yeah.
Like the
No.
cherry Slurpee.
Yeah.
That was the only thing. But
And there's something weird going on in there, too. The only real drink in this whole genre, to me, is the Mr. Misty from Dairy Queen. That's the only thing you need.
I don't think
The
I've ever
most
had that.
slept
I didn't
on-
even know it was a thing.
Oh, that's the
Drink
orange one,
beverage.
right?
No, it comes in all different colors.
That's the orange
You got
Julius. That's
cherry.
awful.
You got
Oh.
blue raspberry. Swing by a DQ, get you a Mr. Misty.
Okay, never had it.
Yeah.
Is it cream? Is it like ice cream?
No, it's like crushed ice
Okay.
inside like the perfect Kool-Aid. You know.
All right.
Perfect Kool-Aid.
Yeah,
is
so when
always the
you're
best.
taking it in the straw, you're getting all these tiny pieces of ice.
So if we took a poll,
Real
would you
ice.
say only like 20% of people like Big Red?
Yeah, adults. I think most kids like it. Like when I was a kid, I loved it, Baskey.
Yeah.
I really did. And to be honest with you, it's been so long, I need to try it again because it's been, I would guess it's been well over 5 years, maybe 10 years since I tried it. So I wonder if it still holds up because I used to love it. It was phenomenal.
A lot of barbecue people, I see them post like they're having Big Red Day or whatever, and they'll incorporate it either in maybe in the sauce or maybe in the rub or whatever. But they do have Big Red with their barbecue, and like they're like really ecstatic about it. And
Could be
tacos, like barbacoa tacos, I'm told it's good with that too.
Now,
I feel like it's just gone viral and it's fun, like Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Yeah.
The worst beer you can get.
Yeah, you need it.
But it was cool with the hipsters about 15
Well,
years ago.
you can also can't you get a 24 pack for $7?
You used to until like the hipsters started drinking it and drove the price up.
Yeah, Brian
Yeah,
knows.
that's what I'm saying. We used to get
Damn
like
hipsters.
We would get like money out of the ashtray. You know, they like change and go buy a 6. But you needed a tetanus shot after that because the rust in the can would give you lockjaw. So
heard
yeah,
that
it
too.
was a
Whoa.
lot of things going on with the old Paps. Yeah.
Yeah.
I appreciate your vulnerability, Broadus.
I was up in Milwaukee. It was the town that made Milwaukee famous. It was that beer. I was there. I saw it with my own eyes.
All right, Kevin.
And drank it.
You drank it with your own mouth.
Yeah.
I can't wait to hang out with you guys.
And he spit it in
Yeah.
someone else's.
Dude, I can't wait to hang out with you. It's gonna
Dude,
be
this
awesome.
is going to be a
Hey,
dream.
Yeah.
I can't wait to
California
see.
dream.
Hey, I can't wait to see Dutch get autographs. That's what I'm so excited.
Yes!
no.
I'm bringing
Yeah.
my helmet.
And by the way, Cowboys PR, that's the KNC masterpiece that he works on.
We're on the same team, Broadus.
I'm going to try to get my Chiefs hat
Oh,
signed.
no, grass.
Dude, get your Jumpman signed, dude.
Oh,
bring your sneakers,
I
Mike.
say right when Dak's coming off the field, Dutch just
I'm gonna hold a
walk
sign.
right out there.
Yeah, because we
I'm
have
gonna get
special
some-
we have
signs.
special places where we can go where he comes off the field. So
Yeah.
you will be the only person there who can get his autograph.
Let's make signs. I'll bring a jersey.
Dutch, yeah, well, Dutch will push kids out of the way. Like it'll just like the foul ball situation. We'll just bowl kids over.
Mine.
Yeah,
We'll do the
yeah,
Impractical Jokers thing.
Yeah.
Just collect all the
I'll
baseballs.
bring 2
and
footballs.
everything.
I'll bring one with the Super Bowl logo on it, and then one without, and I'll make sure Dak signs the one without the Super Bowl logo on it.
Hey, you know what, Dutch? This is what we'll do. We'll tell them we're going to sell the helmet. We'll just tell them we're going to sell it for profit.
I know they'll like that.
Just got a text from somebody over at the Cowboys that said Dutch can't show up now. So
cool. What about me? What about me?
That's a shame.
They
I'll
said,
find a
they
way.
said
Wish.
Mike actually has to stay an extra week.
I'll stand on the
There's
outside.
nothing wrong with that.
I'll stand on the outside.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. We are at Dallas Market Hall, and the Dallas Boat Show is going on all afternoon tonight. It starts at 3 o'clock. It's going to run all the way through Sunday. And we got some great football content for you.
All right, looking forward to it, even though
All
y'all
night.
are trying to make us fail at training camp. I look forward to it.
Graphs.
Bring my jersey.
Get in that weight room too, Dutch.
Yeah, Dutch.
Yeah. I definitely will.
Dutch, no, training room. You need some rehab on the elbow.
I wonder if they'll let me do that.
Yeah.
This is how Mahomes does it. Trust me, I
other
work
thing
out
too,
with him.
they personally make smoothies for the players when they come off the field.
I want one
Let's
so
grab
bad.
one
We're
and
still
try it.
on the air.
All right.
I'm
Coming
gonna
up
get one.
next.
Well, maybe we're
Coming
not.
up next.
In the show.
G-Bag. We'll see who's on our show
Oh,
tomorrow.
for a time.
Don't know. Tune in 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say no autographs.
No autographs.
Lots of autographs. That's what Kevin says to
Hell
the kids.
no.
You are dialed in. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on a thirsty Thursday here on 105.3 The Fan. We're at a great place to crack a few coldies. Dallas Market Hall. Plan to attend it this weekend, the Dallas Boat Show. Today, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday. More boats, more accessories, hundreds of exhibitors, dealers, and manufacturers. For all the details, go to DallasBoatExpo.com. I had a great time on that pontoon boat a couple of weeks ago up there in the Cascade Mountains in Central Oregon, just outside of Mount Bachelor, Bend area. And so I'm eyeballing these things because I have a whole new appreciation for the amount of entertainment that you can deliver with a pontoon boat. You know, these things are great for hanging out. But it's not just the pontoon boats. Obviously, they got all of them. They got the Mastercrafts. They have the Sea Rays. Anything you might want in the area.
Bayliners.
Oh, they got bayliners.
Yeah, they got it all.
All
here.
the bayliners, man.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Yeah,
so,
it really is.
So swing on by. You'll find us just inside the west entrance here at Dallas Market Hall, Wycliffe and Stemmons. General at your service, Addies. There's Brian Broaddus. Got Lucius Alexander back home in the Pimp Cup Master Control 75 and Fitzhugh. Woolchuck and Shia follower here. Ruben is handling business along with Ramon on Ramon Engineers. I think this is like one of Ruben's maiden voyages.
How you feeling, Pedro? You confident? You good? You don't have to put your mic on. It's
Just
all right.
thumbs up and thumbs down.
Yeah, we got the two thumbs.
Yeah.
We got two thumbs.
He's double barreling.
Ramon Cruz has become the teacher here in about 4 months. I think he's been with us since around the Super Bowl. And now he's got a young remote engineer that he's training right here in front of our very eyes.
Do you think he's kind of sabotaging him along the way to see if he picks up on maybe some issues?
You throw in a couple of those only when you feel like he's starting to really get it.
Yeah.
You know? And he might be getting it quicker than you
exactly.
did.
You kind of loosen the speaker thing a little bit.
Yeah.
You sure that's the right button?
All of a sudden,
you sure about that?
I had no idea at the top of the hour that the General's pod was just going to go all the way down.
Oops.
I had no idea. I apologize for that.
Well, swing on by whether you want to meet us or maybe we got a Tolo back window decal here for you, a G-Bag decal, and 5 hours of sports content coming out over your airwaves here every afternoon on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. It is a day off for the Rangers. We'll talk about that. But John Morosi has the latest on Ohtani earlier. The Angels not close to a decision on whether to trade him. They're likely to wait until the 24 to 48 hours before the deadline. Teams continue to contact the Angels and express interest in Ohtani because why wouldn't they, says John Morosi. And this is a guy who I always pay extra attention to because he's had over the years a number of breaking Ranger stories. Yeah, John Morosi's a reporter who's dialed in right here in North Texas. And, I don't know what else the Angels would say to a source right now with the trade deadline just 10 days away, 11 days away. You don't want anybody getting the feeling that their offer might be good. You want everybody to be thinking we still have to offer the Angels more. If I were them, I'd probably be pretty convinced right now we're dealing him, because I think the offers are going to become pretty good. This is going to be different than rent-a-player stories that we've seen in the past. I think they can get a pretty dang good compensation package that is ultimately going to get them to move. I would be willing to sacrifice not trading him if I thought it was crap, like what the Rangers gave for Cliff Lee. I'm like, no, we're good. I'll be okay without a number 7 hitter and a 4th starter.
Right.
I'll go ahead and not have that for the chance that we get to keep Ohtani or something happens between now and free agency where he does want to come back to the Angels. But I think the Angels are going to be moving him here in the next 10 days. And everything we're seeing so far is that the Rangers are in this thing, and it's got to be the most exciting story going on right now in DFW sport.
It's the smart move to move him because you're going to risk losing him for nothing. He's not going to sign there. He's basically told you, if we're not winning, I'm leaving. So it seems like they should move him. I just don't believe they're the smartest organization. They're 4.5 back from the wild card. Maybe they lie to themselves and think we still got a chance to make the postseason here. But you've got a desperate Yankees team right now that I think is going to come in with a major offer. The Dodgers, we've talked about a lot. And hell, the Dodgers might just say, we'll take our chances and sign him in free agency without giving up a haul, which I think is, if he hits free agency and let's say the Rangers don't trade for him and they're not able to woo him or whatever team does land him, that's probably the team he signs with in the offseason. But I feel like, the Angels, the smart move is trade him, and you're going to get a great return for him, would be my opinion. The Rangers we've talked about. I mentioned the Yankees, the Dodgers. Maybe a team like the Rays steps up here with their offense really starting to struggle. It'll be fascinating to see. Even the Astros. The Astros are kind of hovering. We talked about Dylan Cease yesterday. They could put together a decent package. I don't think better than the Rangers, but all these teams I think are going to get in a bidding war here.
I feel like, though, if I was Chris Young, I'm calling the Angels and I'm telling him this is where I'd like to start. I'm throwing the chum in the water with the GM there, and I'm going to say, hey, listen, I know you're having to make a decision. I'd like to be involved here, okay? Yeah. If you could work with me, this is, you take a look at my team, my 25, you take a look at my farm system. You know what we got over here. I'm laying the groundwork to trying to get something done here. If he decides to keep the guy, at least I've made that call and let him know that
You're right about that, man.
I'm interested. I just don't feel like you need to call me if you're going to make a move on this particular player.
Yeah,
I want to be at the table with you.
Constant communication. If another GM calls you and says, hey, it's a take it or leave it right now, stall them and text me.
Yeah.
I want to be your partner in helping you move Ohtani instead of like trying to poach off. I think you could maybe work something out like that. And, that's what we need to see right now is the Rangers at the forefront of this. Because while I think it's going to be more than what they had to give up for Cliff Lee, it's not going to be the kind of compensation package if he had 3 or 4 years left on his deal. So, it would be very well worth it for the Rangers if they only had to give up, let's say, 2 of their top 7 prospects instead of 3 or 4.
Yeah, what the Angels have to do, though, you have to make it worth their while in a way that their ownership can say, hey,
sure,
this is what we got.
Yeah.
You can't give them a bag of balls and some fungo bats and think it's going to work out.
Yes.
They have to walk away from giving up a generational player with some type of compensation where they could sell it to their fan base.
Right, which is why I brought up the other day, okay, if you're going to make this move, let's say there is a bidding war. The Yankees have a good offer out there. The Dodgers have a good offer out there. Are you willing to say, all right, we're going to put the trump card in and offer an Evan Carter for maybe a rental? I don't think the Rangers would, but that might be kind of, depending on how high the bidding gets, to where you might have to say, all right, who's the prospect that you want? Most likely, I would guess the Angels are going to say, if we can have anybody, it's Evan Carter.
Yeah.
Man, can you imagine how frantic these guys and these teams are going to be, and like in the anticipation, and then up in that they're going to build it up to like a 24 to 48 hour window where they're really like negotiating, according to Morosi.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, okay, and then all of a sudden clock starts. We got like 24, 48 hours to the deadline, and then it's just like you're living on the phone for basically a day or two if you're Chris Young.
If they don't know that they're going to trade him, which is what the report is, maybe there's not real substantial offers that they're aware of now, and they're anticipating exactly what you're talking about, like those last 1 or 2 days are where the real offers will come.
Sure. What if I was the Angels general manager right now, of all the teams that these insiders are talking about, Yankees, Rangers, Astros, anybody that potentially could be involved, I've got my pro scouts working, I've got my minor league scouts working too. Is what I'm doing. I'm trying to figure out, though, okay, give me the best I could get from each team. What can I ask for with confidence that they're not going to laugh me out of this thing.
Yeah, yeah.
I
And
think,
where can we find something that they're not aware of?
Right.
Do we see a talent
Exactly.
in a guy
Yeah,
that
don't-
they're willing to give up? We got to scour every one of these
Don't let
dudes.
this thing. This thing is not going to come down to 24 hours.
Yeah.
It's going to come down to they're looking at you and you're looking at Ohtani. And you're trying to figure out what they want from you. And now you're evaluating what the Angels have.
Yeah.
Sure. You're saying, wait a minute, they don't have a second baseman. They don't have a center fielder. They don't have a DH.
And you pay more attention to those facts than their words sometimes.
Yes.
Well, and the Rangers have a leg up there within the division, right? They know the Angels really well, and they were doing their due diligence last year at the trade deadline to try and get Ohtani.
817 says it would be like a Herschel Walker trade all over again. It could be, but man, you look at some of these top prospects, and so often they end up to just be average big leaguers or never were guys. 903, my grandpa used to take me camping at Mount Bachelor. It might be one of the greatest places to camp in the entire country, maybe the entire world. I mean, you talk about picturesque with a mountain, with the river flowing through. You can kayak, you can fish, you can hike. They got like ATV adventures. It's good living up there in the mountains of Central Oregon. Jeez. Okay, it's a day off for the Rangers though, and the other big story: the back-to-back sweeps to open up the second half. The debut that we got to enjoy yesterday of the 28-year-old rookie Alex Spees, who was dynamite and striking out 3 consecutive All-Stars to begin his big league account. So that was just a lot of fun to watch. He was awesome in the minors. And now it's like, hey, do they actually have 4, maybe even 5 relievers that, as we hit the midway point here, you might be able to trust in the second half?
Boach has no regard for your feelings. When you saw him warming up in a game that was that close, 1-0 game, really the majority of the game, and all of a sudden you're like, who's warming up? That's the way he managed.
He must have known something because the kid seemed cooler than a cucumber out there.
Yeah, well,
the pressure was not getting to him.
He was ready. The first couple of pitches, the sliders he were throwing, they were off the plate, they were low and stuff. But man, for him to get the strike him out, throw him out situation.
Okay, tell me this, guys. I can't scout pitchers, but I've watched so much baseball. I think the reason they didn't bring him up sooner is there's just not a ton of movement. There's not a ton of life in that ball. It's 100, but I didn't see the kind of stuff yesterday where I was like, wow, this is going to be amazing. I think he had an incredible debut, and we'll see where it goes from here is what I saw.
What you get if you get the guy that throws over 100 is then what's the complimentary pitch? It's that slider.
Right.
It's that's where, that's when you watch these guys, then they really have that ability just to make that thing right at the plate just die.
Sure, because it's very rare you get the Mariano Rivera who's just I'm going to dominate with one pitch. You've got to have kind of a second and a third arsenal to go to. I also think the Rangers are really good at not trying to just rush guys up. He started in Double-A. He had 5 outings at AAA. They decided, all right, we need bullpen help desperately.
Yeah.
He's looking pretty good. Let's make this move. And we did. And I think that you're right, though, to temper the expectations.
Yeah.
Grant Anderson had an outstanding debut.
Yeah.
We've seen ups and downs since then. Alex Spees isn't necessarily going to solve all the problems here. That
For
was
sure.
amazing what he did, but let's just not go ahead and anoint the guy like, oh, all right, he's fixed. We've got now 3 studs in the bullpen.
Well, is this because of Josh Sborz?
Yeah.
Is this because
the injury opened up?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Great
all
point,
of a sudden, you're like looking at it like, we don't have Sborz. Well, who do we got? Well, let's talk about down in the minors. What we got this hard throwing kid, from Georgia. We could take a look.
Nobody could hit him down here.
Yeah, we could take a look. He gets saves with multiple innings.
Mm-hmm.
He's just not a three out guy. He's a 6 out guy.
Okay, deadline just a couple of days after we get to camp next week. So we're going to be at training camp and then the MLB trade deadline, which is fascinating for the Rangers for the first time in 6 or 7 years. It's all going to be coming together starting next week right here on 105 through the Fan. We're very excited.
I might just take the live mic and stand in front of Angel Stadium.
Ooh, I like that.
The trade deadline thing.
Yeah. Oh,
just live
dude,
report,
yes.
Stand in front of the big A they have there that we saw.
That'd
just
be
stand there and wait.
Our own Ohtani coverage.
Let's go to
We
Brian
should do
Bronx
that.
at the big A. I'm just standing there.
We could get some Ohtani coverage if he's
Hell
traded.
yeah, we could.
That would be.
I'll run over there.
Okay.
Yeah,
Heck
dude.
yeah.
You
Well,
can do
I
some
mean, it's
man
like
on
a
the
3-hour
streets.
drive. So
I don't mind. I'll
Yeah.
feats a strength thing. I don't
Yeah,
mind.
absolutely.
Go through traffic.
the Jets have traded Denzel Mims to the Lions.
The hell?
So
How's our
there's
guy?
that. 2 of the Bengals' most popular players are going into their Ring of Honor. Boomer Esiason, who took them to a Super Bowl in the late 80s.
Queso.
And wide receiver Chad Johnson. Who,
How do you think Corey Dillon feels?
Corey Dillon is salty right
Corey
now.
Dillon is ticked.
Yeah, he should be in there too. Should Carson Palmer, Boomer Esiason, got in there?
Playoff guy, Carson Palmer.
He
playoff guy.
He took him there. Did they ever win a playoff game?
I think his leg got
I remember he got the ACL in one of those.
Steelers,
He did go to an NFC Championship game with the Cardinals.
But don't you feel like if you're a quarterback and you take the Bengals, especially at that time, the Bengals to
Got to put
the
a statue
playoffs,
up in front of the building.
right? You should get the Nick Foles treatment, like he got in Filthy.
All right, we got the Open Championship going on here. Jordan Spieth had himself a pretty good day over there across the pond golfing. And when he ended his round, I think he was just 3 strokes off the pace. He finished at 2 under par.
Yes.
But there's some interesting stuff going on this this leaderboard, including an amateur was up there. What's this guy's name?
Is that 6'8" guy?
Christo Lamprecht?
Yes.
An amateur from South Africa. I don't know if he's 6'8".
Well, he goes to
South
school.
African.
He goes to school at Georgia Tech.
Okay.
Which is interesting here, and so he got out early today, posted the number and all that.
7 birdies.
Yeah, this
22 years old, 6'8".
Yeah, plays
He's
golf.
tied with Tommy
Yeah.
Fleetwood and Emiliano Grillo at 5 under there for the lead. Here's a Stewart Cink and Wyndham Clark at 3 under par. And you do have Jordan Spieth there at 2 under, along with Matthew Jordan and a bunch of other guys.
Scheffler had it going a little bit. But
Yeah, he got to 1 under.
Missed some putts, like 2-3 foot putts.
That's his MO, right?
That were
Isn't-
kind of. But he
oh,
usually
silly Spieth.
he usually is pretty money when it comes to that inside 10 feet stuff.
Okay, so he's dynamite
It's
there.
our Dallas guys. It's Spieth and Scheffler.
Yeah.
Tons of
They're the
scores.
ones that'll have the bugaboos there.
Tons of scores over par, though, today, including Justin Thomas, who fired an 82.
Wow.
That's an 11 over.
He has really struggled the last several tournaments. I mean, you go back. I think, it was several weeks ago. He actually rallied a little bit. But if you talk about the majors, he just hasn't played as well as he needs to, or how we've seen him play in the past.
G-Bag Nation, we are live at Dallas Market Hall. The boat show is here all weekend long, and if you have any boat wants or needs, or you just want to come check them out, maybe do some fellowshipping, this is the place to be. When we come back, G-Bag of the Day sitting there at 2:30. Which NFC coaches are under the most pressure? Woolchuck has a full report next in the Nation. Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a good one. We're at the Dallas Boat Show today, and we'll be here all the way till 7 o'clock. The boat show is going to go all weekend. More boats, more accessory. Hundreds of exhibitors, dealers, and manufacturers. For all the details, go to DallasBoatExpo.com. And the segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been injured in a accident, contact Frankel & Frankel. Free consultation, truckwreck.com, or call 214-333-3333. Here's the Wooly Bully with the NFC coaches under the most pressure.
CBS Sports put out this list. They listed the top 5 coaches in the NFC that are under the most pressure. We'll go through them and let me know if you think that they have left somebody off. If
Mike
you
Shanahan.
agree somebody's too high, somebody's too low. Mike or Kyle?
Kyle.
You think Kyle's under pressure?
No, he's not.
Yeah, I don't. Well, no, I don't think he's under pressure.
I don't
this
think
year
Kyle's
either.
under pressure.
There was a time, it was a year and a half ago, when they were stinking, and then they rallied in the second half of the season. That he was on the hot seat a little bit. But you go to the NFC Championship game 2 years in a row, I think he's okay.
Yeah.
Number 5, I don't agree with. It's Dan Campbell of the Lions.
What? Hell no, he's not on a hot seat. They're going to be good.
No,
You
right.
know, and they finished strong last year. He fixed Jared Goff.
Exactly. They went 7-2 in their last 9 games. I feel like they're thrilled with the job Dan Campbell's done. Now, they do have expectations, which typically the Lions do not have.
Right.
So if they don't meet those expectations, then the disappointment level, obviously, maybe that puts pressure under Dan Campbell. But I don't think he's under pressure of losing his job, which is what I'm thinking of. When we're doing lists like this, under the most pressure, it's kind of a make-or-break type year for you.
Nah, I mean, I don't know. I think there's a chance that it could be, because there are those expectations now, and despite going 7-2 at the end of the season, they still didn't accomplish anything in terms of getting to the playoffs. So his resume is still that of somebody who hasn't made the playoffs, and is this year 3 of Man Campbell or year 4 in Detroit?
I think 3.
Year 3?
Yeah, 3.
So and the first year was brutal.
Yeah, first year's bad.
So I mean, there is a way that this could get bad enough for him to where they don't bring him back.
Number 4 is Todd Bowles of the Bucs.
Absolutely.
I think he'll probably be out of a job at the end of the year.
Yeah, now
He's going to pull Lovie Smith and win a game at the end
Yeah.
just to spite them out of the
You're
number
not
1
getting
overall
Caleb
pick.
Williams
Yeah.
and Drake May, all right?
Yeah, I think that, to me, him, Jason Light, the GM there, had signed a contract extension after they won the Super Bowl. And there's a lot of the expectations there is like, okay, well, let's see you guys work with this quarterback now. Let's see you do this, and we're supposed to be pretty good here, and we got these receivers, and there's a lot going on there. But I would say he definitely deserves to be on that list.
3 is Dennis Allen of the Saints.
He absolutely should be right both feet on that list.
Absolutely, because the Saints should be the favorites in that division. It's so bad. They're the only one with a quarterback that technically is considered top 12 to 15 with Derek Carr, who has won games in this league, has led a team to the postseason. I mean, that should be their division to win.
He is becoming I'm a better coordinator. It's the Norv Turner situation.
Perfect comparison.
I'm a better coordinator than I am a head coach.
I think I definitely see that with him. I don't think he's a candidate to be a head coach. I do have a problem, though, with moving on from guys and saying you can't coach when you don't have a quarterback. And whether
But that was his choice, Gavin. They had a chance. I mean, they continued on with the Red Rifle when they had Jameis. They had Jameis.
Well, they do now, though. I mean, like Derek Carr, you can win with. You can win. You can win 10 games with Derek Carr.
That's a good point. Yeah, he's not horrible. He's not as bad as the ones he's had.
Not at all. Not at all.
I think Bowles, on the other hand, you're champions, and the product becomes much worse. You take over. You had the quarterback. You saw the end of the GOAT happen on your watch.
Big drop off.
That's the kind of decline that I would be like, oh yeah, this is an easy decision.
Number 2. Ron Rivera with the Commanders.
Absolutely, yeah.
New ownership, right?
Right.
Get that announcement officially coming
There's
down
a
the
lot
pipe?
of different layers going on with that one. I mean, you've got a team that has completely underachieved. Not underachieved, but they've just been terrible for a long time.
They don't have a quarterback. They haven't in for a while.
Same thing, yeah.
You know what? Ron Rivera honestly deserves to get fired for playing Carson Wentz in that winner-take-all game at the end of the season where they got beat, putting Carson Wentz back in there. Instead of Taylor Heineke, he deserves to get fired for that.
I think Ron Rivera could be a very, very good head coach if he has a brilliant offensive mind he can lean on. Because I think the things that he does well, defense and culture and accountability, A+. but it's a little too old school.
Yeah.
So I want Ron Rivera. I want to pair him up with a whippersnapper OC.
Well, maybe that's Bieniemy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe it is such a good
there
point.
You go.
Because Jack Del Rio's usually had a pretty strong defense there. They've dipped at times, but generally it's a good defense.
And do you see any similarities? I think, you mentioned Dan with Ron Rivera and Dan Quinn. Like Quinn, I think, has shown the evolution and his ability to evolve. Rivera might still be old school, but those are two guys that have taken their teams in previous stops to Super Bowls. And Dan Quinn had the offensive mind right with Kyle Shanahan. Maybe that is what Ron Rivera
there's
needs.
a lot of paranoia going on at that place or at the Cowboys, I think, with the coaching situations.
Well, how about this? Number one NFC coach under the most pressure, Mike McCarthy.
Coach Mack? Not Coach Mack.
Yeah. Do you disagree?
I
mean,
no.
any other NFC
no,
coach
I
that's under
don't.
more pressure?
No, I
Because
don't.
I
mean,
Sirianni's safe.
I feel like, though, he has put himself now in the line of fire. He is moved on from a coordinator who Jerry Jones, the front office, really liked. Dan Quinn is becoming super popular within the organization because every time they bring a player in, he seems to find a way to make it work. The offensive coaches need to do the same thing. I just think there's a lot of looking over their shoulders going on right now at the Dallas Cowboys.
He has put it where if this doesn't work, I think he definitely could be the fall guy. The other guy that I would add on this list before we go to Lucius and G-Bag of the Day is LaFleur in Green Bay.
Yeah.
I don't think that he's necessarily in danger of losing his job. We're going to find out how good you are now without Aaron Rodgers.
I think it could make sense that Mike McCarthy has a ton of pressure on him. But I also think if you really look inside of it and how he got here and the relationship with the Joneses, they're going to squint and try to keep him and try to maintain the status quo as much as they possibly can. He's made the playoffs 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
The Joneses
12-win
love
seasons.
him. He's keeping guys healthy. I don't think just one so-so year could throw him off. It would have to be a horrible year with a healthy team, and that just ain't happening.
If it's a situation where Dak Prescott is just okay as a player, if he's just okay, and you don't see them helping him along, see, that's where I think that's where the organization looks and they're like, damn, every time we put a defensive player out there, it doesn't matter. It's Curse. He figured out Parsons. He figured out Osa Odigizua to play a defense. I mean, he's figuring all these things
Lewis
out.
goes down. Here's Deron
Yeah,
Bland.
I mean, he's there. One guy's over there on defense doing everything he can. That's like, hell, this guy's making us look pretty good. The guy on the other side's like, okay, well, we can't find a way to run the ball better in the second half.
Yeah.
Injuries might be a factor with that. We can't, find a way to score more points in a playoff game. Oh, maybe it's the coordinator.
I think that's a good point. Once you chase off Kellen Moore and make the offense yours, you're kind of putting a bullseye on your own chest.
No, you are. If the
I can see
offense,
that.
if the offense is your problem again in the playoffs and you lose, I think that could be
real quick here. And I don't think McCarthy, he gets fired, he really cares.
Oh, I like that. That's a good ending point. It's time
Just
now for the G-Bag.
pay him
today.
off and go.
Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius Alexander.
Real quick here, real quick.
Throw down a grenade. Mike McCarthy won't care if he gets fired. Lazy
Yeah.
bum. He just wants to get massages and eat
I'm
sandwiches.
going back to Green Bay. Give me the Culvers.
Real
good
quick
sandwich.
here. Let me get my chair, fellas.
I yield a minute to the time to the senator who's
Yeah.
speaking currently.
The gentleman's time is yield.
Yeah, I yield.
I reclaim my time, sir.
Yeah.
I yield the balance.
What is this, G-Bag of the day? What is that little saucy thing that you like to say about G-Bag of the day there, Dawson? It is...
The best audio from the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and or the internet. You got it.
Man, bro. Just alley-ooping. You know what I mean?
Couldn't have said it better, right?
Yeah. Couldn't have said it better. That's why I don't say it at all. Our winner is Greg Olson, Mr. ex-football player, now announcer Greg Olson. Tries to avoid drawing genitals, I guess you could say, on Fox TV.
Yeah.
On Sunday. Yeah, we appreciate it too. Listen to what he goes through.
But I've messed up a million things and drawn the wrong picture on the diet,
the penis, illustrator dong.
That's tough.
Yeah.
There's so many things in NFL football that look like penises.
Yeah.
I can't even, and there's a lot of very questionable verbiage that's used in NFL football that
penetration,
come inside.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff that you got to be careful.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie. There's times where I'm like, here's a safety, and you want to show like that third little zone, and you're like, nope, delete, clear screen. You're like, I am not gonna be the guy.
Yeah, you want to go right up the middle. You know, it's what you want to do between those two safeties. Just zoom it right there, bang.
I'll never forget when Zeke did that to the Bengals.
He sure did. He split that defense.
I remember when Dez first got here and Dawson was upset. I want to see Dez getting penetration. I want to see him getting penetration. I was like, all right, bro.
Penetrate the secondary.
Penetrate down.
All right. What time did you say that? 8:17. All right.
You got to be penetrators. That'd go viral.
Yeah. Hey, so you guys are at the boat show. In the Alexander residence, my name is Lucius Alexander. In our residence, the Sea-Doo switch. We are eyeing that thing.
Okay. They're in the back. They're in the back here, Lucius.
Yes.
They're in the back. Here.
I was going to ask you if they're there.
They're there.
They're
they got them in the back.
Yeah,
Yes.
I want the Sea-Doo switch. It's like a pontoon, but you drive it like a Sea-Doo.
Yep.
Oh my
Man,
God.
bro,
How
it
fast
is
it go?
fire, bro.
Yep.
Fire.
They got him in the back. That's I
And that
walked
looks
right
like,
by him.
Looks like something I can reach out and touch. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's not too out of my reach. I can touch that right there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Bragging.
No,
I think
that's not bragging. What you said? Come on, man.
I mean, you're bragging.
I'm
You're like,
40, bro.
You're bragging right now.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
Bro.
I can buy a Ski-Doo.
I'll give a kidney up. What you talking about? That's what I'm saying. I'm 40. I done lived a little bit of life. I can go ahead and take some risks. All right, so here we go.
You need some kind of canopy, though. I don't know if this
It has a canopy on it, bro.
Yep.
It has the thing you can lift up.
Yes, an attachment,
Boom.
right?
Yep, speakers and all.
What was that? Boom. What's that?
That's my come on,
Canopy?
bro. Let's not do this.
That's my canopy.
Let's not do this. But I just want to put that out there, man. That Sea-Doo switch. Let's go to church right here. Shout out to Pastor Freddie Haynes at Friendship West. This is not him, but I just want to say shout out to him when I mention some church right now, because he's in his bag, bro. Little grown and sexy vibe at church. Little Don Diego vibe at church. Bishop wasn't feeling it.
Christian got sexy music. This Ignite. We need to shift that. I don't like it. Come on. Thank you. Tell that praise team come out here so we can have good church. We honor the First Lady, but this Ignite. We have stretch at
Turn that sexy music off, he said. That's sexy music.
Yeah, that's baby worship right there.
Yeah, what
Time
we
and
doing?
place, people.
What we doing? What y'all got going on? All right.
Here comes baby number 4.
Get a little bit closer to the wifey in the pew.
Yeah. A lot of music here on G Back of the Day today. We have the auto-tune baby.
Oh.
Little baby was singing his ass off by mistake. By total mistake. So like maybe it's an uncle or pops, whatever, had the guitar, had the baby plugged up to the amp and the microphone. You know, the baby can just sing as it wants to. You can hear his own voice echoing out the house or whatever. Mm-hmm. They put a little auto-tone on the baby. A little auto-tone. Little T-Pain.
Baby or little baby?
Yeah, a little Tallahassee.
It's a baby.
Okay, a baby.
Little, I'm talking about a small baby where it's just making sounds. It doesn't really know words yet. It just makes sounds. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But the baby was singing his ass off. Listen to this.
Like some Pink Floyd.
Yeah, bro.
Back in the 70s, bro.
It's psychedelic as hell.
Yeah. Benzie's out.
It's amazing what you can do with a little auto-tune, man.
Dude. I'm Spotifying that right now.
I felt like I was falling off a building. And it was exploding at the same time behind me. Let's see.
Hello.
Yeah, for sure. One more right here. How about a pastor that gives a warning to all the young women out there? Scare you out of being promiscuous. Don't be promiscuous at a young age. You're going to go to hell.
Hey, bring the camera, son. Bring the camera. All the young girls who want to make life with your will perish with you in hell. May your perish with you. May your smooth clean your and die perish.
What the hell
Wow.
did you just say?
Yeah, that P word that was bleeped was pusillanimous, but the short version.
Wow.
With the short version, bro. This is my church. I can say what I want to in here.
They're getting wild, man, on Sunday morning.
That's a Guinness record for most P words in a sermon.
Yeah.
I think so.
It's a record-setting historical Sunday.
What is that football player that shot it or pulled his gun out or something on somebody?
Plaxico Burress.
No, the guy he got called a pusillanimous by some girl. And he was
Yeah,
like,
Perion.
Oh, yeah.
Perion.
Perion Winfrey.
Yeah, that guy was something, dude. He was on a rampage the last 6 months.
He's out of control, bro. He need to be sat down.
Well, thank you, Lucius.
Yeah,
We
man.
got a champ and 3 challengers. Don't be promiscuous at a young age, says the preacher. You have the auto-tuned baby. You have the bishop not feeling not feeling the sexy music. Or is it Greg Olson on the drawing? I think I'm going to go with the auto-tuned baby, Chief. What do you say?
Give me the champ. Give me Greg.
We're tied at 1, Lucius. What do you say?
Yeah, the auto-tune baby.
Brian?
Hey!
I'm going to go with the champ.
We're tied at 2. We'll Chuck.
Auto-tune, baby.
My score of 3-2, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It is the auto-tuned baby. Making it happen. Get that baby a recording deal. Go platinum. Okay, now you do know we are live here at
Do you know what Cuba Gooding Jr. said about a baby one time at a party? There was a guy dressed up like a baby. Nah, you should Google that video. Cuba Gooding Jr. and his quote of the baby at a party.
Sounds interesting.
It's wild. It's wild, bro. I'm telling you.
The Dallas Boat Show. Today through the 23rd, more boats, more accessories, hundreds of exhibitors, dealers, and manufacturers. For all the details, go to DallasBoatExpo.com. Now, if you ever do miss the G-Bag of the Day, Lucius replays it for you every night. L.A. Live.
Yeah, that's wild.
At 5:40, very popular segment.
You see it?
Yep.
Yeah, you should hear the video, too, man. My man was charged up.
So he was looking up for sure. Yeah.
Wow. He must have been having a good time that night.
He's having a great time. That's a grown baby.
Krusty must have been a good-looking baby, huh? Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we going with that, Brian?
The most anticipated Cowboys to watch at training camp. We'll talk about those guys next.
When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Lucius. We are live at the Dallas Boat Show at Dallas Market Hall, and doors are about to open. Tolos and boat enthusiasts are lined up and waiting for 3 o'clock when this baby is officially going to get underway. More boats, more accessories, hundreds of exhibitors, dealers, and manufacturers. For all the details, go to DallasBoatExpo.com. Now, here he is, King of the Crusties, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very
Brian.
much. Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm watching right now the United Waters crew. They're boat salesmen. They're having like their pre-game talk over here behind us.
Yeah.
And like they're getting pretty serious here.
Looks like the head man just gave a damn good speech.
He gave a great speech.
Kind of
right now.
rallied the troops.
Yeah, they're all dressed.
Get all these people the perfect boat for them.
Yeah, exactly.
You
like
don't sell
he,
three
like,
a person, you're fired.
Yeah, it's almost like Nick Saban. Like he's got the coaches around, and they're all kind of paying attention to what's going on. They got some beautiful boats behind them, by the way.
Boys, we're going to be moving cement over the next 3 days.
Yeah, be on your game. Don't drop the ball here. Kind of thing. But anyway,
I'd like to salute my my guys at D&M Leasing for dropping off my new truck. By the way,
Oh, congratulations on
Good.
that. I was worried about
Anthony
you.
and Clay.
I was going to maybe give you rides because I was worried about the air conditioning situation. It's like 107, and you're like, wearing the full German coach outfit that you do every day for soccer.
Yeah.
And, that you might be a little bit too warm.
Yeah, I
kind
can
of
handle
thing.
it.
Yeah.
You don't got to worry about me passing out due to that, Brian.
Oh, I'll pass out.
I'm not quite that crusty yet.
Yeah, you got to worry about me passing out. That's the problem for sure.
That heat will get you.
They will get you.
I think actually driving around with no AC for a week, though, has
Make you
further
tougher?
conditioned me for it.
Oh, has it?
It's not bothering me.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
I'm
crazy.
fine.
It's good for
I didn't even
soccer
need
practice.
water last night for 90 minutes at practice.
Wow.
I was
I'd say you're conditioned.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, if you guys could be a boat, like one of these boats behind us, which boat would you be? I kind of know what kind of boat I would be.
I think I'd go Stingray. I feel like you're built for speed and for comfort. You can kind of leisurely be cool in that thing, but it can also give you some zoom.
I thought you were going to be a good old-fashioned tugboat, Willie.
Tugboat? Yeah.
They don't have that here.
I haven't
but
seen any tugs.
No, okay.
Well, boats.
Used to be the barge.
I'm gonna tell you this.
They have a little boat.
They have a lot of little boats.
Little boat?
They have some little boats.
Maybe a little yacht.
A little yachty. There we go. I'll tell you what. This pontoon boat right here is what I would be. See that thing right there? It's got it's the Cowboys colored, and it looks like you could just kind of float around, have fun.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
The one down
fast.
that you can't see is like extra long. It's got like a breakfast nook in the back.
Oh, yeah.
No,
That's
that
the
thing's
one.
bad.
Oh, yeah, do a crawfish
you
boil
put a
back
little-
there.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm going for a regular boat instead of a pontoon boat, it's got to be one of the ones that you can go underneath and it's got the bed down there.
Yeah. Well, they got those. They got those like those Miami Vice, those cigar boats,
little cigarette
boats back. I think I said cigar. Cigarette boats.
That's scary.
Tell you what, don't talk about cigarettes in my family right
When
now.
those boats get going like 80 miles an hour and like only the motor is in the water
Yeah.
and the thing's just like it's flying above the water, that's not stable.
They've got a few of those in the backpack. If you want to go check that out,
They got the Malibus back there. Those
got to
look
be an
outstanding.
adrenaline
You got to
junkie.
be a junkie to do that.
Yeah, only Sonny Crockett's manhandling a cigarette.
Oh,
like
Miami
that.
Vice.
Or
is
Tubbs.
my-
Number one new
Tubbs-
show.
Tubbs
Tubbs
wasn't
can
much of
handle
a
it.
driver. He just kind of he looked good.
Yeah, but he rode shoddy with the best.
Had a hell of a revolver.
He did. He did. Like shotgun too is what he was dealing with as well.
Oh, these guys are getting fired up back
Yeah,
there.
they are. I'm
probably-
telling you, they're about to put their hands in the middle. They're about to put
I
their
feel
hands in
so
the middle.
good.
Break.
Like, I knew I would.
Freaking go.
I'm going to go houseboat, by the way. for me
Houseboat
personally.
would be good too. A lot of great boats here. All right, I promised you this. Most anticipated Cowboys to watch in training camp. This comes from Ben Grimaldi, our guy at the Cowboys Wire.
That guy makes a damn good pizza.
Grimaldi. Isn't it chocolates too? We have chocolates.
That's Girardelli.
Girardelli, okay.
And they're double dipping
tomato,
at
Broaddus, I'm
Disney
with
and
you.
at Universal. They had stores at each park when I was there.
Okay, here we go. The 2023 version of America's Team has a great feeling about them right now, and there's some highly anticipated players to watch in Oxnard. The Cowboys have no shortage of stars about to take the field. These are the most anticipated players to watch in Cowboys camp. Number one, would you like to venture a guess at number one?
The number one guy we're most interested in seeing.
Yep.
I think some people would throw out guys like a Michael Gallup.
Michael Gallup is a good guess.
Mozzie Smith.
Mozzie Smith's another really good guess.
Deuce Vaughn could easily be number one just because of his
people
name.
and Deuce is exciting.
I want to know if Tyron Smith can stay healthy, and I want to see Scooney.
Well, Scooney for sure, and then the two new guys, Stephon Gilmore and Brandon Cooks.
Well,
we just named the whole team. It was one of us had to be right here.
None of you were right.
Wow.
Let's
Let's keep guessing.
Let's
keep
go
guessing.
around.
It's Micah Parsons.
It's
Low-hanging
Dak
fruit.
Prescott. It's Dak Prescott.
It's Dak Prescott.
What a crap list.
I could see that. Yeah. How's he doing this new offense? That should be number one.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, and I can't wait to see that new hairdo like up close in person as well.
There's rarely a time when the quarterback isn't the center of attention, and that isn't. That's always the case with the Cowboys. Prescott's new year will be closely monitored because of how last season ended. Okay, so they got Dak Prescott.
It ended with him pooping the bed like
number
he got to San
Like the
Francisco and
previous
he's like, wait, everybody's just pooping themselves here. Every time I look at a curbside, he just took a dump on the field for 4 quarters.
Yeah, and we'll evaluate that. We will. We'll evaluate. We'll say how many the wipes and stuff like that.
You become who your friends are, man. Watch out who you surround yourself with.
Exactly. Number 2. Brandon Cooks.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah. Brandon Cooks. Dallas offense didn't have an adequate weapon at wide receiver or enough speed. I think Lamb would like to have a word with you about that adequate weapon thing at wide receiver last year. But to make sure they didn't make the same mistakes this season, they traded for Cooks to open up the passing game. On the level of, should he be number 2 in your mind, or is he on your list at all?
Yeah, for sure. He absolutely is. I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see how they use him. I'm excited to see him and Dak, the chemistry they've built, and we'll watch him build in real time, and hopefully making some plays down the field.
Yeah, they looked good already at minicamp together, so I'm pumped to see how that carries over to training camp.
Yeah, it's a veteran receiver. It's a veteran quarterback. They've been in the year 8-9 year in the league. We know what they're going to do.
I hope so. I hope you're right about that.
That's a snooze fest.
Number 3. Number 3.
You don't care to see Brandon Cooks.
Hey, General, look, Cooks
going to
just
get
made a
1100
catch.
yards.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Let's wait till week 1.
Yeah. Where are we going to lunch? Okay, here we go. Number 3, Mozzie Smith.
Ooh, here we go.
There's always anticipation when talking about your first-round pick, and the fans will watch Smith intently as he enters the initial camp with the Cowboys. They talk about, his selection wasn't applauded by everybody, so it'll be interesting to see if he can make believers out of the naysayers.
I'm really excited for the one-on-ones with him and Biotish, and then let's hope Zach Martin gets to camp.
Well, let's hope we get to watch him. We didn't even really get to last year. I don't know. Did they not do it? Like, we didn't get the pass rush one-on-ones that we all love. And that was annoying.
They don't do it as much under McCarthy.
Yeah, I'd like to see a little bit more competitive.
Yeah, let's not be
That's
afraid.
why
to
me, I talk to people like, well, if they schedule practices right, you don't have to work with another team because the offense will work against the defense and it's good enough, and vice versa. But you got to schedule the practice the right way and able to do that. The next one is Deuce Vaughn. You guys mentioned that one about his situation.
Got one, guys.
Tyler Smith. Smith is the next one here. And he's no longer a rookie, but plenty of eyes will be on Smith as he begins his second season. There'll be a lot put on his plate. And there was a lot put on his plate in the first season, but the lessons he learned and the full offseason work, Smith should be ready to make the cornerstone or considerable leap in year 2. And then as we speak here, the final one, and it's just been added to the mix, is Zach Martin. Late addition to the mix, Martin's recent threat to hold out makes him a surefire member of this list. Personally, I don't think he's going to hold out. I just don't. I just don't see him paying fines and all that stuff. Maybe they work something out, but I just don't see that happening.
Hope
but
so.
Those are your list of some players that at least Cowboys Wire and my guys are looking at as well.
I'm going to be eyeballing. I think we all are Tolbert. I feel like he's going to be huge top
absolutely.
conversation.
Yeah, and maybe the wide receiver that is going to have the most critical eye on him will be Tolbert. Every drop, every route, every really good one-handed catch.
Sure. We are now just 5 minutes from the opening of the 2023 Dallas Boat Show at Dallas Market Hall, and it'll be going all weekend. Once this baby gets started, there's no stopping it. So whatever kind of boat you want or need in your life, it's here at the Dallas Boat Show, and you come on by, say hi to us. We're right inside the west entrance, by the way, if you're wondering. NFL News of the Day is coming up next. Well, Chuck, where are we heading with that?
We got honest reactions from coaches and execs about this signing. Is this team being disrespected? And an iconic helmet returns. That's next.
We have your latest Dallas Stars offseason news on Spits and Suns, available on the Odyssey app. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
That's right. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan, live at Dallas Market Hall, right inside the west entrance, where tolos and boat enthusiasts are lined up. They're ready to see these boats, and I can't blame them. Some amazing watercrafts inside these walls right here, including these sports car boats. Dude. Maybe you've seen these on TV before.
TikTok.
I saw social media.
Yeah. I think DJ Khaled's whipping around on the coast of somewhere in one of these Ferrari-looking boats.
Yeah, it's pretty killer.
It's like you're driving a car on the water. It does look sweet.
So whatever kind of boat you want, you come on over here to Dallas Market Hall, and you'll be welcome into the Dallas Summer Boat Show. Right here off, it's Wycliffe and Stemmons, basically. You know where we are down here.
They're calling it the motorboat capital of Texas for the next 72 hours.
I thought that was Wolchuk last night at Baby Dolls.
Last night, absolutely.
Well, hey.
But by 7 a.m. this morning, the rights went over to Dallas Market Hall.
I love
Motorboat Hall.
I love it. There is Wolchuk, and he is poised now to do a number of things, including deliver the NFL news of the day. Here's the Wooly Bully himself.
Very poised. We have the owners' meeting to go ahead and hand over the Washington Commanders ownership from Dan Snyder and his wife over to the Harris Group. And Jerry Jones walked in crotch first. He said, I think it's going to be a great day for the NFL. Let's get this bum Dan, who is supposedly a friend of mine, out of here, bring in a real owner here in Josh Harris and company.
When the exchange happens, is it just a handshake? Is there like a big key ring with like 1,000 different rings to all the different doors and the facilities?
Rings. All
and
kinds of rings.
Here you go. Dan hands it over to the new guy. Here's the keys, and good luck with the place.
It's got to be a little awkward, right?
Well, I tell you though, if I was Jerry Jones, I'd let this thing go real quiet. And I'd be like, man, Dan was threatening to expose me a year ago.
Not even comment.
I'm good, man. I'm staying home for this one.
Did the guy who bought it know about the plumbing issues that the house had?
I think he's aware. I think
the house being the home of the Commanders?
That's got to be number one. I think they're trying to build a new stadium.
Oh, I would hope so. I think you're going to have to. That's not one of those. You can't just Band-Aid that one. That's a full-on. That's a nuker, and we start from scratch here, boys and girls. We can't have our stadium crapping on its customers.
The problem is, though, in that area, they have so many of those states in that trying to vie for it. So it's not like they have one central location really picked out. You've got all those states.
You have the D, the M, and the V.
Landover, Maryland.
You got them all.
It's technically not even in D.C.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you go play the Commanders, you actually better off flying into Baltimore and just driving south to get. It's faster that way. That's a pro tip, by the way. If you're ever going to watch the Cowboys play in Landover, just fly into Baltimore and to go down. It's a lot closer. But it's really. I mean, there's a lot of literally politics that goes on in that area just to have a stadium built. So you think the Bears have it rough in what they're dealing with. The Commanders have it far worse.
It's a great point, and something that I don't think we really consider with this. Now, we've talked a lot about the running backs. It was reported by Josh Jacobs' representatives. He's not signing the tag, and he is not reporting to training camp. We'll see if that ends up going into the season or not. Saquon Barkley was on a podcast recently as well, and it was the Money Matters podcast. And they usually talk about business, finance, crypto, that type of stuff. But they had Barkley on. They were talking about leverage. What exactly could you do to the Giants to give you any kind of leverage here?
I thought he was talking about trading crypto with leverage.
No.
It's a dangerous game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Barkley does have several different businesses and companies. He actually is. Listening to him, I was pretty impressed with Saquon Barkley. Like, he knows his stuff here. But this is what he had to say about his leverage with the Giants.
I could say F you to the Giants. I could say F to my teammates and be like, you want me to show you my worth? You want to show you how valuable I am to the team? I won't show up. I won't play it down. And that's a play I can use. Anybody knows me, knows that's not something I want to do. But like, it's something that crossed my mind. It's like I never thought I would ever do that. But like, now I'm at a point where it's like, Jesus, like I might have to take it to this level. And like, am I willing? Am I prepared to take it to the level? I don't know. That's something I got to sit down and like I got to talk to my family. I got to sit down and talk to my team. Got to really, strategize about this. Can't just like go off of emotion.
No, you can't. I think players in the past have just gone off emotion. There's no way he's sitting out. Maybe one game, maybe. But even that, I would be shocked because it's like $650,000, and at running back, you never know when it can be over.
It's actually a good idea though for one game because they play the Cowboys defense that first week.
Yeah,
watch the Cowboys just pitch a shutout, no Barkley, and then he's like,
"Ooh,
you need me,"
but they can't sign you. You got to go do the next 16 games maintaining that narrative.
Yeah,
it's really tough. Beyond that, I just think that if you're going to hold out, you're not saying I might. You're trying to create a little fear.
Like Bell did. Yeah, you've got to just commit to it and say, I hope it works out for me.
Ain't no way is what you say if you're about to do it.
Let me ask you guys this. He has to be very, very careful here. The best deal long-term he's going to get is from the Giants, right?
Yes, I believe so.
So he can't really do anything to, like he says, F the organization or F his teammates.
Yeah.
Because if he goes out there, he signs his tender, he automatically gets the $10.1 million guaranteed. That's his. He gets $10.1 million. And he decides, I'm not going to play this week. I'm going to play next week. I'm not playing the week after that. I'm not playing the week after that. I'm going to play this week. If he tries to play a yo-yo game with them, then the Giants could say, listen, bro, we're okay. You saw what you did to us. I understand it's we gave you the franchise tag. You got $10 million, but his best deal is going to come from the Giants.
Absolutely.
So he can't really do anything to work the Giants.
I don't think any team is going to offer him anything, including the Giants, because of his injury
well,
history.
then that's what. If you don't believe that, if you believe you want to F the Giants and play a yo-yo game with them.
No, that is not what I'm saying.
No. I would say that's what I mean.
To Barkley.
Yeah.
And I think deep down he knows that, and that's why he's saying he's not like he basically admitted.
They tried to give him $11 million or maybe even more. Maybe they tried 12, maybe 13.
I think he wanted 13, and then they offered 11. They were $1 to $2 million apart.
Yeah.
Jacobs and the Raiders were nowhere close, but the Giants were close to getting the Barkley deal done.
Here's the thing that is uncomfortable with this. It's not the running back. It's not the offensive line that's creating success there for them. I mean, no disrespect to Saquon's talent, but just like in Seattle when Russell Wilson was such a decoy that guys like Rashad Penny and Chris Carson could have big years, it's Daniel Jones' threat with his legs that's opening all that space for Saquon Barkley. And I would bet if I'm the Giants, we can put other running backs back here and have a pretty good game plan that's going to be somewhat productive. And then we're going to look at Saquon and say, look, dude, it's not that much different with you and without you.
Right.
You should be really happy that we gave you this $10 million franchise tag because with your injury history, bro, you'll be a free agent in 1 year and you will find out, Maybe 3 years and $15 million is the best you can expect. So please be happy with 1 and 10. Show up at training camp and let's go kick ass. The life of a running back is short. The career is incredibly short. Let's make the most of it right now, dude. $10 million to be a running back in today's game is rare. And you're one of the few guys who deserves it. So congratulations for earning all this money from us because there's not much more coming after this.
Well, I mean, it sounds like the moral of the story here is Barkley has no leverage.
No.
The running backs have no leverage, and that's why they're so frustrated in this situation. There's nothing they can do.
He has to be careful. He has to be careful how he plays this.
It looks like prize fighters trying to get up and get numbers for their pay-per-view going at a press conference. That's what it's just rattling sabers and banging on frying pans, trying to bring some attention to you that's going to change somebody's mind. The Giants have been talking about this for months.
Yeah.
They're totally prepared. And hopefully this is the last offseason we got to talk about it. There needs to be acceptance. Like there aren't kickers saying, well, I guess you don't want the highest scoring player on your team back. They're like, it doesn't matter, bro. You kick the ball through the uprights after the rest of the team does all the work to get it down there. It's not that much different, kicker to running back.
Yeah, no, I just think the difference is there was never a time where kickers were getting a ton of money and then the game changed and now kickers get less than what they're, everything is just going up and up and up. And for so long, running backs were too. And now all of a sudden, boom, we pull the rug, no more. And now it's like, wait, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago. But it ain't 3, 4, 5 years ago anymore.
Might be the one that they all should replicate. Only the good ones are the ones that get paid. The other ones are working for like $1 million a year, veteran minimum. This is why what Micah was talking about on the Twitter feud is like, hey, we're having average quarterbacks get paid like they're the best at their position because that's the market. Yeah. Not everybody deserves that money. But the agents are going and they're bargaining and saying, this is the market, this is what we should get. That shouldn't always be the case. There's no reason Daniel Jones should be a $40 million quarterback.
No, but the money's got to go somewhere, and it is. I think the guy with the get right the other night, I forget his name, that was the Pro Football Focus guy. Listen to that interview on the way home. He's like, the players are acting like the NFL has taken money off the table for players. They've just reallocated it to different players.
Right.
You know, the league's not being greedy by keeping $8 million from every starting running back in the league.
Sure.
They've taken that $8 million and given it to guards and cornerbacks and wide receivers. It's just different dudes getting that pie these days.
Yeah. And it's just everybody always wants to point to the market when it benefits them. They want nothing to do with what the market is now when it no longer benefits them.
Yeah.
So which one is it?
Yeah.
Is the market the market? Then if it is, unfortunately, it ain't good for you running back.
Right.
It's good for just about every other position.
No doubt. Now, this was pretty fun. NFL coaches and execs shared their honest opinion of the Aaron Rodgers to the Jets move. And this was from an article, a site called Heavy. Now, some of these were like, generic. An AFC coach told the site that Aaron Rodgers going to the Jets was by far the biggest move this offseason. There's not even a close second. An NFC scout said, you have to remember, it's still the Jets. They're going to suck. George Young used to say, the bleeping Jets always win the offseason. But when it comes to playing, they'll always just be the bleeping Jets.
And that's my stance on everything that I've predicted in regards to the Jets this upcoming year. Like, if you removed the uniform, I think you could convince me this team could do something here. But knowing the uniform, their coach is already talking about how they're one of the contenders. He's never done a single thing in his professional head coaching career that would lend yourself to believe he's a playoff head coach. Nathaniel Hackett, I mean, I know the relationship with Rodgers, but you're talking about buying extremely low on Nathaniel Hackett.
Yeah, that's a coordinator who is
super injured. They're already injured.
Yeah, they've got a bunch of guys on the PUP list, like Breece Hall's one of them. Now, they can remove them at any time.
No,
but yeah,
I know,
they have. A lot of these guys haven't even been able to work together this offseason because they've just been banged up and hurt. They can't practice.
Well, Mr. Coach Testosterone has Aaron Rodgers in OTAs.
Pushing sleds.
Well, they got a
and
calf
hitting
injury.
pads. I know.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Because of that.
Right, exactly.
He's not going to stay healthy. It's going to end up being bad for them.
I could see them being like a 9-win team. You miss the playoffs,
which is going to be disastrous
Big
for
disaster.
Jets fans.
No
It's
doubt.
going to feel like they went 0-16.
It will. Yep, it absolutely will.
0-17.
Big time disappointment. Now, from the Jets to Aaron Rodgers' former team, the Packers. Kenny Clark, their defensive tackle. He was talking on the Zach Gelb show. Are we disrespecting the Green Bay Packers? Here's what Kenny Clark had to say.
You know that the biggest storyline in the NFL this past offseason has been Aaron Rodgers. Once Rodgers gets traded, everyone's now picking the Vikings or the Lions to win this division. Do you feel like Green Bay's getting disrespected nationally heading into this year?
Yeah, 100%. But that's cool. I like it that way. You know, this has been one of the first off seasons where we ain't really been getting the credit, getting the love. You know, everybody says Aaron that determines the factor whether we win or lose. So, we love it, man. We gonna embrace it, and when it come week one, and when the season get here, we'll see how everything stack up. But we're excited about it.
What has Jordan Love proven to this locker room?
Man, he's just been steady. He's coming in to work. He's gonna be a great player. Excited about everything that he brings to our team. He's definitely like a leader. He came in, he comes in every single day and works his ass off. And I think that's what the guys respect about him. That's what everybody loves about him. He got that quiet swag, that quiet just confidence, and everybody feed off of that. So can't wait to get out there with Jordan.
I think I'm in the minority.
He's a dang good liar, by the way.
I actually think Jordan Love can be pretty good. I do. I like Jordan Love
What makes
coming out
you
of
think
Utah
that?
State. I thought he played really well when he came in against the Eagles
You watched
last year.
30 minutes of his tape.
I think Jordan Love's
from
got
college.
talent. I think Jordan Love could be good.
No,
A lot of guys look good in college.
Coming out of Utah State, he was throwing the ball in ways that were like eye popping and
He's
like
got
okay.
a unique traits, no doubt.
Yeah.
And we'll see. I mean, he might end up stinking to high heaven. But I've personally never seen the Packers be bad. when you think about it. Like, I was born in 91. Brian, you got there shortly after that.
Yeah, 92 is my first year.
And
there.
that means they're due. They're due for a
I
stinker.
would love to see
They
it.
had some
I would love to see it.
They had a couple of stinker years when Rodgers got hurt during the season.
Yeah.
And then they reeled
They
off
did.
like 7, 8
McCarthy
straight
firing
losses.
season.
Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah. They fired
But
him
that's not
halfway.
being a loser franchise. That's just bad things
Like,
happening.
to me, they are one of those franchises, like the Steelers. They're always
Yeah.
in the mix.
Well, before they had like 20 straight losing seasons before 92.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
then you get Favre and you get Rodgers and you get back-to-back 30 years or so
I'm
of
hopeful
quarterback play.
they stink. I'd love to see it, but I don't know, man.
Do you still believe in their front office, Brian? Like the front office that
That's-
drafted Aaron Rodgers and won the Super Bowl?
That's really a. I can't be really honest with you about that because I love all those guys. You know, I can't.
The guys that are there now?
Yeah, the guy.
Do you still love all the guys there now?
Oh yeah. See, I've known them because there were.
But they're
there
no
were a
Ron
couple
Wolf, are they?
No, but there's a couple of guys actually babysit when they were kids.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I have that kind of relationship
Yeah.
with their families and stuff. So I'm always going to pull for Green Bay as long as they're not playing the Cowboys.
I'm hoping
those
that-
games against when they play the Cowboys are the hardest ones for me to
I
watch.
can't stand it.
Can't stand it.
Thank goodness that Aaron Rodgers is gone. I hope they're not any good. But it is one of those things where they're just one of those organizations, much like the Steelers this year. Like, I think the Steelers could make the playoffs, and people aren't talking about them. Yeah. It wouldn't shock me. I wouldn't be completely surprised if somehow the Packers ended up being decent.
Terrible team, bad inexperienced quarterback. They'll finish in the cellar. Okay,
Packers
show bet. Okay, you take first place. I take cellar.
Well, I'm taking the Bears to win that division.
I got the Lions myself.
You can have second place.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's okay. We can do that. That's cool.
Okay.
So you think Packers
pay off on the line?
You think Packers finish
Packers worse in the division. Yeah,
You could very well be right.
Yeah.
I mean, again, the guy I like the guys there. Again, I know a lot of them, been around a lot of them. You know, there's some things that you have to overcome there. The great thing is that you don't have to overcome is somebody walking down the hall and telling you how to do your job.
Yeah.
You know, you
That's nice.
If you want to draft this way or you want to add players this way, they're never going to the front office that president and all that, they're not going to get in your way on that.
And you don't have Aaron Rodgers and his whole deal weighing
Well,
you down anymore.
that's the one thing I was always telling you guys.
Gotta be like a weight off their shoulders.
My guys were saying it's never enough.
Yeah.
We never can do enough with this guy.
Well, they just might be one of those teams that I think they've got a lot of talent on defense. Their defense might carry them. Even if Jordan Love is not very good. And I just think the division's so bad they're going to get some wins. But we'll see. I mean, to me, they're an interesting team. Justin Fields, by the way, my pick to win that division. He says he's going to break the 4,000 yards passing, first time in Bears history. I'm pulling for him. I hope you do it, Justin.
Well, thank you very much, Wolchuk. There he is with your NFL news today. Most afternoons at 3 o'clock right here in the G-Bag Nation. We are live at Dallas Market Hall just inside the west entrance. Come by and say hi. You know, take a look at some of these boats. All weekend long here, July 20th to 23rd. More boats, more accessories. Hundreds of exhibitors, dealers, and manufacturers. Welcome to the Dallas Summer Boat Show is what the sign says. And this boat life's good. You know, you get out there recreating. I say just make sure you have some kind of cover, you know.
Yeah, man.
Maybe some AC.
You got to get in that shade. You got to get in that shade. I was 2 hours before noon on July 4th, and I was roasted. Yeah. Absolutely roasted. Something about the lake, the sun just draws.
Yeah, at 10 a.m. you were done ski?
Yeah, it was. We were there from 9:30 to 11:30, and by then my skin had tapped out.
Wow. Okay, we got to run, Nation. Swing on by, say hi when we come back.
It's like Wolchuk at the Cotton Ball for the Red River rivalry.
Oh, gosh, that was
when
brutal.
he had his sunglasses burnt onto his face for like 6 months.
Still recovering.
What's the biggest regret of your 20s? Both of you guys, have you finished your 20s?
I'm
You're
done
still
with
in
mine.
them?
29, yeah.
29. Okay, you're still in them, but this technically counts because there have been a lot of years that have passed so far. Mark Cuban on the biggest regret of his 20s. The truckwreck.com fan text is open. We'll talk about it, give you some maps coming up next right here to the G-Bag Nation. Live at the Boat Show on 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat Twin Peaks with you, baby. You know, since the G-Bag Nation is on, so is the Twin Peaks Happy Hour. Swing on by.
Texas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, find new roads.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Revolver Brewing.
Have you tried Revolver Brewing's collaboration with the Frisco Rough Riders? The beer is called Big Stick Blonde. That's a 5.5% blonde ale. It will be available in the stadium and throughout Frisco all season long. Enjoy responsibly.
Shoot ya. Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. We are live at the Dallas Boat Show, Dallas Market Hall, and it just opened 27 minutes ago, so you can be amongst the first North Texans to come in here and check out all their boats, accessories, hundreds of exhibitors, dealers, and manufacturers. Go to DallasBoatExpo.com, DallasBoatExpo.com. Biggest regret of your 20s at 877-881-1053. I think this could be a good one if you send in some good text for us. Now, leaving your name and city you're texting from is going to be optional here if we want to protect the innocent, protect you from embarrassment. Maybe you haven't told anybody about what happened on that fateful night back in your 20s. Maybe you like to brag about it. I don't know. So you can, choose your own adventure on that one. But Mark Cuban has some regrets from his early days, and we've chronicled those at times on the show. The elephant walk was just a topic of conversation earlier this week or last week.
If he doesn't put that at number one on it's most regrettable.
He had regrets going back to Indiana University and being in that Greek row system out there in the fraternities. It was bad, but he seemed to enjoy telling us about those. There was some sort of sick pleasure that he took in discussing his perversion from his early days.
He played a mean Russian
Cat
trombone.
perverter.
Yeah. Cat
he was an elephant pervert. Yeah, he was. So at 877-881-1053, what do you got for us on that? We already got some good text coming in. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel. Free consultation, truckwreck.com, 214 or 817-333-3333. I used to go on beer runs in the middle of a board op in a Mariners game. My first job was on the K-Van 1550 in Vancouver, Washington.
Praying to God there's no pitching change.
Yeah. It was a deal where the network would take the pitching changes.
Oh, nice.
And sometimes the network would have like back-to-back breaks in between innings. So all I had to worry about was like a legal ID.
Nice.
And back then you had two legal IDs, one at the bottom, one at the top. But you could get windows in there where you'd have 20, 25 minutes. And the convenience store was just like a half mile. So boom, I'd hit that button. I'd pot the Mariners back up. Dave Niehaus and the guys, they'd be rocking. I'd go get me some. And then at that same job, I told you this a couple of months ago. I cussed out my boss and threatened him to a fight in his office.
Wow.
I think I was. I think I was about 22 then. And I just had enough of his BS. But he was a jerk. I should have been fired from radio at that point, though. But the GM Mark Ale, he needed me. We were trying to expand the news department. I was a board op and an anchor, and I would do traffic and weather sometimes. So he needed me.
More leverage than Saquon Barkley right now.
Yeah, no doubt.
So I was in a good situation there. Even though I was making some horrible mistakes, I did get married, and obviously that was a significant mistake.
Yeah, the mid-20s engagement that I jumped out of. If I could just get those, year and a half, 2 years back, that'd be cool.
Just not do that one.
Yeah, just not do that one.
You brilliantly kicked out of it, though. And now you're enjoying the
that took balls.
Spoils.
Yeah,
it did.
No, it did. It took balls. Maybe I don't realize just how impressive my balls could be in moments like that had I not gone through it.
3 children later, you should give yourself some credit there, buddy.
Yeah,
you got some swimmers, man.
What was it like when you woke up that day knowing you were going to bail? Did you know, or did it just hit you at one point?
No, it was.
Were you like the runaway bride?
Building up. It was building up.
Close,
no, I didn't.
Were you?
I didn't.
I mean, I had bought a suit.
He had bought it. It was like 6. It was probably 6 weeks
did
out.
Wolchuk get you out of there?
No, I was in South Africa at the time, actually. I talked to him on the phone in South Africa, and he told me, dude, just I want to let you know, the wedding's off.
Sorry about that suit.
I'll tell you more about it when you get back, but the wedding's
good-looking
off.
suit. It is a good-looking suit.
No, and I've gotten good use out of it until I ripped the pants at that other wedding.
Yeah, you know how you get on those dance floors.
Well, what can you say?
So, there's one. Wolchuk, anything coming to mind for your 20s?
Man, honestly, probably just a lot of drunken shenanigans.
No DWIs or anything?
No DWIs.
No broken noses?
No arrests.
No got beat up?
I didn't get beat up, but I did.
You got KO'd in the slap boxing.
I probably started some fights. that turned into, one of my friends got like a bloody ear, and he kind of did it to himself. He like stumbled and fell into one of the pipes on the side of the street.
Yeah.
But it was all my doing. I
Okay.
got us all kind of razzed up and ready to go. I did get sucker punched once in Austin on 6th Street. Guy ran away afterwards, so that didn't really amount to anything. But no, not a ton. I mean, probably just poor food choices.
Yeah.
Way too much.
There you go.
Way too much binge drinking.
Those post nosebleed seats,
yeah.
pad thais.
The food choices.
The midnight pad thais.
Oh, my gosh.
Probably.
The Thai fried rice. I mean, I was hitting up Zena and Plano. They were open until 3 a.m.
Now, Brian, for you, I imagine it's leaving the Packers?
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Idiot.
you're
Every guy that stayed at that place ended up being a general manager.
Yep.
And I was the first one out of the door, and
just couldn't be patient.
Couldn't be patient. That is the one thing that I appreciate, because I developed a friendship. Going to Philadelphia, I developed a friendship with Mike Lombardi and some others and stuff. Got to run a draft, but it was
at least it was your 20s.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I should have just hung with the Packers and just let that thing play out. We'd built something pretty good there, and I just said, "No, I can go do this." I got you think you got all the answers.
Yes,
and
that's what Mark Cuban did.
Yeah.
When he was a kid, he thought he had all the answers
Got
or
all
wanted
the
to
answers.
impress somebody. And that I think leads a lot of people astray. But at least these are things that happen in your 20s, not falling for the grass is always greener trick in your 30s or even 40s.
Probably should have done
like
more
we've
drugs,
witnessed over the
man.
last 4 years.
Looking back on it now.
Q&A session with the best-selling author Chris Voss on the Fireside Chat streaming platform that Cuban co-founded. He will do a lot of interviews. And I do like that about Cuban. But Cuban had touted that one of his current negotiation strategies is just to be quiet and listen. And he said that tactic gives him time to gather info about a potential deal. But Cuban says he learned that trick the hard way. Early on in my career, I wanted to prove how smart I was, and I did a lot more talking than listening. He explained that when he was getting started, he was self-conscious about often being the youngest entrepreneur in a room and not having the pedigree of some of his peers. That happens to a lot of young professionals, but especially guys that hit big early. Their dad wasn't a tycoon, so they look at this whole new space that they're in like, I don't belong here. And it's called like imposter syndrome.
Yes.
Okay, so Mark Cuban was like going through this imposter syndrome. And to contribute to it, he was sleeping on the floor of a 3-bedroom apartment with 6 roommates.
Wow.
And then putting on a suit and trying to be a mover and shaker. So it was an imposter syndrome. You were an imposter.
He was,
yeah.
For sure.
Fake it till you make it, Mark.
But says Cuban, he founded his first company, a Micro Solutions, sold it for $6 million in 1990. I didn't have anything fancy about me. I had the 2 for $99 polyester suits. I always felt like it was kind of like imposter time and that I had to push hard to prove that I knew my stuff. And the desire to prove himself sometimes led Cuban to be too cocky. I find it interesting, that he has this level of self-awareness about being too cocky. But I think sometimes in his 60s he's still too cocky. We've seen that, sprinkled through his ownership tenure here with these Dallas Mavericks. DUI after a friend's wedding, says Mitchell and Kemp.
That's good, Kemp.
I've been through Kemp. Yeah, you could do that. I've been through that.
There's
On
a
the
lot
way
of
to the lake. Yeah.
There's a lot of good stuff on here. Shouldn't have shagged him. Shouldn't have shagged her. The drug stuff. But I think this one in the 817 might be the league leader, boys.
Okay.
Took out $50K out of my IRA, and took a girl I was dating to Vegas and blew it all.
Oh no.
And I guess lost the girl.
Oh no.
Can you imagine?
You pull
if
out of the
20,
IRA.
30 years ago, that could have been Amazon stock, Google stock, could have been all sorts of blue chippers.
I'm going to say this.
Oh, for Vegas,
by the way, they're at an
bro.
all-time high this week, sir.
I bet you the guy had a hell of a time.
I bet he did too.
I bet you he's regretting it looking at it right now, but I bet you he's got some good stories about
At the
it.
end of that, when he'd lost the last $5,000 on blackjack.
You know what? It's that.
What if you don't have an IRA right now?
Well, you know what?
That was your nest egg.
Obviously, this guy, he had $50,000 as a young guy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
His dad was probably a tycoon.
This guy's probably, he pulled that thing out, but the stories my man could tell, hell yes.
940 went Power Hour, then Century Club. That's 100 shots of beers in 100 minutes, and then doing the Nestia plunge off the second-story balcony with 3 buddies trying to catch pictures. Wow, that is crazy. We go back into the Pimp Cup. Lucius Alexander is standing by. Any regrets from your 20s, sir?
Well, I did a lot of regretful things in my 20s.
Yeah.
Not a few that I do regret because I learned lessons from those things.
Okay.
I would say,
we don't lose, we learn.
Yeah, exactly, man. I would say like getting married early
Really?
I probably regret that.
It worked out well, though.
It worked out well.
Yeah.
But, at the time, I was in the Navy.
Yes.
And you're like separating from family to add another family member that you're going to have to separate from. And you and that person make another child together. So now you're worried about their safety while you're out there doing military duties. It's a real distraction.
Yeah.
So if I would have had time, to develop that, and then she can, go to her school and we'll still be together, it'll still have been all right.
Yeah. I hear you, though.
Yeah. And then later in my 20s, leaving the radio station K104 at the time I did, I probably should have stayed a little bit longer.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's like leaving the Packers.
Yeah.
Man, that was a dynasty. When
Yeah,
I
it
was Chris and those guys, man, that was a dynasty.
OG legend.
817, I was 20. I was a barback at Billy Bob's. Met Johnny Cash the last time he ever played there and didn't take a photo or ask for an autograph, and now nobody believes me. That's Red Dirt expert on
Yeah, you
on
could say he
Twitter.
was probably wearing black, or something like that. You could kind of describe how the setting was. He was wearing a black outfit, he's kind of mumbly a little bit,
How about this 817 being a crackhead?
Yeah, being a crackhead.
Yeah,
in the
being a
20s.
crackhead's
I think I might have met that guy.
That's going to set you back a little bit.
I might have met that guy.
Yeah, he came by a remote like maybe 6 months ago and was like, man, I used to be a crackhead, but I got out of jail like 10 years ago, and I've been listening to y'all nonstop, and I want to thank you so much. And I was like, all right, dude, well, congrats, man. Okay, thank you so much for your stories here. And you can read the rest of that article if you Google up the Dallas Mavericks right now, Mark Cuban. But coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan, guys, where exactly are we going? Oh, we got questions NFC East teams must answer, fun things to watch for in training camp, and more. We'll be back into some football here in the Dallas Cowboys with you next in the G-Bag Nation. We are live at Dallas Market Hall, though. The Dallas Boat Show started over an hour ago. It's going all the way through Sunday. Plan to attend this weekend. More boats, more accessories, hundreds of exhibitors, dealers, and manufacturers. For all the details, go to DallasBoatExpo.com.
Nighttime on the Fan means Rangers baseball. Or the Get Right with Kevin Gray.
Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our coverage of Game 1 of the series tomorrow night begins at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Yes. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry! The best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Yes, sir. We are live at the Dallas Boat Show, Dallas Market Hall. It'll be open all the way through Sunday. DallasBoatExpo.com has more details for you on that. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we're going to be talking with the Director of Football Ops and Player Personnel for the Shrine Bowl. Eric Galco is going to join us coming up at 4 o'clock. Get the latest on the Shrine Bowl and all things football with Eric. It's time now for some questions that each NFC East team must answer with Zach Wolchuk. Here's the bully.
Well, we will start with our Dallas Cowboys, of course. You guys tell me if you think these questions are gas, meaning they're good, or if they're just ass and lazy. Question number 1.
So it's not true or fart, it's ass or gas?
It's ass or gas.
All right.
Is there a possibility Ezekiel Elliott returns to back up Tony Pollard?
Ass. That's ass. If it happens, it'll be ass. And it's ass also because it can't happen because I do think the Deuce will be loose all throughout training camp and preseason.
Come on over. Come on over to the dark side, baby. Yes, Deuce Vaughn's going to be good. Malik Davis will be just fine as a backup running back. I don't think there's a need to bring back Zeke. And
if I need a short yardage back, I think I'm going to go get Leonard Fournette anyways.
So Fournette it did work out yesterday with the Patriots. So did Darrell Henderson, former LA Rams. So Fournette's getting some workouts. But Brian talked about this. I think he could be right as well, just judging by mini camps. They might look at Hunter Lipke. North Dakota State fullback is that guy as the short yardage back to take over there.
Lit daddy.
He looked good in college. It'll be interesting to see once preseason starts. That'll be one of my most watched players. I'm going to say that's pure fossil fuels, though.
Yeah,
that's gas.
I think that it's just it's one of those things where it's a Jerry move.
Yes.
If Zeke comes back, Jerry's saying, hey, I'm throwing my guy a bone. Bring him home. Nobody else is signing him. He can still help us in some way. Otherwise, I just don't think there's any way it happens.
I'm just thinking they didn't trust those guys last year, and Deuce Vaughn's a fifth-round pick with a bad 40 time. So I can't bet on him being good enough that he would be a replacement-level NFL back by the time we get to September.
I kind of feel like it's really going to hinge on the fact in those 3 preseason games if, like, Lipke, he had a bad shoulder at North Dakota State. And all of a sudden, he gets into practices, he gets banged up a little bit. Is he going to be able to, work, the opening day, week 2, whatever? Davis, there's just a lot of things going on. I think that is I mentioned the 2 positions. I did it on Love of the Star that day, and I've done it quite a bit. It's linebackers and it's running backs. Those are the 2 spots and it wouldn't surprise me that if they went out and got Zeke, if in fact all those guys spit the bit that I'm
Ronald
talking
Jones
about.
included. Ronald Jones has also got to look
Ronald Jones, Davis, Lipke, all those guys. If it turns into like there is no consistency with that group, I could absolutely see them going back to Ezekiel Elliott.
I just wonder what Zeke's financial floor is. Like, he's made so much money that he's like, I'm not playing for, like, I don't need to play for $1 million. Like, what are you willing to give him, and what is he willing to accept? Because I don't think I don't think they're going to want to give him what he wants.
$2.5 million laying around kind of a thing.
But will he take that?
I don't know. Does he want to play?
I don't know.
That's the question. You have to ask him, like, listen, we could pay you this, and do you want to play? And if he says no, then you just move on. But I don't think you could just totally say that it's not going to happen, because I think that, to me,
I think they're smarter than that.
I agree with Wolchuk that Jerry Jones could say, well, what about Zeke? We're not getting anything from these guys. What about Zeke?
We didn't get anything from him.
They had him on the team last 3 years, and there was no reason to believe he was going to be good.
No, but
he's been bad since 19.
But they had no choice because of the money that they owed him. Like, that contract was so one-sided.
Right now.
His agent was such a super beast. It didn't matter how crappy he was, and he got to extreme depths of crappy. It didn't matter. they were still going to have to pay him. He was still going to get the playing time.
Yeah, it's not to
But
slight.
that's no longer the case.
No, like it's not to
I don't
slight-
think he's coming back at all. I
don't
think it's a
so
0% chance. I think Jerry loves to talk about things. He doesn't want to throw his guy under the bus when he's honest and saying, no, we have no interest in him anymore because he's not any good. He doesn't want to do that to Zeke. He doesn't want to screw up whatever market he might have with other teams. But
He's got
there's
no
no way
market.
he's coming
He's
back.
got no market.
That's the
Well,
thing,
okay.
right? I don't know that anybody else is going to.
It sounds
sign
like
him.
you guys think he might have a market. And
Well,
it's the
if,
Cowboys.
no, if he comes
But
back,
that's exactly why I think
he-
Jerry would say, "Hey,
Yeah.
no one else is signing him.
Yeah,
We're going to give you a job."
If he comes back in for less money, it might be with the Cowboys.
Yeah, and I'm with you.
Anybody else might have to pay me a little bit more than what hometown discount kind
Sure.
of thing. That's where I think he would come back.
This is a big question. Number 2, what is the plan B for the offensive line? And you might have to start soul searching there if this Zach Martin stuff ends up being serious and he is legit.
Farniak plays right guard.
Not going to play. Yeah, okay, so here's the thing there. You're right. You've got Tyron, Tyler, Biotish, Zach Martin, Steele. Let's say, all right, Zach Martin doesn't show up. You got Farniak at right guard.
Yeah.
What happens? Tyron Smith goes down week 2 against the Jets. Now I got to kick Tyler Smith out to left tackle. What am I doing at left guard? Edoga?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. How do we feel about that moving forward for the rest of the season?
You got no choice, man. I mean, like you said, the only way to me that Zach Martin can hurt you, yeah, he could hold out. I just don't think he's going to do that. I just don't see him giving up money like that. Okay? Where he can hurt you, though, is if he says, I don't want to play anymore. Now we're into that scramble mode. And do I feel great about that? Hell no. Nobody feels good about one of the best guards, one of the best offensive linemen in the league retiring on you. Felt the same way when Travis Frederick quit.
I don't think it's super possible that happens, but I'd put it somewhere around 25 or 30% that both Zach retires and Tyron Smith gets hurt. And you got to be realistic. Do they still have a chance of getting to the playoffs at that point? Yes, but they would definitely be wild card roadkill at that point.
Yeah, you got to hope, and it'll be interesting to watch guys like TJ Bass out of Oregon at guard, right? Matt Waletzko, how does he come about in year 2 at training camp after he had to miss all of last year? Some of these guys that the Cowboys have brought in, how good is their depth because they're going to need it? And then who's going to step up as the Dalton Schultz replacement? I'm on record. I think it's going to be Jake Ferguson. I think he'll be your main guy this year.
Same.
But it'll be interesting to see how they utilize the snap share, the time share between Hendershot, Schoonmaker, and Ferguson there to how they go ahead and replace Dalton Schultz's role. I'm not worried about it, though. I think that they'll be just fine.
Yeah, agreed. And my guess is, this is just a guess, but, I mean, they had Hendershot and Ferguson doing a ton of blocking last year. I would assume Scooney is doing majority. I would venture to say 75% of his snaps are blocking snaps.
If they play without Zach Martin at right guard, Schoonmaker's going to be on that field a bunch.
Oh, yes, he will. Absolutely, because he's the best blocker of the 3, and there's no doubt about it. They're going to need him. Now, for the Eagles, real quick, as they are the biggest contender within the division, we talk a lot about the Cowboys receivers. We're worried about who's going to be the receiver 4, the depth there. Eagles don't really even have a good third receiver. They got A.J. Brown. They got Devontae Smith. They're saying who's going to seize the third receiver job. They got Quez Watkins.
It's the only other one I can name.
They brought in Zacchaeus from, I don't even know how to say his first name. From the Falcons.
Colts. Oh, Falcons.
Yes. So, I mean, Zacchaeus is a guy who he came off a career high in catches and yards in 2022. But, geez, I mean, you stack that up with the Cowboys depth chart, I'm feeling a little bit better about it when it comes to receiver.
No question. And, I mean, they have a top-flight tight end in Dallas Goedert who acts as sort of their wide receiver 3, I guess. But, yes, you're talking about a huge issue for them if Brown or Smith gets injured for any extended period of time. I mean, you're at that point, your number 2 wide receiver is more like a number 4 wide receiver.
They'll just turn around and start running the ball then.
Then they'll have to start using those Jalen Hurts legs again a ton.
Yeah,
and
they'll just figure that out. They'll just start
running
running
and another
the ball.
question is who starts at right guard for them, right? Because they lost their starting right guard, so they got Cam Jurgens and they got Tyler Steen, the rookie that they drafted from Alabama.
Steen was a right tackle?
He was a tackle. I think we both looked at him and thought he should kick inside.
Yeah, I kind of feel like if you gave me a choice between Steen or Jurgens was a center at Nebraska. I think I would go with Skeen because he is a bigger body guy, and he is Jurgens is a really good athlete, but Skeen to me, that's how they play. They play with those big old power dudes inside. He fits the mold right there for them.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
My pleasure.
Coming up next here as we broadcast live at the Dallas Summer Boat Show, go to DallasBoatExpo.com. We're going to keep a football conversation going with you. Thought you'd appreciate it. Director of Football Operations and Player Personnel for the Shrine Bowl, which has relocated to Frisco, right?
That's where it is.
Okay, Eric Galco is the director of that event. We're talking football with him next year. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan. About my friends at D&M Leasing before we do anything else. Oh, I love D&M Leasing so much. I believe I just completed my... Fun. We're having a great time at the Dallas Summer Boat Show. Swing on by Dallas Market Hall all the way through Sunday. More boats, more accessories. Go to DallasBoatExpo.com to get more details on that. Okay, G-Bag Nation, let's talk some football here with you. We have a special guest set to join us now in the G-Bag Nation as the Shrine Bowl 1000 was released yesterday. The East-West Shrine Bowl announced it. It is a list of the top eligible players to play in the 99th East-West Shrine Bowl game, which is going to be February 1st, 2024 at the Star on the NFL Network. 78 Texas-born players on this list. 54 from the North Texas area, just dominating. Also, 16 Texas universities that are represented with at least one player on the list. And joining us now is the Director of Football Operations and Player Personnel for the Shrine Bowl. It's Eric Galko here in the G-Bag Nation, home of the Cowboys. And a good afternoon, Eric. How you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. How you guys doing?
Well, we're doing great. Congrats on bringing this bad boy to the Star in Frisco. What made it attractive for you guys?
The chance to play in the Star. You know, as an all-star game, we want to make sure we give NFL teams and agents and media, but especially players, a best-in-class opportunity. And we were in Vegas and enjoyed our time in Vegas for sure. But given the chance, our play. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, you just cut out real quick there, but we got you loud and clear.
Okay. But we're excited to be in the Star for sure, being an NFL facility for all of our players.
Now, we talked about the amount of Texas representatives here in this game. Yeah. What stood out to you about the Texas colleges and just the abundance of talent that we've had from the DFW Metroplex?
It's been incredible. I think a big part of it, obviously, Texas coming on the up the last 3-4 years, and Coach Sark's done a great job there and all the talent that they brought in. Obviously, TCU being one of the best teams in the country this past season, and then obviously a lot of great talent at North Texas, SMU, even schools like Stephen F. Austin. We had a player, B.J. Thompson from Stephen F. Austin just a year ago that ended up being a draft pick as well. So I think that obviously the mix of fantastic high school talent in Texas makes it easier, but I think the rise of the Texas programs made it pretty easy for us to have a lot of guys in state and a lot of guys with local connections to the Dallas-Frisco area beyond that list.
And how are you going to go about with your coaching staffs? Have you guys kind of made a determination of how you're going to handle that going forward, or is there something that you guys have done with that throughout the years that you want to kind of keep it the same?
Yeah, well, last year we were thankful to be coached by Bill Belichick and the Patriots and Arthur Smith and the Falcons, which was an awesome experience for our players. But we'll go back to what we had in previous years, which is nominated coaches from across the NFL. So we work with the NFL League office, just like another All-Star game does, and kind of working with teams like who they want to nominate for doing the job ahead. And it gives a great example for our players to work with not just one coaching staff, but many coaches across many teams across the league. So we're thankful to be working with NFL coaches again this year and give our players a chance to be coached by some of the best coaches in all of football.
And can you kind of talk about your relationship with the scouting community and how that all works out? You know, there's measurement, their height and weights days and stuff like that, their practices, access to the players with interviews and stuff like that. Can you kind of pull back the curtain for us and maybe is there stuff that you do differently that they don't do at the Senior Bowl?
For sure, I'm not sure exactly the Senior Bowl process, but our NFL relationship is kind of year round. You know, I just met with the team just the other day and kind of sharing our preliminary board and crossing notes, because certainly I feel it's our job to make sure we bring 130 fantastic senior or all-star game eligible players to Frisco for them to evaluate. But you know, NFL teams can kind of make decisions in April. We got to make decisions in October, November. So it really puts a good back and forth about who they want to see, but also who we are early on. And you know, we're thankful, for example, that we had 15 players drafted in the Shrine Bowl a year ago that weren't NFL Combine players, right? So we try to do our best to be proactive and stay ahead of the curve. But of course, we want to have the first, second-round picks like Zay Flowers and Luke Schoonmaker and Juice Scruggs at the Shrine Bowl, as well as do a good job of helping NFL teams. So before the event, a lot of communication. And during the event, you know, we take a lot of pride in giving NFL teams more interview time than any other All-Star game out there by at least, 50%, if not 100% more interview time. We keep our players done every night early so they're fresh. NFL teams are fresh. So we do a lot of things in event week to make sure everyone is enjoying the experience as well as getting a lot out of it.
And I think you mentioned a little bit, how much do you cross, say, your lists with NFL general managers or personnel directors? Do you guys have like monthly where you talk like in September, you talk in October, November? How do you use the NFL as a guide, and do they give you the names that they would like to see as well?
Yeah, it's very interesting because there are some teams who they are bi-weekly even. Hey, where are you at? Here are some new guys we kind of saw our area scouts brought back to our reports. And you know how it goes where, every couple of weeks there's some updates and directors of college scouting are kind of reviewing those notes and updating things. So some teams are very transparent and some teams are, we'll see in late January. And maybe hear things, 1-2 players here or there. So every team's a little bit different, but we work hard to talk to area scouts, directly, as well as work with teams at the higher level, GM, executive level, to kind of have an overarching view. But again, every team being different makes it pretty fun. And again, no matter what, we have to pick the players in the day. Teams don't necessarily pick our players. So it's up to us to kind of use all that good intel from NFL teams as well as our own staff. And we've got, great young staffs. We've got former NFL executives on our board as well to help us through that whole process. So it's kind of a mix of a lot of different pools of information, but hopefully we involve NFL teams enough that they can see some good players there in Frisco this year.
The East-West Shrine Bowl is February 1st at the Star 2024. We're talking with Eric Galko, Director of Football Operations and Player Personnel for that game. Announced this week the East-West Shrine Bowl 1000. It includes 54 from the North Texas area that are going to be on your watch list as you narrow this list down. Can you give us an idea of some of the players from North Texas that you're excited about watching right now?
It's going to be very, very easy for us to go to TCU's campus and see a lot of these players that are eligible for the Shrine Bowl. I think we had 15, 16 players from TCU alone on the Shrine Bowl 1000 list. And after a fantastic season a year ago where they had a record number of draft picks, it's incredible to see that they may have 7, 8, 9 more draft picks this year alone. So I think that program plus SMU and what they're building through the transfer portal and doing a great job there. They're GM, Director of Player Personnel, Alex Brown's done a fantastic job with Coach Rhett Lashley in bringing talent to SMU. So between just those two schools alone in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, we're going to have probably 7, 8 guys we invite to the Shrine Bowl, not to mention in the San Antonio area with Texas, UTSA, and those schools. So we're thankful to have a lot of great players just in the Dallas area, not just at those two schools, but also growing up in the Dallas-Frisco area. So I'd imagine we have a pretty large Texas contingent, not just because we're in Texas, but because there's so much darn talent there.
Eric, how much thought is, it seems like everybody, when they start to talk about all-star games, it's what quarterbacks are showing up. Is that something that you have to think about immediately? Is that your number one priority? I know you're trying to put together 2 teams, but are the quarterbacks the priority for your group, at least to start this thing out?
To some degree, I think there's, one benefit this year is there's a lot of quarterbacks that are in this draft class that are good, not just the juniors that go at the top of the draft, but a lot of kids stayed in school. A lot of first-year starters are all-star game eligible because of COVID, and they were still underclassmen. So I think one of the benefits this year is there's going to be more than just 6 good quarterbacks we want to invite to the Shrine Bowl that we think are draft picks. So, but I think to your point, I think the quarterbacks matter. And last year, we had 2 of the top 3 all-star game drafted quarterbacks in Aiden O'Connell to Las Vegas Raiders and Dorian Thompson-Robinson. So we had 2 good quarterbacks a year ago, and I think that it shows the other players that they'll be playing with great players as well, right? Having receivers, offensive linemen, defensive linemen that all go top 100 is great, but I think everyone kind of knows the quarterbacks quite a bit. So it's not our sole focus, and I think we've done a good job the last couple of years between Aiden and Dorian and Brock Purdy before him of having some really good quarterbacks at the Shrine Bowl, and we'll continue that trend this year.
Eric, thank you so much for your time. Have a great football season, and we look forward to seeing your show there in February.
Awesome. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
Here he goes from the East-West Shrine Bowl, February 1st at the Star in Frisco as we broadcast live at the Dallas Boat Show. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. I know you love talking to those kind of guys, Brian.
Yeah, I do. I'm fascinated because I have a great history with the East-West Shrine Bowl when it was out in Palo Alto.
Ooh.
And one of my favorite stories was the fact when Gil Brandt, there was this guy out there and he had on this really nice Stanford warm-up suit.
Yeah.
Like a great-looking, red with the S and the tree and all. I mean, a beautiful warm-up suit. And Gil wasn't even watching practice. He was kind of talking to that guy about, hey, where'd you get the warm-up suit? Yeah, how'd you get the warm-up suit? Yeah, where's the warm-up suit, the whole practice. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay. Guess who had a warm-up suit on the next day of practice? Gilly is.
Gilly. That's the way to work it, GB.
If that coach or that member there at Stanford football ops, if Gil would have made him take that thing off, strip down, and give it to him right there.
Man.
Gil would have taken it. He's like, no, I can't do that. But no, Gilly had him one. Gilly had him a tracksuit.
I saw a
the next
broadcast
day.
engineer try to pull that once on a Nike golf rep. He said, wow, how do you go ahead and get one of these? And she's like, well, you take about $300 and you go to the clubhouse. Right there in the pro shop that can help you out.
Yeah. Sorry, we're not giving you one. Some of the names, though, they've
Pretty
got
penny.
on this, I mean, it's amazing. You know, like Miles Price from the Colony, from Texas Tech. I mean, Texas Tech, A&M, TCU.
It is a
North
good
Texas.
list,
I mean, Jalen
Household
Ford
names.
from Texas played at Frisco Lone Star.
Right.
Jalen Catalon transferred from Arkansas.
He was
From
a
Mansfield Legacy, man. I mean, they've got Jace McClellan
Yeah.
from Alabama, from Alito.
It's going to be a homecoming game is what's going to happen next year at the East-West Shrine Bowl game. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo to deliver, I believe for the first time, an afternoon rim session here at the boat show.
That's right. For the first time in the history of the Dallas Summer Boat Show here at Dallas Market Hall, a.k.a. the motorboat capital of America, for the next 72 hours.
Let them have it.
Cut the lights out. We put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride. Rain dance.
Rain dance.
I gotta join here, man. I gotta join. Special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when you find out at the same time as LeBron that he is not the oldest player in the NBA today. Who is that player? 877-881-1053. Not a superstar, but he is, I would say, in basketball households, he's a household name.
Udonis Haslem.
It is no longer Udonis, as he has bowed out gracefully at the age of 54, 55.
I thought it was 69.
Brought us love growing up watching Udonis.
I guarded him a couple of games.
Yeah, well, you tried at least.
Yeah, I guarded.
Can we get some hints?
I was on it.
He is
Chris Bosh.
He's a champion.
Kevin Love.
And I believe his career began as 76er.
Is Andre Iguodala still in the league?
Andre
Let's go.
Iguodala, good pull.
Let's
General
go.
Gavin Dawson, basketball guy of the day. He wins it.
State?
The most.
He's technically, he hasn't hung him up. I don't know if he's contractually still a member of the Warriors or if it's assumed that he still will be, but he hasn't retired, and so he still is. He's the oldest player in the NBA, and LeBron saw this on Twitter, and he's like, because they saw the question, like SportsCenter, somebody tweeted out like,
is it LeBron?
LeBron's if LeBron's not, or it says LeBron's the second oldest active player, and he's like, well, if it's not, he's like, I thought I was first. Who is it if it's not me?
Upset.
It ends up being Iggy. And also LeBron pulled up to the Puerto Rico Basketball League finals and was just there for these dudes. And it looked like they were all in basketball euphoria. They couldn't believe it. Like, LeBron showed up to the Puerto Rico basketball finals.
Shoot, yeah.
And these guys are loving it. LeBron's in there. He's on the court. He's kind of hanging out with them. He's breaking huddles with them. And I was like, man, that's actually
have a
pretty
buddy
cool.
on the
That's
team?
fun.
I don't know if he's got a buddy on the team. He's probably just traveling. He heard basketball was going down. He just showed up. He's a man of the people.
Heck yeah.
And
Nike, probably Nike going on there.
maybe there's a sponsor involved.
Maybe he just
I don't
loves
know.
basketball, man. He just
Okay.
wanted to go check out the people.
Next basketball question. Where do you believe the Mavericks would be in a hypothetical world where we're doing NBA power rankings in July? Think about that for a second.
18.
Okay, Broadus.
I'm going 16.
Oh, if Dawson goes 17 right now, then he'll end up winning it.
17.
Oh! And just like that, the General
Why
back-to-back
did you do
victories.
that?
Back-to-back victories.
This guy.
Just hating on the Mavs.
Why'd you encourage him?
Yeah, they
to
are
pick
hating.
that?
17's too low.
Well, because you were right there, and then he goes 16.
I'm
I'm
an even
like,
number guy. You know that about me.
I mean, Dawson had just as fair a chance as Dawson
He
did.
could have guessed 27 and been wrong.
Yeah, he had no idea. It was a good pull, man. It was a good pull. He's 2 for 2. He's in his bag right now. There's something about being in the motorboat capital of America that gets Dawson, on his A game, and I don't blame him for that. So, yes, it looks like, Zach Harper, who I believe does a really nice job for The Athletic, pretty unbiased. Zach Harper. He's Zach with an H.
I love that guy.
He's Zach with an H. So he passes the eye test,
He
right?
does. No, he passed the sex test.
And the sniff test. So he does
Spells
have the
his name
Mavericks,
wrong.
though. He does have the Mavericks.
Go bleep yourself.
At 17.
Shut up, Zachary.
No. Yeah. All right, Gabby.
Satchery.
Dallas Mavericks at 17, he has them.
That guy.
So, and the question is, will Kyrie and Luka?
Who's ahead of the Mavericks? Who's at 16?
Okay, 16. One spot ahead is the Pelicans of New Orleans.
See, I think right now we take the Mavs, right?
Yes, just because of the Zion factor.
I'm taking the Mavs.
I mean, it's
me.
Then he's got the Oklahoma City Thunder at 15, and they're a team that's on the rise right now.
They are on the rise.
Who knows what they could be next year?
Yep.
They could be top 4 or still top 15.
They got the T-Wolves and the Knicks right ahead of you, all in Tier 4, which is play-in battleground. Battleground. So shout out to Zach Harper for that one.
The T-Wolves.
Shout out to Pedro. Yes. Shout out to Pedro for the updated list, by the way. OKC's Chet Holmgren and Jalen Williams will be joining Detroit's Cade Cunningham, Houston's Jalen Green, and Sacramento's Keegan Murray when it comes to the Team USA and FIBA World Cup training camp that starts next month. Those are going to be the rising American stars who will be joining the team. So Oklahoma City's got not one but 2 guys joining that team. OKC's on the rise.
Would you want Holmgren playing in that thing?
No, not ideally, but hey, do your thing.
Hey, listen, man. At some point, the guy's going to have to play basketball.
Might be the
if
only
he's going to get
healthy.
hurt, if he's going to get hurt.
Oh, so next week you could go, oh, he's an often injured guy.
Yeah, well, what's the difference if he waits till the regular season and he gets hurt
wait till
later?
the season in October and get hurt then.
He needs to get some minutes, man.
Oh, he
played
Summer League
Hoopers
ball.
who?
Hoopers who?
He played 2 games of Summer League ball against trash competition. Why don't you go play in some World Cup and get yourself right? Play against some real professionals.
He's doing it for the damn country.
Play against Luka.
I believe James Harden has had enough of the fat shaming. By the way, in the last 15 minutes, he's gone to his Instagram.
Smaller clothes?
On his story. It's just an all-black background, and he writes, "Been comfortable for so long, it's time to get uncomfortable."
Oh, okay.
I think he's seeing all these inflated, bloated James Harden memes from years past where he's not been happy with his situation, and so he takes it out on his own body, I guess.
Not in my prime anymore. Time to get in shape.
We're seeing a ton of these, right? Aren't you guys? Isn't your algorithm feeding you James Hardy?
James Hardy, I'm seeing a lot of. That he might be dating Ariana Grande.
Okay.
Kind of swimwear stuff is on mine.
That's what you're getting. That summer algorithm.
My algorithm is so old. I don't get any of the
My
cool
algorithm
stuff.
is saying Cade Cunningham.
Gavin had like watermelon art or some crazy.
Watermelon
was
killer.
badass. Yeah, that was cool.
Sick.
There's so many layers of color in a watermelon. They can start carving into that thing and do like tigers.
I'm just telling you right
with
now.
brilliant reds.
If you're carving in stuff and you're using power tools,
Brilliant reds.
I don't care how you're carving that thing out. If you're carving a pumpkin or a watermelon and it looks like
if you're using power tools on your pumpkin or your watermelon things, you're really not. You're not carving. That's not carving.
Okay, but whatever you're doing is still something.
I'm
that's
not
cool.
taking the DeWalt drill and making art out of it. I'm sorry.
You're a dang good artist, bro. I don't care what kind of tools
formerly
you use.
known as Prince.
Yeah.
Give me the power drill.
That's strike 2 over the last minute for you, Broadus. Okay, we got Wooly Bully's Top 10 coming up next, brought to you by the Alma TED procedure, only available at EliteSkinCenter.com. What kind of subject matter do you have today, Wolchuk?
Well, yesterday we didn't get the top 10. It was National Glizzy Day. We got to celebrate it. Top 10 toppings for your wiener. That's next on the Fan.
Okay, but this is it. Commanders are officially not Dan Snyder's.
Yes.
They've been sold. So that is a huge day in the world of the NFL and North American sports in general, as a new record was set for highest purchase price ever, over $6 billion is the group that does include Magic Johnson. And a gentleman, Josh Harris, who made a fortune by buying distressed assets in the stock market, real estate, Wall Street, stuff like that. And that's what he's going to be charged with now, is taking over this Commanders team and trying to turn it into a proud organization like it once was. And hopefully that doesn't happen. Hopefully he just runs it admirably and honorably and doesn't exploit or victimize, prey on any of his employees. And they're still the worst team in the division. That's what I'm hoping for.
Hell yes, me too. I'm hoping for that as well.
Okay, we got some Mavs questions coming up at 4:40. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel. Free consultation at 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Bully, this is amazing. Did Broadus in Chief get abducted at the break?
So
we should have been back 4 minutes ago.
Eric is actually buying a hot dog because of the list, and Brian is buying a pretzel.
Okay, that makes more sense.
So they're getting food. They're grubbing it up. And we're about to get into the top 10 here. And it is the top 10 hot dog toppings in honor of National Glizzy Day, which was yesterday. What's your favorite hot dog topping for your wiener? Before we get to that, though, as we wait for these other schmucks.
Yeah, I thought we were going to rank the top 10 Glocks.
Ooh, that would be fun.
I was going to come
Hey, we can pivot. We can pivot.
I think there's a Glock 30 that I have not fired. It's a 45 caliber that holds 10 rounds.
Well, you know what we should do is G-Bag Nation goes to the range. We can go see your guys, Eric.
Shoot smart, man.
That would be a lot of fun.
I think that'd be a blast.
Let's make it happen. Let's see
do
my
it.
guy Joe.
Let's go party with Joe, man. I'm down for that. Now, I do want to, it is a safe space, so let's do a little story time with the Wolchuk family real quick.
You about to get vulnerable on us?
A little vulnerable. Apparently, my father almost burned our house down last night.
Really?
He started trying to cook again?
No, you know how he is with
Cigarettes.
the cigarettes. Yeah, and
right.
I love my dad. My dad's the best. He really, really is. And
Went to sleep with a heater.
No, so he pivots between the backyard and the front of the house.
I thought he was just indoor. I thought my guy was just doing his thing.
No.
My mother on the toilet.
My mother will not allow him to smoke indoors
anymore.
And they're renting kind of a townhome type deal now.
Yeah.
They downsize, so they can't do
it.
They can't do it.
Okay. Big
so
fine.
he smokes from the backyard, then he moves to the front yard too. He's built himself a nice little setup. So he recently just put a bunch of new mulch in the front. So what he did, and this is about 11:30 last night before he's going to go to bed, he walks out there, he's standing by the front door smoking his nighttime heater, flicks that sucker, goes inside.
I don't know what's better, the nighttime heater or the breakfast heater.
Yeah. And next thing I know, or my mother tells me that she starts smelling smoke. And it's like maybe it smells almost like when a bug gets caught in the light. And it's burning.
Yeah.
She's like, maybe that's what it is. And then it noticeably starts getting worse, and now there's smoke coming into the house.
Oh, my goodness.
They open the door. The entire front of the house is on fire.
The front inside?
The outside by the wall of the front is on fire. The mulch is all just caught. So my dad's running. He's realized what he's done. He's like,
running.
Oh, my God. And my dad doesn't run. So he's grabbing the hose. He's trying to get this thing out. They've got to call the Plano Fire Department. Plano Fire Department comes. They've got to cut a hole in the front of the house to make sure it didn't seep into the wall.
Oh, my God.
My mom is livid.
Maybe she should have let him smoke inside.
Yeah. Moral of the story, you think my dad's quitting cigarettes? No, he's smoking inside.
Are you kidding me? As soon as they put that fire out, my guy went right back to the stress-relieving heater.
He was introducing himself to the fire chief with a heater on his front lip.
Golly. She tells me this story
what do you think
this
was the
morning.
cause of this fire, Chief?
Unbelievable.
Oh, my gosh, dude.
It's like, are you
I'm
kidding
sorry.
me?
Well, I'm glad everybody's okay.
Everybody's okay.
Yeah.
No fatalities. Everybody's safe. Nobody's injured. But my mom's scared she's going to get kicked out of the house. But I don't think that it's going to happen.
The landlord's not going to appreciate that hole.
No, he's going to be ticked.
Yeah.
He's going to be ticked off. Oh. And then I found out when I left to go to Baby Dolls yesterday, I walked out to the parking garage. I had a flat tire. I'm like, oh, this isn't good. So I went, pumped it up with air, made it to Baby Dolls, leave Baby Dolls, tires flat again, pumped it up, made it home. Had to go to Firestone today. It's still sitting there now. My mom's a preschool teacher, so fortunately she was able to come get me. I drove her car in. That's what she told me the story about the fire. But it's been a whirlwind of 24 hours in the Wolchuk clan.
Holy
I
smokes.
almost caught my house on fire when I was 20 years old. Had just moved to Seattle. Threw a wicker chair in the fireplace because it was an extra chair and it was all broken down. somebody closed the flue. Is that what it's called? The flue? The fluke? The thing?
Flume.
The flume? Okay. It's this thing that is in the smokestack. You got to open that up so all the smoke goes up. And the heat goes up.
Yeah.
Somebody had closed that. All the fire came outside into the living room. And this is a wicker chair that's just lacquer and like thin wood. It's like a chair made of fire starter.
Yeah, it's ready to catch fire at any time.
Yes, and we had to get the hose out for that one. Luckily, no permanent damage was done other than the fire marks up there on the area by the fireplace. But it was such an old house that I think the landlord didn't even notice when we moved out.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Well, everyone's okay, and that's what counts. All right, let's slide into the top 10. Top 10 toppings for your wiener, hot dog, glizzy, whatever you like to call it. Eric, you just got a hot dog. Have you consumed it? I still smell something.
Of course I
ate it
just
on the walk
consumed
over.
What'd you
it,
What'd you put on the hot dog? What's
No
your
evidence.
top topping?
Now, it's a limited supply from a topping standpoint, okay, just to be transparent as possible. But all I needed was mustard, and they had it. So I was
Perfect.
good.
Mustard.
Now, if there was onion or if there was other things, but otherwise, mustard is really all I need forever with my hot dog.
All right, I go mustard, ketchup. I do go relish, and I prefer grilled onions over raw onions on the hot dog.
The grilled onion. I think
There's something about the
isn't the
caramelization.
grilled onion always superior to the
Raw.
non-grilled? Even though I love onions either way, like the grilled is always like.
I agree.
yeah.
It is interesting though. I feel like the grilled is on the brat, and then they usually put the raw for the normal hot dog. But I'm always pro grilled.
Yeah, I think on the hot dog you have to go diced myself with it because that way, and you use the mustard to kind of hold the diced onion in place on the hot dog.
Yeah, it acts as like a glue.
But on a brat, you could actually use the onions that you cook in the butter and the beer on the brat itself. So yeah, that's what
You want a good stripe of brown mustard, maybe a couple dabs of ketchup, maybe a dot of sriracha here and there.
Ooh, good call.
And some shredded cheese.
I don't know what you guys
Okay.
are doing with
Cheese
that
and
ketchup
mustard
on
is
the
fire.
bit. Is that something as a kid?
I think
you
so.
did?
It's very childlike.
Like
ketchup?
ketchup on the ketchup on the hot dog.
Well, I hear you that I
Did
don't
you
want
guys
a lot.
not have mustard when you were growing up?
I just like both.
I didn't love mustard as a kid. I preferred ketchup. And then as I got older, the mustard really started to develop for me. But I go both. I think both are good on the dog. And I know a lot of people, especially in Chicago, I think it's like a sin. You can't do the ketchup. I'm not going to hate people for doing it.
Oh, it is. Did you guys see the White Sox have placed a ketchup bell of shame at their ballpark?
Really?
It will get rung if anyone puts ketchup on their Chicago hot dog. So it's just specific to the Chicago dog.
Yeah.
I guess it's blasphemous to go ketchup on the Chicago dog. So now you have to make yourself known. You have to
wanna
let
do
the
this.
entire ballpark know in shame that you're putting ketchup on your Chicago
but
dog.
they will put salad on a hot dog.
Yeah, they're
That's
putting
weird.
tomatoes.
Yeah.
They're putting pickles.
Yeah, like a whole slice of pickle.
This is
on
not
it.
a salad.
The celery is
Chicago,
hot dog.
yeah, the
That's the big
Chicago
thing.
dog. That's that's
I don't like a lot of things they do with food, to be honest with
In
you.
Chicago, you don't like
Yeah.
the deep dish either?
I mean, I like the idea of Chicago. I think it's pretty cool.
I'll
You
tell
always
you what,
wanted to go up to that big bean.
they're
flick it.
their sandwiches, like their roast beef, like
Yeah.
their roast pork
The Italian-
sandwiches.
Oh, Italian
where they
beef.
with Italian beef, where they take it and dip the whole thing in au jus. You know,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
to me is
That sounds good.
that's
Yeah.
that right there. I think that gets high marks for me. They have actually some really great steak places.
I've
Oh, I
heard
could
of
see
that.
that.
In downtown Chicago, a
Do
place
they have
called
a
Rosebud.
Chicago style steak? Is that a thing?
No, it's
I
not.
don't know.
It's not a style.
Okay.
It's just a steak.
It's just
place.
good meat. It's
just
just
steak
good meat.
place.
You know,
I mean,
their meat
Midwest,
stretches there.
Midwest
for
farms and stuff like
But
that.
the pizza's bad, okay, and their hot dog taste is apparently horrible.
Interesting. Well, maybe we shouldn't eat there. Lucius, let's go into the Pimp Cup. What are you doing on your glizzy?
Say what?
What do you put on the glizzy?
Glizzy. By the way, glizzy's come a long way. Hot dog, Frank, now glizzy.
I think Glizzy's the leader in the clubhouse now. Everyone's saying Glizzy.
Yeah. I remember my uncle used to call it wieners. Hey, you boys want some wieners?
All right, same thing.
Got some wieners on the grills for you boys.
Boys want some wieners?
You guys want some wieners?
Hot warm wieners, yeah?
Yes.
Dad said we're having wieners tonight.
Yeah, we're having wieners, buddy. Oh, my God. I can't wait to have some wieners.
Some meanies and weenies?
Chili cheese.
Yeah.
Yes.
Diced yellow onions and mustard.
Bro, it's It's really
There you go,
special.
Broadus.
Yeah, it's really, really, really special.
Okay, so we got 254. Mustard's disgusting. Dill, relish, and ketchup all day. Mustard, onion, and relish. Unless we have chili to add, then it's chili and cheese from Black and Gold Bee. Got some love for mayo. Mayo rocks on a glizzy. Barbecue sauce rocks on a glizzy. We do have the onions. Toasted bun, jalapeno.
There
dog.
we go. Toasted bun.
Topped
Yeah.
with hot jalapeno ranch.
Okay, jalapeno ranch?
Yeah.
I was
And-
going to say little tiny jalapenos would work.
Now that sounds good.
Yeah.
They're adding some beans on here too. I don't know. About
Okay.
that.
You know what
I'm
I've
not
done
going to fight it.
You know what I've done at Quick Trip is I've actually accompanied with the mustard. I put a little bit of their pico de gallo.
Okay,
on that.
Pico got texted in too. So here's the top 10.
Popular.
Number 10 is the dill pickle, which is the Chicago thing. Number 9 is jalapeno peppers.
Yes, yeah.
I'm okay with that. Number 8, bacon. And I haven't had bacon on a hot dog, but I bet it's good.
You know what goes good with your pork? A little bit
More pork.
Yeah.
Number 7, ketchup.
Look at that. Look at that.
It's at 7. It's outside
That's
top 5.
eye-opening, and
Yeah.
that actually makes me feel good as
There
an
you go.
anti-ketchup on the hot dog guy.
Yeah.
The fact that ketchup's sitting at 7, I think we know as a nation, ketchup ain't all that it's cracked up
Let
to be
me
on a dog.
suggest, though, if you do the bacon with the hot dog.
Oh, what are we doing here, Brian?
Oh, he's
going to change the subject? You're getting dunked on, buddy. Ketchup's in the top 10.
I've
No,
lost
see, I
to
disagree.
bacon?
The fact that it's only at 7, I think, is showing just how much we don't care
I thought it'd be
about
the top
ketchup.
5.
Yeah.
Completely lost interest in this list. I'm just going to try and improve whatever the list is. Right,
Broadus is talking with a mouthful of pretzel. He went saltless on the pretzel again.
By the way, the pretzel dog.
I like that. That's a good move.
Very good.
There's usually too much pretzel on salt.
By the
on
way,
those.
that's an all beef dog you had.
That was a damn good dog.
That was an all beef dog. I'm going to tell you this:
quarter pounder
on the hot dog. If you do the bacon, wrap the bacon around the hot dog.
Pro tip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wrap it. Don't lay it in the.
It's not a
bun.
topping.
No,
Yeah.
no, it's not a topping, and you don't dice it. Wrap that hot
love
dog
that idea.
and cook it all together.
Yeah.
And the bacon on the hot dog, the bite, all together.
The Applewood smoked bacon.
Boom.
Yeah.
Thick cut.
Yeah. And if you want to throw barbecue sauce on that, that would be
I'm
the
in,
play.
man.
That would be the play.
Number
You going to do that
6
on a smoker? Regular
Yeah.
grill? Anything?
Oh, I think you could regular grill it. Like I said, I think you could get the point where you could cook the bacon to where it's flexible, where it's like a quarter of a way cooked. Wrap it because it's got that pliability to it.
Oh, yeah, then
and
finish the
then smoke it.
That's a man who knows his way around a wiener. Number 6 is sauerkraut.
That is a very good call in my book.
I'm trying to get into this. I had
It's
a
hard to
Reuben.
cook in the house because of the smell.
Yeah.
The smell is wicked.
I don't think I'm about it, man. I tried a Reuben while I was cheating on vacation, and I did it with the sauerkraut on it. I'm still not in love with it.
If we did a top 10 foods that smell like rear end, would it be
asparagus might be number one.
Eggs is one.
Sauerkraut would be in the Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, because it's cabbage, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the thing about it, like I say, the sauerkraut, if you do it in beer, you do it like in a dark beer, just don't boil it. Just cook it like break it down into beer.
Okay.
With the flavor of that. That's what makes the sauerkraut even better.
Have you fellas-
beer and butter.
Have you fellas ever been into a house that has been cooking and cleaning pork chitterlings for the day?
No, sir.
Yeah,
Is that bad?
Well, you can smell it as soon as you open up your door to get into their house. Like, God, dog. Where the hot sauce at?
Where the hot sauce at?
Where the
Let's
hot
go.
sauce?
All right, let's run through the top 5. 5 is relish. 4 is cheese. There you go,
There
Gavin.
we go.
3, we've got chili.
Chili con carne.
2 is onions. 1, though, mustard.
Yes, dude.
Hallelujah.
That's a dang good list.
Well, they didn't mess
Walchuk.
that up, that's for
nice
sure.
work, man.
As we broadcast live here from the Dallas Boat Show here, the Dallas Summer Boat Show. It's the G-Bag Nation live from Dallas Market Hall, and this boat show is rocking all the way until Sunday. More boats, more accessories, hundreds of exhibitors, dealers, manufacturers, some terrific hot dogs and pretzels. Go to DallasBoatExpo.com and join us. A lot of people coming in here. It's the place to be on a Thursday afternoon. And that top 10 from Wolchuk brought to you by that Alma Ted procedure. All righty. When we come back, as I promised, let's talk some Mavs. I have off-season Mavs questions. Do you expect this guy to still be employed in 1 year? And would you do this trade? It's next right here, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Want to chat Men's Tea Clinic?
When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Well, thank you, Lucius. We are live at the Dallas Boat Show at the Dallas Market Hall. It runs all weekend. Hundreds of exhibitors, dealers, manufacturers. Go to DallasBoatExpo.com. We're just inside the west entrance if you do make it by. I have some off-season Mavs questions. Do you expect Jason Kidd to still be employed in 1 year's time? Let's call it 11 months, 10 months. I'm making a stand here to be more positive about this team. I don't know if he's going to make it, but I do know things went crazy for him last year after the trade deadline, and the team that he had that reached the conference finals had lost its identity and its best defensive players. And I think they're just way better than what they showed in the overall. You have to, get a fine-tooth comb out and go find the games where they were actually trying and both players played. And the last time they did that, they beat the Kings, who were a dang good playoff team. Kyrie and Luka combined for 60 points. So maybe it's not a championship year. Maybe it's not a 55-win type of season. Home court advantage in the first round might not be possible. But I think this team's going to have a lot of success. I just don't know if it's enough to retain Jason Kidd, who, I did not like the way that he handled the adversity that he faced last year. Maybe it was more the front office's fault. Maybe everybody was just saying, hey, this is a move for next year. And Jason Kidd literally threw his hands up and said, I don't really care that much. That's definitely what it looked like from his post-game comments. And I think it's possible he's still a really good head coach. He was just like, what do you expect me to do with this last year? And then the way that it ended was, kind of embarrassing with going off into without even making the playoffs, and you're essentially tanking. So what do you guys think? Is Jason Kidd going to be the coach?
Well, let me ask you this. Do you guys feel like that then they were all on the same page when it came to trade deadline stuff, or did he just say, fine, you guys do whatever you want to do, I'll coach the team? Because there were some post-game press conferences that were really strange.
Yes.
Hey.
And I think that's his ego of losing, and he was a little bit strange in those because he couldn't admit the truth.
Yes.
We can't go. I don't have any more defensive players, and I have a defensive system. What do you want from me, guys?
I don't have the pieces. I can't play the way that I want to.
Yeah.
And I think that you're dead on. I think this team, Brian, I think you kind of think they're more of a play-in team. Maybe
right now?
Right now.
Right now I do.
I definitely
I could see that.
Would feel much better if they're able to acquire a Clint Capella, and then we feel better about the 5 situation. You're not so reliant on Lively and Holmes and what you can get out of them. I think they're going to be around a 6 seed in the West. I think this team's going to be much better than they were last year. I think that's kind of the middle ground from where they were from the conference finals team to a team that was in the playoffs that completely faded and missed it last year. I think they'll just miss the play-in. I expect them to be in the postseason. I am fascinated, though, a full 82 games, and I know they're not going to play all 82, but the Kyrie and Luka dynamic and how much better does this team get defensively. Adding Grant Williams will help, but I don't think this is a finished roster just yet.
No, for sure, and I wonder how much, to me, comes down to how much does Luka and Kyrie want Jason Kidd to be here? Because if they have a good relationship, I think you're going to be wanting to make these guys happy. Obviously, there's a way that the season could go south so bad that it's like, no, Jason Kidd, you're just going to be out of here no matter what. But I think for the most part, it's like, is it going to make Luka more or less happy if Jason Kidd's not here? Same with Kyrie. As it's a players' league. You're going to make these guys happy at every turn.
Absolutely.
Especially Luka, who you're just waiting to hit the nuke it all button and send me somewhere.
Yeah.
So
it's just so important that whatever those guys say you're going with, it almost doesn't matter. It's clear Jason Kidd has at least the sufficient skills to coach. And if those two like him, we're going with him.
Right.
Even if there's fundamental things we don't like, I could see that. That seems like a good approach.
And it does seem like the superstar type of players have always liked him. Like Giannis still talks glowingly about Kidd from his time in Milwaukee. LeBron and Anthony Davis loved him with the Lakers. Luka's never said anything bad about Jason Kidd. Kyrie, the reason he's here, we've talked about that relationship with Jason Kidd. It seems like he is well liked by the players.
Right.
Do you think this team might have a divided locker room at some point in time?
I do worry about that.
When you have two superstars
that play the different styles,
and if they play different styles, and then you have some of those 2-3 loss in a row kind of a thing. And, and then all of a sudden you're getting on the bus and people are going, well, if we would just play faster or if we just slow things down. Do you worry about,
I do.
You have two, superstars that could command a locker room on their own. That's the thing that I'm kind of because if this turns in, we've seen what happens when things don't go well when they start to lose. I worry about that. If we have some of that you have that, okay, half the team is going with Kyrie, they're agreeing with him. Luka's got his guys over here. I mean, maybe it's Dwight Powell and Maxey and those guys, and all the other players are kind of over. We need to play the way you want to play, not the way he wants to play.
I'm very worried about it, and I think you started to see it a little bit with the way that things transpired. THJ, some of his comments post-game about, man, how much easier is it for him to get in rhythm when he's able to play,
shot off.
Play with pace and get up the floor compared to the difference with Kyrie and Luka. I do worry about that, and I specifically worry about on how it makes Luka feel.
Yes, that's crucial. I got the feeling watching it last year, those two guys are good with each other. It might tick off outside guys who want a different role in a rotation or prefer this guy or that guy. It's definitely something to monitor, though. And whenever you're combining superstars that handle the ball a lot, it's going to be almost a constant topic until you win the championship. Is this optimized? Should we trade the second best for players that, complement the best player a little bit more? And I don't expect those conversations to go away. You just hope that they can play good enough defense, Lively and Prosper come around quick enough that they can have a balanced roster and have the kind of team success that allows you to just dream about winning it all instead of, trying to diagnose where it's going wrong. But we are live at the Dallas Summer Boat Show. And you should come here all weekend long. There is a lot to look at here, from pontoon boats to mastercrafts and stingrays and everything in between. Coming up next, Chief, where are you going to take us?
Around the college football, grandma cakes, murder ball, and a beachside rizzing. That's next right here in the Nation.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs along the way. Turn it on, leave it on. The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan as we are live at Dallas Market Hall. The Dallas Summer Boat Show has begun. 2 hours ago, the doors opened. And, yeah, it's a motorboat extravaganza is what you're looking at. Whatever kind of boat you would like or any kind of boat accessory, they got to go to DallasBoatExpo.com to answer any more of your questions. Now, coming up at 5:20, we'll hit the expressway. Dan Snyder sold his football team, the Commanders, today. It was finalized for $60 million. Why did the NFL fine him? And it was $6 billion.
$6 billion.
The fine was $60 million.
Yeah.
The fine itself. Why did the NFL fine him $60 million on the way out the door? We'll talk about that coming up at 5:20. Here's the Chief.
Around the college footballs we go. SEC Media Day. It was fantastic. You guys should have seen. Did you guys see the sun-kissed Lane Kiffin?
Oh, his hair was looking disheveled, like he just got out of bed.
I think he just climbed right out of an ocean somewhere. He was surrounded by young ladies, college age, and he's doing his thing, man. Like
he is hilarious. Like when they get him on like TikTok and stuff. Like all the women in his family. Like, they make him do stuff that he absolutely...
Yeah, he's got daughters.
He's got daughters, so he's like...
His daughter's a freshman at Ole Miss now.
Yeah, he's like, he's always kind of having to do things like when they go to the airport, and he's just trying to sit there and relax.
They got him dancing.
And they've got him doing stuff. He's just like, why do I have to do this?
Well, Alabama certainly stole the show in a huge way, and they have a quarterback somewhat issue because no one knows who it's going to be. They don't know if they have any good ones. They got a Notre Dame quarterback who transferred, Tyler Buckner. They got Jalen Milroe, and they got a redshirt freshman, Ty Simpson. So what's the plan, Nick Saban? And I don't believe this is a euphemism, but he started talking about grandma's cakes. His grandma, he says, has the best cakes or had the best cakes.
Oh, we're talking butts?
And so he says, Grandma Saban, she had the best cakes. And I used to stand by the oven when I was a kid and say, when's this cake going to be done? And she said, if I don't let it go through and take it out of the oven too soon, it's going to turn to mush, so it won't be really good cake. So I think we got to let this sort of develop and make sure we let the cake bake until somebody separates themselves. Cakes and quarterbacks,
as far as
man.
Which quarterbacks?
So that means they don't have a quarterback.
I guess.
They've gone through
I don't know what it
ball.
means.
Nobody separated themselves.
It's provocative.
Did Milrose play against Texas A&M last year?
Yeah, he did. And he's the Katy, Texas kid. We love you too, buddy.
Oh, Tolos,
Here we
baby.
go. But he's the Katy, Texas kid. They might have to go with the freshman, Simpson.
Yeah.
Tolos from Houston
you're
came all the way up here to
Brian hanging
the
over here.
Oh, you got to go give a Broadus fist
hanging
bump.
right there. Up top of the fist bump.
Give him a motorboat,
I was worried about that a little bit. I was sitting there for like
motorboat, son of a gun, you old sailor.
And it was the crawfish pot shoulder, and I think it's wrecked.
Yeah,
I mean,
you held. There's some hang time there.
I was trying to be nice, thinking he was going to hit it quick, and he just did not want to go there.
Let me ask you this college football question, Broadus. And this is one you might find especially delightful if you think there might be some validity to it. Has NIL slowed down Bama?
Ooh, man, that is
has this reshuffled the deck?
Really good question. And
I think it definitely has.
And well, they're capable. They're capable of putting together.
Sure, but last year he's ranting about A&M buying up all the players. It caught him with his pants down. And I don't know if he's got the gear. He's so old school. I don't know if he can settle up to this new game and master it the way that he perfected the old game.
I think the thing that bothers him the most is having to ask for money. I think as an older
that's the number one rule of business. Ask for the money. Jerry Jones taught me that.
Yeah.
And Nick Saban doesn't know how to do that.
Yeah.
He says ask the booster with the shoebox for money. That's his game.
Yeah.
He doesn't know this new one.
Yeah. I don't. I'll tell you what.
Still a hell of a coach, though.
I feel like what's slowed down Alabama a little bit is that other people are benefiting from the transfer portal. You know,
they're stacking teams against them.
They're stacking teams against them.
I could see that.
Yeah,
Not to mention Georgia.
Georgia's done a great job of recruiting over the years. You know, but that's another state where they'll get the money, but it ain't like getting the money at A&M or getting the money at Texas. Or getting the money at other places. So I kind of feel like though I think the transfer portal has probably hurt Alabama in a way that teams have gotten better to go up against him. And maybe a lot of it has to do with because of the money. What was it? Texas Tech. I saw a deal.
$8 million over the last 2 years.
Yeah, Tech has raised $8 million in the last 2 years. And
they've paid $8 million the last 2 years.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, though. To me, that might be one player at Georgia, or that might be one player at Alabama. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I just don't think Saban wants to ask for the money.
I think you're on to that. I think that's a great point, Gavin. I also think at some point the coaching turnover is going to catch up with you. And he's lost a lot of good coaches.
He lives with that, though.
He's lost a lot of good ones.
I totally understand what you're saying. He thrives in that. He thrives in losing Brian Daboll, losing Lane Kiffin, losing Bill O'Brien.
Yeah, but Bill O'Brien wasn't good for him. Well, he's not a good college coordinator.
Well, see, but I'm just telling you though, he understands how to play this game.
He does.
He will go get these big time college coaches that have gotten let out, and make him like assistants.
Right, like Steve Sarkisian.
Yeah, exactly.
He has been one, but eventually he's lost all. None of those guys are there anymore. Yeah. And now I think that he's finally, for the first time, this staff isn't as good as it once was there at Alabama.
Yeah, and he's not able to have the same type of depth. That's the thing.
Sure.
It used to be 2-3 deep, it felt like, at every position. Now those guys are like, well, I can go start somewhere and make some money. They can hop in the transfer portal at any time. And now you can't afford to be misevaluating quarterbacks either.
Yeah, but
you've had Bryce Youngs and all that kind of stuff. If you don't have a quarterback right now, you're going to be in a world of trouble. He used to be able to get away with that. His teams were so good, he could misevaluate the 4 or 5-star quarterback who ends up just being a bus driver, but they were so much more dominant everywhere else on the roster than everybody else, they could get away with it. You can't be. You're going into the season. You don't even know who your quarterback is. We're talking about grandma cakes, okay? You don't even know who your quarterback is.
He's not going to tell you though. He's not going to tell you. And then I thought you were.
They weren't asking us when Bryce Young was there because we all knew.
Yeah, I thought you were going to go with the Lane Kiffin angle. Did you see what he said at the media day?
He hates the NIL.
Well, he hates the NIL because he's at a poor school. That he's at a school that can't raise enough money. No. That's a problem. Those schools in the South, they can't raise enough money. That's a big issue. And so, but what's going on, what he said, though, Paul Feinbaum is like every year says, oh, this is Nick Saban's legacy. And Kiffin addressed that, like, why the hell does Paul Feinbaum every year talk about Nick Saban's legacy, and he turns around and kicks all our asses? He goes, Feinbaum doesn't have to coach against this guy. I do. So he was
giving him bulletin board material.
So trying to stop like saying this is the end of Nick Saban.
Well, shout out to Nick Saban's top-ranked DB, Mr. Kool-Aid McKinstry, who was on the first team all-name team for 2023 defenses in college football. But he showed up to media days. He looked great. He had an awesome suit. But Kool-Aid, he wears the number 1. He had an iced-out chain with the number 1 on it, and at the top of that number 1 was the Kool-Aid man, all iced out. It's one of the coolest chains I've ever seen. And then their linebacker has a quote that is just phenomenal. His name's Dallas Turner, and they were asking about, like, hey, what's the standard, what's the expectation for the Crimson Tide in 2023 coming off a 2-loss regular season? He simply said, joyless murder ball.
Oh.
That's what their linebacker said.
Okay.
Now, I wonder if that came from his own internal violence that they allows to bleed into the football field, or if that's a Nick Saban rallying cry for this season.
Yeah.
Joyless murder ball is what Alabama defenders are discussing when they're talking about what their plan is for this year.
LSU won a game on a 2-point conversion against Alabama. That game's circled in Tuscaloosa. Get ready. The Tennessee game that they lost, in the last minutes of that game, they just didn't get the stops. Trust me, Alabama will figure out a way to win the SEC West. They will. They just will.
I wouldn't be surprised either, but and I do like the idea of joyless murder ball.
Yeah, same here. I mean, you can't go to Aaron Hernandez.
Their defense is going to be awesome.
Your styles, but
we're robots. We're executing. We're not going to get too emotional, too up, too down. I get that, but I want to be at the college that lets me have fun. If my teammate makes a big play, I want to frisk him in the end zone. I want a high five. I want to jump high five. I want the fun in it.
Yeah.
If I'm getting recruited at Bama and I'm like, this is our plan, we're going to have no fun and be like all stoic and be like, yeah, we're the best in football. We're not emotional. I don't know how many people that really appeals to.
I kind of feel like, though, I understand what you're saying, but I think about all those players that they've put in the NFL.
Yeah, the pipeline.
The Will Andersons with the 3rd overall. I'm just
sports doesn't have to be all work.
But
we can have fun and be awesome.
Those guys, I mean, they've put so many players in the NFL not having fun.
Sure, and the boring ones who look at life like something of constant obstacles that you got to grind through.
Yeah.
Those parents and those kids are going to be like, this is perfect for us.
Yeah.
I would much rather go someplace that's going to embrace fun. Give me a Jimmy Johnson team. Give me a Dennis Erickson team. I want that way above.
Oh no, the Miami teams from the back in the day had a lot of fun. There's no question about
Georgia
that.
seems like they're having fun. They're eating chicken wings on the sideline while winning the national championship.
That was embarrassing to TCU.
They might be doing. They might be having a little too much fun
Maybe
over there at Georgia. But
they're all future race car drivers.
The chicken wing eating was actually that was pretty amazing. I've never seen a disrespect like that.
Was the NFL kid doing 140? A Georgia kid, the rookie? Did you see the story? He's doing 140.
Oh, no, that's USC.
That was Jordan Addison.
Yeah.
From
USC.
Okay. Yeah, that would have been bad if it was
by
a
way of
kid.
Pitt.
Yeah,
yeah, by way of Pitt.
Now 140 and a 55. That's way too much. I'll give you like 50% over, and a 55, I'll excuse it up to about 80.
Right.
Yeah.
You start hitting triple digits, and you're approaching.
He's a Sammy Hagar. I can't drive.
You're in a half residential area on like a county highway.
That's
what
and
going on.
It was at 3 a.m. as well.
Ooh.
Open roads.
Not a good look.
Not a good look at all. What is a good look is the 6-finger hand on the Kentucky edge rusher J.J. Weaver. Have you guys seen this?
No.
My guy's got 6 fingers.
Got an extra?
We got a mutant.
If you could have one extra finger, which finger do you feel like you could use 2 of?
Thumb.
My guy's got 2 extra pinkies, or 1 extra pinky, I should say.
So it's on the outside?
Yeah, it's on the outside. It's on the outside. He's got like his ring finger, and then he's got a very close pinky, which seems to be the extra pinky, and then the real pinky is on the
I'll
outer
tell you what,
edge.
if you're a quarterback, give me the extra outside pinky.
You can really spin it, right?
I could drive that ball. I could hold that ball and
spiral every time.
Yeah, exactly.
Tim Tebow could have used an extra pinky.
He could have. You never know what it could have come together for him. It sounds great. A lot of times those extra pinkies are just like little nubs, almost like a pinky toe.
Yeah, but it could be a balancer. It could be a little balancer thing.
You're
like
the scout.
You could put the ball in that little pinky thing, and then that way it maybe kind of holds it in place.
I think I'd like an extra strong finger between the index and the middle, though.
Okay.
Because that's where the power from a quarterback's coming,
there you
right?
go. Yeah, there you go.
That's where I'm firing from.
Okay. I mean,
I just want
the ball's coming off that index finger, so that the pinky's holding it in place until you get it off the index.
It acts
finger.
as sort of a guide there.
Yeah.
I don't know, but he's an edge rusher, so you got to think like his swim move is going to be more nasty.
Jason Pierre-Paul's calling him up right now, asking for a little help.
Can you catch that? Give it to me.
He's like, hey, man, would you help me out a little bit? I'm a rusher, too.
Unfortunately, even if this guy did give Jason Pierre-Paul an extra finger, Jason Pierre-Paul would still be half a finger to a full finger down, right? Because didn't he lose, like, was it 2 fingers?
It was grotesque.
Two full fingers.
Maybe one on his thumb. It was remarkable that he came back.
He's giving you the hang loose sign all the time. Hang loose, and he's got nothing left.
Hey, bro. You want to rush the passer?
Well, I'm surprised, though, that this guy didn't end up being like a receiver or a tight end. I mean, I know he's an edge. He's a bigger body guy. But, I mean, the catch radius
I could see that
has to be even better.
It's like he's got a first baseman mid on over there.
He'll never drop it.
Is that the extra body part you'd want to have? I was thinking of other things.
If you could
What
have
were
an,
you thinking
if you
of?
could have an
just
additional.
extra things, yeah.
I think it's a good question. If I was going to have an additional body part, what would it be? I mean, having 3 babies, having that third extra arm would be pretty clutch.
Yeah.
Like 3 arms.
3 arms.
Yeah. That would be clutch.
It'd be nice. Not so I could hold all 3 of them, but so I could also scroll on my phone a little bit while I'm holding 2 of them. Because right now I can't do that.
I could use an entire new left leg from about the hip down.
Yeah, but I don't think we're not replacing. We're just adding.
No, you're adding on.
So you got to keep your peg leg if you want. You can throw another leg
so you
on
want
there.
3
though.
legs. I mean, I'm down for 3 legs.
Okay,
tripod.
I'll hold up my old leg like I'm doing a quad stretch and just run with my other one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you just like you'll band it up or tape it
Are
up.
you doing like that dance, that dance that people do, that kind of thing
that they did 30 years ago?
Yes. No, you hold your leg and you move your elbow. What that?
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
What was that thing called? Somebody will text in what it was called.
Wasn't the sprinkler, was it? Or
the sprinklers where you do your elbow, forward.
You're doing a big elbow motion there when you were demonstrating for the people.
Once
here
again,
at
I went on the
Dallas
right
Summer
shoulder.
I believe that's the funky chicken.
It's the funky chicken. There's going to be a lot of funky chicken going down at Michigan sporting events. Michigan did pass the law allowing booze sales at their college sporting events.
It's about damn time.
Yeah.
Let's go. The big house is popping. You got 100,000 people selling beer.
Hell yeah.
And it looks
Dutch
like
is happy.
Dutch was the one who was sort of the leader of the Army on this.
Was he?
Yeah.
Good for him.
He put the team on his back, and thanks to Dutch, now you can have booze and watch your Wolverines lose.
903 should give me 2 asses. And the 817 said they already have a third leg.
Ooh, look at that. Well played.
Okay, all right.
We are live at the Dallas Boat Show, where if you need an extra boat, you can pick it up. It's now and through Sunday, boats, accessories, hundreds of exhibitors, dealers, and manufacturers. For all the details, go to DallasBoatExpo.com. Why did the NFL fine Dan Snyder $60 million as he sold the team? Some Cowboys Twitter as CeeDee Lamb makes waves with a viral video, and everything that's been developing throughout your afternoon is next here in the G-Back Nation. I'd love to chat Frankels with you, though, because life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and when it finds you in your life, you're going to love to have the Frankels on your team. Professional lawyers, public attorneys that'll